Chapter 1. The Villain's Life Simulator. Next came the slightly weary voice of Su Yuntao. Su Cheng silently stepped into the center of 6 black stones, and as the other party infused their soul power, a soft golden light illuminated him. A warm sensation enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively extend his right hand. Golden specks of light gradually coalesced, revealing a rusty, iron sword in his grasp. Weapon soul, iron sword, Su Yuntao nodded. Although the sword appeared rather shabby, it was certainly an improvement over mundane blue-silver grass or farming tools, sparking a flicker of hope within him. Now, let us test your soul power. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng placed his hand upon the blue crystal. A pulling force emanated from it as the crystal emitted a faint glow. Su Yuntao's tone turned disappointing. Innate soul power at level 0.5. Nonetheless, there remains a chance to become a soul master. Su Cheng's mindset shattered momentarily. He had never harbored expectations of possessing innate full soul power, especially since he lacked a titled Delua father and a mother who was a spirit beast over 100,000 years old, nor had he the opportunity to acquire the Shintian skill from Tang San. Yet, a mere 0.5 level of innate soul power was simply disheartening. With a bitter smile, he found solace in the fact that, with the awakening of his martial soul, the simulator he had been unable to activate until now finally responded. At that moment, Su Yuntao completed the awakening ceremony and stepped outside. Not wishing to dwell further on his innate soul power, Su Cheng hurriedly followed the other children. As the door swung open, the village chief, Wang Pan, who had been standing outside and waiting silently, rushed forward and inquired, "Master, are there any children in the village who can become soul masters this year?" Su Yuntao glanced at him and nodded. "There is one. Although their innate soul power is only 0.5, there is still a chance to become a soul master." Grandpa Village Chief, Su Cheng rushed over. "Xiao Cheng, have you awakened your soul power?" "Yes." "That's wonderful." Wang Pan ruffled his hair, unconcerned about the level of innate soul power. "Our village has a slot for a work-study student at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Would you be willing to attend school to learn about soul masters and martial souls?" "I would be honored. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief," Su Cheng replied eagerly. "Good. There's still a month until school starts. Prepare well, and I will accompany you when the time comes." After escorting him home, Village Chief Wang Pan departed. Su Cheng was an orphan taken in by an elderly widower in the village. After his adoptive father passed away, he had been living independently. Due to his precocious demeanor, Wang Pan had no cause for concern. Seated on his bed, Su Cheng endeavored to summon the soul power within him. As the energy flowed, the true visage of the simulator, which he had only been able to sense vaguely before, finally unfolded before his eyes. A pale blue panel emerged in front of him. Villain Life Simulator Initiating. Please select the final task objective for this life simulation. 1. Establish a new sect to replace the 3 great sects. Task Reward. Beneficial mutation of martial soul difficulty. B. 2. Usurp the imperial authority and ascend to the throne of the Tiando Empire or the Star Luo Empire. Task Reward. Beneficial mutation of martial soul. Full innate soul power difficulty. A. 3. Destroy the Spirit Hall. Task Reward. Twin martial souls difficulty. S. Villain Life Simulator? Su Cheng blinked in surprise before continuing to read. He was indifferent to the notions of righteousness or villainy to him. It was merely a simulation. However, the rewards for completing these tasks were undeniably enticing. But the difficulty is simply too high. Is there no beginner's benefit? Staring at the 3 options presented on the panel, Su Cheng was taken aback. To be frank, he felt that none of these tasks were realistically achievable. Despite the original work portraying the 3 great sects as utterly corrupt, they were still backed by several titled Duluos and had operated as top-tier forces for hundreds of years. And this was still the one with the lowest difficulty. Fortunately, failure in the simulated tasks carried no penalties otherwise. He might not have dared to try. Having been in this world for so long, I finally have a chance to use it. I suppose the next opportunity will only come after acquiring my first spirit ring. Su Cheng was in turmoil. With his innate soul power at a mere 0.5, he wondered how long it would take to reach level 10. Damn it, all three seem incredibly difficult. Why not just max out the difficulty? 10 years of labor or one grand gamble in the Imperial Palace. Let's take a risk. After much hesitation, he resolved to choose the third task directly. Since options are provided, there must be a chance he'll treat this as an experiment. If I fail, I can always train diligently to level 10. Even Yu Xiaojiang managed to reach level 29 with a mere 0.5 soul power. There's no reason I can't do the same. You have chosen the final task objective for this simulation. Destroy the Spirit Hall. Initial character selection available. 1. The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Settlement bonus, 0.20. 2. An ordinary soul master with no ties to the Spirit Hall. Settlement bonus, 50100. 3. A waste soul master with innate soul power of 0.5. Settlement bonus, 150300. You may select 3 initial talents from the following 10 options. Direct descendant of the 3 great sects. Full innate soul power, twin martial souls. Mutated martial soul, a spirit ring of 100,000 years, 9th spirit ring. A true scholar, royal nobility, an old actor, a genius in medicine, a genius in swordsmanship. No wonder replacing the 3 great sects is rated as be difficulty given these initial character and talent options. It indeed seems manageable. Gazing at the refreshed panel, Su Chang rubbed his still youthful cheeks, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet having reached this juncture, a serious decision was imperative. While the 150 settlement bonus is tempting, in this world, lacking lineage and strength means I can achieve nothing. It is well known that in Dolua continent, there are no waste soul masters, only waste martial souls. Direct descendant of the 3 great sects, full innate soul power, twin martial souls. This seems to be the optimal solution. Isn't this just Tang San's configuration? After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to choose to become a soul master of the 3 great sects, combining twin martial souls with full innate soul power to commence his journey. However, he quickly halted. Wait, not so fast. What was Tang San? The child of fortune in Dolua continent, a chosen one, with the Shura god and sea god backing him. Without that crucial factor, he would have long since been crushed by the Spirit Hall. Su Chang clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Thus, while this appears to be the optimal choice, it is in fact a dead end. If the simulator truly reflects the real environment, I certainly will not be the child of fortune. However, regarding the Spirit Hall, I possess a definitive advantage. His eyes gradually brightened. I know the script. The composition of the Spirit Hall, the character flaws of the main antagonists, these are what I must seize upon. Relying solely on strength to confront Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Qian Daolu, that would be a pipe dream. With determination, he had already resolved how to proceed. Chapter 2. Main Quest. Initial character selected. A waste soul master with innate soul power of 0.5. Initial talent selected. Direct descendant of the 3 great sects. Old actor, genius in medicine. Note, in life simulation, all matters are a projection of the real world and will similarly influence the fate of this plane. Please treat it with seriousness. Simulation commencing. Before he could ponder the meaning of the fate strings mentioned within the simulator, Su Chang felt his consciousness abruptly detach from his physical form, entering another realm that felt both real and illusory. What he did not realize was that at the same moment, Qian Renxue within the Tiando Empire Palace, Bibi Dong in the Hall of the Pope, and Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect were all resting, lost in their own dreams, they sweet or nightmarish. You grew up in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect as the adopted son of the renowned sword of 7 kills, Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue had never concealed your origins. Your father, Su Shan, was his close friend. After offending the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, he entrusted you to Qianrenxue for your safety. Unfortunately, Su Shan ultimately fell victim to Qian Sunji's revenge, perishing at the hands of the Spirit Hall. You silently vowed to make the Spirit Hall pay dearly in the future. Well, what a convenient setup for some animosity. Qianrenxue had no progeny after your father's death. He treated you as his own son, nurturing you with high hopes that you would carry on the legacy of your family's martial soul. the woofing sword. Regrettably, you seem to lack your father's talent for swordsmanship, possessing only mediocre comprehension of sword arts. As a direct descendant of the sect, you were to begin laying the groundwork for your future cultivation at the tender age of 3. Being Qian Renxue's adopted son, you naturally received the same treatment. Main quest initiated. Main quest first ring. Foundation building. Quest content. Plan the developmental path prior to martial soul awakening and put into action. Quest reward. None. With a jolt of realization, Zhu Zhuqing sensed his current forma, mere 3-year-old child, in this world. Individuals mature at an astonishingly early age. Upon awakening their martial souls at the tender age of 6, their growth in various aspects accelerates at an extraordinary pace. Take the original character, Qian Renxue, as an example. By the age of 9, she was capable of infiltrating the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, remaining undetected for 2 decades. This illustrates the absurdity of this world's inhabitants. He surveyed the scene before him, not within a sect, but amidst a serene bamboo grove. Standing there was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe with flowing silver hair, the future renowned sword de law, Qianrenxue. Chung'er, I shall now demonstrate the essence of the 7-killing sword technique. How much you comprehend will depend on your own efforts, Qianrenxue declared, his expression solemn. He stood there like a drawn blade, exuding an aura that made him appear as the very nucleus of this realm. Once the 7-killing sword was grasped in his hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A sharpness enveloped him, piercing enough to evoke a faint sting upon Zhu Zhuqing's skin. With each movement of the sword, Qianrenxue displayed a breathtaking mastery of the technique, combining unparalleled power with an exquisite beauty. While demonstrating the swordsmanship, he spoke continuously, elucidating the techniques and principles behind each strike. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing found himself utterly bewildered. At this moment, he had to concede that his talent in the sword arts was indeed dismally inadequate. Even with Qianrenxue, a master swordsman, imparting knowledge generously in his own adult reasoning, it was nearly impossible for him to grasp even a fragment of the profound truths embedded in Qianrenxue's demonstration. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had never intended to achieve remarkable prowess in martial combat. Chung'er, Qianrenxue noticed his distraction and admonished sharply, to practice the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Regardless of your innate talent, such an attitude is problematic. When your martial soul awakens, how much will you be able to wield? Father, Zhu Zhuqing replied, bowing slightly and gazing earnestly into his adoptive father's eyes. I am aware of my lack of talent in the sword arts. Hence, I cannot master the 7-killing sword technique. However, I understand the principle that diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Please, teach me the fundamentals of swordsmanship. He could hardly divulge to Qianrenxue that he was destined to possess a meager innate soul power of merely 0.5, rendering any advanced skills futile. However, mastering basic swordsmanship was crucial to his plans, one of the focal points of his future cultivation. Ultimately, Qianrenxue acquiesced to Zhu Zhuqing's request. From that day forth, Zhu Zhuqing rose each morning at 6, dedicating his mornings solely to practicing 3 fundamental sword moves: thrusting, slashing, and parrying. The remainder of his time was consumed in studying various tomes within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, particularly focusing on human anatomy and the properties of various medicinal herbs. In contrast to his struggles with the sword, he exhibited remarkable aptitude in the healing arts, effortlessly drawing connections and progressing at an impressive pace. Your daily regimen of training drew considerable scrutiny. As Qianrenxue's adopted son, you attracted significant attention, many viewing you as the new heir to the 7-killing sword. Yet while other disciples were diligently laying their foundations in cultivation, you devoted a substantial amount of time to reading, inevitably leading others to perceive it as a sign of complacency. Nevertheless, due to Qianrenxue's support, others within the sect were hesitant to express overt discontent. Fueled by a simmering resentment, you did not squander a single day over the course of 3 years. Rising early to practice the sword, studying classics in the afternoon, and honing your medical skills in the evening, your days were remarkably fulfilling. Although your talent in swordsmanship was lacking, the sheer volume of practice, thousands of sword strikes daily yielded tangible results. The three basic techniques of thrust, slash, and parry had almost become instinctual for you. In contrast to your swordsmanship, your academic gains were far more substantial. You had perused the extensive library of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school multiple times, committing most of its contents to memory. Your unique talent in the healing arts allowed you to uncover numerous secrets of the human body. Soon, the day of martial soul awakening arrived, an event all 6-year-old children within the sect were required to attend, and you were no exception. Tragically, upon awakening, your ancestral martial soul, the undefended sword, seemed to undergo a malignant mutation. Its blade was marred with rust and cracks, and your innate soul power was a pitiful 0.5. Following the awakening, you were met with the disappointed gazes of the sect elders and the gleeful mockery of ordinary disciples. Fortunately, while Qianrenxue was disheartened, he still held expectations for you, believing that sincerity of heart was paramount for a sword cultivator and that innate soul power was not the most critical factor. Main quest first phase completed. Main quest second phase. Choice. Quest content. Choose your future development path and the faction you will align with. Quest reward. None. Encouraged by Qianrenxue, you diligently trained, utilizing the resources of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and your proficiency in medicine to enhance your cultivation efficiency. After 2.5 years, you finally elevated your soul power to level 10, allowing you to obtain your first soul ring. During this time, a discarded heir of one of the top 3 sects, Yu Shaojiang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, published an article entitled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, stirring considerable controversy. The external world was divided in its opinions, but within the sect, his name was frequently mentioned. Although they secretly looked down upon Yu Shaojiang, this did not prevent them from using a situation to deride you, who also possessed an innate soul power of 0.5. You are indifferent to this, yet you have earnestly delved into the specific content of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. You have obtained a side quest, overlevel absorption of the first spirit ring. Quest reward, enhancement of physical aptitude. To be settled after all main quests are completed. Chapter 3. Su Cheng's method. Is it truly possible to trigger a side quest? A surge of joy filled Su Cheng's heart. Overlevel absorption of the first spirit ring had always been part of his plan, and he was 90% confident in his ability to achieve it. This step was pivotal to his future scheme to dismantle the martial soul hall. From the very beginning, when he chose the path of a medical prodigy, to the countless hours spent studying medicine at the age of 3, he had finally arrived at the moment of reaping rewards. Have you truly made up your mind? Upon hearing Su Cheng's request, Qianrenxue was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this child would wish to hunt a spirit beast over 650 years old as his first spirit ring. It is worth noting that, theoretically, the limit for absorbing the first spirit ring is merely 423 years. This is not a trivial assertion, but rather the culmination of countless years of experimentation by numerous top-tier factions. Perhaps a select few individuals could surpass this limit. But he did not believe that he, a foster son with an innate spirit power of merely 0.5, was among them. Father. The limitation for spirit masters and absorbing spirit rings exists because the body cannot endure the strain during the absorption process. Take a level 10 spirit master as an example. The physical capacity has its limits, rendering it incapable of withstanding rings of greater age. Yet, without absorbing spirit rings, one cannot break through the physical bottleneck. Su Cheng patiently elucidated to Qianrenxue, my years of research into the medical arts and the human body have not been in vain. Upon the meridians of the human body lie numerous acupoints. Among these, certain special acupoints, when stimulated, can significantly enhance the efficiency of energy absorption by the meridians in a short span, while simultaneously awakening the potential of the physical form. When combined with relatively mild medicinal solutions, it is entirely feasible to elevate the limits of the physical body within a brief period. Once the soul rings have been absorbed, the energy replenishment will sufficiently compensate for this temporary overexertion. Qianrenxue remained somewhat incredulous. He had not anticipated that Su Cheng's silent cultivation over the years could lead to such remarkable advancements. Su Cheng gazed earnestly at his father, imploring, Father, you must assist me this time. Whether I can join the spirit hall hinges upon this opportunity. What did you say? Join the spirit hall? Qianrenxue's brows furrowed deeper as he began to discern Su Cheng's intentions. Indeed, since my birth, I have toiled towards this singular goal. I recognize my lack of innate talent. Thus, I must forge an alternative path. Father, the world has suffered under the spirit hall for far too long. You will support me, won't you? With a heavy sigh, Qianrenxue reflected on Su Cheng's arduous journey over the past 6 years since he began his cultivation at the tender age of 3. The desire for vengeance against their family's nemesis loomed large, leaving him uncertain how to counsel his son. I will inform the sect leader of this matter. Let him decide. However, Qianrenxue said, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing with solemnity, your life is long ahead of you. Do not allow hatred to blind your vision. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a quiet relief wash over him. Now, the position of the sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had been assumed by Ningfengji. If it were Qianrenxue making the decision, he might be swayed by familial ties to prevent his son from taking risks. However, Ningfengji would undoubtedly prioritize benefits. As long as Zhu Zhuqing demonstrated sufficient capability, he would not be deterred. With this thought, a radiant smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's face. Rest assured, father, I shall strive to be a virtuous person. As he anticipated, when Ningfengji arrived, he offered a few words of caution but ultimately consented to Zhu Zhuqing's request to absorb a soul ring of a higher level. Yet, it was evident that he harbored doubts about Zhu Zhuqing's ability to succeed and insisted on accompanying him to hunt the soul beast. Main quest second ring completed. Main quest third ring, infiltration. Quest details, join the spirit hall, earn their trust, and gain favor. Quest rewards. The final settlement bonus will increase based on the level of task completion. Chang'er, are you truly willing to absorb this 630-year-old armored beast soul ring? During this soul beast hunt, no other subordinates accompanied them. Only Zhu Zhuqing, Qianrenxue, and Ningfengji were present. At this moment, the armored beast lay slain. Its over 600-year-old yellow soul ring exposed before them, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's approach to absorb it. For Zhu Zhuqing, the source of his first soul ring and the abilities it would grant were of little significance. This endeavor of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level was merely to validate his theory. He had chosen this armored beast solely because its age was perfectly suitable. However, having reached this juncture, Qianrenxue remained apprehensive. Does your method truly work? He inquired once more for reassurance. Rest easy, father. I am confident. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, first retrieving a vial of medicinal liquid from his soul guide, applying it generously over his body. He then took out a series of silver needles, methodically inserting them into 19 acupuncture points, including Jingming, Hanjian, Huin, Zhongji, Changqiang, and Mingmen. The effects of this meticulous preparation were immediate and profound. His physical potential was instantaneously unleashed, and the flow of energy within his meridians became remarkably smooth. The previously narrow pathways of energy expanded significantly, and even his corporeal strength surged dramatically at that moment. Now came the most critical step, if successful. This could elevate the overall success rate of the entire plan by at least 30%. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, summoning the mutated martial soul he had named Broken Sword. As the martial soul manifested, the corresponding soul ring floated before him, encircling the cracked blade of his weapon. A vast and overwhelming force surged forth like molten lava, inundating him without mercy, forcing its way through the constricted passage. Fortunately, the earlier acupuncture had enhanced the width and flexibility of his meridians. Otherwise, this sheer force could have led to his obliteration. After withstanding the initial onslaught, he sensed a slight increase in his resilience. The medicinal liquid continued to permeate his body, silently mending his injured form. Time passed gradually. At last, the sharp pain in his meridians faded, replaced by a warm and continuous flow of energy that enveloped him, bringing unparalleled comfort. Upon opening his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing was greeted by the sight of a yellow soul ring encircling his martial soul. Side quest completed. Reward: enhancement of physical aptitude. Ningfengji was utterly astonished. It had truly succeeded, exceeding the theoretical limit of the soul ring's lifespan by an impressive 200 years, and this was merely the first soul ring. After the shock, a wave of excitement washed over him. He could almost envision the esteemed title of the continent's foremost sect beckoning to him. Chang'er, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Unlike Ningfengji, Qianrenxue's primary concern was Zhu Zhuqing's safety. No problem, father. I feel exceptionally well now, Zhu Zhuqing replied, clenching his fist, carefully observing the changes in his martial soul. He continued, this unprecedented absorption has directly elevated my soul power level to over level 12, nearing level 13. And under the energy feedback, the prior stimulation method poses no hidden dangers. Excellent. Truly splendid. Even Ningfengji, known for his composure, could not suppress a hearty laugh. Does this method possess the potential for widespread application? He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, anticipation evident on his face. Certainly, it can be popularized. After all, even someone like me, with an innate soul power of merely level 0.5, managed to succeed, Zhu Zhuqing stated nonchalantly, unreserved about his innate shortcomings. Just as Ningfengji prepared to offer words of consolation, Zhu Zhuqing's next utterance left him momentarily speechless. Sect Master, I intend to disseminate this technique throughout the continent. With those words, Ningfengji's smile froze upon his face. He glanced at Qianrenxue, who wore a similarly neutral expression, and instantly understood that there might be deeper implications at play. Chang'er wishes to join the spirit hall, Qianrenxue remarked. Given the current circumstances, there was little room for opposition. Noticing Ningfengji's confusion, Zhu Zhuqing candidly explained, the spirit hall harbors a vendetta against me, but seeking revenge through sheer strength seems futile. I must chart a different course and infiltrate from within. In recent years, under the management of Qianrenxue, the spirit hall's reputation had undeniably waned. Yet there was no need to invoke lofty ideals. The individuals present were astute. All he needed to do was articulate the stakes and establish that coexistence with them was utterly impossible. Although Ning Fengji lacked physical prowess, his ambition was ever expansive. The spirit hall loomed like a colossal mountain over everyone. Moreover, with Tang Chen's disappearance for many years and Qian Daoliu's unparalleled might, the spirit hall's influence had only intensified. As long as the spirit hall existed, the upper three sects would find it exceedingly challenging to advance, let alone maintain their existing power. What are your plans? After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji finally inquired. Prior to this day, he would never have shown such concern for Su Cheng's fate, despite being Qianrenxue's adopted son. The boy had no discernible talent for cultivation and seemed of little value. However, after today, Su Cheng's strategic significance in Ning Fengji's eyes had eclipsed even that of Qianrenxue, who was still a soul Dolua. Being an auxiliary soul master, Ning Fengji naturally considered factors beyond mere combat strength. The mere fact that Su Cheng had devised a method for level-appropriate absorption of soul rings was nothing short of extraordinary, and his audacity to think and act made him even rarer. If possible, Ning Fengji would prefer Su Cheng to serve the sect. Yet if Su Cheng's resolve was strong and he truly had the opportunity to deal a significant blow to the spirit hall, then attempting this course of action would not be out of the question. Sect Master need not rush. The time is not yet ripe. Once I have absorbed a second soul ring exceeding 1,000 years, I will stage a grand spectacle for the entire world. However, you must be patient. This method is not yet suitable for promotion within the sect. To be honest, Su Cheng found it easiest to maneuver around individuals like Ning Fengji, clear-minded, discerning, and possessing foresight, yet always prioritizing interests, with small cunning but lacking grand wisdom. Ning Fengji gazed at the youthful boy before him, barely 9 years old, and nodded, a complex expression crossing his face. When the time comes for you to make this research freely available to the entire continent, your reputation may very well overshadow that of the so-called Master Yu Shaojiang. Su Cheng chuckled disdainfully. Addressing the sect leader, I have also perused the so-called top 10 core competencies of martial souls proposed by Yu Shaojiang. It is merely a compilation of the experiences of those who came before, rife with inaccuracies. To equate me with him is to underestimate my capabilities. He cast his gaze downwards at the fractured sword spirit in his hand and continued softly, if I did not possess extraordinary value, what merit would there be for me to join the martial soul hall with a mere innate soul power of 0? 5. Moreover, I do not merely wish to enter the hall. I desire them to seek me out for my inclusion. After absorbing the first soul ring across the years, you have spent over 4 additional years merely elevating your level to 20, your cultivation speed lagging far behind your contemporaries within the sect, and expectations for you have dwindled. Aside from occasional ridicule, most choose to ignore your presence, which, of course, suits you just fine. However, with the unwavering support of Ning Fengji and Qianxin, you have had ample access to various cultivation resources, and your research in the medical arts has never faltered. With Qianxin's assistance, you successfully vanquished the 1,100-year-old soul beast, the underworld wolf, at the tender age of 13, bestowing upon your martial soul an unprecedented purple second soul ring, while your soul power surged beyond level 22. Perhaps there remains a possibility for you to surpass level 30 before the age of 20. Nevertheless, you deem the so-called level 30 bottleneck inconsequential, given your current understanding of medicine and human anatomy. Throughout these years, the unconditional resource allocation from Ning Fengji and Qianxin has incited considerable discontent among the elders and disciples within the sect, leading to a crescendo of rumors. During this time, Qianxin ascended to the rank of title Dolua, yet he did not quell the criticisms directed at you. Rather, he allowed them to flourish, interpreted as a signal that you had been abandoned by your adoptive father. In truth, this was precisely your intention, a well-conceived plan agreed upon with Ning Fengji and Qianxin. Do you wish to depart from the sect now? Qianxin hesitated, words caught in his throat. Though this decision had long been made, the bonds of fatherhood are not easily severed. Indeed, father, after so much groundwork, it is time to cut ties. Compared to Qianxin, Su Cheng appeared remarkably composed. This was not due to a lack of affection for his adoptive father. The memories of their time together, though fleeting in the simulation of life, were vividly imprinted in his mind, and his emotions were genuine. However, the annihilation of the martial soul hall proved to be an arduous endeavor. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, and he could not allow sentiment to sway him. Currently, my theories are nearly perfected. The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring necessitates mental fortitude, which requires not only temporary stimulation but also a solid foundation. I have bequeathed the sect with formulas for long-term elixirs that gradually enhance mental acuity, acupoints that stimulate mental strength, and associated training methods. He turned to Ning Fengji, saying, if I do not succeed, at the very least, I will have left behind a legacy for the 7-treasured glazed tile sect, a parting gift for my yet-to-be-born nephew. Rest assured, this knowledge will not be fully divulged to the martial soul hall until I possess a greater assurance of success. With a sigh, he lamented the lack of progress in his research on 10,000-year soul rings, as the available data was exceedingly scarce. Ning Fengji regarded Su Cheng with deep appreciation, bowing respectfully before solemnly declaring, as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I extend my gratitude for all you have done for our sect. He then turned and departed, leaving the final moments for the father and son to share. Observing Qianxue's slightly melancholic demeanor, Su Cheng suddenly broke into laughter. You are now a titled Doloa. Though you may be somewhat advanced in age, you can still father a child. It would be wise to hasten the arrival of an heir to inherit your legacy. Alas, my talents are insufficient. I cannot master your seven-killing sword. You rascal! Qianxue exclaimed, his eyes widening. I'm leaving. When next you hear of me, I trust one will already be renowned throughout the land. As Su Cheng waved goodbye with a carefree gesture, Qianxue momentarily appeared lost in thought. This year, he had just turned 18. Before long, news spread that the adopted son of the sword Doluo Qianxue had left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in anger due to internal prejudice. However, the continent seemed largely indifferent to the matter, viewing it merely as a topic for casual conversation, dismissing him as another Yu Xiaojiang, a mere waste with an innate soul power of only 0.5. Yet, 2 months later, everything would change. The winds of fortune shifted dramatically, and the name Su Cheng began to echo across the land. Chapter 5. The theory unveiled. Su Cheng's decision to depart from the sect at this juncture was a meticulously calculated move, considering the timing. The imminent event of a yin sacrifice, followed by Qian Xuanji being severely injured by Tang Hao, and subsequently dealt a fatal blow by Bibi Dong, was approaching. The reason he chose this particular moment was his reluctance to expend energy on gaining Qian Xuanji's trust, especially since he was destined for demise. Furthermore, after the power transition, contemplating a shift in allegiance to Bibi Dong would be a cumbersome affair. Armed with the address provided by Ning Fengji, Su Cheng left the sect and first arrived at a bookstore operated by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After revealing his identity, he was granted an audience with the bookstore's manager. Yinemo. Mr. Su, may I inquire about the subject matter of the book you wish to publish? Yinemo, fully aware that Su Cheng had severed ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, remained respectful, as he was merely a common businessman who understood the importance of self-preservation. Regarding cultivation, Su Cheng replied, producing a portion of the materials he had meticulously prepared from his soul guide. However, this only included methods for absorbing the first and second soul rings, as he intended to reserve the subsequent content as bait. Yin Mo hastily reached out to accept the documents, outwardly courteous but inwardly skeptical. In his view, Su Cheng's meager innate soul power of 0.5, if not for his advantageous background, might struggle to even reach level 10 in his cultivation. It was laughable for someone of such limited capability to dare publish a book on cultivation. He thought to merely placate the gentleman and send him on his way. However, upon reviewing the general content, his expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Su, I regret to inform you that we cannot publish this. Why not? Yin Mo stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation, yet his refusal was resolute. Su Cheng had anticipated this reaction. As he extended his right hand, he assured, rest assured, it will be published. I will shortly visit the Spirit Hall for a soul power assessment. At that moment, a battered sword, riddled with cracks, hovered silently above his right hand. Yet, this martial spirit was not the crux of the matter. The faint purple hue of the second soul ring nearly blinded the bookstore manager. Su Cheng understood that the other party was merely concerned about the veracity of the contents within the book, fearing the repercussions should any issues arise. This is a common human sentiment, as these theories effectively shattered the long-standing doctrines of soul cultivation that had persisted for centuries in the Doluo continent. No reliance on innate talent, no need to expend precious high-aged soul bones. The only cost was a brief stimulation of several acupoints and the application of relatively inexpensive medicinal solutions. Yin Mo scrutinized the broken sword martial soul, then regarded Su Cheng, and finally focused on the book in his hands, rubbing his eyes before fixing his gaze upon the second soul ring, which shimmered without overwhelming brilliance. Now, can you believe the content I have pinned? Su Cheng spoke calmly. It details the methodology for absorbing the first and second soul rings across time limits. I stand as a successful testament to this. What do you think? As the head of the publishing house under the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and having spent years in the bustling city of Tiando, Yin Mo, despite his modest cultivation, possessed considerable insight. Ironically, the more he learned, the more astonished he became. His lips trembling in silence for a prolonged moment. Noticing his daze, Su Cheng continued, once this portion of training information is released, I shall take no profit. I only request that you minimize the price as much as possible. A strategy of thin profit and high sales will suffice. Are you truly willing to make these methods public? Yin Mo's gaze towards Su Cheng transformed entirely. If the superficial respect he had previously maintained stemmed from Su Cheng's foster father, the sword Doluo Qianxue, now it was wholly due to Su Cheng's extraordinary ability to break through limits and his spirit of selfless contribution. Of course, I am a good person. Su Cheng replied with a hint of impatience. So, are you willing or not? If not, I shall seek another avenue. This was the advantage of his esteemed background. Without the sword Doluo as his support, even if he had developed such methods, he would have had no opportunity to promote them, potentially endangering his life. With a stroke of luck, he might merely find himself confined by a major sect, devoid of any room for maneuver. You may inform Ning Fingji of this matter, but do not let it impede the speed of my theoretical publication. Zhu Zhuqing warned, casting a glance at Yanimo otherwise. I could easily approach another sect, or even the Tiando royal family, where there would be ample opportunity for this method to gain traction. Of course, Yanimo replied, his expression sobering as he suppressed his previous trepidation. It was no trivial matter for a mere head of a publishing house to concern himself with the affairs of high-ranking figures. Any misstep could yield repercussions beyond his capacity to bear. After finalizing the publication of the book, Su Cheng arrived at the branch of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. The sequence of events held significant importance. Although at this juncture, Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong might not be preoccupied with him, it was always prudent to exercise caution. One could say, in an exaggerated manner, that this innovation could, to some extent, overturn the cultivation system of the Dolua continent. Moreover, given the varying physical constitutions of different individuals, the more gifted among the celestial prodigies, when combined with this ring absorption method, might elevate the theoretical limits of the first soul ring to unprecedented heights. Even within the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall stood as the most imposing edifice. Halt. A guard stationed at the entrance stepped forward to obstruct his path. Greetings. I wish to assess my soul power level. After being granted passage, Su Cheng entered the branch of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Observing the Grand Hall's formidable aura, orderly arrangement, and the multitude of guards, he inwardly marveled. This was indeed the foremost power in the world. Overthrowing it was no simple feat. In comparison to the 7 treasure glazed tile school he had previously frequented, the 2 establishments were utterly incomparable. One represented a family legacy of martial souls, while the other embraced a philosophy of inclusivity, drawing talent from across the realm. This distinction alone placed them on entirely different planes. Are you Mr. Su from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Upon turning around, Su Cheng discovered a female receptionist from the Spirit Hall, who seemed to recognize him for reasons unknown. I am no longer a disciple of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Su Cheng calmly retorted. Indeed, my apologies. The receptionist responded with a polite smile before inquiring, Mr. Su, have you come to the Spirit Hall today to assess your soul power level? She had just noticed that Su Cheng was heading towards the soul power assessment hall. Yes, he replied. Please, could you first release your martial soul and soul rings? Su Cheng nodded, revealing his broken sword martial soul and 2 soul rings without reservation. The female receptionist, a second ring soul master, spoke with a slightly distorted voice. What is this? She inquired, pointing at the purple second soul ring, her expression one of confusion. I have developed some techniques that enable soul masters to absorb soul rings across the year lines. All soul masters? The receptionist looked at Su Cheng in astonishment. Indeed, all soul masters, Su Cheng confirmed with a nod, though currently this applies only to the first and second soul rings. I have some ideas regarding the third soul ring, but they are not yet fully realized. Chapter 6, The Pope's Replacement, Su Cheng's Rise to Fame. Please wait a moment. I will summon the esteemed bishop to personally assess your soul power level. Su Cheng nodded slightly, indicating for her to proceed at her own discretion. Shortly thereafter, the chief priest Salas, stationed at the Spirit Hall division in Tiando City, entered the hall in a hurried manner, accompanied by the female attendant from earlier. His expression laden with incredulity. This unexpected arrival piqued the curiosity of several others lingering in the hall, who began to peer over in intrigue. Salas, clearly wishing to keep this matter under wraps, intended to find a private room to converse with Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng shook his head in refusal and urged, Your Excellency, the bishop, may we proceed with the evaluation of soul power levels? His intent today was merely to cast the bait. It was not yet time to reel it in. Saras, unable to press further, inquired, Might you demonstrate your martial soul and soul ring, Mr. Su? As he spoke, he established a barrier of soul power to shield them from prying eyes. Moments later, he confirmed that this was indeed a second soul ring of a millennium level. He then scrutinized Su Cheng, having heard of his reputation as the adopted son of Qianrenxue, the heir of the 7 kills sword, and a former core member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who was once regarded as a waste with an innate soul power of merely 0.5. This notoriety had only intensified with Qianrenxue's recent ascension to the title of Sword Dolua. The fact that someone with such qualifications could defy convention and possess a millennium-level second soul ring was nothing short of miraculous. Unless he had utilized extraordinarily aged soul bones or similar resources, thoughts began to form in his mind. Suddenly, Su Cheng spoke, Bishop Saras, there is no need for haste. I had no intention of keeping this method a secret. In fact, prior to my arrival at the Spirit Hall, I had already contacted several bookstores to inform them of the method for absorbing soul rings across time limits. I believe it will not be long before related literature becomes available. Saras was momentarily taken aback, feeling his rhythm disrupted. After a brief silence, he dryly praised. You are indeed selfless. It is only right. Good deeds are rewarded, Su Cheng replied. I have heard you have severed ties with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? Given your level of research, an invitation to the Elder Hall in the main city would be effortless. Since the individual before him had chosen to disclose the method, Saras had to settle for a secondary option. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was not a mere wanderer without backing. Although Qianrenxue had recently attained the title of Dolua, the unique nature of his martial soul ensured his formidable combat strength. Even if Zhu Zhuqing claimed to have severed relations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he remained Qianrenxue's adopted son, and it was unlikely that they would simply disregard him in times of trouble. Recent tensions between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian School made it imprudent to complicate matters further. Let us see, Zhu Zhuqing said. I plan to travel across the continent to refine my theoretical framework. He did not refuse outright, but neither did he commit. It was a jest. The potency of this theory had yet to manifest, and his fame had not fully spread. Who would consider him a significant player at the Spirit Hall now? May we proceed with the evaluation of soul power levels? Zhu Zhuqing inquired for the third time. Of course. Please follow me. After attending to a series of matters, the simulator did not transition into the usual fast-forward mode. A thought crossed Zhu Zhuqing's mind. It seemed that the repercussions of this situation might unfold more swiftly than he had anticipated. Thus, he contentedly roamed the continent, preparing for his eventual return to the real world after the simulation concluded. Little did he know, this waiting period would extend to nearly half a year. During this time, several significant events occurred as expected. First, the revelation of Tang Hao's wife, Ayin, transforming from a soul beast after 100,000 years. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall pursued the couple relentlessly, leading to a Yin's sacrificial offering, which left Qian Renxue gravely injured by Tang Hao and ultimately succumbing to his wounds upon returning to the Spirit Hall. Following this, the current sanus of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, seamlessly ascended to the position of Pope, while Tang Hao was placed on the continent's wanted list, and the Haotian sect sealed its gates. The timing was impeccable. It appeared that an opportunity was imminent. Zhu Zhuqing mused internally, uncertain if the time traveler Tang San would manifest in this simulated world. He then shook his head, deeming it improbable. If Tang San were indeed present, the destruction of the Spirit Hall would not require his intervention, rendering the S-rank mission beneath him. The upheaval among the elite did not affect the common populace. Instead, Zhu Zhuqing's name, within a mere 6 months, had become a household name across the continent. His work, The Underdog's Counterattack, surged like a tempest, swiftly enveloping the entire realm. The title was chosen rather casually. Perhaps a more sophisticated name akin to core competitiveness might have elevated its prestige, yet the substance within the pages rendered such considerations trivial. With Zhu Zhuqing himself as a tangible example, the credibility of his claims soared, prompting many to follow suit and achieve success. However, no one else had yet emerged with a second soul ring reaching a millennium in age. Zhu Zhuqing had addressed this in his writings, noting that the absorption of soul rings across different age thresholds must incrementally progress from lower to higher, as the physical form struggles to endure otherwise. If the first soul ring were merely 400 years old, the second could slightly exceed its limits, yet should not be overly ambitious. Recently, Master Su had unveiled a new theory, elucidating how to acquire the third soul ring across age thresholds. The text also hinted at his developing ideas regarding the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring for the fourth. What? Is this true? Show me. Some questioned how Master Su, still merely a great soul master, could have formulated such a theory on the absorption of the third soul ring. Fool. Did he not research methods in advance when he absorbed his first and second soul rings? That was a fair point. Master Su's selflessness was remarkable. He had yet to attain the rank of Soul de Law, but had already published his theories. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the continent, all anticipated by Zhu Zhuqing. The method for transcending age limits in the absorption of the third soul ring had long been established by him, as the Millennium Soul Ring did not involve mental power. It merely required the addition of specific acupuncture points compared to the previous two. Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Will you be able to remain composed this time? Observing the frenzied acquisition of the Underdog's Counterattack 2 in bookstores, a cold smirk crept upon Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Recently, the Spirit Hall had not sought him out, an occurrence that exceeded his prior expectations. Zhu Zhuqing speculated that part of the reason might be the upheaval of power within the Spirit Hall, which consumed too much of Bibi Dong's energy. However, more prominently, he likely felt that he had exhausted his creative prowess, with the rank of a great soul master. It was challenging to make further theoretical advancements. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He still possessed numerous cards to play and could afford debate a little more. Amidst the fervent discussions among the populace regarding Zhu Zhuqing's newly published theories, related news and opinions fluttered into the Pope's chamber like snowflakes, resting upon the desk of the newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong. The release of the Counterattack of Mortals 2 unveiled the secrets of third soul ring absorption. A true master. A gem of the era, Zhu Zhuqing. There exists but one true master in this world, and that is Zhu Zhuqing. Within the Pope's chamber in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's brow gradually furrowed as she perused the reports and evaluations sent from various branches. For reasons unknown, she found these reports somewhat glaring. What a genuine master he is. Chapter 7. The Invitation from the Spirit Hall. It is understandable why Bibi Dong felt discomfort. Since Zhu Zhuqing's rise to fame, numerous individuals had begun to draw comparisons between him and Yu Xiaojing, despite the glaring disparity in their achievements. Undoubtedly, Yu Xiaojing had been forced into the role of a stepping stone for Su Cheng. The title of theoretical master had become a complete mockery. At this moment, Su Cheng was sipping tea in Yin Mo's bookstore, casually inquiring about the release of new books when he overheard some murmurs from outside. I heard that Master Su, like Yu Xiaojing, only possesses a primordial soul power of level 0.5, yet he has managed to make breakthroughs in soul ring theory. How can such a waste be compared to Master Su? They scoffed. They claimed that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters. If you have the ability, go and acquire a 1,000-year second soul ring like Master Su, instead of relying on a fortunate lineage. Indeed, the opening line of the counterattack of mortals, do nobles and generals not possess the same essence? Exuded tremendous vigor. It was hardly surprising for such a person to achieve anything. Did the nobles of the two great empires not object? What would their objections matter? Did they dare to confront Master Su? Not to mention his current prestige. Did they truly believe that the sword Doluan was merely ornamental? Hadn't the master already withdrawn from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one entity, while the sword Doluan is another. He has but this one adopted son, and who knows what he thinks. However, it must be said that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has truly lost its way. Who would disagree? Yan Mo laughed, gazing at Su Cheng seated across from him. Master, your reputation is now known far and wide. It is easy to foresee that as the new generation of soul masters gradually matures and no longer faces limitations on soul ring absorption, Su Cheng will undoubtedly serve as their guiding light. He sighed bitterly. Alas, I truly wonder what the sect leaders are thinking. Are you really not returning? Those who had been ridiculed due to Su Cheng's rise were not limited to Yu Xiaojing. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the true antagonist. Viewed by the world as a clown incapable of discerning talent, many even shouted slogans asserting that they were unworthy of the name of the top 3 sections. Although such remarks had limited actual impact on the sect, they still caused considerable distress for Ningfengji. As a subordinate member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yan Mo naturally hoped that public opinion would not continue to fester. I won't be going back. The person I am waiting for has arrived, Su Cheng remarked, glancing out the window before rising to his feet. By the way, find a way to promote me. I want a new title. Do not call me master. It sounds ominous. With that, he exited the room, leaving Yan Mo, who was left in a state of astonishment. Su Cheng indeed laid eyes upon individuals from the spirit hall, and their status was exceedingly elevated, clad in immaculate white attire. With skin as delicate as an infant's and a countenance strikingly beautiful, one could easily mistake him for an enchanting beauty were it not for the distinctly visible Adam's apple. Furthermore, not far off lingered a shadowy figure in black, whose presence was subtle yet exuded an aura of profound mystery. Su Cheng surmised that these two individuals were none other than the illustrious Zhu Dolua Yu Guan and the enigmatic Gui Dolua Gue Mei. Considering the time, it seemed the members of the spirit hall were indeed arriving. Naturally, with his discerning eye, he could not perceive their realms. He had only noticed them because the figure in white had voluntarily entered his line of sight. He felt a twinge of astonishment, realizing that these two had come in person. Master Su, the figure in white initiated as Su Cheng emerged from the library, while the figure in black remained at a distance, maintaining an air of impenetrability. I am no master. Su Cheng assessed the figure in white and replied calmly. I did not anticipate that the renowned Zhu Dolua would be acquainted with a mere 25th level soul master like myself. Master Su, you jest. I have perused your works numerous times. I have also delved into herbal medicine, yet after my studies, I realized I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Apart from my cultivation, I possess little worthy of commendation. I speak earnestly. Please refrain from calling me master. Simply address me by my name. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, reiterating his sentiment. He genuinely disliked being referred to as master, as it increasingly grated on him. However, Yu Guan's demeanor was unexpected. It did not seem to be mere politeness or a fulfillment of the Pope's task. Very well, Mr. Su. I wonder if you have had any leisure time recently, as His Holiness the Pope wishes to invite you to Wuhuan City for a discussion. Upon recognizing Su Cheng's aversion to the title of master, Yu Guan smoothly altered his address. Upon hearing the words, Su Cheng glanced at Yu Guan with a hint of surprise. He believed that given by Bibi Dong's temperament, such courtesy was utterly improbable. It would be a considerable achievement if she refrained from forcefully summoning him, let alone inquiring about his availability. In truth, Su Cheng's initial intuition was not misplaced. Yu Guan indeed held him in high regard. Originally, Bibi Dong had intended to send a couple of individuals to bring him along without much ado. Instead, it was Yu Guan who took the initiative to undertake this task. He had always been an aficionado of flowers and held profound knowledge of herbal medicine. However, prior to encountering Su Cheng's theories, he had never contemplated that flowers and herbs with only slight medicinal properties, such as Guzhu, Wanyuhua, and Jinskin in Siju, could yield remarkable effects when combined in precise proportions, a phenomenon referred to in texts as a chemical reaction. It seems that with your personal presence, I have no choice but to grant this favor. Su Cheng smiled. Given the other's courtesy, he had no grounds for refusal. After all, dealing with that madwoman Bibi Dong would not be accomplished through mere visits to her abode. You jest, sir, Yu Guan replied. his countenance warm and his smile gentle. The elusive figure remained silent, silently trailing beside them. During the subsequent days on the journey, whenever he had the opportunity, Yu Guan would engage Su Cheng in discussions regarding the properties of herbs and the intricacies of medicinal channels. Although termed as an exchange, it was predominantly Su Cheng imparting knowledge while Yu Guan earnestly absorbed the information. Su Cheng found himself quite pleased with the situation. Both Zhu Dolua and Ghost Dolua held significant power as esteemed elders and were staunch allies of Bibi Dong. Cultivating a good relationship with these two would greatly benefit his future plans. Although the time spent together was brief, Yu Guan felt he had gained immensely, even discovering new insights into the development of martial souls. At his current level of mastery, further advancement required profound understanding of his own martial soul. Even upon reaching their destination, Yu Guan still felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. Within the grand deliberation hall of the Pope's palace in Soul Master City, Su Cheng was instructed by Zhu Dolua to wait here while they proceeded to report to the Pope. In the vast hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, he found himself alone. Su Cheng sat quietly in his chair, sipping fragrant tea as he awaited the pivotal meeting, meticulously reviewing his plans. This encounter was undeniably crucial for him. The decision to select an accomplished actor as one of his initial talents was made precisely for this moment. In the realm of performance, there are primarily 3 schools of thought: expressive, experiential, and method acting. He intended to employ techniques from the expressive school. Previously, Su Cheng had conducted an in-depth study of the experiences, mindset, character, and aspirations of Yu Xiaojiang, crafting a nuanced persona in his mind, one reminiscent of Yu Xiaojiang but fundamentally distinct. Now, he was to immerse himself into the second self, preparing to share a scene with Bibi Dong. Chapter 8. The first meeting with Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaojiang, born into a distinguished lineage, was the son of the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top 3 sections. However, his martial soul underwent a malignant mutation, rendering his innate soul power a mere 0. 5. The arrogance and extremism of the clan elders subjected him to ridicule during his childhood, shaping a facade of aloofness that concealed profound insecurities. His talents in cultivation were mediocre, his intellect average, and while he possessed a lofty ambition, his character was frail. Lacking profound wisdom yet possessing a modicum of cleverness, he learned to leverage resources. Seizing the opportunity to meet the then Saintess Bibi Dong during a visit to the Spirit Hall, he meticulously compiled the knowledge gleaned from the Spirit Hall and subsequently published his findings, earning the title of Master, yet he remained unrecognized by the world. As for the subsequent series of incidents involving Lu Erlong, they require no further contemplation at that time. Yu Xiaojiang was indeed different from the person Bibi Dong had once favored. Su Cheng's fingers lightly tapped on the table as he pondered silently. He needed to reflect the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang in Bibi Dong's perception, yet he must not present himself as a mere replica of Yu Xiaojiang. The balance in this endeavor was crucial. Bibi Dong, this madwoman, had devoted her entire life to Yu Xiaojiang, which is utterly absurd. If he were to completely mimic him in every aspect aside from appearance, the situation could spiral beyond his control. Should that deranged woman experience a mental breakdown and perceive his existence as a tarnish upon her first love's uniqueness, it could lead to his demise, leaving him with no recourse for explanation. Gaining a modicum of trust and affection would suffice. Thus, where lies the distinction? Yu Xiaojiang's aloofness is merely superficial. His strength is illusory. Otherwise, he would not have so easily abandoned Bibi Dong or directly forsaken Lu Erlong. Nor would he shamelessly appropriate knowledge from his first love to fashion himself as a theoretical master. When confronted with his family, he would not exhibit such servility. At his core, he is an exceedingly insecure individual, perpetually striving to validate his existence. Regrettably, he possesses little genuine talent. His published theories are plagiarized, and the disciples he attracts are mere fortunate souls, starkly contradicting his assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Besides his adeptness with women, he is utterly lacking in other respects. In contrast, Su Cheng is different. Even without relying on theoretical acclaim, if not for the purpose of dismantling the Spirit Hall, his current medical prowess would enable him to transcend to the title Dolua realm, despite his meager innate soul power of a mere 0.5 level. Alas, he is limited to the title Dolua. Reflecting on this, Su Cheng couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Human potential has its limits. If given the choice, he too would prefer to overpower others rather than engage in intricate schemes. However, over the years, his exploration of medicine has reached an astonishing depth, further clarifying that the barriers of talent have firmly locked his potential. In this world, if one were to evaluate solely based on martial prowess, martial souls indeed dictate the upper limits. Unless he were to acquire various extraordinary resources capable of enhancing his lineage, akin to Tang San, who also enjoys divine support. Such fortune is a matter of chance, and it is evident that Su Cheng could not afford to gamble on luck. After adjusting his mindset and emotions, Su Cheng swiftly immersed himself in the persona he had meticulously prepared, akin to Yu Xiaojiang. Shortly thereafter, a calm yet authoritative female voice resonated from outside the door. "You shall remain in waiting. Without my command, no one is permitted to disturb." The grand archway opened to reveal a woman of extraordinary allure. captivating Zhu Zhuqing profoundly. She was of modest stature, adorned in an opulent black robe trimmed with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold tiara, and wielding the Pope's scepter. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage could easily be described as divine. The noble aura that emanated from her evoked an irresistible impulse to venerate. It was none other than the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, seemingly of the same age as Zhu Zhuqing, she had already approached her 30s. Zhu Zhuqing set down his teacup and rose silently, bowing slightly as he calmly addressed, "I have the honor of meeting your holiness." Bibi Dong remained silent, scrutinizing him intently. Though reluctant to admit it, she had indeed wrestled with the decision to meet this individual, her emotions tangled in a complex web that was difficult to articulate. Wavering between anticipation and trepidation, it was as if she whispered to herself, both of them extraordinary in their origins, both possessing innate soul power of level 0. 5. Mocked by their peers and solitary in their pursuits. They were even similarly hailed as masters, achieving feats that commanded the respect of titled duelos through their unparalleled wisdom. Now, observing him, she noted his equally haughty demeanor. Even in the presence of her, the Pope, he exhibited neither fear nor sycophancy. After a brief moment, a derisive laugh escaped her lips. What do nobles and royalty possess that is truly their own? Such grandiose words, such immense ambition. Bibi Dong instinctively wished to provoke him. In truth, she bore no genuine resentment towards her own words. This was the essence of the difference between the Spirit Hall and the imperial aristocracy. After all, even she, the current Pope, hailed from an orphan background. That is not my assertion. It is a phrase I heard in my youth, Zhu Zhuqing responded nonchalantly. Indeed. I find that phrase quite apt, which is why I inscribed it in my writings. Bibi Dong paused, feeling a peculiar discomfort within her heart. Yet she did not delve deeper into the matter. Instead, she inquired, "Your biological father is the unyielding sword, Zhu Shan, is he not?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied. His lineage being uncovered did not come as a surprise. The one responsible for his father's demise was the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. "Do you not wish to avenge him?" "Of course I do. But Qianrenxue is already dead." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell silent, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. "Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Sensing the dissonance within herself, Bibi Dong boldly extended an olive branch. "The Spirit Hall can provide you the opportunity to prove yourself, to reclaim all that you have lost from the 7-treasure glazed tile school." As she spoke, she found herself shedding the earlier strange emotions. "You are remarkable. Your theories are groundbreaking, and countless individuals have benefited from your insights." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled and shook his head. "It is nothing remarkable. Merely a self-redemption of a cultivator deemed ineffectual. Your Holiness, your talents are truly extraordinary, and I harbor a sense of envy. If it were possible, I would prefer to inherit the woofing sword. Yet alas, talent is an indisputable factor. However, each individual possesses at least some other glimmers of brilliance. While there may be polymaths in this world, there are no absolute failures. In times of desperation, one can always discover alternative choices and paths. Yet for me, it holds no significance. My theories can assist countless individuals, yet they fail to aid me. In fact, the deeper I delve into my studies, the more acutely I recognize my own limitations." This statement was delivered with a casual air, as if he truly regarded the accolades with indifference. A flicker of confusion crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. This was not how it should be. Why, despite achieving such aspirations, those coveted accomplishments that he had longed for, acknowledged by all, did he belittle the power of theory and fail to acknowledge his own uniqueness? Why utter such words? By what right could he say so? Chapter 9. "You resemble someone, what did you say?" Her voice trembled slightly, struggling to maintain composure, yet it was evident that her previous calm had dissipated. "Is there anything incorrect in my statement?" Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. "Your Holiness, are you quite well?" Bibi Dong took a deep breath, shaking her head in disappointment. "You are not like him. You do not understand." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered, and he ceased to provoke her further. He continued, "I have nothing to prove to anyone. As for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they owe me nothing. If your Holiness intends to use this as leverage, you are sorely mistaken. Currently, Bibi Dong has yet to be influenced by the divine thoughts of the Rakshasa god. Her hatred has not festered for more than 2 decades. And she can still be considered somewhat rational, devoid of any inclination towards self-destruction. Naturally, he needed to adopt a more elevated stance. This would allow him to negotiate for greater benefits while preventing Bibi Dong from easily achieving her objectives, as that would hinder the establishment of trust. "What is it that you desire?" he inquired. "The former Pope, Qianrenxue, is deceased, and there exists no profound animosity between you and the Spirit Hall." "Indeed." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "At present, I find myself solitary. Joining the Spirit Hall is not out of the question, but I have 2 conditions." "What conditions?" "First, I wish to gain access to the Spirit Hall's library and the freedom to peruse all the materials therein." He had long coveted the library of the Spirit Hall. This matter bore no direct relevance to his subsequent plans. Whether or not he could enter the library would not significantly impact his strategies. However, having spent considerable time in this life simulation, he had discerned that the various rules of this world were entirely congruent with reality. and knowledge was not fabricated. At least for now, a level 0. 5 innate soul power posed no significant obstacle for him. By acquiring some esoteric knowledge here, he could carry those memories back to reality, rendering his efforts not entirely fruitless, even in the event of mission failure. There is no issue with that. Bibi Dong replied without hesitation to his request. In fact, this was a bargaining chip she had long prepared, as when Yu Xiaojiang had arrived at the spirit hall. He had spent all his time immersed in the library. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and continued. Secondly, grant me a disciple as my successor, one of the utmost talent. I am acutely aware of my own limitations and recognize that I may never achieve the pinnacle of strength. Thus, this individual's aptitude must be exceptionally remarkable. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by amusement. While she acknowledged Zhu Zhuqing's abilities and intellect, she found his request utterly absurd. A mere soul master of over 20 levels daring to demand that she, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, find him a successor of unparalleled talent. What audacity! To entrust one of the Spirit Hall's exceptional disciples to him would be tantamount to leading them astray. She was about to refuse outright and suggest an alternative request when a thought crossed her mind. The woman had been insistent on returning to the Spirit City to uncover the truth following the news of Qian Renxue's demise, a request she had previously declined. However, after observing Su Cheng for a moment, she fell into silence and finally spoke. There is someone who meets your criteria. If you can persuade her, it would be permissible for you to be her mentor. Isn't your holiness making an appearance? Su Cheng feigned confusion, to which Bibi Dong's eyes momentarily flickered with a complex mix of disdain, anguish, and indifference. She replied coldly, it is not I who will be her mentor. You must engage her yourself. If you are unwilling, then propose a different request. Despite her words, she held little faith in Su Cheng's prospects. Although Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue shared a notably frosty relationship, she possessed a certain understanding of the latter's character, domineering, arrogant, cold, and resolute. With Qian Dalu providing support from behind, her decisions were seldom subject to external interference. In the past, to prevent her from usurping power, Bibi Dong had sent her to the Heaven Do Empire under the guise of a mission, employing provocation to compel her departure. Given Su Cheng's capabilities and his complete lack of insight into her disposition, his chances appeared slim. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong prepared to offer a few words of advice. Should Su Cheng succeed, it would undoubtedly impede Qian Renxue's progress, a scenario she would welcome. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, rivaling my own, perfectly aligning with your request, Bibi Dong stated with a hint of indifference. However, she is proud and aloof. I suggest you first cultivate a favorable relationship with her, gradually impressing her with your extensive knowledge before proceeding with your intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng could not help but smirk inwardly. This mother truly possesses a peculiar sense of humor. Not only is she wholeheartedly intent on leading her daughter to ruin, but after all these years of interaction, she remains woefully ignorant of her true nature. While he comprehends the resentment harbored by Bibi Dong and her disdain for her daughter, he cannot condone such behavior. The blood ties of kin are innocent. Should he adhere to Bibi Dong's misguided approach, it would lead to utter despair. Such actions would merely render Qian Renxue a pawn easily manipulated, and the notion of transforming her into a weapon under his control is nothing short of fanciful delusion. What folly to presume that profound knowledge could gradually sway her, as if she were akin to him. Approaching 20 years of age, having been the same as for so long, she remains devoid of experience, overly sheltered, allowing any passerby to easily charm her. In stark contrast, Qian Renxue has spent nearly a year in Tiando City, cleverly disguising herself as a maid beside Xue Qinghe without detection. Her cunning far surpasses that of Bibi Dong. Dismissing these thoughts internally, Su Cheng maintained an impassive facade, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Tomorrow, someone will deliver the pass to the library, granting you unrestricted access. However, regarding the study of soul ring absorption, I hope you will persist. The martial soul city does not indulge idlers, and I wish to avoid any reproach. This is only natural. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Then, Your Holiness, I shall take my leave. Noticing Bibi Dong's slight nod, he turned to depart. Just as he approached the door and raised his hand to push it open, he heard Bibi Dong's voice once more behind him. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. She could not restrain herself any longer and softly uttered these words. Su Cheng turned his back to her, oblivious to the flicker of anticipation and unease concealed within her gaze. In that moment, she was no longer the cold and haughty high priestess from earlier. Gazing at the familiar silhouette before her, it felt as though she had been transported back a decade, to the days when she first met Yu Xiaojiang. Have you heard of him, Yu Xiaojiang? Su Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and without turning around, his thoughts raced, perplexed by why Bibi Dong had suddenly lost his composure at this moment. The experiences crafted to be so strikingly similar indeed seemed to serve the purpose of lowering Bibi Dong's guard. However, the faint affection lurking in his subconscious, coupled with the trust it engendered, was sufficient. He could never allow himself to truly become a substitute for Yu Xiaojiang. For if one day the counterfeit and the genuine were to stand side by side, it could spell disaster. Su Cheng turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, I beg your pardon, Your Holiness. What did you just say? Chapter 10. A serendipitous encounter in the library in the blink of an eye. Zhu Zhuqing had spent over 10 days in Seoul City, becoming quite familiar with many elders of the Spirit Hall. Notably, the Zhu Dolaw, Yu Guan, frequently sought him out to learn about the art of medicine. Zhu Zhuqing was more than willing to cultivate a good rapport with him, generously sharing many of his research findings. As a 94th ranked title Doluo, Yu Guan had delved deeply into the study of martial spirits, an area where Zhu Zhuqing found himself lacking. Through their exchanges, he gained considerable insights. It is worth noting that the two strongest members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Sword Doluo Qian Renxue and the Bone Doluo Gu Rongs, were only at the 92nd rank. As for Bibi Dong, after their conversation that day, he had not encountered her again. However, this was within Zhu Zhuqing's expectations. As the newly appointed pope, Bibi Dong had a tenuous foundation within the Spirit Hall and was undoubtedly extremely busy. This suited Zhu Zhuqing well. That woman possessed extreme ideologies, formidable power, and a mindset that diverged from the norm. Had it not been for her vulnerability stemming from her connection to Yu Xiaojiang, he would have found it challenging to identify a breakthrough. During this recent period, Zhu Zhuqing had spent almost all his time in the library. It must be said that the disparity in foundational resources among factions was indeed vast. Here, one could find an abundance of information on 10,000-year soul beast species, top-tier martial spirit classifications, martial spirit development methodologies, and techniques for creating unique soul skills, materials that were nearly impossible to encounter in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Unfortunately, while the library housed extensive records of all titled Doluos across the continent, it lacked information on the 7 offerings of the Hall of Offerings. Zhu Zhuqing recalled that among the 7 elders, the martial souls of Qian Jun and Xiang Mo were represented by the dragon coiling staff, which contained the seal of a demonic disruption dragon and a celestial awakening golden dragon, respectively. Undoubtedly, every formidable soul master who has achieved the remarkable rank of Super Dolaw at level 95 or above possesses their own unique attributes. Furthermore, gaining entry to the Hall of Offering is an extraordinary honor. Zhu Zhuqing extended his right hand, and as a radiant glow flickered, a long sword, adorned with numerous cracks, materialized in his palm. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, shimmered with a gentle luminescence. The concept of sealing exotic beasts within weapon spirits not only enhances combat prowess, but also enriches tactical frameworks. Indeed, it is a commendable idea. Yet, how is such a feat accomplished? Furthermore, could this approach yield unintended consequences, such as diminishing the purity of the weapon spirit in certain aspects? He pondered silently within himself. Both the Haotian hammer and the 7 killing sword are supreme weapon spirits that reach the pinnacle in specific domains. However, it appears that individuals possessing these 2 types of weapon spirits have never attempted to bestow and beast attribute upon their weapon spirits. Is it a matter of impossibility, or simply a reluctance to pursue such an endeavor? Zhu Zhuqing's previous research orientation was predominantly inclined towards the human body, resulting in a limited understanding of martial souls. After all, his innate talents were primarily invested in the medical arts. Had he chosen to embody a true scholar as his foundational gift, it is conceivable that he might have been better suited for research. The contemplation of weapon martial souls and beast martial souls lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Within martial souls lies an intricate depth of mystery. The relationship between soul beasts and humans, developed over countless years in the Dolo continent, is far from straightforward. Soul beasts, after a century of evolution, can take on human forms and even offer sacrifices to humanity. The beastification state following the attachment of beast martial souls, as well as the influence of different inherited martial souls on human temperament, are all worthy of profound inquiry. The so-called core competitiveness of martial souls, as espoused by Yu Xiaojiang, barely scratches the surface. Zhu Zhuqing gazed upon his fractured sword spirit, although its appearance remained unappealing, marred by countless fissures. The essence of his martial soul had gained remarkable resilience under the enhancement of a millennium-old soul ring. My innate soul power stands at a mere level of 0.5, a consequence of adverse mutation due to conflicting attributes. Yet, the elevation provided by the second millennium soul ring surpassed my initial expectations by a considerable margin. Over the years, while my understanding of the essence of martial souls has remained somewhat limited, I have come to comprehend my own circumstances quite well. I might endeavor to continually augment my martial soul with extreme attributes through the soul rings, perhaps offering a chance to ameliorate or even reverse this condition. As for the likelihood of success, uncertainty lingers in my heart. Affecting change in an awakened martial soul is exceedingly arduous, unless one, like Tang San, experiences a bloodline awakening with the aid of the Blue-Silver King, or consumes celestial herbs that harmonize with the martial soul, rare treasures of heaven and earth. The notion of seeking celestial herbs is indeed worth contemplating. In the future, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, I could explore the specific locations within the Sunset Forest, facilitating plans upon my return to reality. Impressive indeed. I had long heard that Mr. Su, despite possessing only 0.5 level innate soul power, ventured down a path previously unimagined by others. Today, witnessing it firsthand, he is truly remarkable. Just as Zhu Zhuqing pondered the intricacies of his martial soul, a melodious and clear feminine voice resonated from behind him. Earlier, the library had been devoid of any presence except for his solitary exploration of various materials. As Zhu Zhuqing turned around, his gaze fell upon a young girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her golden hair contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. She stood not far behind him, her hands clasped behind her back, watching with keen interest the second-ring martial soul in his possession, though still in her youth. The girl's extraordinary beauty was already beginning to manifest, evoking a subtle tremor in the heart with just a single glance. Perhaps due to her martial soul, Qian Renxue appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, although her actual age was merely over 9. This was inconsequential. Zhu Zhuqing did not retract his martial soul but continued the conversation, stating that it was merely the ignorance of the masses that rendered him distinct. His words momentarily stunned Qian Renxue. Was he truly so lacking in humility? She had not intentionally sought out Zhu Zhuqing. Presently, the Spirit Hall was primarily divided into two factions, the Pope faction led by Bibi Dong and the Elder faction headed by Qian Daolu. From a young age, Qian Renxue had maintained a strained relationship with her mother, Bibi Dong, spending most of her time in the Elder Hall or the library while in Spirit City. Recently granted permission by Bibi Dong to return to Spirit City, she had heard of Zhu Zhuqing's induction into the Spirit Hall and his intention to take disciples. Though she had paid little heed to it and had no desire to become a disciple, today her visit to the library was merely a matter of routine, seeking to peruse some additional materials. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing had long since prepared himself mentally for the possibility of encountering Qian Renxue here. Haha, mister. Zhu certainly has a sense of humor, she thought, as his unexpected assertiveness left her momentarily at a loss for words. What jest could one possibly share with a naive little girl such as myself? Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at her. A cultivator with a mere innate soul power of 0.5, yet somehow capable of transcending the so-called age restrictions. For centuries, the Dolawa continent has absurdly upheld the notion of soul ring absorption limits as truth. One must wonder what they have been occupied with. Such words struck at the heart. And the troubling part was that they were indeed factual, leaving one with no retort. Furthermore, with the term little girl, even Qian Renxue, with her poise and composure, found it difficult to maintain her calm. She was uncertain whether Zhu Zhuqing was aware of her identity and strength as the daughter of the former pope, and it seemed likely he was not. Yet, even if he were, what could she possibly say? He had already acknowledged himself as a cultivation failure. How could she use that against him? In the end, it might turn out that a genius with 20-level innate soul power would be less impressive than a mere cultivator with 0.5-level innate soul power. Gritting her teeth internally, she could only force a smile and say, Mr. Su speaks wisely. Chapter 11. Another side quest. Mr. Su, you are nearly 20 this year, aren't you? After a moment of slightly awkward silence, Qian Renxue inquired once more. Haha, 18, he replied. She nodded, offering a polite smile. I will turn 10 in 3 months. Today. Upon meeting a prodigy like yourself, I wish to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately realized her intent. She was dissatisfied and seeking a challenge. However, this suited him perfectly. Offering guidance could be agreeable, Zhu Zhuqing said nonchalantly. But may I ask which elder you are the descendant of? I do not recall having seen you in Wuhuan City before. His straightforwardness momentarily flashed anger across Qian Renxue's youthful face. I have only just returned to Wuhuan City these past few days. It is natural you have not encountered me. However, I heard from Bibi Dong that you have yet to agree to join the Wuhuan Hall. I wonder if you would dare to make a wager with me? A wager on what? If you lose, you shall voluntarily join the Wuhuan Hall. How about that? At this moment, she had no qualms about revealing her angel Wuhuan for the sake of this bet, for she believed Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly win. Moreover, she sought to further her goal of winning him over through this opportunity. Qian Renxue perceived the deep-seated arrogance and pride hidden within the man before her. Yet his abilities were beyond doubt. Regardless of his character, should he become her subordinate, he would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. The more prideful one was, the more impactful it would be to easily defeat them, especially when one was nearly a decade older. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse. Nor did he mention what would happen if he won the wager. He simply inquired, where shall we spar? Perceiving his tactfulness, Qian Renxue instinctively believed that Zhu Zhuqing sought a graceful exit to join the Spirit Hall, viewing his words as an attempt to elevate his own worth. Throughout their previous exchanges, Qian Renxue had struggled to maintain control, continually overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's verbal onslaught. Now, sensing a hint of concession from him, her previously restless emotions began to ease. She even contemplated whether to show a modicum of leniency, considering that he would likely become her subordinate in the future. It would be unwise to push too hard. After all, bestowing upon him an honorary title of teacher would not be too much to ask. Qian Renxue mused internally, her expression softening. She had had numerous teachers since childhood, including the elders from the Hall of Offerings who had imparted their wisdom upon her. There is a training ground outside the Hall of Offerings specifically for cultivating soul skills. Mr. Su, please follow me, she said, turning away from the library. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, receiving a side quest to vanquish Qian Renxue and completely subjugate her. The reward for this task, the domain of martial soul talent, to be settled upon the completion of all main quests. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Offerings, the golden crocodile Dolua glanced at the towering figure beside him. Brother. Xiao Shui has gone to meet that child. Qian Daolu remained silent, merely nodding, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, seemingly peering through the Hall of Offerings toward the distant library. In a martial arts arena in Spirit City, Zhu Zhuqing stood facing Qian Renxue. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Daolu observed from the shadows, yet he had a rough idea of the situation, even if they did not cross paths today. The 99th level limit Dolua could not possibly overlook his granddaughter. If he intended to take Qian Renxue as his disciple, he would inevitably have to contend with him. Given that man's character, for the sake of his granddaughter and the Spirit Hall, he could compromise on many matters with Bibi Dong, but when it came to his granddaughter, he would spare no effort. As the inheritor of the angel god with innate soul power of level 20, Qian Renxue represented the future hope of the Qian family. As the guardian of the angel god, Qian Daolu could not remain indifferent. His previous willingness to cede power, avoiding internal strife with Bibi Dong, did not imply a lack of control over the Spirit Hall. On the contrary, the Hall of Offerings gathered all the top combat forces of the Spirit Hall, and it could be said that nothing occurring in Spirit City escaped his watchful gaze. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes in the shadows, the battle between Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue commenced. A strand of brilliant golden light emanated from Qian Renxue, originating from her forehead and swiftly enveloping her entire being. 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. At less than 10 years of age, Qian Renxue had already achieved the rank of Soul Master, surpassing level 30. The transformation was not yet complete. As the soul rings manifested, her hair radiated with golden light, and a pair of pure white wings unfurled from her back. Her body gradually lifting into the air, hovering a foot above the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal, indistinct phantom emerged behind her. The only distinction from her corporeal form being the 6 wings, now transformed into 3 pairs. The 6-winged angel martial soul. In contrast to the dazzling scene when Qian Renxue wielded her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing appeared significantly less impressive. He grasped a long sword, riddled with cracks. In his right hand, adorned with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Silently, he activated a soul skill. First soul skill, resilience. This skill, derived from the 630-year-old scale armor beast, boasts a straightforward effect. It significantly enhances the durability of his martial soul, the broken sword. However, as he continued to develop it, this skill not only augmented the sword's resilience, but also bolstered his own defensive capabilities, particularly in terms of flexibility, allowing him to dissipate substantial damage through shockwaves. The alterations to his martial soul could not escape the keen gaze of Qian Renxue. A skill that enhances oneself? Her elegant brows arched slightly, betraying her skepticism. Yet her movements remained swift and decisive. Her second soul ring illuminated, and a golden tail flame trailed behind her as she soared towards Zhu Zhuqing like a shooting star. The resplendent golden light, entwined with the golden shadow behind her, radiated a powerful and divine sense of pressure that arrived in an instant. The speed was so great that it nearly exceeded the limits of Zhu Zhuqing's dynamic vision. The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no superfluous movements, nor did he foolishly engage in a direct confrontation. With a subtle shift of his foot and a slight bend of his knee, he deftly raised his sword in a defensive posture, executing a foundational sword stance he had practiced millions of times before. At that moment, Qian Renxue launched her attack. As her first spirit ring illuminated, a golden aura coalesced around her right fist, transforming into a colossal shield of resplendent light that surged towards Zhu Zhuqing with a powerful strike. However, this blow was met by his raised sword. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing struggled to deflect this strike. His right foot sank into the ground, and he retreated a step with his left foot. His knees, already slightly bent, sank further under the tremendous pressure. Moreover, he sensed the distinct nature of Qian Renxue's spirit power. As their forces collided, a wave of warmth surged into his body through their respective martial souls, causing his own spirit power to display signs of melting within this sanctified warmth, further suppressing him and preventing him from unleashing his full strength. It was unmistakably the hallmark of a super spirit. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing felt a quiet relief within. If he could successfully block the initial attack, he had already secured half of his victory in this contest. Chapter 12. Zhu Zhuqing's sword. Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow. Although she had only recently surpassed level 30, she was still a full realm above Zhu Zhuqing, and the fact that her full force strike was blocked astonished her. Even though her opponent appeared to be straining, the feat was remarkable in its own right. She unleashed another punch, which was again thwarted. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. With each successive attack, Qian Renxue's astonishment grew. She realized that her straightforward approach of overpowering him was insufficient to breach what seemed to be a simple defense. Moreover, as time elapsed, Zhu Zhuqing appeared increasingly at ease. With his footwork and slight body movements, he dissipated much of her force, while the remaining power was deftly redirected through the sword in his hand. Yet, when Qian Renxue attempted to circumvent the long sword and attack from another angle, she found the seemingly simple defensive stance nearly insurmountable. Her breath began to quicken with agitation. Second brother, have you noticed? Qian Daolu, silently observing from within the worship hall, suddenly spoke to the nearby Golden Crocodile Dolua. He has created his own spirit technique. Even Golden Crocodile Dolua, with his formidable strength and experience, could not help but express his astonishment, pondering how far this child could ascend if his innate talent were even greater. Indeed, Qian Dao nodded. The essence of this technique lies in repelling the enemy's initial assault, suppressing their momentum, particularly effective against a strong attacker like Xiaoxue. Once the first strike is successfully blocked, unless there is a significant surge in subsequent damage, opportunities for a counterattack will be scarce. Moreover, have you noticed? His defensive sword technique has begun to take on the semblance of a domain. At least with Xiaoxue's current strength, she cannot breach this level of defense. Oh, now I understand. No wonder Xiaoxue can only opt for a frontal assault, Golden Crocodile Dolua murmured, realizing it was likely a stalemate. That girl has always held herself in high regard. She may be in for a harsh reality check this time. No, Xiaoxue is likely to lose, Qian Daolu remarked calmly. How can that be? Even if they are exhausting spirit power, no matter how innovative his techniques are, he cannot possibly compare to Xiaoxue, who possesses the six-winged angel martial soul and is already at level 32. He is merely gathering strength. The tall elder's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light as he focused on the duel unfolding in the arena. This sword is just the opening move. Qian Daoliu's assessment was correct. This sword was indeed merely Su Cheng's opening gambit. Feeling the increasing heaviness in his swordplay, Su Cheng mused internally that he was nearing the limits of his controllable power. However, this was already sufficient. In the ebb and flow of their confrontation, he was no longer without the capacity to retaliate. His second spirit technique, sharpness. The second martial soul, the purple spirit of the 1,100-year-old nether wolf, ignited, and with it, Su Cheng unleashed his second spirit technique. The effect of this technique was deceptively simple, significantly enhancing the sharpness of his sword. Under his mastery, this technique allowed his broken sword martial soul to inflict armor-piercing damage during attacks and to partially disregard the opponent's defenses. In essence, it enabled him to deal genuine harm. After invoking the spirit technique, he vibrated his sword, dispelling Qianrenxue's punch. He then stepped back, holding the sword upright before him. Slash! He executed a downward strike aimed squarely at Qianrenxue. The force was immense, and the speed was blinding. As Su Cheng transitioned from defense to offense, Qianrenxue initially felt shock, followed by exhilaration. She had previously found it challenging to penetrate his sword's defense, yet now Su Cheng dared to take the initiative. However, the sword's momentum was formidable, its sharpness palpable, sending shivers down her spine and even pressuring her as a soul master. In a flash, she prepared to evade the onslaught, intending to counterattack after dodging this strike. Yet, as she attempted to evade, her expression shifted dramatically. This sword could not be avoided. The surrounding escape routes appeared entirely sealed off by the strike, and at her current speed and vision, she could not completely evade it. To forcefully dodge would only result in severe injury. At this moment, she had no option but to withstand it head-on. Reluctantly, Qianrenxue altered her strategy. Her third spirit ring illuminated, and a golden aura rippled outward, erecting a radiant golden barrier before her. This was her third spirit technique, Angel's Guardian. She resolved to first withstand this blow with her formidable defensive technique, despite the significant energy cost and the potential to miss the chance for a counterattack. For it was her only recourse. Gazing at the golden barrier before him, Su Cheng's expression turned solemn, his eyes devoid of emotion. In that moment, he did not see merely a defensive spirit technique. Instead, he envisioned the countless hours spent practicing swordplay. The scenes and images that had long since become part of his very being. Break. With a single downward stroke, he struck. In the astonished eyes of Qianrenxue, the golden barrier shattered explosively. She was compelled to retreat under the force of the impact. However, within the confines of his strike, she found escape utterly impossible. With no other options, she crossed her arms defensively before her, channeling a vast amount of spirit power to absorb the residual force of the strike. After being forced back several paces, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? In a moment of turmoil, Qianrenxue found it challenging to calm her emotions, struggling to comprehend the formidable combat prowess displayed by Su Cheng. After taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her distractions and revealed her ultimate trump card. Initially, she had no intention of resorting to this move. Rather, she believed that defeating Su Cheng did not necessitate such an action. Once more, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped her, even casting a golden hue upon her pristine white wings. Subsequently, concentric rings of golden light emanated forth, accompanied by an enchanting and ethereal sound, as they descended upon Su Cheng. Under the layers of shimmering brilliance, the surroundings transformed into a golden haze, leading Su Cheng to feel as though he had stepped into a realm that was both real and illusory. Within this domain, the sensations of his body were far less pleasant than the visual splendor suggested. An overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, constraining his senses to an exceedingly narrow scope. Before him, Qianrenxue, adorned with golden wings, hovered in midair like a divine being. The sensation of his soul power being purified and dissipated resurfaced, markedly more pronounced than when she had previously attacked him with her soul techniques. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended the nature of the angelic domain. He quietly assessed his own condition and the oppressive forces that surrounded him. If he could still unleash one final, all-out strike, it should suffice. Mr. Su, you truly are formidable. If you can withstand this blow, consider it a victory on your part. Qianrenxue's voice seemed to echo from the far reaches of the heavens. Yet it felt as close as a whisper in his ear. In truth, her words were merely a facade. Having activated the angelic domain, her soul power had dwindled significantly. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond. Instead, he silently raised the long sword in his hand and thrust it forward. Chapter 13, The Heart's Punishment. With a swift thrust of his sword, Zhu Zhuqing found the golden world before him suddenly becoming somewhat blurred. The superfluous elements and hues were meticulously erased, leaving in his vision only shimmering specks of gold, varying in intensity. It resembled a once vibrant canvas that had been repeatedly washed, reduced to a coarse inkwash with mere light and dark spots. The longsword in his grasp continued its forward thrust, tracing a path through the darker areas of the canvas. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a clumsy swordsman struggled to steady his blade. The marks left by the sword's tip jagged and peculiar. Yet, amidst this erratic trajectory, the once unified domain of the angels began to slowly yield, revealing a narrow fissure. At either end of this slender passage stood Zhu Zhuqing, wielding his longsword, and Qianrenxue, her wings unfurled. At that moment, Qianrenxue wore a grave expression, beads of sweat forming on her pristine forehead as she exerted the remnants of her soul power to mend the gaps within the domain. However, with her efforts, what had initially been a minor flaw in the domain became increasingly disjointed. In Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, the originally faint golden light was compensated, yet darker. More obscure spots frequently revealed themselves. His pace quickened, and within mere moments, he advanced to stand before Qianrenxue. You have lost, he declared. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion was ashen, his soul power nearly depleted, yet his grip on the sword remained unwavering as a rock. Gazing at the cracked, damaged long sword poised against his neck, Qianrenxue was filled with disbelief. Looking back at Zhu Zhuqing, she noticed his eyes were devoid of excitement or joy, as if this victory were the most ordinary occurrence. With a sense of defeat, Qianrenxue lowered her head and dispersed her angelic domain. Her will was extraordinary. She was not one to shy away from defeat. Simultaneously, she understood that Zhu Zhuqing's exhaustion was not a result of exerting his utmost effort to achieve victory. In truth, with the techniques he had just employed, there was no necessity for him to strain to reach this position. He could have simply exploited the weaknesses in her domain, employing brute force to shatter it, albeit at the cost of leaving himself vulnerable. Within the offering hall, Qian Dalu observed as the golden light in his eyes dimmed, remarking, "This young man indeed possesses sufficient qualifications to be Xiaoshue's teacher, perhaps even more suited to guide her than I am." Golden Crocodile Doluan nodded, still somewhat perplexed. This young man's swordplay is rather profound. He managed to suppress Xiaoshue throughout the entire match. His three-sword techniques were not merely defensive or offensive maneuvers. They were intricately interconnected. As Qian Dalu elucidated, he also mentally reviewed the recent contest. Despite his lofty perspective and formidable strength, he had never envisioned such an application of soul skills prior to witnessing it. The first sword diffused Xiaoshue's frontal assault, diminishing her momentum. Her relentless soul skills were most vulnerable to interruption. A direct confrontation without a clear victor would have been preferable. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's attritional defense was akin to a natural counter. Moreover, this initial strike not only repelled Qianrenxue's attack, but also accumulated his own sword momentum, utilizing her force against her. The second sword strike represented another crucial moment. Had he failed to breach Xiaoshue's defensive soul skills with this move, he would have found himself in a similarly awkward position as her before. As for the third sword's thrust, it appeared to be the final, decisive blow, suggesting an ability to perceive the enemy's vulnerabilities. However, it was also evident that Xiaoshue's angelic domain was still in its nascent stages, incomplete and lacking in enhancements. Once she achieved her true martial soul form in the future, these flaws would vanish, necessitating a domain-to-domain confrontation to breach her defenses. Upon hearing this analysis, Golden Crocodile Delois could not help but inquire, then why didn't he conserve more energy at the outset? He could have won the battle without needing the third sword. Qian Dalu cast a glance at his younger brother, a hint of resignation in his voice. Do not forget his martial soul and rank. In terms of martial soul strength, foundational depth, and soul power, this child is at an absolute disadvantage. Achieving such a level was already his limit. Had he endured even a moment longer, he would likely have faltered. Golden Crocodile Delois shook his head with a wry smile. I almost forgot. The lad is merely a second-ring great soul master. I truly wonder how his mind operates. On the training grounds, Zhu Zhuqing and Qianrenxue stood facing each other, silently regulating their breathing to recover from their recent exertions. Qianrenxue, of higher rank and superior martial soul quality, regained her strength first. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's composed demeanor, her expression was quite complex. Once he opened his eyes, she managed a strained smile, saying, Mr. Su, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. The seven-kill sword is indeed deserving of its title as the continent's foremost offensive martial soul, and the sword techniques derived from it are remarkable. What? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but chuckle. I have never studied the seven-kill sword techniques. What? Qian Renxue trembled, her smile freezing in place. You cannot be serious. I merely utilized 3 basic sword techniques. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Perhaps it is not that you failed to see it, but rather that you are unwilling to acknowledge it? A formidable super martial soul, the 6-winged angel of the Qian family, has been bested by my ordinary swordplay derived from a lowly martial soul. Do you not feel a sense of embarrassment? Qian Renxue's eyes widened slightly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. You people are truly amusing. Spending your lives endlessly practicing the few soul skills derived from your martial souls. In the end, your techniques remain the same, forever reliant on talent. She paused. Could it be that you are the one the Pope mentioned as capable of becoming my disciple? Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized her for a moment, smirking slightly. A soul master of less than 10 years, with decent potential. Yet, regrettably, your comprehension and intellect appear rather average. His words bore a significant impact, especially on the still youthful Qian Renxue, who found it difficult to bear such disdain. Her tightly pressed lips quivered slightly as she stubbornly fixed her gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing. Throughout her life, she had never endured such condescension. A prodigious talent with innate soul power at level 20, a soul master under the age of 10, was unprecedented. The top-tier powerhouses within the offering hall showered her with affection, and Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji regarded her as the future angel god, their words always laced with flattery. Even though Bibi Dong held a general disdain for her, she had never denied her talent. Qian Renxue opened her mouth, wishing to defend herself, but found herself deflated. What could she say? A super martial soul, the 6-winged angel, at level 32 as a soul master. Unable to secure victory even while employing her innate domain, and she could only thank her opponent's mercy for not sustaining injuries. A squandered talent, a waste of time. Externally formidable, yet fundamentally fragile. Strip away her innate advantages, and all that remains is a hollow facade. Zhu Zhuqing offered his final critique without reservation, deeming it utterly insignificant. Chapter 14. Qian Renxue. Once the words left his lips, he turned and departed. Qian Renxue stood there, dazed, watching his silhouette grow fainter in the distance. Are you coming? Upon hearing a voice ahead, she felt a secret sigh of relief in her heart and hurried to catch up. Within the Spirit Hall city, there exists a designated office area, where each elder possesses their own chamber. Though Su Cheng had yet to officially join the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had already arranged a room for him, facilitating his research endeavors. Qian Renxue followed him inside, her gaze lifting to find the table and several nearby chairs cluttered with various tomes. Among them were several volumes she had previously borrowed from the library, such as the Compendium of Soul Beasts of the Stardow Forest, the Compendium of Soul Beasts of the Sunset Forest, the Interpretation of 10,000 Years Soul Beast Characteristics, and the Analysis of the Source of Beast Martial Soul Power. Beside the table lay a few stacks of papers filled with writing, and the central sheet contained only a few lines, the foremost of which boldly proclaimed the theoretical feasibility of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring as a 4th soul ring. What is this? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she glanced at the manuscripts on the table and then at Zhu Zhuqing, who was busily tidying up. Oh, I've nearly completed my research on the method of absorbing a soul ring beyond the year limit for the 4th soul ring. The current question is whether this span can directly reach beyond 10,000 years. Qian Renxue gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's back in awe. The distinction between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed a qualitative leap. Though she grappled with disbelief regarding his potential success, she could not dismiss it entirely, for Zhu Zhuqing had already accomplished too many miracles to ignore. The content within is not yet fully refined. We can discuss it further later, he remarked, pouring 2 cups of tea and placing them on the table, gesturing for Qian Renxue to sit comfortably. You haven't answered yet. That day, the Pope mentioned recommending someone to be my disciple. Was it you? After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, at that moment. Her emotions had settled, and she could no longer afford to underestimate Zhu Zhuqing. Her slight hesitation in speech stemmed from the embarrassment she felt over her earlier performance. Seated across from Zhu Zhuqing, she involuntarily felt a tinge of nervousness, her elongated phoenix eyes flickering with a hint of avoidance. Such emotions had never previously manifested within her. Who was your previous teacher? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, lifting his cup to take a sip of tea, his tone casual. Naturally, Qian Renxue had teachers. The Spirit Hall was abundant with powerful resources. Whether it was the former Pope Qian Xuanji, the 7 offerings of the Hall of Offerings, or the ordinary elders of the Elder Hall, many had guided the little princess of the Spirit Hall. Yet at this moment, she found it difficult to articulate. Noticing her silence, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from pressing further, instead commenting with a smile, could it be that your exceptional talent left others intimidated to teach you? He then looked at her again. By the way, you are the daughter of the former Pope Qian Xuanji, correct? What is your name? I am called Qian Renxue. Ah, Qian Renxue. It seems we share a rather poignant connection. Did Bibi Dong not inform you? My biological father, the unrivaled Sword Su Shan, met his demise at the hands of Qian Xuanji. Upon hearing this, she trembled slightly, her face paling. Fear not. The matters of the previous generation are of no concern to us. Qian Xuanji is already deceased, and thus, all enmities are rendered null. In truth, what I wish to ask is whether you would be willing to become my disciple as a successor. Qian Renxue found it hard to believe. Her pride and arrogance had been thoroughly shattered in their previous battle, and her resolve will have been crushed by Su Cheng's merciless verbal onslaught. At this juncture, whether to accept the apprenticeship was no longer a matter of her desire, but rather a question of her worthiness. Not to mention, her father bore a grudge against him. Thus, hearing Su Cheng's proposal filled her with a sense of astonishment. Your talent does not concern me, he continued. What I previously mentioned to the Pope about seeking only those with top-tier qualifications was merely to raise the bar. I do not wish to receive any mediocre disciples. Even if presented with a child of ordinary talent, I am confident in my ability to train them into a peak Dolua or even a limit Dolua. As he spoke, Su Cheng chuckled to himself. I am well aware of the thoughts of your kind. I never truly expected to be presented with a prodigious disciple. With these words, Qian Renxue felt increasingly embarrassed. However, it is rather intriguing that the Pope would willingly send you, the inheritor of the angel martial soul, to me. Su Cheng remarked with a knowing smile, as if hinting at something deeper. He then composed himself, adjusting his posture in the chair, leaning slightly forward with fingers interlaced on the table. His eyes locked onto Qian Renxue's with utmost seriousness, yet his words were soft and gentle. Today, I wish to take you as my disciple, independent of your identity or talent. The sole reason is that I perceive your solitude and understand your aspirations. When I see you, I see a reflection of my former self. If you are willing, you shall be my first and only disciple. Qian Renxue suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes, momentarily entranced. I am uncertain of the events that transpired in your past. You possess exceptional talent and hail from the esteemed lineage of the Pope. Yet I can sense that your heart remains firmly closed off. I can, however, share my own past with you, though it is not particularly complex. Since I can remember, I have lived within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, never knowing what my biological father looked like. For over a decade, I was a guest in someone else's home, bearing inferior talent, subjected to countless disdainful glances and ridicule. Although my ambition soared high, and I achieved numerous breakthroughs, what did it matter? Ultimately, no one could comprehend me. Qian Renxue instinctively clenched her fists. Memories of Bibi Dong's cold disdain and the rare warmth of encouragement from Qian Xuanji flashed before her eyes. Most ordinary elders had long aligned themselves with Bibi Dong, drawing a line between themselves and her. Her grandfather, Qin Dalu, remained in the Hall of Offerings for fear of being implicated, leading to scarce opportunities for their encounters. In moments of defeat during battles or facing Su Cheng's scornful remarks, Qian Renxue had maintained her composure. Yet now, a glimmer of tears threatened to surface in her eyes. No matter how cunning or guarded she was, she remained but a child at heart. Su Cheng, sensing her turmoil, felt a pang of guilt. Apologies, Qian Renxue, but it appears you must bear the blame for this. His previous remarks were largely fabricated, intended to forge an emotional connection with Qian Renxue. In truth, he had fared reasonably well at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue had never particularly valued talent, instead prioritizing the spirit of a true warrior. Despite the whispers and rumors, no one dared to confront him directly. With Ning Fengji as his backing, he had access to abundant resources. The exclusion he faced prior to leaving the sect had been premeditated. Thus it had never affected his mindset. Chapter 15. Do you have a grudge? The encounter with Qian Renxue today was purely serendipitous. However, everything that transpired thereafter was meticulously orchestrated by Su Cheng. In his estimation, Qian Renxue proved to be far more formidable than Bibi Dong. Both individuals are paragons of their respective realms, yet they embody entirely distinct personas. Bibi Dong's arrogance is the kind typically possessed by prodigies, exuding the sentiment that no hero stands above her. Thus, it was not surprising that Yu Shaojiang, with his unique prowess in another domain, managed to captivate Bibi Dong, the foremost figure of the younger generation. Yet, such attributes fall woefully short when confronted with Qian Renxue. Her pride is that of a sovereign, with all blessings and tribulations deemed as royal favor. If one cannot subdue her in her most esteemed domain, they are, at best, relegated to the status of a mere pawn, an outcome Su Cheng finds utterly unacceptable. Thus, within the library, he began with provocation, adopting a haughty demeanor to incite the egotistical Qian Renxue, seamlessly transitioning into a duel between soul masters, ultimately triumphing despite a significant disparity in ranks. This marked the first step to overshadow her cherished talents with strength and knowledge. Following this, he unreservedly criticized and mocked her, employing dominance and denial to destabilize her convictions. This was the second step. Now, he embarked on the third phase, exerting complete psychological pressure upon Qian Renxue, sowing seeds of self-doubt before appealing to her emotions, seeking to dissolve her icy exterior through a resonance of the heart. His earlier claim of sensing the loneliness within her soul was, in truth, nothing more than a fabrication. How could one possibly perceive the inner turmoil of someone as astute as Qian Renxue, who, at such a tender age, had stealthily infiltrated the Tiandou royal family, fully comprehending the character and habits of the Crown Prince Shuqinghe, ultimately usurping his position? Furthermore, she had spent 2 decades conspiring within the royal court, all while maintaining an air of composure. Such cunning is nothing short of extraordinary, rendering her emotions imperceptible to others. Yet, Su Cheng held the script in his hands. With parents who were adversaries, a mother who loathed her, and peers who existed on an entirely different social echelon, how could a child raised in such circumstances not feel profound loneliness? Had her mental fortitude not been so resilient and precocious, she would have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, his sympathy for Qianrenxue is genuine. Among the primary female protagonists of the Dolua continent, she stands as the sole character whose persona remains somewhat intact. Had she not been ensnared by that treacherous divine examination or burdened with the likes of Bibi Dong as a mother, her fate would not have been so tragically sealed. Su Cheng was filled with calculations in his heart. However, at that moment, Qianrenxue clearly did not share the same sentiment. A complete stranger, devoid of any familiarity with her, was able to perceive the turmoil within her soul, and this individual excelled in every aspect, except for a lack of innate talent. He overshadowed her in every regard. Faced with such a kindred spirit, her defenses crumbled in an instant. Mr. Su, I am willing to be your disciple. Please guide me in my cultivation. Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled, radiant like the stars. Side quest completed. Reward, Martial Soul Talent Domain. It is not merely about cultivation. Su Cheng said with a warm smile. I also wish to teach you the art of nurturing the heart. Nurturing the heart. Qianrenxue's face revealed her confusion. She did not comprehend Su Cheng's meaning. Indeed, nurturing the heart, Su Cheng nodded and extended his right hand, summoning his unremarkable second ring martial soul. Behold my martial soul. It has undergone a malignant mutation, possessing an innate soul power of merely 0.5. Yet, I assert that it will one day attach to 9 soul rings. Do you believe me? I believe. Qianrenxue replied without hesitation. Yes, now you believe, but what if it were before? In other words, if any other person with an innate soul power of 0.5 were to tell you this, would you believe them? Why do you think I can achieve this? Because you have already accomplished so many things that others cannot. Su Cheng gently nodded, scrutinizing the martial soul in his hands. You see, in terms of innate talent, I am leagues behind you. To call my abilities mediocre would be an overstatement. As the adopted son of Sword Dolua Qian, I can only perform 3 basic sword techniques, for my aptitude in the sword is woefully inadequate, rendering me incapable of grasping my adoptive father's 7-killing sword technique. The young woman widened her eyes slightly. Previously, when Su Cheng mentioned not having learned the 7-killing sword technique, she had speculated on numerous reasons. But this had never crossed her mind. Throughout my life, I have wielded a sword countless times, yet I have only ever practiced these 3 strokes. Yet, behold, it is precisely these 3 seemingly simplistic techniques that have triumphed over you, who stands at a significantly higher level. To become a true powerhouse, mere talent is insufficient. If you have never encountered a worthy opponent, it merely reflects the mediocrity of those around you. Sitting across from him, Qianrenxue felt a sudden tremor in her heart. She found it hard to fathom the mindset from which Su Cheng articulated such profound sentiments. Su Cheng remained oblivious to the tumult within the heart of the girl before him. However, he genuinely wished to nurture Qianrenxue, and his words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. At present, Bibi Dong had likely commenced the Rakshasa divine examination, and with her possessing twin martial spirits, it would not be easy for Qianrenxue to catch up. Su Cheng had never contemplated withholding anything. From now on, you need to focus on 3 things. First, starting today, you shall come here daily to take the medicine. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of pale blue potion from his soul guide and placed it upon the table. This is a concoction of herbs I have developed. For soul masters below level 60, prolonged consumption can significantly enhance mental fortitude, laying a solid foundation for you to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when you reach level 40. Although your soul ring's age can increase once the divine examination begins, strengthening your foundation now is far from futile. It will aid you in commencing the divine examination sooner. Naturally, if you possess a high-aged head spirit bone, that could expedite the process, but I understand that you will eventually absorb the angel's set, making that approach unfeasible. Second, read more books. He gestured towards the nearly overflowing shelves of literature. I will select suitable texts for you. Reading enriches your knowledge and expands your wisdom. It is one of the best ways to cultivate the mind. Qianrenxue opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a wave of Su Cheng's hand. I am not finished yet. Third, dedicate yourself fully to your training and elevate your soul power level. I have a rough estimate of the time required for each level increase, and I will assist you in selecting your soul rings. Having said this, he signaled for her to voice any questions. At this moment, Qianrenxue's expression shifted to one of inner conflict. After a prolonged pause, she finally murmured, I fear I do not have sufficient time. Su Cheng furrowed his brows, remaining silent as he gazed into her eyes, awaiting an explanation. I am currently occupied with a task, and I spend most of my time away from the spirit hall. What task could possibly surpass the importance of your own cultivation? Su Cheng scoffed. If memory serves me correctly, you are the daughter of the former pope, and the grand elder of the spirit hall is your grandfather. Is that not so? It perplexes me. You are at the prime age for cultivation. What kind of talent can endure such reckless squandering? If you lack understanding, does your grandfather not comprehend as well? Su Cheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, questioning, given your status, only the current pope could assign you such tasks, correct? Do you harbor a grudge against each other? Chapter 16. The fury of Bibi Dong. Qianrenxue's expression appeared somewhat gloomy. Upon witnessing this, Su Cheng let out a light chuckle. Ah, it appears there is indeed something amiss. However, even so, if the task at hand is unreasonable, You should be able to refuse, am I correct? Pray, tell me what this task is that compels you to willingly squander your time. This was a test. He sought to ascertain the extent of trust he had garnered from Qian Renxue. The mission of masquerading as Zhu Zhuqing while infiltrating the Tiando imperial family to plot usurpation could be deemed a closely guarded secret of the Spirit Hall, one that not even all the elders might be privy to. Qian Renxue remained silent for a moment. Su Cheng did not urge her. Instead, he silently awaited. She had tasked me with infiltrating the Tiando royal family, masquerading as the crown prince, Zhu Zhuqing, in an attempt to seize the imperial throne. Su Cheng's expression was inscrutable as he remarked, "What a grand jest. Might I inquire, young lady from the Spirit Hall, what compels you to accept such a perilous assignment?" His tone turned icy as he questioned the likelihood of success in this endeavor. Even if one were to succeed, how much time would it consume? Are you confident, or merely arrogant, or do you consider the entire world to be fools? This cannot even be deemed a task. It is a gamble. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a piece of blank paper and began to write. Let us calculate the odds. Presently, the Knight Emperor is in the prime of his life, with 4 sons beneath him. Regardless of the means employed, securing the position of Crown Prince will require no less than a decade, during which you must contend with the onslaught of rival supporters among the other princes. Once you navigate this hurdle, you will realize that your father may still reign for another 30 or 40 years. Should you resort to further machinations, an additional 5 to 10 years will be necessary, and you will inevitably leave behind lingering perils. Upon ascending the throne, you will need to engage in governance under the guise of the emperor, erasing traces of the past, which will again demand 5 to 10 years. At this juncture, you cannot rely on others, for only you comprehend the intricacies of the Tiando political landscape. Even after precariously stabilizing the situation, should you seek to consolidate power and transform the Tiando Empire into your personal dominion, you will undoubtedly face resistance from the myriad factions within the empire. You shall discover that the so-called empire is, in essence, merely a conglomerate of the interests of various noble families. The time required for this next step will be even more protracted. Su Cheng extended 4 fingers, indicating 40 years, which he deemed the most conservative estimate, and thus, half of your life has passed in this manner. Qian Renxue appeared momentarily dazed. She was still under 10 years of age. Do you realize where your greatest advantage lies? If I possessed your extraordinary talent for cultivation, I would awaken from dreams with laughter. Grant me 30 years, and the world would be at my fingertips, with the means of a righteous ruler. Such underhanded tricks would be unnecessary. Despite Qian Renxue's growing acknowledgement of Su Cheng, she could not help but feel unconvinced. After all, anyone would perceive such claims as excessive bravado. You may choose not to believe it. We shall see in due time. Su Cheng discerned her reluctance but chose not to pursue the topic further, instead inquiring, "What is your relationship with the Pope?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue hesitated, her gaze betraying a hint of anxiety. "Teacher, may I tell you later?" This response took Su Cheng by surprise. He had anticipated a casual excuse, but her earnestness suggested a notable shift in her attitude. "Very well. However, you should give serious thought to that absurd task of yours over the next few days. If you ultimately decide to return to the heavenly dual empire, I shall continue to teach you, but I will seek another heir." With that, he disregarded her changing expression and exited the room. In the following days, aside from preparing potions and selecting books for Qian Renxue, Su Cheng immersed himself in the library. He refrained from offering her extensive guidance on soul skills. In his view, her focus on practicing soul skills at this stage was a diversion. Her primary concern should be advancing her cultivation. Unlike him, she possessed innate talents far superior to his own, no matter how diligently he trained. His daily progress in soul power remained limited. The vessel was too small. Even a slight addition of water would fill it to the brim. Thus, 3 days elapsed before Yu Guan visited the library to summon Su Cheng, informing him that the Pope wished to see him. Through their regular interactions, their relationship had grown quite amicable. As he prepared to head to the Pope's palace, Yu Guan took the initiative to caution, "Mr. Su, please be mindful of your words. It seems the Pope's mood is not particularly favorable today." Su Cheng felt a stirring in his heart, a flicker of understanding. It seemed likely that Qian Renxue was contemplating abandoning her infiltration mission. She might not openly express it as her own decision, yet Bibi Dong could undoubtedly surmise this. After all, Qian Renxue had appeared quite well upon her return to Wuhuan City, and the overall situation had not undergone any significant changes. The only variable was Su Cheng himself. However, this was of little consequence. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's trust, or lack thereof, was no longer of paramount importance. From the very beginning, she had merely been a stepping stone in Su Cheng's eyes, never intended to be drawn too close. Reflecting on the narrative of Doluo, aside from the main character Tang San and his companions, the most ungrateful individuals were undoubtedly Bibi Dong and Hulaina, a pair of master and disciple, embodying the essence of a treacherous lineage. Having enjoyed the myriad advantages that came with being a saintess since childhood, they were unwilling to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. While Qian Xuanji was indeed a beast, Bibi Dong was no paragon of virtue either, possessing neither gratitude nor a clear sense of right and wrong. In comparison to that madman, supporting Qian Renxue appeared far more reliable. As for the primary task of the third ring, His objective was to gain the trust and favor of the Wuhuan Hall. And the Hall of the Pope could hardly be seen as a complete representation of the Wuhuan Hall. The Hall of Offerings was equally a viable option for him. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Zhu Zhuqing. Not long after, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the discussion hall of the Pope. As before, the vast chamber was devoid of any extraneous personnel, with only Bibi Dong standing at the forefront. However, this time, the female pope bore a starkly different demeanor. Her mask of frost accompanied by an expression of cold fury. Zhu Zhuqing, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Zhu Zhuqing remained remarkably composed, approaching a distance that was neither too far nor too near, and feigned confusion as he inquired, Your Holiness, what seems to be the matter that has incited such fury? Do not play the fool, Bibi Dong retorted icily. Is this mischief regarding Qianrenxue you're doing? Was she not the disciple candidate you previously recommended to me? Indeed, I have successfully persuaded her to become my successor. It is true. Yet what authority do you possess to demand she relinquish her mission in the Heaven Do Empire? You must understand, this matter is pivotal to the Millennium Plan of my Spirit Hall. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled at her words. Your Holiness, do not be so absurd. If this task is indeed of such significance, why entrust it to a mere child of just over 9 years? Impertinent. At his playful demeanor, a faint blush crept onto Bibi Dong's face, her chest rising and falling slightly, creating an alluring curve. It was evident that she was struggling to contain her growing ire. Are you testing my patience? Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice. Do you truly believe I would refrain from taking your life? Indeed, you would not. Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to the threats posed by his adversary. At this juncture, he possessed an abundance of leverage. In Chapter 17, the Confrontation, it was not Zhu Qing's intention to provoke and incite Bibi Dong. The situation had left no room for negotiation. The mission was destined to be abandoned. And Bibi Dong was certainly reluctant to acquiesce, thus leading to an inevitable conflict. Qian Renxue had already reached a decision, leaving him, the instigator, with no grounds for retreat. The notion of straddling the fence and hedging bets on both sides had never crossed his mind. Those who regard others as fools are the true simpletons. The members of the Spirit Hall, despite their various character flaws and poor judgment, still possessed a commendable level of intelligence. After all, he had painstakingly endeavored to cultivate goodwill with Qian Renxue, even gaining the favor of Qian Daolu. It would be sheer folly to grovel before Bibi Dong. At this very moment, the esteemed 99th level high priest might be observing the scene. Furthermore, given this woman's temperament, a display of servility could elicit an adverse reaction. Nevertheless, while he remained calm and composed, Bibi Dong stood opposite him, evidently seething with rage. Her grip on the scepter tightened, causing the knuckles to pale slightly. Very well. Let us see what unfolds. With a disdainful huff, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with a faint purple light, emanating the oppressive aura characteristic of a top-tier powerhouse. This pressure bore down upon Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly, transforming the very air within the grand hall into a weapon wielded by Bibi Dong, solidifying around him. The immense force caused his complexion to blanch momentarily, then flush with a vivid red. Yet, alarmingly, apart from him, the vast and vacant council chamber remained entirely unscathed. Even the tea in his cup undisturbed. This vividly demonstrated what it meant to wield supreme power with mastery. Before he could acclimate to this overwhelming sensation, the pressure receded like a tidal wave in an instant. In the ebb and flow of this experience, Zhu Zhuqing felt a brief moment of cerebral suffocation. Upon regaining his clarity, the surroundings had completely transformed into an entirely different landscape. There was no longer a papal hall, nor was Bibi Dong to be seen. He found himself standing alone on a solitary mountain path. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that he had fallen into the illusion created by Bibi Dong. A faint smile appearing on his lips. So be it. In the offering hall, Qian Daolu stood side by side with the golden crocodile Dolua. However, unlike last time, a stunning golden-haired maiden, Qian Renxue, graced Qian Daolu's side. At this moment, a luminous barrier unfolded before the three of them, revealing the scene within the papal chamber's conference hall. Zhu Zhuqing has indeed underestimated this invincible angel de law of the skies. Not only is he capable of observing from the shadows, but he can even broadcast the scene live, provided that Bibi Dong has not actively severed the connection. It is evident that a certain tacit understanding exists among the group. Grandfather, how's the teacher now? You will know simply by looking. As Qian Daolu's words fell, another light curtain emerged, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's current predicament. Once the scenery shifted before him, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt as though his body had become several times heavier, and his soul power was firmly suppressed, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. No, under Bibi Dong's oppressive aura, he was even inferior to an average individual. The might of this Rakshasa goddess air is unmistakable. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed. He had lived as an ordinary person for over 20 years in his previous life, and had spent nearly 2 decades as a failure in this one. He had grown far too accustomed to such sensations. Gazing at the mountain path ahead, Zhu Zhuqing cautiously shifted his form. With a single step, the illusion transformed dramatically. The once seemingly normal mountain path instantaneously morphed into an exceedingly narrow goat trail, flanked by sheer cliffs that plunged into an abyss. It was clear that should he misstep, even if he did not meet his demise, he would likely find himself trembling on the ground upon escaping this illusion. Bibi Dong certainly had no intention of killing him, but it was evident that she was prepared to humiliate and suppress him thoroughly. Constructing such an illusion was a minor technique she had gleaned from the Rakshasa god Esh trial, while it might not pose a challenge to the strong. For a soul master like Zhu Zhuqing, who lacked sufficient cultivation and mental fortitude, this sight was indistinguishable from reality. If an ordinary person were to stand here, even knowing it was an illusion, they would be engulfed by fear. A moment of distraction could easily lead to instability and a disastrous misstep. However, Zhu Zhuqing stood there, glancing around with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by his present circumstances. Bibi Dong's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Within the illusion, a fierce wind arose, whipping against Zhu Zhuqing's garments. "Grandfather, are you not going to intervene?" Qian Renxue, observing from the worship hall, felt a tinge of anxiety. Even she, as a spectator, felt her legs weaken at the sight, let alone Zhu Zhuqing, the one directly involved. Yet, Qian Daolu shook his head in refusal. "If I intervene now, it would disrupt the understanding between you and your mother, resulting in a loss that outweighs the gain. Moreover, do not underestimate your teacher." Just watch. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly halted, his tone shifting to one of uncertainty. What is this boy doing? Within the illusion, atop the sheer cliffs, the mountain wind surged, lifting Zhu Zhuqing's garments and tousling his black hair. "How truly realistic," Zhu Zhuqing murmured in quiet admiration. His gaze steady. He observed the precarious goat trail upon the precipice and boldly took a step forward. Bibi Dong's expression changed as she witnessed Zhu Zhuqing, not only unafraid, but daring to advance. "Let us see how long you can endure." Thus, the path ahead gradually narrowed, and the mountain wind intensified, the howling nearly shattering his eardrums. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, a testament to the pressure exerted by a tidal dolua. Zhu Zhuqing let out a light chuckle, seemingly unfazed, and continued his forward march. Eventually, it felt as though he were traversing a narrow wall towering high above, with the howling winds drowning out all other sounds. Instead, the abyss beneath him became increasingly vivid. The pressure mounted, the path narrowed, and the gale intensified. Yet, paradoxically, he quickened his pace. Finally, he exclaimed with a laugh, "Trying to scare me is futile. Bring forth something genuine, your holiness." Before him, Bibi Dong was just within arm's reach, and Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of utter disarray. He gasped for breath, his complexion pale, sweat cascading down like rain. This was not a reaction of fear, but of exhaustion. Although the illusions had been overwhelming, they could not sway his resolve in the slightest. The relentless practice of wielding his sword through storms and tempests, day after day, year after year, had fortified his spirit to an unyielding state. However, the pressure was undeniably tangible, as the disparity in their cultivation levels was evident. As he walked forward, it felt akin to moving through uncured cement. Were it not for his years of dedication to medicinal baths and silver needle conditioning, he might never have reached this juncture. Bibi Dong, no longer the epitome of composure, realized she had lost this invisible skirmish. She was compelled to dispel the illusion she had conjured, for if she did not, Zhu Zhuqing would soon collide with her. Chapter 18. I advise you to be kind at this moment. The distance between them was less than half a meter. In Bibi Dong's ears, Zhu Zhuqing's heavy breathing was unmistakably audible, mingling with the heat emanating from his body that permeated the surrounding air. The scent he carried was not unpleasant. It bore a hint of herbal freshness. A faint blush crossed Bibi Dong's face as she subtly sidestepped, sighing, "Zhu Zhuqing, why must you oppose me so?" After the recent outburst, the fury within her had diminished significantly. Zhu Zhuqing turned his head slightly, casting a glance at Bibi Dong. "The esteemed Pope, since she is my successor, it is only fitting that I chart her future course. She, too, is a member of the Spirit Hall. You may compel her to undertake this task. This matter does not concern me, and it is well within your rights," Zhu Zhuqing stated indifferently. "You." Bibi Dong felt her anger beginning to swell once more. Perhaps it was due to Qianrenxue's status, or perhaps it was Zhu Zhuqing's peculiarity. Today, she found herself easily provoked. "Do you believe that your connection to Qianrenxue grants you the audacity to act without restraint?" Bibi Dong's voice was frigid. "I have never depended on others." "What a farce. Why didn't you dare to voice such claims on the day you first arrived at the Spirit Hall?" She retorted. "Perhaps the Pope should consider appointing another to teach Qianrenxue, and see how that fares. If she consents, I would not object in the slightest." Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. "Zhu Zhuqing, I fail to comprehend. What benefits has Qianrenxue bestowed upon you?" This question elicited a chuckle from Zhu Zhuqing. "Your Grace, what benefits have you provided me? Since my arrival at the Spirit Hall, all you have offered are empty promises. One need only observe the fates of the flower and ghost Dolua to understand that you embody the archetype of someone lacking vision. Even the trio of Hulaina, who have yet to achieve anything significant, receive predetermined rewards of soul bones. What did the flower Dolua and his companions gain after enduring so much toil? On the other hand, our main characters, no matter how petty Tang San may be, at least manage to leave a bit for others after swallowing the benefits whole. In contrast, with Bibi Dong, it is as if she would not part with a single coin." Zhu Zhuqing let out a light scoff. "Indeed. I only made 2 demands at that time. So what? Do you believe that this alone warrants my servitude?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to counter his assertion. "However, I have no ulterior motives," Zhu Zhuqing continued. "I have already articulated my 2 demands previously. The library is now accessible to me, and I am quite satisfied with the air. I am also willing to join the Spirit Hall. Yet, joining the Spirit Hall necessitates consideration for its interests. Let us not discuss the Spirit Hall's interests. As an adult, I prioritize my own. Su Cheng's tone grew somewhat impatient. Moreover, to have a 9-year-old child masquerade as a prince of an empire to orchestrate a coup. Is this truly the caliber of your Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's brows furrowed deeply. Su Cheng gazed fearlessly into her eyes. Your Holiness, it is evident to me that Qian Renxue harbors complex feelings for you, while you regard her with nothing but disdain. Although I am uncertain of the reasons behind this, I am certain that the person who has offended you is not Qian Renxue herself. I advise you to show kindness. As his words fell, the atmosphere instantly became tense. His intention in uttering such sentiments was not to reconcile the two. In fact, such words from him would only serve to inflame the already strained relationship. The discord between the mother and daughter was not a mere trivial dispute, but rather a deep-seated entanglement stemming from more than a decade of grievances, encompassing resentment towards Qian Xuanji, regrets regarding Yu Xiaojiang, and a long-standing tendency to vent emotions through Qianrenxue. Moreover, Su Cheng's remarks were clearly articulated from Qianrenxue's perspective, showing no regard for her feelings or the underlying complexities involved. Given her intensely self-centered and obsessive nature, this would only drive her to become increasingly extreme. Su Cheng sensed a chilling intent to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling wave of murderous intent surged towards him. He understood that Bibi Dong was genuinely intent on taking his life this time. Within the Hall of Offerings, Qianrenxue's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, touched, sorrowful, perplexed, and aggrieved, all intertwining within her. Meanwhile, Qian Doliu's demeanor was grave, being privy to the initial circumstances. He recognized that Su Cheng's words were tantamount to courting death and had already braced himself to take action at a moment's notice. However, he was perhaps overthinking the situation. Su Cheng comprehended the wisdom of moderation, thus he merely teased the subject momentarily before swiftly shifting the conversation. In any case, I find this task to be unreasonable. Your words hold no weight with me. We might as well discuss something else. What would you like to talk about? Bibi Dong replied coldly, I speak of the Pope. You need not fixate on Qianrenxue so obsessively, do you? Wasn't it for matters like these that you initially invited me to join your Spirit Hall? As he spoke, he retrieved a bound manuscript from his soul guide and handed it over. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow as she accepted it. Initially, she glanced through it nonchalantly, but soon began to flip through the pages with haste, her eyes widening gradually. To absorb a 10,000-year soul ring as the fourth soul ring? Indeed. She cast a complex look at Su Cheng, her heart unable to suppress a sigh. Such a person, why could he not stand by my side? Su Cheng cleared his throat gently, interrupting her train of thought. Your Holiness, I must remind you of one thing. This knowledge does not belong solely to the Spirit Hall. It must be disseminated across the entire continent. How can that be acceptable? Bibi Dong raised her brows, unwilling to acquiesce. She was a woman of ambition. If everyone were to acquire such a miraculous method of altering their fate, what advantage would the Spirit Hall possess? If you wish for me to further develop the subsequent methods of soul ring absorption across time limitations, it would be prudent to agree to my request. Are you so concerned with your reputation? Upon hearing Su Cheng's veiled threat, Bibi Dong could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. For the sake of reputation? Certainly not, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. It is the mediocre who are shackled by fame and fortune. My aspiration is to be a virtuous individual, contributing to the betterment of the world. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain, perceiving his words as overly hypocritical. Su Cheng cast a glance at her and smiled. How about this? When we publish this set of research findings, we can change the title and release it independently from the original series. Moreover, there is no need to credit my name. It can be published under the banner of the Spirit Hall. Let it be my contribution to the Spirit Hall. He genuinely did not care for fame. His initial intent in publishing was merely to serve as a stepping stone to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. However, he had indeed planned to reserve the subsequent methods exclusively for the Spirit Hall to enhance his own standing. Yet, he had since changed his mind. He realized that the techniques he applied to Qianrenxue yielded results far surpassing his expectations, effectively allowing him to establish a firm foothold ahead of time. Thus, there was no longer a need to adhere to his previous plans. If the disparity in strength between the new generation of Spirit Hall members and the youth of other factions became excessively pronounced, it would amount to aiding the enemy. Furthermore, Su Cheng required more data to refine his theories. Relying solely on the limited number of individuals from the Spirit Hall was evidently insufficient. Chapter 19. Main Quest Fourth Ring, are you serious? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She found herself genuinely perplexed by the individual before her. Indeed. It is settled then. Su Cheng was willing to relinquish his authorship not only to provide certain benefits to the Spirit Hall, but also to diminish his presence as much as possible. If he wished to operate covertly, an excessive reputation could indeed become a burden. Bibi Dong scrutinized him intently, a peculiar emotion surging within her. The fourth spirit ring could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, and it provided a method accessible to all spirit masters, significantly elevating the cultivation potential of many. Perhaps because of this single spirit ring, Those spirit masters who could only reach the Soul Dolua level before exhausting their potential now had the opportunity to strive for the title Dolua rank. The disparity between a 10,000-year spirit ring and a 1,000-year spirit ring is not merely a matter of one level. Even with Bibi Dong's exceptional talent and strength, she felt a twinge of apprehension. She had briefly examined the content of the manuscript. Although this method had certain prerequisites, such as the first 3 spirit rings needing to be absorbed across the years, it was still sufficiently alarming. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had already published the method for absorbing the first 3 rings across years. Could there be a flaw in your approach? Or perhaps these findings were not solely the result of your own research, but rather appropriated from the efforts of others? Bibi Dong was reluctant to believe that anyone could so casually offer their research achievements. Even her first love, the wisest person in her heart, Yu Xiaojiang, would not have been able to do such a thing. Upon hearing the words, Zhu Zhuqing initially felt a sense of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the intricate emotions harbored by Bibi Dong. With a silent sigh, he thought to himself that this woman was truly beyond redemption. Choosing not to elaborate further, he merely clasped his hands and said, "You may think as you wish. If you are concerned about potential issues, I can personally take the first step, though that would require some time. If there are no other matters, please allow me to take my leave." Observing his reaction, a shadow flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the impulse to retain him dissipated. What she found most distasteful was Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, outwardly respectful, yet inwardly dismissive. Seemingly indifferent to her feelings, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. The fleeting expression on her face vanished, and when Zhu Zhuqing glanced back, he found her countenance once again don the regal and icy demeanor she had worn during their first meeting. "You may go," she said coolly, once Zhu Zhuqing departed. The grand chamber of the papal hall was left with Bibi Dong alone. She cast a cold glance in a particular direction, and with a flick of her sleeve, her soul power surged forth, severing the prying gaze that lingered. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was leaving, Bibi Dong had contemplated offering some benefits to draw him into her camp. However, she ultimately refrained from doing so. Not only was Zhu Zhuqing a person of unwavering resolve, comfortable even in the illusions she crafted, but he could easily relinquish the immense fame that was within his grasp. She possessed no substantial leverage to sway him. The crux of the matter lay in her inability to confront her own feelings. With Bibi Dong's proud nature, how could she afford to give Zhu Zhuqing another chance to reject her, especially with 2 spectators observing? They might very well be laughing at her expense. A myriad of images flashed before her: the sordid tactics of Qian Renxue, the resolute departure of Yu Xiaojiang, and the rebellious power struggle of Qian Renxue. This culminated in the recent scene where Zhu Zhuqing staunchly supported Qian Renxue. She even felt a pang of regret for introducing her daughter to Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple. Despite believing she understood Qian Renxue, she could not fathom how their relationship had progressed to this point so swiftly. Traitors. All of them are traitors. Bibi Dong muttered darkly, her voice hoarse and heavy, a stark contrast to her noble papal image. As her thoughts churned, her expression shifted constantly, at times sorrowful, at times vengeful. Why must you all betray me? Meanwhile, the corruption of the Rakshas's consciousness deepened incessantly. It seems our esteemed Pope is quite vexed, chuckled Golden Crocodile de Law with a sense of schadenfreude. My brother has a keen eye. That lad truly is formidable. Alas, Qian Dalu sighed in response, shaking his head. He had always found it challenging to navigate matters related to Bibi Dong and had no desire to add to her troubles. However, he held a favorable view of Zhu Zhuqing and patted Qian Renxue on the shoulder, saying, "Little Xue, knowing you have such a teacher brings me peace. I never supported your plans for a coup. This way, you can focus on your cultivation." He had long harbored hopes that his granddaughter would inherit the angel goddess position and wished for her to remain undistracted by trivial matters. Yet, since the task was proposed by Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue had consented, he thought it best to refrain from further comment. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the luminous screen before her, her eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. Even though the images had long since been obscured by Bibi Dong's soul power, rendering them a hazy blur. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhu Zhuqing for the first time refrained from reflecting on the events that had just transpired, instead turning his attention to other information. Main quest, 3rd ring completed. Completion rating, A. Reward, main quest final settlement bonus increased by 30. When he reached an agreement with Bibi Dong to join the spirit hall in the papal chamber, the prompt for the completion of the 3rd ring mission had already appeared. What caught his attention was the new ring of the main quest, which bore some distinctions from its predecessors. Main quest, 4th ring, optional, 1. Alliance, task difficulty. A. Task description. Utilize your status within the spirit hall and your renown across the continent to unite various factions, orchestrating a concerted effort against the spirit hall from within. 2. Discord, task difficulty. A. Task description. Incite animosity between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, turning them into bitter enemies. 3. Rampant dragon, task difficulty. S. Task description. If heaven intends to bring about its downfall, it must first drive it to madness. Devote yourself to assisting the spirit hall in its ascent. The ultimate objective of this life simulation is to annihilate the spirit hall. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing contemplated the second option, inciting discord among the dual deities to reap the benefits himself. However, the current task presented him with two additional alternatives, each seemingly possessing the potential for success, which left him in a state of indecision. The third option, in particular, posed the greatest challenge. Yet its ultimate reward would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. As the situation has progressed to this juncture, he has gained considerable confidence in achieving success. And embracing a formidable challenge may not be devoid of opportunity. It is precisely this aspect that causes his hesitation. Chapter 20. Qian Renxue and Hulaina main task. Fourth ring. Sowing discord. Task content. Instigate animosity between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, transforming them into irreconcilable foes. Task reward. Final settlement bonus ratio increased by 20. Zhu Zhuqing ultimately refrained from taking risks. Should the Spirit Hall's power be further strengthened, the current favorable situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. In light of his insufficient strength, unwarranted confidence could lead to total failure. After all, in comparison to those two who could inherit divine positions, Zhu Zhuqing's actual combat prowess was considerably lacking. Following the superficial consensus reached with Bibi Dong, their interactions became sparse. Of course, the covert observations and tests did not diminish, a tacit understanding acknowledged by both parties. He realized that it was not yet time to turn the tables. From that day forth, Qian Renxue began to shadow him, learning diligently. Whether it was planning training schedules, gathering the resources necessary to enhance mental and soul power, or curating various texts for expanding her knowledge, he ensured everything was meticulously arranged for her. As their bond deepened, Qian Renxue confided in him about her relationship with Bibi Dong, making him her sole confidant for the repressed emotions she bore. For Qian Renxue, who had lost her father, faced her mother's disdain, and had no friends since childhood, Zhu Zhuqing had perhaps become more than just a teacher. He was a beacon of hope and emotional anchorage. Yet, he understood that their paths would inevitably cross in conflict, compelling him to restrain his feelings and regard her as a mere tool. His theory on the fourth soul ring was published across the continent. Qian Renxue informed him that within this theory, published under the Spirit Hall's name, Bibi Dong not only omitted any mention of his contribution but also, for reasons unknown, titled it the core competence of the fourth soul ring. How absurd. Was this an intentional slight against him? Truly remarkable, Bibi Dong. Although Zhu Zhuqing had no control over the rapid succession of events, everything that transpired felt no different from his own experiences, a series of scenes etched into his mind. The authorship credited to the Spirit Hall mattered little to him, as this was a promise made to Bibi Dong long ago. Perhaps it was also due to her background, aside from a select few. Bibi Dong had never been particularly magnanimous. However, upon seeing the title of this theory, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly contain himself. Everything that occurred in the life simulation was determined by the fluctuations of the environment and the traits of the characters involved. Unless Zhu Zhuqing, as the simulation's core, made a pivotal choice, events would unfold according to the most probable scenarios. In other words, Bibi Dong's actions reflected her genuine mindset and the behavior she was most likely to exhibit under the current circumstances. Aside from Qian Renxue, he occasionally lectured at the Spirit Hall Academy, imparting knowledge on human anatomy, the use of soul techniques, and more. The younger generation at the academy recognized his true accomplishments and held him in high esteem. Naturally, in exchange for his teachings, the Spirit Hall provided him with numerous conveniences, such as capturing soul beasts, gathering medicinal herbs, and assisting him in his research on soul powers. Thanks to this, he made significant progress in his studies, gaining new insights into addressing the malignant mutations of his own soul. During this period, Dugabo visited him in Spirit City, seeking treatment for his son, who was succumbing to the venom of their ancestral beast spirit, the green-scaled serpent. With his current medical expertise, handling such toxicity was not difficult. However, he did not completely cure Dugabo's son but merely suppress the venom temporarily. He advised Dugabo that a permanent cure could only be found in a location where both icy and fiery energies coexisted. At that time, Dugabo had gathered numerous herbs in his quest to save his son but had yet to locate the fabled ice and fire in Yagai. After receiving this vital information from Zhu Zhuqing, he departed. 3 years passed. Under Zhu Zhuqing's guidance, Qian Renxue successfully cultivated her soul power to level 40, establishing a solid foundation and profound mental strength, easily accommodating soul rings over 10,000 years old. Coincidentally, during this same period, aided by the various spiritual herbs provided by the Spirit Hall, Zhu Zhuqing also broke through to level 30, achieving this milestone far quicker than he had anticipated. As the transitional narrative concluded, a familiar sensation washed over him. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit jolted as he returned to his corporeal form. He now sat at his desk in his room, accompanied by a golden-haired young girl standing beside him, nurtured by the essence of soul power. Qian Renxue had blossomed into a youthful beauty, radiating vitality, devoid of her former awkwardness. It was undeniable that the soul masters of this world matured at a pace beyond that of ordinary individuals. Having just turned 12, she appeared more akin to a 16 or 17-year-old. Although they had spent considerable time together in the preceding narrative, upon seeing her in reality, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. Her elegant figure was captivating, her fair face adorned with expressive phoenix-like eyes. And when her lips parted to speak, her voice no longer bore the innocence of youth. "Teacher, I have reached level 40. How come you are still only at level 30? Ah, what is there to be proud of?" Just wait 2 years and see, Zhu Zhuqing replied, averting his gaze nonchalantly. Qian Renxue was taken aback by his words. While she had intended to tease him, she was well aware of his lackluster talent. Yet, it seemed as though he had some hidden potential. Reaching level 40 in 3 years is nothing extraordinary. In another 2 years, I can bring you to level 50. Only then did Qian Renxue realize that he was referring to her, leaving her momentarily speechless yet somewhat smug. Oh dear, what would you do without me? It would be just as effective to have someone else teach, he retorted. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, the door is open. As the door swung open, a dark-haired girl entered the room. At first glance, she may not have struck one as particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could perceive a unique charm emanating from her. Her figure was curvaceous, even surpassing that of Qian Renxue, who was 3 years her senior. The newcomer was none other than Hulaina, a student at the Spirit Hall Academy. Teacher, I'm here, she announced, though still young. Her voice carried a hint of huskiness, accompanied by an intriguing allure. See, there is someone here, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, raising an eyebrow at Qian Renxue. Laina, you must not call him teacher. He is not your teacher. Your teacher is the Pope. Qian Renxue approached, her face brightening with a sweet smile as she gazed into Hulaina's eyes. Hulaina instinctively yearned to retort, yet, guided by her keen intuition, she wisely refrained from speaking and walked away, somewhat despondent. The conversation between the two girls went unnoticed by Zhu Zhuqing. Given Hulaina's talent and youth, she did not even qualify to be a mere pawn in his game. Moreover, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong in certain aspects. She too was an epitome of romantic obsession, elusive to the average person. If one could not ascend to the status of her beloved, they were merely regarded as a tool in her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing had never contemplated investing any thought into her. Today, Hulaina visited him due to a prior agreement he made with Bibi Dong for the young elite of the Spirit Hall. It was stipulated that Zhu Zhuqing would personally guide them in selecting the most suitable soul ring years upon their acquisition. In the past, the limit on soul ring years for soul masters on the continent could be surpassed by a select few exceptionally gifted individuals. Although his theory had once again elevated this limit, the data remained cautiously conservative for safety reasons, as different physiques would exhibit varying degrees of fluctuation. You have reached level 20? Upon seeing Hulaina nod, Zhu Zhuqing was not taken aback. With her innate soul power of level 9 and her upbringing in the Spirit Hall Academy, her cultivation speed at 9 years old reaching level 20 was hardly surprising. He then prepared to rise and assess the resilience of her meridians and the strength of her bones and flesh. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly interjected, wait a moment. Taking Hulaina's delicate hand, she suggested that a disciple could handle the task instead. That works as well. Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily before resuming his seat, casually perusing the nearby Soul Beast Encyclopedia to accurately ascertain the optimal absorption age of a soul ring. A comprehensive examination involving meticulous bone probing and the insertion of silver needles at specific pressure points is required. Indeed, the entire process is rather cumbersome, and he had no inclination to engage in such invasive practices on a young girl. Although she exhibited commendable development, her face remained strikingly youthful. Hulaina glanced at the hand of Qian Renxue, who was guiding her, and then furtively observed Zhu Zhuqing, who was engrossed in his reading, and chose to remain silent. Qian Renxue, satisfied, nodded her head, her smile becoming considerably more natural. Come with me, Nana. You are likely capable of absorbing a second soul ring of at least 1,200 years, far surpassing my initial experience, she stated, leading her towards the doorway. Wait. Just as the door swung open, Zhu Zhuqing's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the obedient Hulaina beside her before turning around with a calm demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing remained engrossed in his book, yet he spoke. Nana, your selection of soul rings is determined by His Holiness the Pope, and I shall say little more on the matter. However, should you opt for a soul beast with charm-related abilities, it would not be amiss if the lifespan of the soul ring were to exceed by a few decades. Your first soul ring was acquired by leveraging the theory I previously disseminated, allowing for the absorption across the age limit. While the second soul ring is inherently capable of surpassing the established threshold, prior to absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, soul masters do not endure significant mental strain. Presently, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall diligently consumes medicinal substances, steadily enhancing their mental fortitude, with the only bottleneck before the third soul ring lying in the strength of the body. Over the years, Zhu Zhuqing has delved deeply into the study of martial souls and soul beasts. He is aware that the energy accompanying the charm-type soul beast soul rings is relatively low, and there is some leeway in the years that can be absorbed. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Su, he said. After the two departed, Zhu Zhuqing tucked away the soul beast compendium in his hand, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his expression contemplative. With this addition, he has now gathered data on 7 categories of soul beast soul rings. Once I absorb the third soul ring, I can commence research and development on the attributes of the soul rings. It must be said that being backed by the Martial Soul Hall is indeed quite comfortable. Unlike the 3 great sects, the Martial Soul Hall does not rely on familial lineage, whether nurturing the next generation or recruiting formidable talents, each is distinctive, with a plethora of martial soul varieties. This provides him with ample material and data. As the saying goes, one can learn from the stones of other mountains. Although Zhu Zhuqing's innate talents lie in the medical arts, over the years of in-depth study, his understanding and insight into martial soul research have rapidly advanced. Despite his current physical limitations, all of this is far from futile. Once the simulation concludes and he returns to reality, all these experiences and accomplishments will be invaluable treasures. In his view, their significance surpasses that of the dual martial soul reward from the task itself. After more than 2 hours, the door opened again, this time revealing only Qian Renxue. Were all the tests completed? She inquired. They are done. It's 1,300 years, she replied, casting a pitiful glance at Zhu Zhuqing. How fortunate you are to have obtained such a high-year soul ring. It far surpasses what I had at the beginning. Stop pretending. What use is a 1,000-year soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing responded without lifting his head. Given Qian Renxue's temperament, she would hardly care about the strength of Hulaiina's second soul ring. The disparity in their innate talents was simply too vast. The young woman pouted at his words, but refrained from further comment. Let us discuss your soul ring later. First, let us see the soul beast prepared for me. I wish to conduct an experiment. As core members of the Martial Soul Hall, they did not need to personally hunt for low-level soul rings. There were designated individuals to capture and prepare the soul beast in advance. What soul beast are you going to absorb? Qian Renxue asked curiously. As far as she knew, Zhu Zhuqing had not sought specific targets when absorbing his first 2 soul rings, but had simply acted upon finding those with comparable years. A 5,000-year-old cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros. Zhu Zhuqing stated as he walked out. I specifically had Zhu Doluo assist in finding a similar soul beast. Is there anything special about it? It is not particularly special in itself, but these types of soul beasts are descendants of the mountain dragon king lineage and are exceedingly rare, possessing certain extreme earth attributes. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current physical aptitude, he could technically absorb a soul ring of higher years, but such soul beasts are challenging to locate. Once they reach maturity, mountain dragons transform into mountain ranges and geological veins, making them exceptionally rare. Thus, their bloodline descendants are far fewer than those of other dragon clans. Furthermore, due to their formidable combat prowess and exceptional gifts, the energy contained within their soul rings likely exceeds that of ordinary soul beasts, making 5,000 years sufficiently ample. What is so special about the extreme earth attribute? After hearing his explanation, Qian Renxue pondered for a moment but remained perplexed. As the young master of the Martial Soul Hall, having spent years studying alongside Zhu Zhuqing, she had some understanding of extreme attributes. However, as far as she knew, such attributes were primarily applicable to specific martial souls, and apart from their extreme strength, she did not perceive any other exceptional qualities. You'll understand soon enough. Zhu Zhuqing offered little explanation, and he was uncertain whether this method could truly ameliorate the malignant mutation of his innate martial soul. The two walked side by side, swiftly arriving at the rear mountains of the Martial Soul City. The Martial Soul City itself was constructed atop the mountain range that lies at the juncture of the 2 great empires, Tiando and Shilua. And the expanse of the rear mountains was vast, many times larger than the city itself. Here gathered the outer guard teams, preparatory members of the Martial Soul Hall, along with various soul beasts they had nurtured. Zhu Zhuqing and his companion hurriedly made their way to the designated area for the confinement of soul beasts. Within a cage, a colossal cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros lay ensnared by specialized iron chains, firmly anchored to the ground. Its skin, a pale gray, appeared exceptionally coarse and robust, immediately suggesting an astonishing level of defense. Adorning its body was an intricately artistic pattern of cloud-like designs, which shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The rhinoceros boasted a formidable horn that extended over a meter in length, curving backward and embellished with thick, dark deposits that exuded a muted metallic sheen. Standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and exceeding 5 meters in length, this soul beast, now sprawled on the ground and barely clinging to life, greatly diminished its imposing presence. Zhu Zhuqing harbored no compassion for the soul beast, silently extending his right hand. He summoned his martial spirit and swiftly plunged a sword into its heart. The already dying cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros met its demise in an instant, and the soul ring soon manifested. Observing this, Qian Renxue's gaze flickered, stirring something within her. It was not about the soul beast, but rather the piercing sword strike of Zhu Zhuqing, which seemed to contain an inscrutable essence of a certain profound principle. With just this one strike, she felt that even with her current strength, she would still be unable to withstand it. Teacher, that sword of yours. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at her and calmly replied, focus on enhancing your cultivation. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Once you reach level 70, I shall impart the soul techniques to you. With that, he loosened his clothing, revealing a finely sculpted torso. He then retrieved a vial of medicinal liquid and silver needles from his soul guiding device, preparing to stimulate his potential and enhance his physical strength, thus facilitating the subsequent absorption of the soul ring. Observing from the side with tightly pressed lips, Qian Renxue, who had been covertly watching, stepped forward and offered, allow me to assist you. There is no need, he replied. Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand in refusal, denying her the opportunity to continue speaking. He swiftly applied the medicinal liquid to his body and deftly inserted the silver needles into his flesh, completing the entire series of motions seamlessly. Shortly thereafter, his muscles tensed, and a familiar warmth coursed through him, accompanied by an intense craving within his meridians. This sensation arose from the silver needles stimulating the acupoints, instantly expanding the meridians, which led to a significant dilution of his soul power as it flowed through. This technique could markedly accelerate the absorption of soul power in a short span. However, it was not suitable for cultivation. To prevent the overexertion of potential, the acupoint stimulation method devised by Zhu Zhuqing could only be effective for a limited duration, lasting no more than half a day. Should there be no breakthrough in his cultivation or physical strength during this period, he would revert to his original state, and any excess soul power would need to be expelled, lest it tear his meridians apart. Therefore, this method was exclusively applicable for the absorption of soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing immediately settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, beginning to absorb the meticulously prepared special soul ring. Qian Renxue stood not far behind him, silently observing his silhouette. Meanwhile, within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was similarly overseeing Hu Liena as she absorbed her second soul ring. However, the absorption of the second soul ring posed little risk, as the soul beast required was easily found in the back mountains of Wuhuan City, requiring minimal effort. Her thoughts, however, had already drifted elsewhere, pondering the circumstances surrounding Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. To be honest, the growth rate of the two in recent years had somewhat exceeded Bibi Dong's expectations, instilling a sense of wariness within her. In her mind, she had always regarded Qian Renxue as an adversary and thus harbored no desire to see her thrive unimpeded. As a blood relative, Bibi Dong undoubtedly felt some affection for Qian Renxue, yet these emotions were suppressed deep within her heart, perhaps even beyond her own awareness. At 12 years old, a soul master of this caliber was indeed not to be underestimated, yet she believed it was still manageable. Once I complete the Rakshasa God trial, everything will change. Though she thought this, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. In her perception, Zhu Zhuqing possessed an unsettling quality. At times, she could almost discern the shadow of Yu Xiaojiang within him, while at other moments, the two seemed entirely distinct. Most crucially, she realized that Zhu Zhuqing was genuinely formidable in theory, often accomplishing feats that defied common understanding. Initially, she had not placed much significance on entrusting Qian Renxue to Zhu Zhuqing for her studies, as theory was merely theoretical. Her anger from years past stemmed more from the disruption of her plans to usurp the throne. However, in recent years, witnessing Qian Renxue's constant companionship with Zhu Zhuqing and their mutual support, she subconsciously felt a profound discomfort. If only Xiaojiang were still by my side. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Over the years, Bibi Dong had kept a discreet watch on Yu Xiaojiang's situation. Though constrained by various factors, she was unable to inquire deeply, yet intelligence from various branches indicated that, following the release of the core competitiveness of the fourth soul ring from the spirit hall, Yu Xiaojiang had indeed benefited significantly, with many speculating that he was one of the contributors to this theoretical framework, given the distinctive nature of his name. Though his reputation still paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing's, his standing had evidently begun to improve. With this thought, Bibi Dong felt a jolt of realization. Glancing at Hu Liena and seeing her steady breath, she stepped outside the palace and summoned Zhu Yueguan, inquiring, "How has Zhu Zhuqing's research in the realm of martial spirits progressed recently?" Yueguan was not surprised by the question. The Pope had always shown considerable interest in Zhu Zhuqing's developments, which appeared promising. Mr. Zhu mentioned some time ago that he might have the opportunity to address the issue of malignant mutations in martial spirits. Is that so? Bibi Dong raised her finely arched brows in disbelief. She was acutely aware that soul ring absorption was based on human anatomy studies, fundamentally different from martial spirit theory. Yet, it was indeed a matter of martial spirit mutation. Was not Xiaojiang's martial spirit itself a malignant mutation? Her initial impression of Zhu Zhuqing had been deeply influenced by his own seemingly inferior martial spirit, with its innate soul power of merely 0. 5. Summon Zhu Zhuqing to the Pope's palace. Chapter 23. The transformation of Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing integrated the soul ring produced by the cloud-patterned bronze-horned rhinoceros into his martial spirit, remarkable phenomena began to manifest around him shortly thereafter. Under the astonished and concerned gaze of Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing's bare upper body became adorned with shadowy, sword-like scars. These scars, however, appeared not as tangible entities and bore no traces of blood. They resembled some ethereal imagery instead. Gradually, the shadowy scars multiplied, and moments later, wisps of minuscule sword chi began to emanate from his body, swirling chaotically like headless flies, yet they never strayed more than 3 feet from him, appearing and vanishing intermittently without discernible pattern. As time progressed, after more than half an hour, the once fragmented sword chi began to coalesce. The countless tiny wisps gradually transformed into over a dozen transparent small swords, each measuring more than 3 inches in length, spiraling elegantly around Zhu Zhuqing's upper body. This sight left Qianrenxue perplexed. Generally, when soul masters absorb soul rings, if the energy contained within the ring exceeds their capacity, it can indeed result in various peculiar phenomena. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing sat firmly on the ground, his posture as unyielding as granite, showing no signs of strain, indicating that he was evidently in complete control of the energy within him. Furthermore, the series of changes occurring were clearly connected to Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit, and these sword chi were far from ordinary energy dispersal. Suddenly, a realization struck Qian Renxue, and a spark of insight illuminated her mind. Could this be a martial spirit awakening? However, she quickly dismissed her conjecture, reasoning that it was not a secondary awakening of the martial spirit. She had encountered records in ancient texts regarding certain unusual martial spirits undergoing reawakening, and the manifestations she witnessed were far too subtle. How curious. Despite her concerns, she remained composed. From Su Cheng's previous demeanor, it was evident that this absorption was markedly different from the past, and given her own character and capabilities as a teacher, she felt that the mere absorption of a third soul ring posed no significant risk. As time continued to pass, after another hour or so, Su Cheng's breath became increasingly steady, and the unusual phenomena around him stabilized, ceasing any further changes. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Doluojiu arrived at the hillside where the two were situated. After greeting Qianrenxue, he turned his gaze towards Su Cheng with surprise. "Mr. Su, what is happening?" "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps we should wait until the teacher finishes absorbing the third soul ring before asking him," Qianrenxue replied. Jiu nodded in understanding, recognizing that this critical moment of soul ring absorption must not be disturbed, and thus stood silently to the side. Qianrenxue, seeing he had come to find Su Cheng, refrained from further conversation. Time slipped by imperceptibly. 2 hours later, an abrupt cracking sound emanated from Su Cheng's bones, subtle yet dense, quickly overshadowed by a long, drawn-out exhalation. Simultaneously, both Qianrenxue and Jiu noticed that the special cage used to confine soul beasts in the distance had split cleanly in two. Immediately, a faint pressure enveloped them before dissipating entirely. Yet, being individuals of remarkable stature, they reacted instantly, exchanging glances of astonishment. A domain. At this juncture, Su Cheng, seated on the ground, slowly rose, gazing down at the third ring now adorning his broken sword martial spirit. "Teacher, was that a domain just now?" Qianrenxue hurriedly approached him, her voice filled with excitement. "It is merely a prototype," Su Cheng replied. In truth, he had long been capable of reaching this level. What had constrained him were the deficiencies of his martial spirit. Although this body possessed inferior aptitude for the sword, Su Cheng's resilient character, high comprehension, and the breadth of experience from 2 lifetimes had endowed him with insights far beyond the ordinary, allowing him to make connections effortlessly. Coupled with his unwavering focus, he wisely chose to abandon sword techniques and delve solely into the essence of swordsmanship. Through repeated practice of fundamental sword techniques, he had begun to grasp the very core of the sword's path. Now, with the transformation of his martial spirit, he had finally broken through that barrier. At this moment, both Qianrenxue and Jiu discerned the change within Su Cheng. Particularly for Qianrenxue, who had spent years in close proximity to him, the contrast was most palpable. The past Su Cheng, while possessing a tenacious will and formidable strength, had always exuded a sense of inadequacy, a sensation that was veiled by his overwhelming confidence, making it difficult for others to perceive. However, that sense of inadequacy had now entirely vanished. To put it inaptly, it seemed as though Su Cheng had become even more complete than before. Anyone could see that he was no longer the same as he once was. "Teacher, you seem to have become more handsome," Qianrenxue remarked, gazing at him in awe. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized the folly of her statement, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, rendered speechless. Standing to the side, Doluojiu observed the unfolding scene. Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly, and he refrained from responding. Yu Guan, now a peak de law, at level 95, possessed a profound understanding of martial souls that far surpassed that of Qianrenxue. With a slight shift in thought, he turned his gaze towards Su Cheng's right hand. "Mr. Su, what is your martial soul?" Su Cheng nodded, acknowledging that the transformation of his martial soul could not be concealed any longer. He graciously extended his hand, revealing the dramatically altered manifestation of his martial soul to the two individuals. Indeed, the martial soul is the quintessential emblem of a soul master's power, intricately linked to their very essence. At that moment, Su Cheng's broken sword martial soul, though perhaps it could no longer be referred to as merely a broken sword, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once fragile blade, riddled with fissures and seemingly on the verge of shattering, now radiated strength and vitality. The spine of the sword was robust, the blade smooth and polished, glimmering with a cold light. Although it was merely an ordinary iron sword, it surpassed its previous incarnation by leaps and bounds. "Teacher, your martial soul has truly undergone a second awakening." Qianrenxue, momentarily setting aside her shyness, gazed at Su Cheng's revitalized sword martial soul with a complex blend of joy and sorrow. Her joy stemmed from the realization that her teacher would no longer be constrained by his innate potential, while her sorrow was a reflection on the hardships he had endured due to his previous lackluster aptitude. Her emotions were a tempest of complexity. "Not quite," Su Cheng replied, casting a glance her way, his expression enigmatic. He shook his head, clarifying that this was not an awakening of the martial soul. "Not an awakening?" This revelation left both Qian Renxue and Yu Guan momentarily speechless. Su Cheng pondered for a moment and murmured, well, if one must insist, it could be regarded as the culmination of the martial soul. After saying this, he chuckled. Indeed, I have already mentioned, noble lineage does not determine one's worth. If one is deficient by nature, one can compensate through effort. At this moment, Su Cheng was in high spirits, as if he could perceive a magnificent path unfolding before him. In the 24th chapter, Bibi Dong sought to understand that martial souls can undoubtedly be inherited through bloodlines. However, during the process of inheritance, instances of mutation occasionally arise. This has been the focal point of Su Cheng's research in recent years. His exploration is not merely aimed at rectifying his own shortcomings. Rather, it serves as a pivotal entry point that may, to some extent, unravel the mysteries of the martial soul. After reviewing extensive materials, he discovered that aside from the mutations of martial souls, the majority of them tend to gradually weaken over the protracted course of inheritance. This phenomenon occurs because martial souls are passed down through bloodlines, and over time, the impurities accumulated within the bloodline increase. Each martial soul possesses inherent attributes, unless one is endowed with an exceptionally dominant martial soul that exerts absolute control over the bloodline. The descendants will inevitably be influenced by the martial souls of both parents, although externally, they may only exhibit traits from one side. As the impurities within the bloodline continue to accumulate, mutations manifest once they reach a certain threshold. Su Cheng speculated that if impurities existed within one's bloodline that clashed with the primary attributes of the martial soul, it could lead to malignant mutations. Conversely, if the attributes aligned, it was likely to result in benign mutations or even the evolution of the martial soul. Taking himself as an example, apart from the gold attribute inherited from his ancestor's weaponless sword martial soul, he also harbored a significant amount of fire attribute elements that profoundly countered the gold attribute. Consequently, his awakened martial soul manifested a malignant mutation characterized by a blade riddled with cracks. When soul masters affix soul rings to their martial souls, the energy of these rings can, to some extent, nurture the martial soul. In an effort to compensate for the internal attribute discord of his mutated martial soul, Su Cheng contemplated employing the extreme earth attribute to harmonize the conflicting gold and fire elements within his martial soul. However, he approached this endeavor with a mindset of tentative experimentation. After all, he remained uncertain about the extent of the nurturing energy's efficacy, and whether it would yield tangible results was still debatable. Nevertheless, for the time being, his line of thought appeared sound. Naturally, since the transformation of the martial soul stemmed from impurities in the bloodline, it followed that aside from the method of attribute harmonization, another path to alter the martial soul undoubtedly existed: purification. Delving to the roots, it was essential to return to the primal and most potent form of similar martial souls prior to their mutations. Should the martial soul possess an ancient bloodline, purification might trigger a phenomenon of ancestral return, leading to a renewed awakening. Though this would depend on fortune. The journey of perfecting the martial soul was only just beginning, Su Cheng mused to himself. After slightly acclimating to his recent advancement to level 32, he turned his gaze toward Yu Guan, who had been waiting patiently nearby. He had not yet had the opportunity to inquire about the purpose of Dala Ju's visit. Mr. Su, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. What does she wish to discuss? Their relationship had always been amicable. Indeed, Yu Guan's breakthrough 2 years prior had greatly benefited from their exchanges. Thus, he did not conceal the truth, candidly stating, I am not entirely certain of the specific reasons, but before sending me, the Pope inquired about your progress in the study of martial souls. Upon hearing the words, Su Cheng felt a stirring in his heart, leading to a flicker of conjecture. After a brief moment of contemplation, he first turned his gaze towards Qian Renxue on the other side. Has the grand offering been in seclusion recently? He inquired. No. She emerged from her retreat several months ago, Qian Renxue replied, shaking her head, though a hint of perplexity crossed her face at his apparent interest in the matter. Su Cheng continued to speak to her. I must accompany Dolua Sui Ju to the hall of the Pope for a while. We shall discuss your 4th soul ring later. For now, go to the offering hall and greet your grandfather. At this moment, Qian Renxue realized what was happening and responded, rest assured. I will seek out my grandfather immediately. Yu Guan, listening to their exchange, wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. However, understanding the intricacies of the situation that were beyond his grasp, he feigned admiration for the scenery, pretending he had heard nothing. Before long, the two arrived at the conference hall of the Pope. Yu Guan paused at the entrance, while Su Cheng entered the hall alone. Dressed in the Pope's ceremonial robes, Bibi Dong stood at the forefront of the grand chamber, her demeanor cold and imposing, exuding an aura of nobility that instilled a sense of trepidation. Upon seeing Su Cheng's entrance, her expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of surprise. Bibi Dong distinctly sensed the change in the man before her. After a brief moment of confusion, she recalled Yu Guan's previous remarks, her heart stirring with unexpected realization. Surely not? She immediately ventured to probe. It appears that Mr. Su has attained the rank of Soul Master with 3 rings. I assume your gains have been substantial? Quite so. Su Cheng replied. Present your martial soul for my inspection, Bibi Dong commanded without preamble. Su Cheng cast a glance at her, choosing not to dwell on the matter. and extended his right hand. Instantly, a flawless sword spirit materialized in his grasp, accompanied by 3 soul rings of 1 yellow and 2 purple, gently floating in the air. Bibi Dong's eyes widened slightly, and she could not help but take a couple of steps forward. After a brief moment, she spoke again, her voice tinged with a tremor. Reflecting her tumultuous emotions, "Have you truly resolved the issue of the soul spirit mutation? Your Holiness, there is no need for such excitement. Even if the malignant mutation has been addressed, it remains merely an ordinary soul spirit, common across the continent," Zhu Zhuqing replied, retracting his soul spirit with a nonchalant tone. "When did you become so concerned about me? A mere soul master is hardly worthy of your Holiness's attention, is it?" Bibi Dong's exquisitely carved eyes twitched slightly. Once again, that infuriating tone and demeanor. Just as she was about to retort, she felt a scrutinizing gaze emanating from the direction of the worship hall. Her expression shifted subtly as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing and mockingly remarked, "Mr. Su, your wariness is rather pronounced, isn't it?" Zhu Zhuqing instantly comprehended that Qian Renxue had already consulted Qian Daolu. However, he feigned ignorance, declaring, "I do not grasp what you are insinuating. The spirit hall is akin to family for me, and you have always been a respected member of that family. How could I harbor any distrust?" Observing his bewildered expression, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous anger within her, and inquired, "How did you resolve the malignant mutation of your martial soul?" Initially, she merely sought to gain insight into Zhu Zhuqing's research progress regarding martial soul mutations, completely unprepared for the revelation that he had already rectified the issue, leaving her somewhat at a loss from the very beginning. "What is your interest in this matter? The spirit hall is replete with exceptional talents. I am merely an anomaly among them. It is prudent to be prepared." Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand dismissively, expressing that it was unnecessary to expend energy on someone of such inferior quality. It was a sheer waste of time. Bibi Dong, hearing him incessantly refer to her as a worthless fool, felt her earlier joy dissipate, and her mood soured considerably. She coldly retorted, "Did you not previously proclaim that nobility and power are not determined by mere lineage? What, now you wish to cherish your own shortcomings? Your Holiness, do you fail to comprehend the essence of that statement? Whoever possesses such pitiable qualities must find their own solutions. I am merely a good person, not a saint." Chapter 25, The Value of Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, tightening her grip on her scepter, sensing that Zhu Zhuqing's words seemed to carry an implication. "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing," Zhu Zhuqing replied, spreading his hands. "This secret technique was developed specifically for my unique circumstances. Sharing it with you would serve no purpose. Furthermore, to be frank, this technique pertains to my martial soul, and I doubt anyone would wish to publicly disclose their own weaknesses." He had no intention of mentioning Yu Xiaojiang. He was a valuable piece on the chessboard, to be utilized at the opportune moment. Speaking of it now held no significance and would only alert the other party. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this explanation, felt a flicker of doubt, yet she could not fathom that Zhu Zhuqing understood her past with Yu Xiaojiang. Nor was she willing to relinquish the only hope she had at this juncture. "Just say it plainly. What benefits must I offer for you to share the method to rectify the malignant mutation of the martial soul with the spirit hall?" Even though Zhu Zhuqing had emphasized that this was a method suitable only for individuals, she held ample confidence in Yu Xiaojiang. In her mind, that individual was strong and self-assured, a sage among men, lacking only a new perspective. "Oh?" Zhu Zhuqing observed Bibi Dong with a hint of amusement. "Then, Your Holiness, what price are you prepared to pay? This technique, in my view, is exceedingly precious, however. I fear the other elders of the Spirit Hall may not share the same sentiment. How do you intend to cover the disparity in value?" Bibi Dong's brow furrowed even deeper. It was evident that, with her strength, eliminating the man before her would be akin to crushing an ant. Yet the intensity of his gaze seemed to pierce her very being. "First, tell me what you desire." 100,000 your spirit rings, Zhu Zhuqing replied, extending 3 fingers, 3 in total. "What?" Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by his audacity and greed. Not only she, but even Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue, present in the worship hall, were rendered speechless. 100,000 year spirit rings. What a concept. For any title Doluo, it was an unattainable dream. To possess even one would make battling across ranks a mere trifle. She immediately reprimanded him sharply. "Impossible. Did not even think about it?" Bibi Dong recognized that her earlier concern had led to her hasty demeanor, believing Zhu Zhuqing had discerned her desperate longing for the secret and thus had made such an outrageous demand. However, 3 100,000 year spirit rings were clearly out of the question. She had not lost her mind to that extent. "Then it seems this discussion has reached an impasse." Zhu Zhuqing shrugged casually and remarked, "To be honest, I currently have little need for the resources of the Spirit Hall. I have already acquired the essentials, and everything else is merely supplementary. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave," he said, preparing to turn away. At that moment, Bibi Dong, with a dark expression, called him back. "At most, one." "What?" "1 soul ring of 100,000 years in exchange for your secret technique. I advise you not to overreach." She spoke through gritted teeth. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat taken aback. His earlier remarks had been largely exploratory. He had not genuinely anticipated acquiring even a single soul ring. After all, It had been made abundantly clear that such a method was solely applicable to himself. To his surprise, this woman was indeed willing to invest significantly. However, it was evident that he could no longer refuse. To do so would be tantamount to provocation. He had no desire to incite Bibi Dong's wrath. For if she were to truly lose control, the situation could become exceedingly difficult. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing was uncertain whether he would confront a completely unhinged Bibi Dong on his behalf. Their acquaintance was not particularly close, and given Qianrenxue's temperament, he might very well make a decision to preserve the greater good when the situation became dire. It must be noted that Bibi Dong had undergone divine trials for several years now, her strength being inscrutable. The esteemed 99th level Grand Enshrined was merely a deterrent. Zhu Zhuqing had never genuinely regarded him as his trump card. Moreover, he had no intention of declining this opportunity. He stood to gain immensely from this transaction. He promptly nodded in agreement. Observing this, Bibi Dong secretly gritted her teeth, dismissively retorting, "I fear you may lack the ability to absorb it when the time comes." "It matters not, as it was not intended for me." Bibi Dong's expression immediately darkened. "Is it prepared for Qian Renxue?" It was evidently so. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the hall, he cast a glance back at the papal palace, scoffing inwardly. Bibi Dong's blind confidence and adulation towards Yu Xiaojang struck him as utterly ludicrous. Zhu Zhuqing's earlier remarks were not mere pretexts. This method of harmonizing attributes currently suits only himself. As for other martial souls, a tailored approach is necessary. The malignant mutation of martial souls arises from the accumulation of attributes that clash with the host, a principle that is easily articulated. Yet discerning the specific attribute variations among different martial souls is far from straightforward. Moreover, the disparity between beast martial souls and tool martial souls is profound. Given Yu Xiaojang's level of expertise, understanding this would indeed be a rare feat, not to mention that his martial soul, the three canons of Luo, is inherently unique. Transcending the simplicity of malignant mutation, what truly astonished Zhu Zhuqing was Bibi Dong's current disposition. Her demeanor bore no resemblance to that of someone reflecting on a first love laced with youthful regrets. Rather, it resembled the veneration of a deity enshrined in her heart. Did Bibi Dong genuinely love Yu Xiaojang? Perhaps once, in her youth, she did. The naive young saint, newly emerged into the world, found herself enamored with an erudite yet disheartened theoretical master, filling the void within her over months of companionship. However, with the passage of years, what kind of love could endure such a duration? It is essential to recognize that at that time, one was a saintess of the spirit hall and the other a forsaken scion of the upper three sects. A stark imbalance in their identities that rendered a candid romance impossible. Calculating the time they spent together, it becomes evident that it was hardly sufficient for a profound understanding of one another. After so many years apart, it is likely that Yu Xiaojang's image in Bibi Dong's mind has been entirely reconstructed from her own imagination. Even if Yu Xiaojang were to appear before her today as he did in the past, it is improbable that he would align with the idealized figure she has envisioned. Furthermore, it is crucial to acknowledge that Yu Xiaojang, by nature, lacks such capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing's conjecture is not without foundation. Logically speaking, even if there are unresolved feelings, they should not be distorted to such an extent. Sacrificing a soul ring that has existed for 100,000 years for an ethereal possibility is rather excessive. After all, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are not the same. One is characterized by a naive innocence stemming from inexperience, while the other is truly devoid of reason. The distinction between the two is significant. It now appears that such emotions resemble an obsession. The hatred for Qian Xuanji, coupled with the love for Yu Xiaojang, may also be influenced by the mental imprint of the Rakshasa god. In Bibi Dong's heart, Yu Xiaojang has transformed into a symbol, serving as her spiritual pillar and emotional refuge. Under such circumstances, if her faith were to shatter, the consequences would be unpredictable. Truly, it is a manifestation of mental instability. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head with a sigh, yet a smile graced his lips. Today's discovery filled him with immense satisfaction, and a myriad of thoughts began to flit through his mind. As the conclusion approached, relying solely on Qian Renxue may not prove to be foolproof. The influence of Yu Xiaojang could potentially exceed his expectations. Furthermore, manipulating someone like Yu Xiaojang is remarkably straightforward, as his desires are exceedingly apparent. Chapter 26. The counterattack of Qian Renxue. Zhu Zhuqing was making his way towards the Elder's Hall when suddenly, a flash of golden light darted from the side, and a figure lunged forward. It seemed as though the two were on the verge of colliding head-on. Zhu Zhuqing pointed his finger, landing it squarely on the smooth forehead of the golden-haired girl before him. "What are you doing?" he asked, gazing helplessly at the girl, who stood tall, nearly matching his own height. "Teacher, there is truly no need for such actions. My grandfather has stated that I need not concern myself with the matter of the ninth spirit ring." The girl looked up at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes already hinting at unparalleled beauty, sparkling with starlight. "Who is worrying about your ninth spirit ring?" Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes in response, clearly indicating that he should not be so obstinate. "I saw it with my grandfather. Your martial soul only requires a ninth spirit ring, correct? Does this mean?" Qian Renxue suddenly realized that I can begin absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring at level 80. She harbored no doubts that, with the assistance of this teacher, she would be able to achieve this in the future. "I believe that for a spirit master, The significance of the martial soul's true body surpasses that of the eighth spirit ability. Martial soul true body, Qian Renxue repeated softly, and then the realization struck her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Impossible, I cannot do that. Rest assured, I will take action. Zhu Zhuqing gently patted her shoulder, advising her to focus on advancing to the soul sect first, assuring her that other matters need not concern one so young. If an opportunity were to arise to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at level 70, he was uncertain how Qian Daolu would proceed or if there were any means to acquire such a soul ring. Nevertheless, it is always prudent to be prepared. I am not a child anymore, Qian Renxue retorted with dissatisfaction. You are not much older than I. Being older than you is sufficient, he replied. Zhu Zhuqing casually replied while continuing his stride towards the back mountain. Qian Renxue let out a soft hum and followed closely behind. Master, what exactly is the nature of your martial soul? What are your thoughts on it? Upon hearing his counter-question, the young girl articulated her earlier speculation. Is it related to the attributes conferred by the spirit rings on the martial soul? Martial souls of spirit masters also possess distinct attributes, and it appears that the malevolent mutations of a martial soul are indicative of a transformation in its intrinsic attributes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, demonstrating a degree of insight. At least the books had not been read in vain. Given the limitations of this realm's knowledge and perspective, arriving at this conclusion was commendable. The entanglement of attributes within a martial spirit was far more intricate than it appeared. Even though Zhu Zhuqing grasped the principles of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint and had developed certain ideas over time, the true practice of these concepts required years of accumulation. He did not withhold his knowledge and proceeded to outline the theories of martial spirit mutation and secondary awakening. Qian Renxue fell silent upon hearing this. Over the years, under Zhu Zhuqing's tutelage, she had read numerous texts. Yet she humbly acknowledged that she could never possess his level of intuition. This teacher consistently found alternative paths, uncovering routes that others could scarcely imagine. Often, the most crucial and challenging step remains that initial spark of inspiration. Learning without contemplation leads to confusion, while contemplation without learning can be detrimental. Observing Qian Renxue deep in thought, Zhu Zhuqing continued, the reason I encouraged you to read more was to broaden your horizons. You possess remarkable talent, but your knowledge base is insufficient. Blind speculation is akin to building a tower on sand. The more whimsical your ideas, the more likely you are to veer off course. Now that you have read extensively, it is imperative to engage in deeper reflection. Otherwise, that knowledge will only confine your creativity. Let your understanding unfold gradually. As they spoke, the two had once again arrived at the rear mountain of the martial spirit hall and subsequently entered a dimly lit dungeon. At that moment, the dungeon was devoid of any onlookers, save for the flickering torches mounted on the walls for illumination. At the far end of the dungeon, within a cage, a sacred light beast, having just surpassed 10,000 years, was tightly bound. Its broad wings hung listlessly on the ground, and its robust limbs bore numerous scars. Hearing the commotion, it slowly opened its eyes to regard the newcomers. Once dazzlingly bright, its snow-white fur had now lost its luster. Nevertheless, the pure and sacred aura surrounding it still emanated a sense of divinity. This sacred light beast was indeed the target of Qian Renxue's expedition. Despite its current state of severe injury and near death, it possessed immense strength and an exceptional recovery ability under sunlight, which was precisely why it had been imprisoned underground for suppression. Proceed, Zhu Zhuqing instructed after confirming that the creature was utterly incapable of resistance. Qian Renxue nodded, taking a deep breath as she drew a longsword from her soul guide device and stepped forward. With a swift and decisive thrust, she ended the life of the soul beast. The dark, 1,000-year soul ring gradually materialized. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded in acknowledgement, marveling at his fortunate circumstances. While there exists a multitude of soul beasts with either sacred or malevolent attributes, those that possess such attributes as their primary essence are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than those with extreme qualities. Were it not for his serendipitous fortune, he would likely have to settle for a fire attribute soul beast as Qian Renxue's 4th soul ring, which would undoubtedly yield a lesser enhancement to her angelic martial spirit. Crucially, the age of this holy light beast is also remarkably appropriate, given that Qian Renxue's earlier soul rings were not absorbed across different age limits. A 4th soul ring exceeding 10,000 years is already at the threshold. This is particularly true considering Zhu Zhuqing's recent efforts to train her physique and mental fortitude, alongside her inherently profound 6-winged angel martial spirit, which has enabled her to reach this juncture. Excellent, you may now commence the preparation to absorb this soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Qian Renxue, signaling her that she could proceed with the next step. He had already imparted to her the specific techniques and acupoints for the silver needle acupuncture. Qian Renxue remained silent, taking a deep breath before quietly retrieving the silver needles and the pre-prepared potions from her soul guiding device. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing prepared to leave the dungeon, intending to stand guard for her outside. Master, wait a moment. A faintly trembling voice suddenly emanated from behind him. What is it? He halted, turning back in curiosity. Before him stood Qian Renxue, her head bowed, her face obscured by the cascade of golden hair, rendering her expression unreadable. Her fingers, clutching the needle box, appeared to tremble slightly. I have never practiced distinguishing those acupoints. Please assist me, master. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend her words. After a brief pause, he replied, "What did you just say? I cannot perform silver needle acupuncture. I implore you to help me." Zhu Zhuqing's tone grew increasingly somber. "Qian Renxue, what madness has seized you?" When absorbing the fourth soul ring, the primary acupoints stimulated are situated along the Ren and Dai meridians, predominantly concentrated in the sensitive areas of the abdomen and waist. How could he possibly take action? In the 27th chapter, has the art of war turned against me? At this juncture, Qian Renxue unexpectedly regained her composure, raising her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. "Teacher, I truly cannot." "Then learn it now. The soul ring will remain for a while longer, ample time indeed." Zhu Zhuqing suppressed his rising anger, speaking coldly. He could not fathom what had gone awry with Qian Renxue today, as she seemingly lost her senses here. "I am incapable." The girl's long, delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her eyes stubbornly locked onto his. "Very well, I shall seek out Spirit Duel Lingyuan to assist you. I do not trust anyone else." "Do you not even trust your grandfather?" Qian Renxue remained silent, simply observing him. "Then you may linger here at your leisure." Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Just as he took 2 steps towards the staircase leading to the dungeon, a sudden gust of fierce wind struck from behind. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively turned his head to evade. With a sharp sound, a palm-sized wooden box collided with the stone wall before him, shattering into a fine powder that scattered across the ground. This strike was evidently infused with spiritual force. Not only did the wooden box splinter, but the several silver needles that tumbled out from within were also severed in two. Astonishing. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze became intense as he sensed that the situation was slipping out of his grasp. The reverence that Qian Renxue held for him was diminishing with each passing moment. After a brief pause, he retrieved another box of silver needles from his soul guide device and tossed it behind him. His tone softened as he began to speak. "Little Shui, please do not go too far." As yet another wooden box shattered into fragments before him, Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence. Taking a deep breath, he turned once more, his voice rising in admonition. "Qian Renxue, do not overstep your boundaries." At that moment, Qian Renxue remained rooted in place, gazing at him with an unsettling calmness. Aside from the slight reddening of her eyes, she appeared unchanged from before. Zhu Zhuqing's eye muscles twitched involuntarily twice. If that's the case, then simply refrain from upgrading. After saying this, he turned and descended the stairs. "You had better think it over carefully. Come to me for the silver needles once you have made up your mind." Time passed, second by second. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the iron gate, seated on the stone steps at the entrance of the dungeon, lost in a profound reverie. In reality, should he pursue Qian Renxue, he would undoubtedly relish the endeavor. However, in this simulation, the inevitable outcome loomed before him, foretelling that the two would ultimately find themselves in conflict. Moreover, he had consistently been exploiting this girl. She was the most pivotal piece in his grand scheme, the most vital weapon. Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong, and even the elders of the Spirit Hall all required this future celestial being to be eliminated. And then, she could meet her demise. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved another box of silver needles from the soul guiding device, idly rolling them between his fingers. His gaze drifted aimlessly towards the horizon. The simulated life bore no distinction from reality. He had long understood that this was not merely a game, but rather another authentic world. Qian Renxue, Chen Xian, and Zhu Doluo were not mere NPCs, but living, breathing individuals. The emotions exchanged among them were undeniably genuine. If he were to immerse himself fully, would he still be able to act decisively when the time came? Matters of the heart are seldom straightforward. This is the very reason he consistently maintained a respectful distance from Qian Renxue. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that perhaps the challenge of this simulation lay not only with the Spirit Hall but also within himself. How foolish I have been. I should have simply allowed her to absorb the spirit ring on her own. Why did I insist on accompanying her? Half an hour has already passed. Yet the dungeon remains utterly silent. In another half hour, that rare spirit ring will completely dissipate. It would be futile to seek out Qian Daolu now. Explaining the situation would be impossible. If that old man were to misunderstand and act rashly, revoking Qian Renxue's right to receive guidance, it would undoubtedly complicate the original plan. Time is now down to the final 15 minutes, and the dungeon is still devoid of any sound. This truly feels like bullying the honest. Zhu Zhuqing rose to his feet in a surge of indignation. "So, this is how you wish to play the game of no return, is it? Is there no law? No sense of justice left?" While Qian Renxue may act with such reckless abandon, leaving no avenue for retreat, Zhu Zhuqing could not bear to stand by idly. He understood that only by ensuring she laid a solid foundation and approached the divine examination in peak condition could there be a chance to triumph over Bibi Dong, who possessed dual spirit souls. "Ah, you truly are Bibi Dong's daughter," exhibiting the same peculiar lack of rationality. In the dim confines of the dungeon, Zhu Zhuqing's mocking voice reverberated once more. Yet, Qian Renxue paid him no heed, her previously tranquil and somewhat numb expression blossoming into a captivating smile. In that fleeting moment, her radiance seemed capable of illuminating the dark dungeon. Even Zhu Zhuqing found himself momentarily entranced. "Teacher, I am indeed dull-witted. There is simply no way for me to succeed. Your words are as unyielding as ever." Su Cheng found himself in a state of utter helplessness. You prepare yourself, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed with a rosy hue as she approached the long-deceased holy light beast carcass. At this moment, a wave of shyness washed over her once more. Turning her back to Su Cheng, she slowly began to unbutton her blouse, the intricate fabric parting gracefully to the sides. Her slender, jade-like arms glided across her neck, the golden tips of her hair swaying gently, glistening like waves under the flickering candlelight. Gradually, her delicate collarbone and pristine shoulders were revealed. Even in the dim light of the dungeon, her skin radiated a lustrous, pearlescent glow. As her blouse fell away, her smooth back and narrow waist formed a perfect silhouette, one that even the finest sculptor would struggle to replicate in its divine essence. Qian Renxue slightly raised her head and turned, her elongated swan-like neck tracing a beautiful arc. When she caught sight of Su Cheng behind her, her flushed cheeks momentarily froze in surprise. He had managed to procure a black cloth strip to bind around his head, completely obscuring his eyes. She couldn't help but stammer. How can you possibly administer the needle with your eyes covered like that? Not to worry, Su Cheng replied in a calm voice, enveloped in darkness. Do not underestimate my professional capabilities. With a playful roll of her eyes, Qian Renxue secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite her earlier composed demeanor, she had been equally anxious inside. Now, her emotions had begun to ease considerably, which would prove beneficial for the soul ring absorption that was to follow. As the two settled into a cross-legged position facing each other, a subtle pressure emanated from Su Cheng, who had reached a level of mental prowess sufficient to extend his spirit outward. Coupled with the nascent form of his sword domain, he was now able to delineate the outline of the figure before him. Su Cheng retrieved a silver needle from the wooden box, grasping it firmly in the palm of his hand. His fingers lingered momentarily in the air before extending forward, reaching toward the silhouette he sensed ahead, probing gently at the waist of the figure. Indeed, blindfolding oneself serves as an effective strategy. However, the perception he experienced merely manifested as a vague outline in his mind, devoid of any discernible details. Thus, as a trade-off, he was compelled to make subtle contact with his fingertips, followed by a slight stimulation of his spiritual energy, before he could accurately identify the precise locations of the acupoints. In Chapter 28, Qian Renxue felt as though she had once again succeeded. The searing tip of his finger made contact with her cool skin, causing both to shudder slightly in unison. Su Cheng felt as though he were caressing a piece of warm, supple jade, a slight elasticity resisting his fingers' further intrusion. As his fingertips, imbued with a delicate trace of spiritual energy, glided gently across, a layer of fine goosebumps arose on the pristine, smooth expanse of Qian Renxue's abdomen, bringing forth a blush that spread like wildfire. Her suppressed breaths became slightly more hurried. After brushing past the petite, rounded navel, his fingertips continued their ascent. From the clearly defined lines of her waist, graceful curves extended, culminating in the exquisite indentation of her waist, forming a perfect arc. Perhaps the medicinal liquid was beginning to take effect. A warmth radiated from the previously cool skin of the young girl, stirring something deep within Su Cheng. Struggling to suppress his fanciful thoughts, he deftly flicked a silver needle from his palm, which, guided by his spiritual energy, accurately pierced the 5 acupoints of the meridian. A melodious sigh escaped the young girl's lips. Su Cheng felt a slight tremor at his brow. He focused his mind, striving to dispel any errant thoughts. Qian Renxue's fair face flushed with embarrassment. She sensed that the touch of his fingers possessed an enchanting power, though it was merely a gentle caress. It stirred her spirit and set her thoughts racing. Su Cheng was indeed not at ease. Despite his outward composure, he was internally tumultuous, struggling to maintain his self-control. No matter how resolute his spirit, he had never encountered such a scenario. Even with his eyes shrouded, the sensations at his fingertips, the vivid fantasies swirling in his mind, and the alluring fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk wafting from the opposite side, all posed a significant challenge to his willpower. As the needles were inserted one after another, Qian Renxue's physical potential was continually awakened, her meridians expanding, and her flesh tinged with pain. Yet, these intense sensory stimuli were wholly overshadowed by another peculiar sensation. A wave of slickness arose between his legs, accompanied by an odd sense of fulfillment, tinged with an undercurrent of emptiness. Standing outside the dungeon, Su Cheng gazed up at the azure sky, feeling an unsettling turmoil within his spirit. He raised his hand and, with a resounding slap, struck himself, which surprisingly brought him a sense of calm. Su Cheng, you must exercise restraint. It is imperative to maintain distance from her. After admonishing himself, he couldn't help but worry about Qian Renxue, who was currently underground absorbing her soul ring. Under normal circumstances, her current foundation would allow her to withstand the mental assault of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, given her recent state, it was uncertain whether complications might arise. After several hours of waiting, as Su Cheng's emotions settled, he suddenly heard a pain moan emanating from below. His expression shifted, and he hurried back into the dungeon. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. Before him, a figure radiated with resplendent golden light. A pair of long, broad, pristine wings extended from her back, enveloping her in a protective embrace. An external soul bone. Qian Renxue, upon summoning her martial spirit, would typically sprout a pair of wings. A mere byproduct of her six-winged angel martial spirit, unrelated to soul bones. According to her, as a divine-level martial spirit, awakening the six-winged angel martial spirit granted the soul master the innate ability to fly and move at great speed, with wings developing at every 30th level. Upon reaching the rank of title Dolua, one would attain the complete six-wing form. Yet, the wings that now shielded Qian Renxue were evidently different from those Zhu Zhuqing had previously encountered. They were considerably larger, exuding a stronger presence. With the wing roots positioned higher, how could this be? The emergence of this external soul bone was entirely unexpected. Logically, the holy light beast is known for its peaceful temperament, according to the theory that the greater the resentment of a soul beast, the more likely it is to produce a soul bone. Such a soul beast, even if slain and its soul ring absorbed, would almost never yield an external soul bone. Intriguingly, is this a matter of compatibility? Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a new wave of inspiration had washed over him. The significance of this external soul bone was profound and warranted thorough exploration. If he could grasp its underlying principles, it might one day afford him similar opportunities. More importantly, acquiring this pair of soul bones would undoubtedly enhance Qian Renxue's combat prowess in the future. Observing her steady progress and the impending conclusion of her soul ring absorption, Zhu Zhuqing relaxed, choosing to remain in the dungeon and patiently await the outcome. After the passage of half an hour, an excited voice finally emerged from behind him. "Teacher, did you see that?" As the heir of the spirit hall, and having studied a plethora of theoretical texts, she was well aware of the rarity of external soul bones and recognized this as a remarkable opportunity. Concurrently, she summoned her six-winged angel martial spirit, and with her wings interwoven in ethereal elegance, she appeared increasingly divine. "Very impressive," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, turning to face her with admiration. "With this pair of external soul bones, you will find immense assistance in both cultivation and combat in your future endeavors. As for the specific methods of utilization, further research is essential." "I understand," Qianrenxue replied. Recalling the intimate moments they had shared earlier, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as an unusual thrill surged from within her. She quickly steadied her mind, striving to mask her emotions, and stepped closer to Zhu Zhuqing. After absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, Qianrenxue seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation, appearing even taller and more statuesque. Standing before Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed only slightly shorter than him. Clenching her fist, a powerful sensation coursed through her body, accompanied by a burgeoning confidence. A sly smile graced her lips as she turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Teacher, shall we engage in a spar at the training grounds?" Prior to her ascension to the Soul Master rank, she harbored no illusions about defeating a teacher nearly 10 levels her junior. However, with the addition of a Millennium Soul Ring, an exceptionally compatible fourth soul skill, and a pair of external soul bones, she was convinced victory was within her grasp. Moreover, Qian Dalu had previously elucidated the principles and shortcomings of Zhu Zhuqing's unique soul techniques, informing her that as cultivation levels rose, the disparity in combat strength between soul masters would only widen. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing would undeniably be no match for her in battle. Gazing at the confident Qian Renxue before him, Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. "I recall that during our first encounter, we made a wager, and I did not stipulate any stakes at that time." "Very well, I shall allow you to propose a wager this time." Qian Renxue readily accepted, her demeanor radiating with the assurance that she could rectify past grievances. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing curled his lips in disdain and turned to stride towards the dungeon's exit. He had a novel concept for developing a new soul skill and had intended to wait until Qian Renxue advanced to test it. Chapter 29. Speed and slowness. In the vicinity of the offering hall, Zhu Zhuqing stood opposite Qian Renxue in the training grounds. Zhu Zhuqing glanced around, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Today was indeed lively. Unlike the last time, the spectators observing in secrecy were far more numerous than just Qian Daolu and the Golden Crocodile Dolua. The remaining esteemed offerings in the offering hall had all gathered, forming a circle within, eagerly awaiting Qian Dalu's live broadcast. Numerous title Dolua from the Elder Hall unabashedly stood at a distance in the martial arena, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle, visible to both participants. Even Bibi Dong was silently observing from the papal hall, assessing the current strengths of the master and disciple duo. However, among these onlookers, the majority were drawn by Qianrenxue as an extraordinary prodigy with innate soul power at level 20. And now, having absorbed her first 10,000-year soul ring during the soul sect phase, she naturally commanded significant attention. Of course, they did not overlook Zhu Zhuqing's presence. Over the years since he joined the Spirit Hall, he had earned the recognition and respect of everyone through his extensive knowledge and wisdom. Yet, this respect was limited to his intellect. No one held high hopes for him to triumph over the current Qianrenxue. The disparity between the two was simply too vast. Additionally, some well-connected students from the Spirit Hall Academy were present, accompanied by their elders, to broaden their horizons. For instance, Hulaina, who had just been promoted to Great Soul Master, stood beside Bibi Dong, observing the scene constructed by her teacher as soul power. There were also pure spectators, such as Yu Guan, who, with a malicious glee, watched Zhu Zhuqing and remarked to the ghost Dolua, "Old ghost, Mr. Su was about to be thoroughly beaten by his disciple. Every time I see him so at ease, I can't help but feel a bit unsettled. What do you think? Not much to worry about, replied Gu Mei with an expression of indifference, his words devoid of mercy. You are merely envious of his superior knowledge. As the battle was about to commence, Qian Renxue looked at Su Cheng and said, Master, you haven't mentioned your wager yet. Let us discuss it another time. Rest assured, I want to put you in a difficult position. If you feel it inappropriate, then we shall forego it. I currently have nothing for you to do. Qian Renxue, lost in thought, blushed slightly, gently nodding her head in agreement. The spectators around them harbored varied thoughts. Su Cheng was aware that Bibi Dong was surely watching as well, yet he paid it little mind. At this moment, Qian Renxue was still too inexperienced, despite some unexpected elements. Her status as a mere soul sect did not warrant Bibi Dong's concern or wariness. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, Qian Renshue's thoughts were exceedingly simple. She solely desired to surpass her teacher in strength. Master, be cautious. The six-winged angel martial spirit manifested behind her, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Under the golden light, 2 pairs of pristine white wings unfurled from her back. Her body floated gracefully, resembling a true angel, suspended in midair. Subsequently, a series of golden halos, accompanied by a strange yet melodious sound, enveloped Su Cheng. A formidable pressure emanated from all directions, constraining his senses. Qian Renxue commenced the battle by directly unleashing her angel domain. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Cheng did not hesitate, as he summoned his martial soul. The first soul ring illuminated, bestowing upon his long sword the attribute of resilience. Subsequently, a series of sword energies emanated from him, creating an aura of power. However, his sword domain was still in its nascent stage, barely able to protect him, and could only somewhat alleviate the pressure exerted by the angelic domain. Engaging in a contest of strength with his opponent was nothing short of a delusion, much like 3 years prior. Su Cheng's tactical approach this time was similarly based on defensive counterattacks. However, it was evident that Qian Renxue was no longer the same as she had been 3 years prior. She refrained from launching a direct assault and did not employ her previous 3 soul skills. Instead, she revealed her pitch-black 4th soul ring. The 4th soul skill, Angel's Descent. Upon activation of this soul skill, the ethereal image of the 6-winged angel martial spirit vanished, merging seamlessly with Qian Renxue. Brilliant golden light radiated around her, and an overwhelming aura surged forth unabashedly into the surroundings. This soul skill was evidently distinct from the typical martial spirit embodiment. It provided a comprehensive enhancement of her abilities, maximizing her sacred attributes while further harmonizing the connection between her physical form and martial spirit. Her speed, physique, and explosive power surged to unprecedented heights in an instant. As the golden light flickered, a magnificent sword materialized in Qian Renshue's hand. She then charged forward, engaging in combat with Su Cheng. This time, rather than relying on sheer strength, Qian Renxue engaged in a pure duel of swordsmanship with Su Cheng, occasionally retreating and denying him any opportunity to gather momentum. Qian Dalu had once advised her that Su Cheng's swordsmanship excelled at neutralizing relentless assaults. If the attacking party failed to understand the importance of conserving energy, the longer the confrontation continued, the stronger Su Cheng's accumulated power would become. His sword stance was an epitome of absolute defense when the disparity in strength was minimal. Yet, this defensive swordplay was not without its vulnerabilities. Should the opponent focus solely on a war of attrition, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Currently, Qian Renxue surpassed Su Cheng in both martial spirit strength and soul power by a significant margin, making the outcome of their confrontation increasingly apparent. Nevertheless, Su Cheng had no intention of employing his former techniques. With a swift strike, the light sword sliced through the air. The sound of their swords clashing resonated. To everyone's astonishment, after several exchanges, the two were evenly matched. Subsequently, the rhythmic clang of their intersecting blades echoed throughout the arena. This spectacle took all spectators by surprise. The possibilities of Su Cheng's unexpected triumph have sparked considerable speculation among many. However, none of the title Dolua present anticipated that the battle would unfold in such a back-and-forth manner. Wait. It seems that the young lady's attacks were not executed with full force. Was she holding back? Yu Guan, somewhat perplexed, glanced at his old partner, Gu Mei. Not only that, Gu Dolua remarked, his expression revealing surprise. Did you not notice that Mr. Su's speed of attack is exceedingly swift? Upon hearing Gu Mei's observation, Yu Guan finally grasped the situation. Indeed, it was true, yet there seemed to be no reason for it. In battles among soul masters, the contest is never solely a matter of soul power. The strength, speed, perception, foresight, and soul techniques of both parties are crucial factors, especially in close combat. Opponents often predict the subsequent moves of their adversaries the moment they initiate an attack. As a soul sovereign, Su Cheng should logically be incapable of keeping pace with the speed of attack from Qian Renxue, a soul zone. This was precisely why Yu Guan had initially overlooked this detail. However, the circumstances within the arena were quite the opposite. Each of Su Cheng's attacks seemed to catch Qian Renxue off guard, causing her to miss every opportunity and remain a step behind in her offensive rhythm. In the training ground, Su Cheng effortlessly countered Qian Renshue's swordplay, consistently interrupting her attacks as soon as she initiated them. "If it continues like this, you might just lose," he said, even while he maintained his offensive. At this moment, he had already begun to gain the upper hand. Qian Renxue pressed her lips tightly together, struggling to comprehend the situation. Despite the fact that the force behind her strikes had not diminished and her accompanying soul power was undeniably at the level of a soul sovereign, how could her swordsmanship speed reach such heights? Observers like the Chrysanthemum Dolua and Gue Dolua, despite their formidable strength and understanding, could not perceive the nuances as clearly as those directly involved. At this juncture, Qian Renxue felt exceedingly constrained. She executed a diagonal slash, but before it could reach its midpoint, Su Cheng's strike intercepted the lower edge of her sword, instantly halting her technique. With no time to adjust her attack, she was compelled to block with her sword as another horizontal slash came her way. Even more perplexing was that Su Cheng, who seemed poised to deliver a downward blow, could effortlessly switch to a hanging stance at the peak of his strike, forcing her to adapt. After several exchanges, Qian Renxue found that her every attack was yielding only 2 or 3/10 of its intended effect. Moreover, as time passed, Su Cheng's speed of attack continued to escalate, and the fluidity of his sword techniques became increasingly seamless. Qian Renxue understood that if this continued, even if she were to exhaust her soul power, her defeat was inevitable. Her first soul ring illuminated, and golden light began to converge between her hands. "Have you reached your limit?" Su Cheng chuckled lightly, yet he refrained from raising his sword in defense. Given that Qian Renxue had absorbed a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, coupled with the enhancements of her fourth soul skill, he surmised that he could likely secure victory using his previous strategies, albeit without absolute certainty and with considerable effort, introducing an element of risk. Su Cheng chose to launch a direct counterattack. His second and third soul rings illuminated in succession. The second soul skill, sharpness. The third soul skill, the bladeless greatsword. In the fleeting moment of the third soul ring's glow, his strike had already descended. The swiftness of his attack completely surpassed Qian Renxue's reaction limit. At that moment, her first soul skill had yet to be activated. No, it was not just Qian Renxue. The observing elders were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a sword strike had been executed. This does not seem right. Why could his soul skills be unleashed instantaneously? Within the worship hall, the golden crocodile Dolua voiced the collective confusion of those present and turned to Qian Daolu. "Brother, do you know the reason?" Qian Daolu, equally perplexed, replied, "I am uncertain as well. Perhaps his third soul skill is particularly unique? Even the most unique abilities require soul power to operate. Even you, brother, need time to employ your soul skills. Indeed, it cannot be that this offensive soul skill requires no support from his own soul power," the other esteemed elders chimed in. At that moment in the arena, Su Cheng wielded a longsword that had nearly doubled in size, seemingly imbued with immense power as it descended. In stark contrast, Qian Renxue was still channeling her soul power, her first soul skill still in its nascent stage, and there was no time to unleash the protective third soul skill. In desperation, she hastily raised her golden giant sword, attempting to combine it with her incomplete first soul skill to defend herself. With a resounding clash, the blade shattered, and Su Cheng's enormous sword hovered mere inches above Qian Renxue's forehead, the fierce wind causing her golden hair to billow. His precise control of power indicated that Su Cheng had yet to exert his full strength. "Teacher, I have lost again." Qian Renxue lowered her head, her expression tinged with slight disappointment, yet not entirely disheartened. She had anticipated the possibility of this outcome, although she held a great deal of confidence in herself. Her teacher had always been a person capable of miracles. After her emotions settled, she immediately posed the question that had puzzled her throughout the battle. "Why can you strike so quickly?" But then she realized the inappropriateness of her inquiry and quickly added, "Never mind, I am not particularly eager to know. Allow me to explain." Su Cheng smiled lightly, unfazed by the curious and probing gazes surrounding him, and candidly declared, "This is a newly developed soul technique of mine, known as the pulse severing and energy replenishment method." As he spoke, the third soul ring illuminated once more, and the longsword spirit, which had returned to its normal state, instantly expanded into a colossal blade, rather than a mere soul technique. It resembled a unique skill for the release of auxiliary soul techniques. "Pulse severing and energy replenishment method," Qian Renxue murmured, repeating the name. Not only she, but the titled Doluos observing from afar were also silently contemplating the profound implications of this name. The operation of different soul techniques varies in terms of their force application, soul ring characteristics, and final release methods. However, they all share a commonality. They require the circulation of soul power through the majority of the body's meridians to unleash their ultimate might. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, though their expressions remained increasingly perplexed. These were all common discussions. What relevance did they hold to the instantaneous release of soul techniques? Yet, Qian Renxue seemed to grasp something at this moment. "Teacher, when you mention severing the pulse, do you mean?" "Precisely," Su Cheng replied, casting her a glance and nodding slightly. "In truth, there is no necessity for soul power to flow throughout the entire body when utilizing a soul technique. It suffices to circulate within specific meridians to exert its power. For a soul master, whether executing a standard attack or employing a soul technique, the flow of soul power is instinctive. By suppressing this instinct, one can release a soul technique a step ahead. The crux lies in accurately identifying which meridians require soul power circulation during the application of the technique. This is why he was indifferent to others overhearing the underlying principles. Just this first point, the operational patterns of soul power for each technique are not easily discernible to the average person, unless they possess a similar level of medical expertise and understanding of the human body as he does. Furthermore, there are additional key aspects to consider, such as how to obstruct the ineffective circulation of soul power and the release techniques for consecutive attacks he previously demonstrated. Yet, these insights were clearly not meant for the prying ears of those nearby. Ultimately, this is merely a technique. If someone could truly comprehend the energy circulation within the body's meridians as he does, and master their own moves and soul techniques thoroughly, replicating these methods upon understanding the principles would not be overly challenging. Zhu Zhuqing embodies this principle, effortlessly employing this technique during today's battle to triumph over opponents who excel in various aspects. After listening to his explanation, Qian Renxue fell into a deep contemplation, only to despondently realize that even with an understanding of the intricacies of this method, she would be unable to utilize it. Master, please teach me. Of course. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. The development of this technique was indeed intended for you. With my level of martial spirit talent, no matter how extravagant my combat style, it will ultimately be of little use. Chapter 31. The Diary. Why did he stop? Wasn't he going to teach the young lady? Zhu Dolua looked bewildered as he observed the departing figures of the two. What was that? Did he say it for you to hear? Are you also his disciple? Gui Dolua glanced at his old friend with a hint of exasperation. Yu Guan is now realizing that the subsequent paid content is evidently not for public dissemination. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, contemplating that being his disciple might not be such a bad idea after all. His earlier words were clearly in jest, yet his feelings were genuinely complicated. Truly a prodigious talent, it seemed there was nothing he did not comprehend. Gui Mei, however, chose not to refute this time, merely nodding in agreement. The individuals within the offering hall also displayed expressions of astonishment. Each present was a formidable force at the pinnacle of the world, with the weakest boasting the strength of a peak Dolua, and they could not help but marvel at Zhu Zhuqing's accomplishments today. A natural talent. Truly a gift from the heavens. Qian Jun Dolua, who also wielded a weapon spirit, felt the deepest resonance and was the most emotionally stirred. It was a pity that he was slightly deficient in innate abilities. Otherwise, one could scarcely fathom his future achievements. Upon hearing this, the others echoed their sentiments of regret. That's hard to say, Qian Dalu interjected suddenly, seemingly unconvinced by the lamentations of his fellow brothers. Genie Dolua looked at him in confusion. For this elder had never been one to harbor jealousy towards the gifted. I previously heard Xiao Shui mention that this child has compensated for many of his innate shortcomings. He then proceeded to elaborate on Zhu Zhuqing's current martial spirit transformations. The prominent figures listened attentively, their expressions shifting with contemplation. Jingwan Dolua suddenly remarked, "Congratulations, elder brother. With this child's assistance, Xiao Shui's return to the position of pope is imminent." We shall see, Qian Dalu replied, shaking his head. He understood that Bibi Dong had begun to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, and he himself could not decipher the future trajectory of the spirit hall. Unlike the varied reactions of surprise and admiration from the elders of the spirit hall, the atmosphere within the Pope's chamber was decidedly tense. Bibi Dong wore a grim expression, and an ominous aura emanated uncontrollably from her being. To achieve such a level, a flicker of loathing flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she waved her hand, dispersing the image constructed from soul power. Hulaina stood quietly beside her, bewildered as to why her teacher was in such a furious state. Unbeknownst to her, the Rakshasa god trial required the absorption of immense amounts of deathly, resentful, and malevolent energy, a process that was excruciating and tested one's mental fortitude. Bibi Dong had been ensnared at this juncture for a considerable time, suffering daily torment. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she was indeed burning with jealousy. Bibi Dong had often fantasized that if Zhu Zhuqing were on her side, he would undoubtedly help her navigate this ordeal with ease. Meanwhile, the focus of the discussion, Zhu Zhuqing, had already returned to his room with Qian Renxue, beginning to elucidate the intricate details of the method of severing and resuming the flow of energy. Identifying the corresponding meridians during the release of soul skills was merely the first step. Subsequently, one must compress the soul power at the acupoints along the energy pathways, forming myriad minuscule nodes. In battle, these nodes could be employed to disrupt and suppress the instinctual flow of soul power. As transit stations for soul power, acupoints inherently possess the capacity to retain energy. In fact, this method could further assist soul masters in unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, compressing soul power into nodes at the acupoints is a laborious endeavor, while a few instances may be manageable for Qianrenxue. The expenditure of extensive time on such a method would be a futile endeavor, given her innate talent. Nevertheless, this was merely the rudimentary application of the severing and resuming energy method, specifically the severing method. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, he approached the desk and retrieved a sheet of white paper, upon which he began to inscribe his thoughts. The content detailed the various soul techniques of Qian Renxue, along with the corresponding sequences of her frequently employed maneuvers. Over the years, he had naturally become well acquainted with her myriad abilities. Regarding the continuation technique, he suggested that it could be employed to seamlessly integrate into offensive skills, thereby creating a series of consecutive attacks. Each interruption in the flow of energy could serve as the starting point for the subsequent strike, thus enhancing the rhythm of one's assaults during combat. As he spoke, his pen moved swiftly, soon filling an entire page. Zhu Zhuqing lightly flicked the paper in his hand, hastening the drying of the ink upon it. In this manner, no one could anticipate the next move of your offense. Conversely, you could leverage this to suppress your opponent. As for your fourth soul skill, which provides a comprehensive enhancement to your own state, it is indeed an exceptional skill, rendering the need for such time-compressing methods unnecessary. Your tactical reasoning today is sound. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. In future battles, it would be wise to initiate with your fourth soul skill in the angel domain without attempting to catch your adversary off guard. Qian Renxue accepted the sheet of paper he handed over and nodded earnestly, saying, "I understand." Zhu Zhuqing was just about to continue speaking when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a soul hall guard. "Mr. Su, the poisoned Dolua Dugubo is here to visit, claiming he has discovered a location that perfectly aligns with your previous specifications." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood. It seemed that Dugubo had already located the Eye of Ice and Fire. He nodded and replied, "I comprehend. Have him wait in the spirit hall for the time being. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall seek him out, and we will depart together." "Master, where are you going?" Qian Renxue inquired as soon as the guards departed. "I am descending the mountain. I previously instructed Dugubo to search for a precious site. If the situation proves true, your subsequent training will progress even more swiftly. I shall accompany you." "There is no need for that. Focus on your cultivation within the spirit hall. During my absence, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult the Grand Elder." Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand dismissively at Qian Renxue's proposal and continued, "You must place significant emphasis on the development of external soul bones. Logically speaking, if you had made full use of the acceleration and defensive capabilities of the external soul bones today, I would not have won so easily." Qian Renxue, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. Over the years, the two had nearly seen each other every day, sharing countless moments together. After Qian Renxue departed the room, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before retrieving a stack of notebooks from his soul guide. He casually picked one up and began flipping through its pages, filled with his handwriting. September 22nd, 2626. Upon my arrival in Wuhuan City, I had the honor of meeting the current Pope, Bibi Dong. We discussed the conditions for my joining the Wuhuan Hall, including unrestricted borrowing privileges from the library and an introduction to a disciple of exceptional talent. The former she readily agreed to, but the latter seemed to cause her some discomfort. How curious. What rational mind would willingly entrust a gifted child to someone of my lamentable talent? Yet, strangely, she later consented to introduce me to a child of remarkable potential. Judging by the Pope's demeanor, this child possesses an extraordinary background, and their relationship appears rather strained. Chapter 32, Descent from the Mountain. October 7th. 2626. What a remarkable twist of fate. My disciple is none other than the daughter of Qianrenxue. I do not harbor animosity toward her. Rather, I feel an overwhelming sense of compassion, for I understand the pain of a child who has lost a father from a young age. Initially, I anticipated that a successor with innate soul power of level 6 or 7 would suffice, yet this child's talent exceeded my expectations, given her lineage and capability. It is perplexing that the Pope would assign her to undertake covert missions aimed at subversion. There must be more to this situation than meets the eye. I sense her profound loneliness, and I shall dedicate myself to her guidance. October 10th, 2626. The Pope's mental state appears increasingly unstable. December 15th, 2626. Little Snow revealed to me that her mother is Pope Bibi Dong. If my memory serves me correctly, Bibi Dong was once a disciple of Qianrenxue. How intriguing. This revelation makes Bibi Dong's attitude towards Little Snow all the more puzzling. I am curious about the secrets entwined within this relationship. Regardless, a harmonious bond between mother and daughter is vital for the child's future development. January 21st, 2627. Bibi Dong harbors disdain for Little Snow. Yet I can discern that her true animosity lies with Qianrenxue. March 2nd, 2627. The circumstances surrounding Qianrenxue's death raise suspicions. It is highly unlikely he perished at the hands of Tang Hao. I have my suspicions, but they remain unconfirmed. April 5th, 2627. I investigated the situation regarding Qianrenxue's grievous injuries upon his return to the Wuhuan Hall. He was far from the brink of death. I have studied the angel Wuhuan, which boasts extraordinary vitality. The last individual Qianrenxue encountered was Bibi Dong, and it was several days later that she announced the cause of his demise. The truth is drawing near. August 7th, 2627. Deities do indeed exist in this world. The angel god revered by the Wuhuan Hall is not merely a fable. October 11th, 2627. Bibi Dong once attained the domain of the god of slaughter in the city of killing. It is highly probable that she has undergone the trials for divine inheritance, emerging as a powerful and ruthless Shura god. October 22nd, 2627. Qianrenxue rests only in a ceremonial tomb, devoid of a physical body. Bibi Dong's second martial soul. The soul-devouring spider emperor possesses formidable devouring capabilities. January 21st, 2628. The aura of death and malevolence around Bibi Dong intensifies. It is increasingly difficult to ascertain whether she remains the same person. March 22nd, 2628. I am 90% certain that Qianrenxue was consumed alive by Bibi Dong. She is indeed a terrifying woman. However, Little Snow must remain oblivious to these matters for the time being. She is far too vulnerable. Should she recklessly confront Bibi Dong, not only would she endanger herself, but she could also jeopardize many others. Bibi Dong is no longer mentally stable. Once Little Snow reaches level 70, she may be eligible to inherit the divine position of the angel god from the Wuhuan Hall. Until then, I must help her establish a solid foundation. Only with strength will she earn the right to uncover the truth. I hope my investigations yield erroneous results. Though this child hails from noble lineage, her fate is undeniably tragic. Su Cheng closed his notebook and tossed it back onto the desk, letting out a long sigh. The contents were, of course, entirely fabricated. No one would inscribe their innermost thoughts in a diary, for what could be written down ceases to be true confessions. He had meticulously prepared all of this long ago. Yet, at this moment, he found himself hesitating. When a decision must be made, one must commit. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately placed the stack of notebooks into the drawer behind the desk. He understood that once he departed from the spirit hall, Qianrenxue would undoubtedly discover these writings. She had never possessed a keen sense of boundaries regarding such matters. However, once she had perused them, it would signify that the plan had officially entered its final stages. At that point, including Su Cheng himself, they would all be mere pawns crossing a river, with no possibility of retreat. Once everything was properly arranged and he had gathered his belongings to exit the Elder Hall, at this moment, Su Cheng noticed that Qianrenxue was elegantly standing beneath the shade of the trees by the side of the hall, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. In the brief interval of his absence, she had procured an exquisite gown of white adorned with golden trim, which accentuated her tall and alluring figure even further. Upon catching sight of Su Cheng, a smile graced Qianrenxue's face as she stepped out from the shadows. The silver headband adorned her hair, contrasting beautifully with her flowing golden locks under the sun's radiant glow, coupled with her fully blossomed, breathtakingly beautiful visage. She appeared at that moment as if a goddess had descended upon the mortal realm. Su Cheng's gaze subtly flickered away for a moment before he swiftly regained his composure. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I'm here to see you off," Qianrenxue replied as she stepped closer, affectionately linking her arm with his. "You wouldn't allow me to accompany you, but a farewell is certainly permissible. I assent it." Su Cheng sighed, estimating that he would return in a few months. What gifts could possibly be given? A few months may seem lengthy. The young girl lifted her head and smiled at him. "By the way, Nana has heard somewhere that you are leaving for a while and wanted to come and see you off. I just managed to persuade her to stay back. You wouldn't be disappointed, would you?" "What is there to be disappointed about? You needn't come either." Su Cheng rolled his eyes. "By the way, do you require the company of Judolua or Ghostolua during your descent?" "There is no need. I have no enemies. And my reputation on the continent is quite commendable, bolstered by the support of the Spirit Hall, so there should be no peril." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue pouted. "Truly not taking me along? You should remain here to diligently cultivate. Upon my return, I shall assess your progress." At this juncture, Su Cheng paused momentarily and then added, "Should you encounter difficulties, seek counsel from the esteemed elders. During my absence, limit your interactions with those from the Papal Hall." Hearing this, Qianrenxue felt perplexed but obediently nodded, indicating her understanding. Half an hour later, Su Cheng and Dugyubo were seated in a carriage en route to the Tiando Empire. "Brother Dugyubo, where did you discover the convergence of ice and fire's spiritual energy?" Su Cheng inquired. "Mr. Su, I stumbled upon this mystical site within the sunset forest of the Tiando Empire. Your earlier words were indeed accurate. There, I sensed a significant suppression of my toxicity. Had it not been for Su Cheng's intervention, Dugyubo's only son might have long since perished." Thus he held Su Cheng in great esteem, consistently addressing him with honorifics. At this moment, Su Cheng mused within, some matters are truly fated. For instance, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although the location of the celestial herb must remain concealed from many, Qianrenxue also has a few trusted subordinates. Over the years, he had dispatched several individuals to search for this place in the Sunset Forest, yet all had returned empty-handed. Conversely, Dugyubo had found it first. Despite lacking precise knowledge of its scope, undoubtedly, this herbal garden would prove invaluable to Su Cheng. Whether in further refining his martial soul to put theory into practice or in fulfilling his ultimate goal of obliterating the Spirit Hall, the celestial herb would be of immense assistance. Besides the Eye of Ice and Fire, he had other plans to arrange and certain conjectures to validate during this descent. Chapter 33, The Eye of Ice and Fire. Su Cheng was initially puzzled as to why, despite having marked the central region of the Sunset Forest and the mountains as distinctive terrain for his subordinates who were sole masters, They had been unable to locate the area after several years. Upon his arrival, he realized that his understanding had been overly simplistic. Although he had read extensively over the years, the knowledge gleaned from books proved to be superficial. The actual circumstances within this vast forest, teeming with soul beasts, were far more intricate than he had anticipated. 500 meters was certainly not a diminutive height, yet within the expansive expanse of the sunset forest, such hills were ubiquitous. Conducting a thorough search in this terrain would indeed demand considerable effort. After all, this place was anything but safe for an ordinary soul master. High-aged soul beasts and perilous flora could easily transform into life-threatening dangers. It seemed prudent to explore the soul-hunting forest near Notting City in the future, to scout potential locations in advance. Otherwise, upon returning to the real world, the quest to find suitable soul beasts to augment his first 2 soul rings would likely prove to be quite arduous. In his heart, Zhu Zhuqing mused, "Mr. Su, this is the place." Standing at the foot of the mountain, Dugubo gazed upon the hill before him and spoke. Subsequently, the two swiftly ascended to the summit, one following closely behind the other. Standing beside the precipice, a conical depression unfolded before Su Cheng's eyes, thick steam billowing from the hollow, accompanied by a hint of the characteristic scent of sulfur. It was evident that a hot spring lay beneath. Dugubo turned to Su Cheng and said, "In a moment, I shall shield you with my spiritual energy, and we shall descend together to our destination." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng did not insist on his own strength, nodding in acquiescence to allow him to proceed. With the formidable prowess of Dugubo, the title Dolua, he effortlessly guided the two of them down into the valley. Gazing upon the breathtaking scene before him, even Su Cheng, with his extensive knowledge, could not help but feel a sense of awe. This, it seemed, was what was referred to as the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In the heart of the valley, an oval-shaped hot spring displayed 2 distinctly separate bodies of water, milky white and crimson red, clearly demarcated on either side, merging in the center where a continuous plume of steam billowed skyward, reaching the mountaintop. The rich energies of ice and fire intertwined, nurturing a garden filled with rare and exotic flora. As he scanned the surroundings, he effortlessly identified numerous spiritual herbs that aligned with his objectives for this journey. "Dugu, I require a portion of the rare herbs from this place," Su Cheng stated candidly to Dugu Bo after surveying the area. "Rest assured, I shall take only 4 of the 10 most valuable immortal herbs here, leaving the remainder for you, and I will impart all the knowledge regarding their uses." Dugu Bo replied. Through their interactions, Su Cheng had developed a favorable impression of Dugu Bo. Although he was ruthless, he was also a principled man with a deep sense of loyalty. Su Cheng cannot be regarded as a paragon of virtue, indifferent to the flaws in his actions. Perhaps due to an inaccurate estimation of the value of these celestial herbs, Donggu Bo appeared remarkably nonchalant, waving his hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Su, you are too modest. The life-saving grace bestowed upon us by your family cannot possibly be repaid by these mere herbs." Although he was not a member of the Spirit Hall, he was aware of the transcendent status held by Su Cheng there and had never contemplated allowing him to leave empty-handed. As a title Dolua with humble origins, Donggu Bo navigated the world with clarity. "Let us proceed to treat your son," he suggested. Su Cheng nodded. There was no urgency regarding the herbs. With that, the two made their way toward the wooden cabin nestled in the valley. The art of healing was the innate foundation of Su Cheng's existence in this lifetime, and it was the skill in which he held the utmost confidence. Addressing the spirit serpent poison afflicting the Donggu family posed no significant challenge for him. Even if the aim was merely to suppress the toxicity for several decades, it would be a straightforward endeavor. The sole difficulty lay in eradicating the poison's detrimental effects on the body. The toxic essence of the Donggu father and son was a potent mixture, rendering its resolution far more intricate than that of ordinary toxins. Identifying the types of poisons involved and calculating their compounded properties exponentially increased the required workload. However, within the natural confines of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, coupled with the abundance of herbs in this locale, the challenge was not insurmountable. As for methods akin to Tang San's, ingesting 2 celestial herbs to forge an invulnerable body, then using his own blood for detoxification, Su Cheng had no intention of emulating such practices. He had never contemplated consuming the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, followed by refining his body within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. To be candid, while the resulting invulnerable body would indeed be remarkable and deeply rooted, it was regrettably not aligned with his path. There was no necessity to hastily pursue fleeting gains. If it were a spirit or a soul bone, that would be different. Directly infusing the body with such extreme attributes of ice and fire would complicate future attempts at removal. In fact, he intended to refrain from consuming any celestial herbs whatsoever. The potency of these herbs was exceedingly fierce, potentially disrupting the balance of his physical form. A year prior, he might have been inclined to experiment, curious to discover the extent of enhancement they could confer upon his spirit. However, since absorbing the 3rd spirit ring and confirming his ability to harmonize the fire and metal attributes within his spirit through the utmost earth, he had abandoned those past inclinations. Now, he sought to advance further, aiming to complete the 5 elements and observe the ensuing transformations. In Su Cheng's heart, There lingered a premonition that if he wished to extricate himself from the scrutiny and manipulation of certain high-ranking existences within the Doluo world, seeking alternative pathways would be the most prudent choice. In truth, he entertained another notion, to wholeheartedly accumulate the metal attribute to purify his martial soul, embarking upon an exquisitely offensive route. However, at present, he had already made commendable progress along the path of attribute harmonization, and there existed a more suitable candidate for the purification of martial souls. To accomplish this experiment, the assistance of this medicinal garden was indispensable. Common herbal concoctions could enhance the physical body, yet they failed to penetrate the bloodline, thereby rendering them ineffective on the martial soul. In contrast, high-quality spiritual herbs possessed remarkable properties. Any ordinary plant, when nourished by spiritual energy, would yield extraordinary medicinal power, especially those rare and precious specimens flourishing in such a unique and ethereal location. Over the course of the following month, Zhu Zhuqing devoted the majority of his time to this valley, utilizing the detoxifying effects of the fragrant and exquisite celestial products to research remedies for the poison afflicting the father and son Du Gubo, while also gathering various spiritual herbs to concoct potions that could enhance the attributes of martial souls. He would occasionally venture away from this haven to alleviate the pressure that the intense ice and fire spiritual energy imposed upon his physical form. After a month, Zhu Zhuqing not only successfully cured the snake venom afflicting the Du Gu father and son, but he also completed over a dozen attribute potions of his own. Interestingly, the most abundant among them was not the primary attribute of metal associated with his martial soul, but rather earth. Having resolved to complete the 5 elements, he recognized that he could not be confined by the inherent characteristics of his weapon. Among the 5 elements, the earth attribute, which supports heaven and bears all, was far more suited as a foundational base in the initial stages. Chapter 34. Return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the flower beds surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. Countless exquisite and rare flowers vied for attention, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As Zhu Zhuqing and Du Gubo engaged in conversation, they meticulously searched for and gathered various rare herbs. Zhu Zhuqing casually elucidated the properties of certain celestial herbs. The 8-petal celestial orchid, a divine medicinal plant, possesses gentle and rich medicinal qualities, which are easily absorbed. It serves to strengthen the foundation and eliminate impurities from the body, making it suitable for your granddaughter's future cultivation. The moonshadow flower, a premier spiritual herb, calms the mind and purifies the soul's energy, making it most beneficial during critical breakthroughs. The purple gold dragonbone grass, another celestial herb, purifies the bloodline. I speculate that this herb may be exceptionally effective for beast martial spirits, potentially enhancing their evolution. You might consider trying it in the future. It could very well elevate your potential further. Despite the considerable consumption of spiritual herbs for concocting antidotes and attribute potions during this period, the area remains vibrant and flourishing, showing little sign of change from before. Compared to the accumulation of spiritual energy nurtured over countless years at the Ice-Fire Duel Eye, the herbs Zhu Zhuqing has utilized are still but a mere fraction. After all, even he cannot identify every herb. To truly harness their potential, one must invest time in discerning their medicinal properties. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing halted before a particular spiritual herb, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Previously, he had already collected the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, golden silk crystal swordgrass, heavenly mushroom chrysanthemum, and narcissus jade skin bone, placing them into his soul-guiding device. Observing this, Du Gubo assumed Zhu Zhuqing sought a 5th herb and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Su, please feel free to take it. Whether you take one more or one less makes no difference to me. Our family has more than enough to last several generations." Through these recent days of exposure, Du Gubo had gained some understanding of herbalism, realizing that the more potent the spiritual herb, the less one should use it. Otherwise, it may prove not only unhelpful but potentially harmful. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. "Since I have stated that I only require 4, I shall not take more." Before him lay an unassuming white flower, roughly the size of a palm, resembling a peony. It lacked foliage, and its root connected to a large, obsidian stone that was evidently quite heavy. Yet, upon the seemingly ordinary white blossom, there were several striking crimson stains that evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. This was the ethereal flower known as the heartbroken red. To harvest this flower, one must be deeply devoted to their beloved, pouring forth sincere intentions, and then release a drop of one's own blood onto its petals to claim it. Should one's intentions be insincere, even the most extraordinary of abilities would fail to procure it. Upon consumption, the enhancement of one's spiritual power is but a secondary benefit. The primary advantage lies in the profound strengthening of the user's foundational essence, complemented by the flower's enduring and pure medicinal properties, which pose almost no latent risks. In terms of efficacy, it ranks among the highest of all celestial herbs. After a moment of silence, he turned to Du Gubo and said, "I shall take this herb for now. If it proves useful, I will return the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to you." Du Gubo, understanding Zhu Zhuqing's nature, recognized that when he said he did not require more, he truly meant it. With a resigned smile, he replied, "As you wish." A day later, Zhu Zhuqing, now bearing an entirely transformed visage, stood outside the Eye of Ice and Fire, bidding farewell to Dugu Bo with a respectful gesture. Mr. Su, are you returning to Wuhuan City? Dugu Bo inquired. I must attend to certain matters first, but I shall return to Wuhuan City and will come to find you once again, Su Qing replied solemnly. Brother Dugu, I hope you will regard my absence from the Eye of Ice and Fire as though I had never left. Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that he had spent nearly 2 hours this morning concocting various potions to alter his appearance. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a precaution for safety. Now it seemed there were clandestine actions he wished to keep hidden from the Wuhuan Palace. However, given that Su Cheng was their family savior, and knowing Dugu Bo's character was one of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment, he readily nodded in agreement. Very well. Do you require my company? Not necessary. After all, you are a title Dolua. Our joint presence would be too conspicuous. All right, then I wish you all the best. Dugu Bo did not press further, recognizing that despite Su Cheng's relatively low cultivation level, he possessed numerous clever strategies and would be fine on his own. Days later, beneath the gates of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, an unremarkable middle-aged man, lacking any notable presence, gazed upward at the imposing aura of the prestigious sect. This man was none other than Su Cheng. After several years, he had finally returned to the place where he had grown up. Unfortunately, before he could indulge in any nostalgic reflections, a harsh voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, you over there, old man. This is private property. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed to linger here. The speaker was a young disciple tasked with guarding the mountain. Noting Su Cheng's status as a soul master, his tone was not overtly aggressive, yet it was far from courteous. The arrogance inherent in the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was deeply ingrained. After speaking, seeing that Su Cheng made no move, he prepared to approach and drive them away. Su Cheng did not engage in idle chatter. He directly retrieved an identity token from his soul guide and tossed it over. His voice emerged low and raspy. You recognize this token, do you not? Go directly to Sword Dolaw. He will come forth to meet me. The disciple guarding the mountain received the token, glanced down, and was immediately taken aback. This token belonged to an elder of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, held exclusively by Sword Dolaw and Bone Dolaw within the sect. Without a moment's hesitation, the disciple rushed off to report to the sect. This token actually belonged to Qianrenxue himself. After achieving the rank of title Doluath, his identity was known far and wide, and within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, his status was exceedingly high, arguably second only to the sect's leader. Therefore, he had no need for such a token to prove his identity. When Su Cheng departed, Qianrenxue entrusted the token to him for future use. While Su Cheng awaited outside the mountain, the atmosphere within the core residence of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was filled with laughter and merriment. Present were Ning Fengji, Qianrenxue, and Gu Rong, along with a lively little girl who frolicked about, full of mischief. Although the girl was still very young, soul masters generally mature early, especially those with exceptional talent. At around 3 years of age, Ning Rongrong was already capable of remembering faces and reading and writing. Qianrenxue and Gu Rong, both without grandchildren, treated her as if she were their own. Observing Ning Rongrong grow day by day, Qianrenxue often found himself reminiscing about his foster son, imagining what life he might be leading in Spirit City. Occasionally, he would feel a pang of sorrow in his mind, given Su Cheng's temperament and innate talent. Despite his extensive theoretical knowledge and meticulous thoughts, he would likely find life in the Spirit Hall, where powerful individuals abound, quite challenging. After half a day, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Qianrenxue gazed at the transformed appearance of his martial soul, a look of incredulity etched on his face. The originally 2-meter-long, half-foot-wide ancient sword had drastically shrunk, now measuring only 3 feet and 3 inches, with the blade width reduced to just over an inch. The sword's color had shifted from a clear blue to a silvery white, its imposing presence diminished compared to its former self. Yet, not only Qianrenxue, but even Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, seated nearby, felt a subtle prickle of unease. One could only imagine how sharp the current 7-kill sword had become. Logically speaking, given Qianrenxue's mastery of the sword and his strength, there should not be any overflow of murderous intent. The sole reason for this anomaly was the sword's transformation, which had evidently surpassed his control. The 7-kill sword, already a top-tier weapon martial soul, had somehow progressed even further. Qianrenxue felt as if he were dreaming. After 3 years, his foster son had returned to the sect in disguise, revealing a flawless martial soul in the form of a longsword and even grasping the embryonic form of his own sword domain. He had also produced 3 vials of attribute potions that he had researched and concocted. Trusting his foster son, Qianrenxue had consumed them on the spot, never anticipating that the effects would be so profound as to induce a metamorphosis in the 7-kill sword. Beside him, Bone Doloa Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, the sect leader, wore complex expressions. Of course, it was not jealousy. Their bond was akin to that of family. However, the events of the day had indeed exceeded their understanding. Even the 3-year-old Ning Rongrong appeared contemplative, quietly observing the scene. After a considerable pause, Gu Rong finally exhaled deeply and voiced what had been on his mind. If you keep making a fuss, shall we step outside and have a spar? Qianrenxue's eyes widened at this suggestion, He was eager to test the sword's newfound power. Gu Rong's complexion shifted, his heart racing, yet he could not show weakness. Come, let us compete. Ning Fingji, witnessing the escalating banter, hurriedly interjected, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, this is neither the time nor place for your bickering. He then turned to Qianrenxue with a grave expression, Uncle Sword, what do you make of the matter Su Cheng just mentioned? Upon hearing the serious inquiry, the two combatants ceased their playful exchange. Qianrenxue remained silent for a moment before responding solemnly, my son's affairs are undoubtedly my own. His tone was resolute, indicating he had made up his mind. Within his soul guide, a rare celestial herb lay quietly. He recalled the conversation between him and Su Cheng just before the latter's departure. Father, once you fully master the transformed 7-kill sword, you may consume this celestial-grade spirit herb, golden silk crystal sword grass. With its assistance, you should easily reach the 97th rank within 10 years. And you may even glimpse the scenery of the 98th rank. However, that will require opportunity. Do not force it. Indeed, you plan to return to the Spirit Hall? Naturally. In 10 years, it shall be the day the Spirit Hall meets its demise. I hope you can lend me your strength then. At that time, Qianrenxue struggled to comprehend his choice. Having achieved this level of research, why risk returning to the Spirit Hall? It would be better to settle down, enhance your strength, and strive to become the strongest. Earlier, he had harbored doubts, but now he believed wholeheartedly in Su Cheng's potential. If it cannot be done, time is running out. Qianrenxue did not fully grasp what Su Cheng meant by running out of time, yet he understood that his foster son had always possessed strong opinions. Moreover, given Su Cheng's current abilities, he had far surpassed Qianrenxue's comprehension, leaving little room for interference. Additionally, from Su Cheng's descriptions, it was evident that he now held a high status within the Spirit Hall, hinting at further secrets. Contemplating this, Qianrenxue's expression turned melancholic. Even if he could attain the 98th rank, what could he possibly achieve against the Spirit Hall? That esteemed high priest is indeed a formidable limit de law of level 99. Meanwhile, Ning Fingji nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from offering any counsel. Just moments ago, Su Cheng had made him a promise, vowing to explore ways to enhance the upper limits of the 7 treasures, glazed tile martial soul, in the future. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the feasibility of such a claim, but witnessing the transformation of the 7-killing sword had dispelled any skepticism. At this juncture, Su Cheng was en route to Notting City, burdened with other matters to attend to, leaving him little time for nostalgic reminiscence within the confines of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Reflecting upon the recent events, he couldn't help but lament the unfortunate timing of encountering that particular gathering. His intention had solely been to meet with Qianrenxue. To prevent Ning Fengji from obstructing his plans, he had reluctantly offered a promise, believing that the allure of enhancing the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul would surely entice him. Fortunately, the efficacy of the attribute potion was substantial, likely stirring the interest of that individual. Qianrenxue differed from Su Cheng. His tidal dual level strength allowed him to swiftly assimilate the potion's effects after consumption. While the advantages may not be as pronounced as they would be for a weaker individual, the results were nonetheless immediate. For Su Cheng, bestowing the attribute potion upon Qianrenxue was merely an experiment. He sought to ascertain the potential strength of a sword martial soul along the ultimate path, and to compare it with the merits of completing the 5 elements. However, the most crucial gift was the celestial herb he intended to present to Qianrenxue, as it represented the only top-tier combat strength in which he could place complete trust. Yet, he had no intention of putting Qianrenxue at risk. Their years of companionship had fostered a profound bond between them. Gathering his thoughts, Su Cheng cast his gaze toward Notting City. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao, and Tang Sen awaited him. He had several more tasks to undertake before he could return to Spirit City and prepare for the final confrontation. During the month of Su Cheng's absence, Qian Renxue found her cultivation efficiency plummeting. Although she had developed an exceptional mindset and cultivation habits under Su Cheng's guidance, she now felt an overwhelming inability to settle her thoughts. This was a first for her, having never experienced such a state throughout her life. As a child, her parents rarely monitored her, and she had never fostered any dependency on others. There was no need to mention Bibi Dong, although Qian Sundi treated her well. As the Pope, he was often preoccupied and, being rather obstinate and self-willed, could hardly be considered a competent father. In her quest for her mother's approval and to avoid disappointing her father, Qian Renxue had always relied on her own abilities to resolve challenges. However, everything changed with the arrival of Su Cheng as her teacher. Initially, she did not perceive the shift, but lately, this feeling had grown increasingly pronounced. Sitting in the chair that Su Cheng often occupied, she absent-mindedly leafed through the books on his desk. She was intimately familiar with this room, as many of the volumes were related to her recent cultivation pursuits, such as detailed explanations of external soul bone characteristics, the relationship between soul bones and martial souls, and the distinctions between weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, among others. Chapter 36, His Diary. Although there were numerous books in Su Cheng's room, all had long been perused by Qian Renxue, some of significant importance even revisited multiple times. At this moment, she lacked the enthusiasm to continue reading. It had been a month. Why had the teacher not returned yet? After languishing on the desk for a while, Qianrenxue rose and began to wander around the room. She adjusted the books on the shelf and organized several scattered manuscripts before finally standing by the window to gaze at the scenery outside. Ultimately, she returned to the expansive chair, reclining and stretching, showcasing her graceful waistline. Unfortunately, this earthly beauty remained unseen by anyone, though she typically spent her time here. The area behind the desk had always felt like a forbidden zone to her. It was Su Cheng's domain. Suddenly, while reclining in the chair, Qianrenxue noticed a locked drawer behind the desk. A wave of curiosity surged within her. Straightening her posture and hesitating for a moment, she extended her hand. Although the drawer was secured with a lock, it was evidently no obstacle for a soul master. Rather than attempting to pick the lock, she simply removed the latch, making it easier to restore later. Upon opening the drawer, a stack of notebooks came into view. A thought flickered through her mind. Qianrenxue's breath quickened slightly. A peculiar thrill coursing through her. As she opened the notebook, the handwriting appeared remarkably juvenile, as if penned by a child. 2611. 2. 5. My adoptive father said that my biological father was killed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. I must train diligently and avenge my father in the future. As expected, this was indeed the diary of her teacher, Zhu Zhuqing. However, the very first entry made it difficult for her to maintain her composure. She pursed her lips and continued to turn the pages. 2611. 2. 6. Why can I not comprehend anything? Learning the sword is truly challenging. 2611. 4. 11. My adoptive father said my talent for swordsmanship is quite poor. It matters not. I shall practice more diligently despite my lack of talent. 2614. 3. 6. Tomorrow marks the day of spirit awakening. My adoptive father said I could inherit the woofing sword. What will my innate soul power be? I shall not disgrace the sword in my hand. I aspire to become a formidable warrior like my father and adoptive father. 2614. 3. 7. Fate always plays tricks on us. I know they must be laughing at me in their hearts. Thus, Qianrenxue sat in Su Cheng's chair, holding a notebook. Silently flipping through the pages, she read with great earnestness, far more so than when studying those cultivation texts. In the tender years of Su Cheng's childhood, marked by silence, followed by a resilient adolescence and a confident youth, a figure gradually emerged in Qianrenxue's heart, slowly taking shape. She experienced joy and sorrow in tandem with the fluctuations of this silhouette's emotions. As she continued to read, she would finish one book only to retrieve another. The strokes in her diary evolved from innocence to maturity. It was not until she recalled the day the two first met that her reflections deepened. On October 7, 2626, she mused on the wondrous twist of fate that her disciple was, in fact, the daughter of Qianrenxue. Far from harboring resentment, she felt a profound pity for her. Understanding the deep sense of loss a child feels upon losing a father at such a tender age, Qianrenxue's eyes shimmered like water, and her smile transformed into a gentle warmth in that moment. Su Cheng's image has always been both vivid and elusive in her heart. Its clarity stems from their daily encounters. To her, he is both a mentor and a friend, the one closest to her. Yet, this teacher is extraordinarily capable, consistently performing the unimaginable, and his demeanor leaves her in a state of perplexity, rendering him an unreachable ideal in her mind. Today, she learns that Su Cheng too once faced confusion, experienced low points, and felt both despair and ecstasy. The present day, Su Cheng now appears more human to her, rather than an omnipotent deity. However, as Qianrenxue continues to look back, a sense of weightlessness engulfs her, akin to stepping into an abyss. The circumstances surrounding Qianrenxue's death raised doubts. It is highly unlikely he perished at the hands of Tang Hao. The last person he encountered was Bibi Dong, who, after several days of silence, ultimately announced the cause of Qianrenxue's demise. Bibi Dong had once attained the title of the god of slaughter in the city of killing. It is highly probable that she has undergone the trials for divine inheritance, becoming a formidable and bloodthirsty Shura god. I am 90% certain that Qianrenxue was devoured alive by Bibi Dong. Despite his noble lineage, this child has endured a wretched fate. With a sudden thud, her diary falls to the ground, yet Qianrenxue remains oblivious. Impossible, it cannot be true, she mutters, her face paling and her eyes glazing over. Qianrenxue is certainly not foolish, she simply had never contemplated this direction before. Bibi Dong's cold indifference, bordering on animosity, towards her, coupled with the profound hatred she harbors for Qianrenxue, has been meticulously concealed over the years, yet it is impossible for such emotions to remain entirely hidden. When combined with Su Cheng's analyses and conclusions in the diary, as well as the clues regarding divine inheritance, Qianrenxue can almost ascertain that these revelations might constitute the truth of the matter. In that moment, she feels a wave of dizziness wash over her mind. Her limbs stiffen, and her hands and feet grow cold. She yearns to confront Bibi Dong, to inquire about the motives behind her actions. Yet, she hesitates, not merely out of fear of the truth, but more so because Su Cheng had clearly articulated in his diary that he did not wish for her to know about this matter at this time. Following the events of today, if there is anyone left in this world whom she can trust, it is only Su Cheng. Veins of crimson appear in Qianrenxue's eyes, the dim red glow obscuring her vision. This darkness within her soul, a byproduct of her upbringing, is now manifesting further, subtly taking root amidst her current mental instability. At that moment, a figure seems to materialize before her. Zhu Zhuqing extended his hand to caress her forehead, his gentle gaze resting upon her. Qian Renxue lowered her head, her golden hair cascading down, weakly covering her cheeks with her palm. In this past month, there had never been a moment when she missed Zhu Zhuqing as profoundly as now. Half a day later, within the Hall of Offerings in the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue approached Qian Daolu with a calm demeanor. "Grandfather, do you know the true cause of my father's death?" Qian Daolu's expression flickered with surprise, as if he had not anticipated her sudden inquiry. After a brief hesitation, he softly replied, "Wasn't he fatally wounded by Tang Hao?" Sighing, he added, "Ah, you must be thinking of your father." He reached out, intending to comfort his granddaughter by stroking her head. Qian Renxue subtly stepped back, evading his hand. With a hint of stiffness, she slightly curled her lips and murmured, "Yes, I do miss him a little." Then, she lifted her gaze to meet Qian Daolu's eyes directly, asking, "Why can't we attack the Haotuan sect and avenge my father? This matter involved an agreement between myself and Tang San." After a long silence, Qian Daolu began to explain in a low voice. Until he had defeated the ancestral figure of the Haotian sect, Tang San, the people of the Spirit Hall would not set foot in the Haotian sect. Chapter 37. Yearning Heartbreak read at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing had completed his final arrangements and was on his way back to the Spirit Hall. A few days prior, he had visited the Holy Soul Village, where he discovered that Tang Hao was indeed living in seclusion. As for his son, Tang San, he was predictably just an ordinary child, appearing gaunt and frail under the care of his negligent father. Had it not been for the kindness of villagers, his situation would likely have been even more dire, merely surviving by the barest of means. As for the circumstances surrounding Tang San's transmigration in the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious and had no immediate desire to investigate. It sufficed for him to know that the Tang San in this world was an unremarkable individual, lacking any extraordinary advantages aside from his twin spirits. Tang Hao should have sensed his presence, yet it was evident that he could not recognize the disguised Zhu Zhuqing, perceiving him merely as an ordinary soul master passing by. He did not consider the possibility of being seen through by a mere three-ringed soul sovereign and thus dismissed it entirely. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing took the opportunity to thoroughly explore the distribution of soul beasts within the soul hunting forest. Once he completed this simulation and returned to reality, he could select a soul beast for his first soul ring. Additionally, he managed to locate the hidden dwelling of the Blue Silver Emperor, as finding it using the landmark of the nearly 100-foot waterfall was exceedingly simple. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang, he aligned closely with the character profile Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated. In terms of ability, he was neither exceptional nor particularly lacking. He was simply an average individual. However, his temperament was quite poor, easily swayed by the benefits offered to him, thus becoming another pivotal piece on the chessboard. Days later, Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Spirit Hall quietly and unceremoniously. He was not a direct subordinate of Bibi Dong, but rather part of the Elder Hall's system, hence he was not required to report to her. Upon entering his room, he found someone standing by the window, gazing out at the scenery. A tall figure was bathed in a golden hue from the sunlight streaming in, with golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. It was Qian Renxue. Lost in thought? Zhu Zhuqing casually remarked, walking over to pour himself a cup of tea. His cultivation was not particularly high, and for convenience, he had opted not to use any transportation, leaving him somewhat parched. In truth, Qian Renxue had sensed his approach long before he arrived. She was all too familiar with the sound of his footsteps. Her delay in greeting him was merely to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. Only now did her feelings begin to settle. Feigning calmness, she turned around, a smile gracing her lips. "Teacher, you've returned." Observing the slight redness in her eyes, Zhu Zhuqing understood perfectly. He glanced at her without uttering a word and quickly moved to the desk. After inspecting the drawer, he finally spoke. "You already know, don't you?" Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue's heart momentarily panicked, and the emotions she had desperately suppressed over the past few days became uncontrollable, causing her eyes to redden instantly. "I'm sorry, teacher, truly sorry." Alas, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions were rather intricate. Although he had long since devised a plan, he was not devoid of compassion. How could he remain indifferent while exploiting the trust of one who believed in him wholeheartedly? Nevertheless, regardless of his inner turmoil, his seasoned acting prowess enabled him to maintain an impeccable facade, revealing not a trace of vulnerability. "Share your thoughts," he urged. "I do not know," Qian Renxue replied, her expression one of bewilderment. She had only recently learned of this matter, and with her grandfather concealing the truth, she found herself devoid of anyone to confide in. The calm demeanor she previously maintained was merely a faade, a mask to disguise her turmoil. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing did not press further. Instead, he poured another cup of tea and pushed it towards Qian Renxue, stating, "Let me speak first. The death of your father may not have been your mother's intention. Although I am unaware of the events that transpired back then, there might be other underlying circumstances. The legacy of divinity is not solely a blessing. Is Bibi Dong on the path to becoming a deity? I cannot say for certain." Zhu Zhuqing shook his head, adding, "Nevertheless, it is only when your own strength is sufficiently formidable that you are entitled to seek the truth. Do you understand?" Qian Renxue, contemplating his words, gradually regained her composure. Thus, you need not concern yourself with other matters at present. It suffices for you to focus on enhancing your own prowess. By the way, master, what of my grandfather? Qian Renxue seemed to recall something, suddenly mentioning Qian Daolu with a hint of hesitation. What is the matter with the Grand Priest? He appears to be aware of the events of that year, yet why does he not disclose the truth to me? A few days prior, when she inquired about Qian Daolu, the hesitation on his face and the ambiguity in his words had revealed far more than expected. If Qian Renxue had been oblivious to the truth, it would have been one thing. However, now that she possessed more information, she could discern various inconsistencies. I believe the Grand Priest has his own burdens, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, taking a sip of tea to offer comfort. As he spoke, his expression seemed somewhat intricate. As if veiling deeper thoughts, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. The term burden carried significant weight. It could imply that his son had erred, a desire to prevent chaos within the spirit hall, or perhaps a consideration for Qian Renxue's growth. It ultimately depended on the listener's interpretation. Observing Su Cheng's expression, Qian Renxue's immediate reaction was that her grandfather, for the sake of the spirit hall, chose not to reveal the truth, for Qian Daolu is indeed such a person. I understand now. Su Cheng cast her a glance, refraining from further discourse. At this juncture, it was sufficient. Excess could prove counterproductive. Although Qian Renxue harbored feelings of resentment and uncertainty, she was far from the point of wishing to eliminate Bibi Dong. A spark of further provocation was necessary in the future. For now, they sat in silence, quietly sipping tea, and within this atmosphere, neither felt awkward. Particularly Qian Renxue, who, tormented for days, finally found a semblance of tranquility and even a hint of enjoyment. After a span of over 20 minutes, Su Cheng broke the silence. During my recent outing, I procured something beneficial for your cultivation. With that, he retrieved a peculiar red herb from his soul guide. The herb's apex resembled a coxcomb, its veins shimmering in a hue of crimson gold. Upon its emergence, the temperature in the room markedly rose. This was a celestial herb known as the coxcomb phoenix leaf, capable of purifying your fire attribute and significantly enhancing its potency. Should I consume it now? Qian Renxue inquired, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the herbal marvel before her. She held unwavering trust in Su Cheng's words. Not just yet. At this moment, Su Cheng hesitated slightly before producing another white flower-like herb. While the coxcomb phoenix leaf could greatly augment pure yang energy, it was not an ideal match for Qian Renxue and might even suppress the sacred attributes of her six-winged angel martial soul to some degree. Try this one first. If it proves ineffective, then you may resort to the previous herb. Is this also a celestial herb? Qian Renxue gently inquired, gazing at the white flower whose roots intertwined with a dark stone. Indeed, this flower is called the heartbreak red, which can assist in fortifying your foundation. However, the potency of celestial herbs is overwhelming and enduring. Once consumed, you cannot partake in the coxcomb phoenix leaf afterward. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded. So, I can simply consume it? After a moment of silence, Su Cheng replied, to pluck it, you must be deeply connected to your beloved and nourish it with your essence. Only with true feelings can you successfully harvest it. Truthfully, he too was uncertain about the principle behind the flower's harvesting. However, celestial herbs were born from the essence of heaven and earth, and lacking similar herbs for experimentation, he could only relay the information as it was. Otherwise, he would have liked to ascertain the effects of the heartbreak red on himself. Is that so? After digesting his words, Qian Renxue stared blankly at the white flower before her, then cast a sidelong glance at Su Cheng, causing his brow to twitch slightly. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, then resort to the coxcomb phoenix leaf. Before he could finish, a soft sound echoed in the air. Su Cheng raised his gaze, only to see a drop of fresh blood already staining the delicate white flower. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the heart-wrenching red flower had quietly departed from the dark stone and fell into the hands of Qian Renxue. Observing the white blossom gently swaying in her grasp, a faint yet genuine smile graced the young girl's lips. After more than a month since Su Cheng had left the Spirit Soul City, this moment might be the happiest she had experienced. Suddenly, Qian Renxue turned her head to look at Su Cheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Teacher, can you guess who I was just thinking about? Upon hearing his words, Su Cheng fell into a deep silence once more. His prior hesitation stemmed from this very dilemma. Such a spiritually endowed herb often entails a mutual selection between itself and its master. Engaging in this process could potentially exacerbate certain unrealistic notions within the other party's mind. Yet, this scenario represents the best conceivable outcome. If Qian Renxue is to triumph over the deeply entrenched and dual soul-possessing Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, mere conventional training would prove insufficient. Furthermore, the inherent antagonism between the Rakshasa god and the angel god would only serve to amplify the disparity in strength. You must hasten to consume it, he urged, deliberately averting his gaze from hers, refraining from answering her inquiry. Qian Renxue cast a glance at the flower in her hand, wavering momentarily. Do not act foolishly. This is merely a medicinal herb, existing solely to enhance your power. Do you not wish to uncover the truth of the past? His words instilled a sense of resolve within Qian Renxue. She was not one to lack discernment and understood how to make the right choice. Although reluctant, she ultimately swallowed the heartbreak red blossom in one decisive gulp. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Chang let out a faint sigh of relief. He had been apprehensive that the other party might suddenly refuse to consume the celestial herb, rendering his efforts futile. Noticing that the medicinal effects had begun to circulate within the individual's body, Su Chang silently nodded in approval. Consequently, it would not be long before Qian Renxue would be able to break through the level 50 barrier. 2 days later, in the chamber of Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Guan looked at his guest with evident surprise and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Su, what brings you here today? I find you agreeable and wish to offer you an opportunity." The two shared a mutual interest and had maintained a good relationship, so Su Chang spoke without any reservations. "Oh?" Yu Guan inquired with keen interest. "What new developments have emerged in your research?" "My research holds little benefit for you." Su Chang shook his head and retrieved a magnificent chrysanthemum from the soul guide device. The petals of the flower displayed a resplendent purple hue, each petal appearing soft and fluffy, exuding a charming allure. The entire chrysanthemum seemed to be a cohesive whole, yet it emitted no fragrance. The central stamen rose above the petals by more than half a foot, its tip shimmering with a faint golden glow. "What is this?" Moon Guan stood transfixed by the sight of the flower, instinctively summoning his martial soul, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the extraordinary blossom before him. A harmonious interplay of reality and illusion. Heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz. How could Moon Guan not recognize the celestial herb that mirrored his martial soul perfectly? "Mr. Su?" Swallowing hard, Moon Guan's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, it is for you." Su Chang nodded gently, indicating for him to take it. Across from him, the white-robed Doluo, who usually wore a gentle smile, now appeared remarkably serious. "Why do you bestow such a gift, Mr. Su, instead of immediately reaching out?" Moon Guan inquired with a solemn expression. He was acutely aware of the rarity of celestial herbs, having dedicated his life to cultivating and appreciating flowers. With a deep understanding of these precious plants, there was no doubt that the heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz was perfectly suited to him, though it could also benefit others. This herb, being neutral in nature, could enhance one's fortune, invigorate the body, and greatly aid in future cultivation. This meant that Su Chang could also consume it, as it was equally compatible with his sword-type martial soul. "In the future, I will require you and your old partner to assist me with the task," Su Chang stated plainly. "But I assure you, it will not be a burden." As he spoke, he retrieved another celestial herb from the soul guide device. Moon Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. Water fairy jade bone. He never imagined that Su Chang possessed another celestial herb. "You may take the heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz. This water fairy jade bone serves as the remaining payment," Su Chang said nonchalantly. "You can give it to your old partner, but we shall discuss it after the task is completed." Moon Guan and the ghost Doluo shared a bond akin to life and death. Their mutual support made this arrangement more than sufficient. "I trust you will keep this matter confidential, including from the Pope. After all, His Holiness has never provided you with any substantial benefits, has he? One must consider oneself first." At these words, Moon Guan's eyelids flickered, and he gazed deeply at Su Chang. "I understand." He reached for the heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz, sensing that the forthcoming task would undoubtedly be complex. "Rest assured, as long as it does not conflict with my principles, we will do our utmost for you. I have complete faith in your integrity, and I assure you my promises hold true," Su Chang replied with a smile. "Having received a celestial herb without any cost, you cannot claim to have lost anything, can you?" Sighing, Moon Guan acknowledged the truth in Su Chang's words. Yet, this individual, seemingly of lower strength, was increasingly enigmatic to him. Chapter 39. Supreme Weapon Martial Soul. Eternal Sword. Upon returning to the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Renxue entered a stable period of cultivation under your guidance, with the aid of celestial herbs. Her progress was swift and her foundation solid, even surpassing your expectations. Recently, a rumor circulated across the continent regarding a prodigy named Yu Shaojiang, a discarded disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who successfully remedied his martial soul deficiency, breaking through to the 30th level and being welcomed back. You were not surprised, as his success was entirely reliant on your guidance, though he was unaware that such advancements came at the cost of vitality and martial soul potential. In just a year, Qian Renxue achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 50th level of soul power and successfully absorbing a 36,000-year-old fifth spirit ring with your assistance, advancing to the rank of Soul King. Due to the significant energy contained within the spirit ring, she elevated 2 levels in one go. Meanwhile, you, aided by the 5 element elixirs, completed your martial soul attributes, enhancing it further to a formidable level comparable to innate soul power around level 8. You also discovered that as the 5 elements were unified, your sword martial soul began to exhibit the anticipated sense of perpetual vitality. The enhancement of your martial soul equally fortified your spirit and cultivation aptitude, accelerating your training speed. 2 years later, through the dual effects of spiritual herbs and martial soul, you successfully reached the 40th level. After acquiring a soul beast with extreme water attributes, you absorbed its spirit ring, advancing to the rank of Soul Master. Concurrently, Moon Guan reached the 96th level. His compatibility with the heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz was astonishingly high, without consuming it. He was able to further comprehend the essence of his martial soul through visual contemplation, achieving a breakthrough. Another year passed. and Qian Renxue completely absorbed the effects of the heartbroken red, achieving the 60th level. With the power of the martial soul hall, she killed a 90,000-year-old golden-eyed white feather crane, absorbing the 6th spirit ring and advancing to Soul Emperor. In the subsequent 5 years, you helped Qian Renxue fully develop the potential of her divine martial soul, which possessed innate soul power of level 20. With the enhancement from heartbroken red, she rose to the 70th level. Soon after, Bibi Dong fulfilled her promise, providing information on a 100,000-year-old soul beast and dispatching several elders to assist Qian Renxue in its defeat. Thus, at under 22 years of age, she became a soul saint of the 7th ring, with her 7th spirit ring being an astonishing 100,000-year-old ring. However, due to the angel set, she did not absorb the corresponding soul bone, but entrusted it to you for safekeeping. After consuming the heavenly chrysanthemum of marvelous fuzz, Moon 1 advanced to the 97th level, now just a step away from reaching the 98th level. If he combined forces with the Ghost de Law, even a peak de Law at the 98th level would need to exercise caution. You personally had no need for the holy attribute soul bone. But in pursuit of a swift breakthrough and to enhance your self-preservation capabilities, you chose to absorb the right leg bone that Qian Renxue had previously entrusted to you. The immense energy it contained successfully facilitated your breakthrough over the next 6 months, allowing you to reach the 50th level. After absorbing a soul ring from a soul beast with extreme wood attributes, your 5-element sword soul achieved initial perfection, rivaling the top-tier martial souls with full innate soul power. During this time, seizing the opportunity of Duga Bo's visit, you returned the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower while also giving him the Water Fairy Jade Bone, so he could temporarily store it with Qianrenxue at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. According to him, Qianrenxue had also broken through to the 97th level and possessed combat strength far beyond that of his peers. In the transition phase, time flowed swiftly, and everything progressed steadily based on the foundations you had laid, with few unexpected occurrences. After all, in this world, there was no variable like the time traveler Tang San to disrupt the balance. Therefore, throughout this process, Su Cheng did not intervene to alter the course of events. All that needed to be done had been accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the final confrontation. At last, the moment of revelation had arrived. Su Cheng toyed with the newly transformed sword spirit in his hands, murmuring to himself. At this moment, the longsword he held was entirely different from what it once was. Anyone who beheld it would not dare label it as a mere inferior weapon. The sword measured 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3/10 in length, with a blade width of 1 inch and 2/10. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet the more one gazed upon it, the more one would sense the profound mysteries it concealed. The slender, sharp blade exuded an aura of weightiness akin to an unyielding mountain, embodying a paradox while simultaneously encapsulating a remarkable harmony. Su Cheng's fingers lightly traced the spine of the sword, causing its hues to shift, with the 5 colors of white, black, blue, red, and yellow shimmering in succession. As the colors transformed, the form of the blade subtly altered as well. The cycle of the 5 elements intertwined, pulsating with life. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Eternal Sword. After a moment of admiration, he withdrew his martial soul. At present, his own strength was secondary. The outcome hinged upon the prowess of Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. This game had reached its climax. Bibi Dong, are you prepared? In the heart of the Dolua Palace of the Spirit City stood a towering statue, 10 meters high, resplendent in golden brilliance. 3 pairs of wings unfurled majestically behind it, while a colossal golden sword was raised high, pointing defiantly towards the heavens. Encircling the sword, a faint golden flame seemed to dance in the air. Before this magnificent statue knelt a solitary figure, her long, flowing hair cascading down her back to the ground, with her hands positioned peculiarly before her chest, thumbs intertwined, index fingers touching, while the remaining 6 fingers spread outward. She resembled a 6-winged angel in flight. Her eyes were closed, her exquisite countenance radiating reverence. Enveloped in a soft halo of light, it was none other than Qian Renxue, now a soul sage. Are you ready? A voice, both commanding and serene, resonated within the Dolua Palace. Qian Renxue remained still, silent, continuing to kneel in her original posture. A surge of golden light erupted, and the figure of Qian Dalu materialized between her and the grand statue. As his form became clearer, the surrounding golden radiance intensified. Particularly, the towering statue of the 6-winged angel exuded a fiery golden flame from the sword in its grasp, filling the air with an indescribable aura of sanctity. Qian Dalu raised a hand, directing the golden flame from the statue's sword to descend upon Qian Renxue, enveloping her completely. As the golden fire swirled, Qian Renxue was gently lifted from the ground, bathed in its luminous embrace. Before her, 9 golden panels gradually emerged. Upon witnessing these 9 panels, a unique gleam sparkled in Qian Daoliu's eyes. The Angelic 9 Trials, Chapter 40, Killing with a Borrowed Blade. Calculating the time, the divine trial should commence soon, Su Cheng mused. Qian Renxue's progress in the divine trial would undoubtedly be swifter than in the original narrative, although the specific challenges of the first 8 trials remained unclear. He understood the general direction of the divine trial. It essentially involved enhancing the qualities of soul, body, and martial soul to the threshold of demigod level while increasing affinity with the divine position, ensuring a flawless alignment with it in the final step to condense the divine soul, reshape the divine body, and transmute divine power. Zhu Zhuqing's guidance of Qian Renxue has consistently adhered to this principle, aiming to ensure that she can reap the utmost benefits from the divine examination. Contemplating this, he slightly narrowed his eyes. While this approach may hold true for the first 8 trials, what of the 9th? Zhu Zhuqing did not wish to indulge in conspiracy theories. Excessive speculation could cloud his judgment. However, for the sake of the future, he felt compelled to ascertain whether there were hidden truths within the matter. The original timeline's 9th trial of the angel was undeniably peculiar. The angelic deity was not an evil god. Its nature was noble and upright. Logically, the refinement of the soul, leading to its transformation, should enhance one's willpower, utilizing the seductions of emotions as a sharpening stone. Yet, the unexpected presence of Bibi Dong and Tang San during the 9th trial was troubling. Could the inheritance of the angelic deity be achieved through hatred and desires? Such a notion was absurd. Furthermore, it was unreasonable that Tang San, while undertaking the sea god trial, could gain insights into the content of the angelic trial. Additionally, the punishment for failing the 9th trial was death, considering that the Hall of Martial Souls was filled with descendants of the angelic deity. It was hard to believe they would not offer leniency to their progeny and instead subject them to such dire consequences. The divine trials were complex yet straightforward. The attitude of the original deity towards the inheritor could significantly influence the outcome, provided the inheritor met the necessary criteria. Nevertheless, all would remain uncertain until Qian Renxue completed her inheritance, at which point he could gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing cast his gaze towards the direction of the papal palace. Bibi Dong, are you prepared to participate in the 9th trial? Will you consume the top-tier beast martial souls of the golden crocodile, azure swan, and lion, or not? Within the papal palace's exclusive chamber, Bibi Dong, who was seated cross-legged in meditation, gradually opened her eyes, revealing a crimson glow. Her once noble and exquisite visage now bore a terrifying distortion, with blood streaks crisscrossing her face. Behind her, an indistinct black shadow loomed. Taking a deep breath, the dark purple light surged, and the changes in her appearance gradually subsided, restoring her original countenance, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, she could distinctly sense the angel god trial currently unfolding in the Dolua Hall. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she thought, Qian, your son has ruined me, and I shall bring ruin to everything belonging to your angel clan. She extended her right hand, and a book floated into her grasp, opening to a particular page. The pages were somewhat wrinkled, and even the edges of the cover were frayed, clearly indicating that it had existed for a considerable time and had been frequently handled. Weapon martial souls lean towards a more utilitarian nature. In the hands of soul masters, they can achieve excellence in aspects such as offense, defense, and control more readily than beast martial souls. While beast martial souls also have their strengths, their abilities tend to be more balanced. Notably, the aspect of martial soul possession is a unique advantage of beast martial souls, enhancing the overall qualities of the soul master. This implies that beast martial souls can indeed augment a person's mental will to a certain extent, a feat that weapon martial souls find challenging to accomplish. Furthermore, if the strength of the martial soul can be significantly enhanced, the effects of beast martial souls on the soul master's willpower would far exceed expectations. I have personally experienced this. This theory was proposed by Yu Shaojing several years ago, and Bibi Dong frequently revisits it, almost memorizing the content of this page. Enhancing martial soul strength, possessing the soul-devouring spider Empress martial soul, she certainly knew how to augment her martial soul's potency. The flesh banquet provided by Qian Renxue had indeed brought her considerable surprise. A glint of peculiar brilliance flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she mused, Shaojing. Perhaps this is fate. Having reached this juncture, you can still assist me from the shadows. Initially, she had been somewhat hesitant about whether to devour the several individuals in the offering palace. After adhering to her routine of cultivation for another decade, she would undoubtedly succeed in the Rakshasa god trial, becoming invincible in the world. However, witnessing that Qian Renxue had also initiated her god trial, she felt restless. Bibi Dong was mad, not foolish. Over the years, she had keenly sensed the shifts in Qian Renxue's demeanor. She had long suspected that the latter was aware of the truth behind Qian Renxue's demise. Between the mother and daughter, it may not necessitate one's death to resolve their grievances, yet she would not allow herself to be spared due to Qian Renxue's pity. She yearned to decide whether to utterly annihilate the angel clan herself. Where to begin? She licked her lips lightly, a wicked and frenzied smile gracing her face. The 3 great offerings would naturally not be her match, yet united, given her current strength suppressed by the god trial, it would be challenging to eliminate them simultaneously. She could only defeat them one by one. Moreover, a real battle would undoubtedly create considerable commotion. Although Qian was accompanying Qian Renxue for her god trial, he was not entirely without the means to extricate himself. She needed to devise a thorough plan. In addition, there was another individual she had found displeasing for quite some time. With this thought, Bibi Dong rose from her chamber and proceeded to the papal palace, summoning Zhu Zhuqing. Your Holiness, Yueguan, you have been quite close to Su Qing lately? Bibi Dong inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, I promised Mr. Su to assist him in his cultivation during these years. Assist him in cultivation? Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed at the response. Do you have nothing better to do? Your Holiness. My recent breakthrough in cultivation was entirely due to Mr. Su gifting me an ethereal herb known as the Wonderland Chrysanthemum. Yueguan replied calmly, though his heart raced violently. Su Qing had just visited him, suggesting that if the Pope inquired, he could disclose the existence of the extraordinary Qianrenxue chrysanthemum. To his astonishment, he turned and found Bibi Dong indeed posing the question, instantly sensing an abundance of obscurities surrounding the situation. It appeared that something significant was brewing within the spirit hall. The Qianrenxue chrysanthemum. Bibi Dong's expression revealed her astonishment, for it was precisely the ethereal herb that mirrored her own martial spirit. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into a contemplative silence, gesturing for her interlocutor to take their leave. Once alone, her demeanor darkened abruptly, her heart churning with tumultuous thoughts. How long ago had Su Qing begun to make preparations for this moment? Initially, she had been perplexed by Yueguan's remarkable progress in cultivation over the past few years. A stark contrast to his previously sluggish pace. When she had inquired, he had been evasive in his responses. Now, the truth unveiled itself. Su Qing. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, only to vanish without a trace. Su Qing is merely a minor soul king, a mere trifle of affliction. With the formidable support of the formidable Zhu Zhuqing, there is no need to provoke further troubles. In contrast, the potential threat posed by Qian Renxue, who is on the brink of divinity, looms significantly larger. Chapter 41. The Gathering Storm. The book penned by Yu Xiaojang was indeed the creation of Su Qing, intended for Bibi Dong's perusal. A decade prior, before Su Qing returned to Wuhuan City from the Yin-Yang Eyes, he had a meeting with Yu Xiaojang in Notting City, during which they struck a deal. Su Qing initially stimulated numerous meridian acupoints to exhaust his latent life potential, enabling him to swiftly ascend to level 30. Subsequently, he assisted him in absorbing a nearly 3,000-year-old pure blood dragon soul beast soul ring. This soul ring partially compensated for the energy deficiency of his mutated martial soul. The three canon, which, albeit a modest enhancement, was akin to a divine boon for Yu Xiaojang. The issue with Yu Xiaojang's martial soul was not merely a malignant mutation. Rather, it stemmed from a reversion of the martial soul's bloodline that resulted in insufficient energy, ultimately leading to its degeneration. This, however, remained unknown to others. What Su Qing previously asserted regarding the inapplicability of the path of martial soul enhancement to Yu Xiaojang was not a falsehood. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that it is not a malignant mutation. Furthermore, there exists a substantial distinction between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Su Qing has examined the 10 core competencies of Yu Xiaojang's martial soul. While some of his conclusions are commendable, many others merely scratch the surface and are riddled with inaccuracies. The most quintessential example is the theory of martial soul mimicry. Yu Xiaojang merely observed the combat forms of the martial souls and, thus, naively presumed that endowing martial souls with additional attributes would be advantageous. In reality, he failed to genuinely explore the latent potential of the martial souls. At that time, Su Qing presented him with a manuscript, requesting Yu Xiaojang to publish it under his name 3 years later. For Yu Xiaojang, this was an opportunity he could scarcely desire more, and he was eager to honor Su Qing as his master on the spot. The subsequent events unfolded quite simply. Su Qing's words may not be believed by Bibi Dong, yet she undoubtedly holds Yu Xiaojang's theories in the highest regard, treating them as sacred scripture, often perusing them whenever she finds a moment of leisure. Su Qing understood that, in comparison to Bibi Dong, the greatest challenge posed by the Rakshasa god examination lay in the torment of the mind. She had previously been oblivious to the fact that her spiritual resilience could be fortified through the enhancement of her beast martial soul. Her comprehension of martial souls was rather superficial. Her journey thus far had been one of sheer perseverance, relying solely on her extraordinary dual martial soul talent to accumulate her cultivation. Fortuitously, he decided to lend her a hand, inadvertently leaving a fatal flaw on her path to divinity. Bibi Dong's ascension to godhood was a plan meticulously crafted by Su Qing long ago. Qian Renxue was not his puppet. Su Qing indeed possesses the ability to influence her. However, to expect her to act solely according to his will is merely a dream. It is only when the balance of power between the two is relatively equal that Su Qing may seize the opportunity to benefit from the chaos. Moreover, how can one consider the annihilation of the Spirit Hall when the 7 revered elders of the Dolua Palace remain unscathed? Among them, the formidable 98th level Golden Crocodile Dolua, the 97th level Azure Phoenix Dolua, and the Lion Dolua stand strong. Aside from Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Qian Daolu, who else could possibly bring about their demise? In the ensuing period, Qian Renxue diligently followed Qian Daolu, striving to complete the divine examination and ascend to divinity. The entire Spirit Hall prepared for the elite competition among soul masters across the continent, with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy poised for action. Everything appeared to be tranquil. However, the reality was far from it. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface. Initially, Two elders of the title Doluo rank, dispatched on a mission, mysteriously vanished one after the other. The last time such an incident occurred within the Spirit Hall was over a decade ago when Qian Renxue was injured by Tang Hao the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong was greatly enraged, yet she remained unaware of the reasons behind it and did not pursue the matter with full vigor. Zhu Zhuqing, however, understood that she was preoccupied with her own trials and had no time to divert her attention. Yet, in the ensuing year and a half, the second elder, the golden crocodile Doluo, the fourth elder, the lion Doluo, and the third elder, the Qingwan Doluo, successively vanished. The significance of these three figures was far beyond that of ordinary elders. A palpable sense of unease swept through the Spirit Hall. 6 months later, Pope Bibi Dong announced her seclusion, further exacerbating the anxiety among the ranks of the Spirit Hall. Little did they know the origins of these upheavals, merely sensing an invisible hand orchestrating these changes. "What troubles you, Mr. Su?" Yu Guan inquired, observing the serious demeanor of Su Qing with a hint of perplexity. "The matter I previously discussed with you has come to fruition. With your and Elder Gui's consent, we can put the matter of the celestial herb behind us, and I shall willingly offer the water fairy's jade skin and bones in return." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's expression turned solemn. The trivialities of their past training together were inconsequential. Moreover, Su Qing did not require his guidance. Their gatherings were merely opportunities to explore the healing arts together. Clearly, the moment had arrived for him to fulfill his promise. "Please, Mr. Su, continue," Yu Guan urged. "I wish for you and Elder Gui to withdraw from the Spirit Hall henceforth." At these words, Yu Guan's pupils constricted, his face a mask of astonishment. However, he did not immediately reject the notion. After a moment of contemplation, he involuntarily recalled the recent series of events plaguing the Spirit Hall. Being among those closest to the eye of the storm, he had long sensed that something was amiss within the Spirit Hall. "Mr. Su," Yu Guan's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by this? Do not inquire further, nor dwell on it. I ask you simply if you are willing," Su Qing interjected, raising his hand to halt further discussion. "How about this? You and Elder Gui should visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school to find my adoptive father, Qianrenxue. The water fairy's jade skin and bones are currently in his possession." "The 7-treasure glazed tile school, Sword Doluo Qianrenxue?" Yu Guan trembled slightly at the mention, as if grasping a fleeting insight that he could not fully articulate. "Precisely," Su Cheng replied, raising an eyebrow. "Elder Ju, do you still recall what I once told you?" "What was it?" "One must always consider oneself, even if it is for the sake of your old partner." Yu Guan fell silent, unwilling to pursue the thought any further. Su Cheng continued, "If you are unwilling, it matters not. First, seek out my adoptive father, and then reside within the 7 treasures glazed tile school for 3 years. After this period, should you wish to return to the Spirit Hall, you are free to do so." After a lengthy silence, Yu Guan gazed deeply at him and nodded. "I understand." In the Spirit City, within the Doluo Hall, at the heart of the Grand Hall, the colossal statue of the angel suddenly trembled without warning. Intricate strands of golden light began to emerge, radiating intense golden patterns. With a resounding crash, the entire angelic statue shattered, transforming into countless golden specks that danced in the air. At the epicenter of the explosion, enveloped in golden armor, floated the divine figure of Qian Renxue, with her 8 wings gracefully unfurling behind her. More precisely, it was the angel god, Qian Renxue. The angel sword, raised high overhead, unleashed a torrent of golden flames that ascended like a golden pillar, piercing through the constraints of the hall ceiling. A tremendous wave of energy erupted in succession, overshadowing even the sun itself. Chapter 42. The 8-winged angel god Su Qing gazed upon the young maiden approaching him with measured steps. She was adorned in a gown of exquisite gold thread, a long, one-piece garment that exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. The golden collar encircled her slender alabaster neck with grace. Cascading behind her, her golden locks added an effortless charm to her demeanor. Her golden eyes, calm as still waters, betrayed no hint of agitation. Apart from her breathtaking beauty, she appeared to be an utterly ordinary mortal woman. However, within those golden irises, Su Qing sensed a profound transformation, a stark departure from her former self. It was the majesty of the divine. At the center of Qianrenxue's brow, a minuscule yet striking golden imprint of a 6-winged angel was discernible. Intriguingly, she was not grounded, but rather hovered 3 inches above the earth as she approached. As she regarded Su Qing, the serene composure she had previously displayed melted away like snow, her expression a delicate interplay of sorrow and joy. In an instant, she leapt into his embrace. Su Qing did not resist this time. Instead, he gently embraced the delicate waist of the girl before him and patted her shoulder. He understood that the young lady had just undergone the 9th trial of the angels, and her emotions were undoubtedly unsettled, requiring assistance to find tranquility. "Moreover, my teacher, my grandfather has passed away. He sacrificed himself to help me unlock the final assessment." His voice trembled slightly, and tears dampened the front of Su Qing's attire. Su Cheng remained silent, gently caressing the soft golden locks of the young girl before him. "Teacher, you are all I have left." His fingers paused momentarily at the tips of her hair, before he softly replied, "Indeed, you still have me." Thus, the greatest challenge of your 9th assessment lies in the illusions, testing your desires, hatred, and fears, as well as the agony of reshaping your soul. No unexpected occurrences arose. nor did any life-threatening situations present themselves, correct? Zhu Zhuqing listened intently to Qian Renxue's account, his gaze deep and contemplative. At this moment, Qian Renxue had also calmed herself and began to recount the intricate details of the 9 trials of divinity. The girl seated across from him nodded affirmatively, stating, "I adhered to your advice, remaining true to my heart, clinging to the last vestige of my conviction, and successfully persevered until the very end." As she reflected on the vivid memories of the divine trials, a softness enveloped her countenance. Deep within her heart, a singular figure had long since occupied every corner of her being. "So that is it, I understand now." Zhu Zhuqing sighed. It appeared that the angelic lineage in the original timeline had indeed been manipulated. In this simulated world, however, there was a lack of divine intervention. Furthermore, the Traverser Tang San had not made an appearance. If this is the case, could it be that the soul of that Tang San who crossed over was truly the handiwork of the Shura God? But considering the stature of the Shura God, if that Tang San from the Tang sect were indeed chosen by him, how could he possibly allow his inheritor to be intercepted by the sea god midway? It was a tangled mess. The complexities of the real world were likely far greater than anticipated, and he needed to prepare a strategic plan in advance. "You should rest here for a while," he suggested. "If all goes as expected, Bibi Dong is also undergoing her final divine examination. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with specialized training to swiftly master the powers of the angel god." Qian Renxue bit her lip and nodded. As the moment of confronting the truth approached, she found herself growing increasingly anxious and bewildered. Zhu Zhuqing lifted his gaze to glance at her, stating calmly, "I have long since informed you that true strength lies not only in power but also in the fortitude of the spirit. If you still harbor any expectations at this juncture, then you lack the qualifications to confront Bibi Dong." Understanding dawned upon her as Qian Renxue's eyes regained their resolute determination, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to refrain from further elaboration. As for the news of the demise of the 3 great offerings, he chose to withhold it for the time being. After all, Qian Renxue had just ascended to her divine position, and her divine soul was still in a state of instability. She shared a strong bond with the elders of the offering hall, and any additional shock might lead to unforeseen repercussions. Atop the mountains behind the spirit hall, Qianrenxue, adorned with 4 pairs of wings, held the massive angelic holy sword aloft in midair. Indeed, compared to her original angelic form, she now boasted an additional pair of wings, gained from the eternal holy light beast. With her ascension to divinity, this external soul bone had also successfully transformed into a divine-grade soul bone, significantly enhancing her 2 primary abilities, speed and protection. Currently, she was engaged in the rigorous training regimen devised by Zhu Zhuqing. Qianrenxue's rapid ascension from over level 70 to divine status in less than 3 years. Despite the foundational work laid previously, understandably raised concerns about her solid grounding, especially when compared to Bibi Dong, who had undergone the divine trials for over a decade with her dual martial souls. Now, her sole focus was to swiftly adapt and compensate for her deficiencies in this regard. With uncertainty surrounding Bibi Dong's return, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from drafting an overly detailed plan. During these days, Qianrenxue devoted herself to a singular task, practicing the basic sword forms with utmost effort while simultaneously suppressing her divine power. Though not aiming for effortless mastery, she sought to exert control over every ounce of her strength. Zhu Zhuqing stood atop the mountain, gazing at the figure of Qianrenxue, who wielded the angelic sword, striking downward with relentless precision. He nodded silently in approval. There she was, drenched in fragrant sweat, her complexion flushed, strands of golden hair clinging to her exquisite visage, seemingly oblivious to it all, her gaze unwavering as she repeated the same motion time and again. At this moment, as Qianrenxue wielded the sword, she relied solely on the inherent strength granted by her divine physique, refraining from employing any divine power. The angelic sword, inherently burdensome, required her to summon every ounce of her strength with each swing, especially as she hovered in the air, devoid of a solid footing, relying on her wings to maintain balance, which added considerable difficulty to her endeavor. After a relentless barrage of 1,000 strikes, Qianrenxue finally reached her physical limits. She gracefully descended before Zhu Zhuqing, slightly unsteady upon landing. The rigorous training had indeed yielded remarkable results. Her previously erratic divine power now flowed with newfound ease. Yet, Qianrenxue appeared dissatisfied, furrowing her brows as she looked towards Zhu Zhuqing, unable to grasp the essence of the swordsmanship realm. A faint smile tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's lips as he found himself at a loss for words. "Do you have any idea how many years I have dedicated to mastering the sword to comprehend even a fragment of its true meaning? You have only just begun. The ability to manipulate divine power with such finesse and apply force techniques in your strikes already signifies extraordinary talent. Surely, you do not believe that those haphazard swings you executed earlier could be deemed true swordsmanship?" Qianrenxue merely pouted, choosing not to argue, and sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the circulation of her divine power to silently restore her energy. Thus, half an hour passed in tranquil silence. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing turned his head, and Qianrenxue simultaneously opened her eyes, golden light flashing within them. Both gazed towards the direction of the Pope's palace in Wuhan City. Bibi Dong had emerged from the divine trial. Chapter 43, Divine Battle. Before the Pope's palace, as they watched Bibi Dong stride forward, both Zhu Zhuqing and Qianrenxue exchanged expressions of surprise. Her appearance and demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The nobility and beauty she once possessed had vanished, leaving only a potent and overwhelming aura of chaos and malevolence. Her formerly exquisite, fair visage now appeared grotesque, complemented by her purple armor and the surrounding malevolent purple mist, rendering her truly terrifying. On either side of her back, her enormous sides extended, their formidable presence unmistakable, emanating an aura even more potent than the angelic holy sword wielded by Qian Renxue. While Qian Renxue remained oblivious to the truth, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of surprise. Contemplating inwardly, could the side effects of devouring the martial soul to suppress evil thoughts be so severe? There was no doubt that Bibi Dong surpassed Qian Renxue in strength. However, the intensity of her aura, so unrestrained, clearly did not align with her true capabilities. Moreover, although the Rakshasa god was indeed an embodiment of evil, the hint of madness in her aura was particularly conspicuous. With Zhu Zhuqing's keen perception, he immediately sensed this anomaly. He let out a silent sigh of relief. This battle had gained an additional 30% chance of victory. Bibi Dong first cast a fleeting glance at the two standing in the center of the plaza before the palace, then carelessly surveyed her surroundings. Nonchalantly, she inquired, "Where is everyone? Where have they gone?" At that moment, the palace guards who should have been present had long since vanished. Upon extending her divine consciousness, she realized that not only this place but the entirety of Wuhuan City was devoid of life. Zhu Zhuqing stood a short distance behind Qian Renxue, his hands clasped behind him, remaining silent. It was evident that he was not the focal point of the moment. As for the other members of the Spirit Hall, the battles between the deities possessed unparalleled destructive power. To avert unforeseen consequences, Qian Renxue had previously ensured their complete evacuation. However, it was clear that she had no intention of providing an explanation at this juncture. With her gaze fixed firmly on Bibi Dong, she demanded in a fierce tone, "Bibi Dong, did you kill my father?" Upon hearing her accusatory voice, Bibi Dong turned back, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. "Yes, of course," she replied. The body and soul of Qian Xuanji were indeed delectable. As she spoke, laughter erupted from Bibi Dong, a sound sharp and piercing, akin to the haunting cry of an owl in the night. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing the woman's madness. The golden domain of angels was instantaneously unleashed, flames igniting upon the angelic sword, radiating a blinding brilliance. In a swift motion, Qian Renxue unfurled her 8 wings and appeared in midair, simultaneously emanating a dazzling light from her being. Her long sword then slashed downwards at an angle. The massive blade cut through the air, enveloped in searing flames, conjuring a fierce gust of wind that threatened to engulf the expansive plaza of nearly 100 meters. This was the might of a divine strike. As the sword descended, Bibi Dong's eyes transformed into a striking emerald green, revealing an eerie web-like pattern within. In an instant, a colossal purple-black scythe materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, it clashed against the angelic sword. The resounding clang reverberated through the air, potent enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. Beneath Bibi Dong's feet, the ground was soon riddled with terrifying cracks, and fragments of stone erupted in all directions. In a blink, they were engaged in fierce combat. The two figures darted across the plaza, their every encounter igniting thunderous explosions. A tempest swirled around them, stirring up dust and debris from the ground. Moments later, they momentarily separated. Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly as she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was observing from a distance. Filled with extreme malice, the Rakshasa domain rapidly expanded outward, swiftly suppressing Qian Renxue's angelic domain. The enormous demonic scythe in her hand swung silently, its purple blade shadow slicing toward her opponent. Qian Renxue thrust her sword straight ahead, divine flames igniting as she struck first, intercepting Bibi Dong's scythe and interrupting her buildup of power. Bibi Dong's expression grew grim. This peculiar technique was one Zhu Zhuqing had previously employed. During their earlier skirmish, it was precisely this method that had thwarted her advantage. Despite her superior strength over Qian Renxue, the technique Qian Renxue was currently utilizing was the pulse severing and continuation method that Zhu Zhuqing had taught her. Not long ago, Zhu Zhuqing had studied her divine physique after her ascension. Although she had become a deity, her essence remained human, and the distribution of her meridians had not altered. This implied that the pulse severing and continuation method remained effective even at the divine level. However, Bibi Dong was evidently prepared. This strike was merely a feint. Suddenly, her Rakshasa scythe erupted, transforming into 9 massive scythes that sliced toward Qian Renxue from all directions. In a moment of desperation, Qian Renxue's 8 wings unfurled behind her, only to converge before her in a narrow escape, barely blocking the incoming scythes. Yet, even so, she was thrust backwards several dozen meters. Feathers of white fluttered away, and golden blood dripped from her wings, burning away in the air. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt a lingering dread. Her previous ease in combat had led her to underestimate her opponent. Had it not been for the enhancement of her external soul bones, she would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Seeing that her attack had not succeeded, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Yet, she would not grant her adversary a moment of respite. Quickly resuming her offensive, the purple-black Rakshasa domain intertwined with the golden angelic domain, leaving trails of golden flames and ominous purple blade shadows in both sky and earth. At the heart of the battlefield, Qian Renxue silently braced herself against Bibi Dong's formidable onslaught. At this moment, her sword stance had absorbed 30% of Zhu Zhuqing's divine essence, coupled with the techniques of the pulse-severing and continuation method. She had managed to regain some balance in their direct confrontations. Thus, they clashed for dozens of exchanges, creating an illusion of parity. However, at that moment, the 8 Rakshasa scythes on Bibi Dong's back suddenly flew forth, merging with the scythe she wielded, ascending into the sky. A surge of purple-black radiance erupted, and a wave of malevolent energy writhed in the air like a demonic apparition. Simultaneously, the black-purple blade shadows produced during their previous entanglements began to converge. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Qian Renxue with no time to react. The colossal scythe descended, coalescing into a massive purple blade stretching over 100 meters, its power so immense that Qian Renxue's delicate face paled slightly, her reaction a beat too slow. Not only was its force extraordinarily potent, but its speed was also blindingly swift, so rapid that even her angelic wings could not offer adequate protection. As the blade shadow approached, a figure suddenly interposed itself before her. The massive scythe struck with tremendous force. In an instant, that figure was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing against the remnants of the once majestic Pope's Hall Plaza. This was the 10,000-year soul bone technique, Ashen Flames. It consumed all of 1's soul power, exponentially amplifying 1's overall strength for a fleeting moment, usable only once a month. Yet, this was not an ordinary 10,000-year soul bone technique. Even the mightiest of such techniques was unqualified to intervene in a battle of his caliber. Zhu Zhuqing detonated the ancient soul bone that had endured for 100,000 years. The radiant sunfire upon the angelic sword dimmed significantly. Qian Renxue's mind momentarily fell into a void, her gaze vacant and fixed upon the distant, shattered figure. As the divine flames extinguished, the frigid winds of winter swept in, returning the temperature to a chilling cold that penetrated to the bone. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, though the exact moment of their arrival was unknown. At this juncture, not only was Qian Renxue taken aback, but even Bibi Dong found herself momentarily stunned, failing to seize the opportunity to continue her assault. She had never intended to slay Qian Renxue. Her aim had merely been to defeat her. With that strike, Qian Renxue would suffer grievous wounds at most. Yet for that individual, the consequences of the blow were undeniably fatal. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against a crumbling wall, its surface marred by numerous fissures and perilously unstable. Beneath him, the marble floor was gouged with deep pits. At that moment, his right leg had vanished from sight, and blood spilled from his lips. Bibi Dong's assumption was not unfounded. Having endured such a blow, his demise was all but certain. Chapter 44. I am also a chess piece. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's condition is exceedingly dire. The immense gash across his chest, which nearly cleaved him in two, has irrevocably extinguished his vitality. However, he had deliberately avoided the fatal critical points. And with his medical expertise, he could manage to cling to life for a few more days. Yet, the more terrifying aspect is the malevolent divine power that continues to erode his body. Even though this divine force has now become akin to water without a source, it is far beyond the endurance of an ordinary soul master. Were it not for the residual energy of the sacred 10,000-year soul bone still at work, he would already be a lifeless corpse. He has less than 2 hours left to live. Zhu Zhuqing accurately assessed his current physical condition. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the divine. Indeed, a mere mortal soul master, had he not previously awakened and detonated his soul bone to briefly touch the threshold of godhood, would have been utterly incapable of either blocking the attack or even keeping pace with the movements of those two formidable beings. The only reason he was able to withstand the blow was due to his prior preparation. He had already sensed Bibi Dong's hidden scheme. The shadows of blades were decidedly unsettling. Although Qian Renxue possessed superior strength in every aspect, her battlefield intuition was still lacking. Her journey had been too smooth, resulting in scant combat experience and tactical wisdom that paled in comparison to the much older Bibi Dong. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing was a step quicker in his reactions. Zhu Zhuqing curled his lips into a smile that appeared somewhat peculiar, a chill enveloping him. It was not merely the frigid air of deep winter. The malevolent divine power that had seeped into his very bones rendered him unable to suppress a slight shiver. The teacher, Qian Renxue, approached silently, her gaze fixated on the broken body before her. The upper half of his form was nearly severed in two, held together by strands of energy that struggled to stanch the relentless flow of blood. His right leg had vanished entirely, its remnants emanating a faint golden light. In a tug-of-war with the swirling purple mist surrounding him, his face was smeared with dust and blood, and he intermittently coughed up dark purple ichor. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing bore no semblance of his former calm demeanor. He appeared extraordinarily disheveled. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes as she knelt, reaching out to gently caress his cheek. A faint red light flickered in her eyes, discernible even amidst the blinding golden radiance. Cough, Xiaoxue, Zhu Zhuqing managed to assert, his fingers bracing against the ground as he struggled to sit upright, casting a glance towards a figure further away. Bibi Dong remained motionless in her original position. Teacher. Why cough? Please let me speak first. Use your mental strength. Her weakness. Cough. Do not speak. I will save you first. Qian Renxue's voice quivered as she gathered golden light in her hand. Simultaneously, faint flames ignited around her. In that moment, she audaciously began to consume her divine power. Be quiet, Xiaoxue. Listen to me first, Zhu Zhuqing urged. Yet Qianrenxue disregarded his words entirely, resolutely infusing him with her angelic divine power. However, moments later, she discovered that her divine energy could not penetrate even the slightest bit. Concurrently, shadows of swords materialized around Zhu Zhuqing, obstructing the gentle healing divine power emanating from her hands. Should she attempt to force her way through this barrier to administer aid, it would only exacerbate his injuries and hasten his demise. Teacher, Qianrenxue exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze darting to Zhu Zhuqing. It is futile. I am aware of my own condition. Do not waste your efforts. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly, locking his gaze onto Qianrenxue's eyes. As he spoke, he coughed and expelled a stream of blood, dark and glimmering with a purple-black hue, laced with the potent energy of the Rakshasa god, which sizzled upon contact with the ground. Can you hear me now? I was mistaken. It is not the Azura god, but the Rakshasa god. She is no longer Bibi Dong. Her mind has long been tainted by wickedness. Mental strength, which is her vulnerability, is your forte. Upon hearing that name, Qianrenxue instinctively felt a surge of revulsion, as though the two were destined adversaries. Yes, the Rakshasa god, the most malevolent deity. Her existence is a blight upon the world. Swear, you must slay Bibi Dong. She has succumbed to madness. Do not show mercy. Sever the ties decisively. He gazed intently at Qianrenxue. Little Shui, kill her. Upon hearing these words, the crimson light in Qianrenxue's eyes intensified, nearly overshadowing her original golden radiance. The sorrow, fury, and murderous intent she had been suppressing, previously overwhelmed by concern for Zhu Zhuqing, now erupted forth, especially in light of Zhu Zhuqing's current condition. She felt her sanity teetering on the brink. Her father was dead, her grandfather was gone, and now even her most cherished mentor was at risk. All of this was the doing of that Rakshasa god. This was not Bibi Dong. The flames ignited once more upon the angelic sword, but this time, the blaze was no longer a dazzling gold, it was tinged with a faint sanguine hue. Coughing, Zhu Zhuqing watched as Qianrenxue returned to the battlefield. And he once again spat out blood. His time was truly limited. He was merely surviving on the energy from the 10,000-year soul bone and his own medical expertise. Yet, he harbored no regrets. For a weakling to attempt to manipulate the powerful was no simple feat regardless of the cold animosity between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. The bond of blood between mother and child could not be easily severed. Without his direct intervention, neither of them would face death, regardless of the outcome of their confrontation. Main quest, 4th ring completed. Quest reward, final settlement bonus increased by 20. Main quest, 5th ring, the finale quest objective. Eliminate or expel over 80 of the Soul Hall's combat strength. Quest reward, final bonus calculated based on overall completion. Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent to the fluctuations in the progress of the task. Exhausted and drained, he had reached this juncture through sheer willpower, balancing the powers of two divine beings, fracturing the combat strength of the martial Soul Hall's members, and subtly orchestrating the demise of the 3 top-tier deities had been nearly an endeavor solely borne by him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself ensnared within the chessboard. If today he did not compel the two to fight to the death, this confrontation would merely serve as a catalyst for the mother and daughter to reconcile. Emotions, be they love or hatred, are inevitably eroded by the passage of time, especially when combat serves as an outlet for emotions. Should he miss this opportunity, he would find no further leverage to sway events in his favor. Better to sacrifice a piece than to lose an initiative. No chess player wishes to forfeit any piece in hand, yet simultaneously, no piece is beyond sacrifice, including himself. Chapter 45, Psychological Warfare. He is dead. In the center of the plaza, as Qianrenxue approached with her long sword in hand, Bibi Dong probed cautiously. She had always harbored a uniquely complex emotion towards Zhu Zhuqing, though she had long recognized that he was not Yu Xiaojiang, and that they were entirely different. The impression from their initial meeting had been indelibly profound, often catching her off guard with memories of him. Qianrenxue fell silent, her mind closed off to any words. Only one thought lingered, to slay the Rakshasa god and rescue Zhu Zhuqing. The intent to kill. This time, Bibi Dong sensed an authentic and palpable intent to kill. If her previous emotions had been primarily anger, now, this daughter genuinely sought her demise. Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. The purple-black flames of the Rakshsa's side erupted, spreading across her body. Divine power ignited. There were no more feints. Both combatants unleashed their full strength, intertwining like golden red and purple-black streaks across the plaza, their divine powers burning fiercely. The mere aftermath of their battle dispersed the clouds above, allowing sunlight to cascade down. Clearly, at this moment, they could no longer perfectly control their powers. Cough, Bibi Dong. Do you not realize that suppressing divinity with beastly instincts, attempting to escape the entanglements of malevolent thoughts through chaotic will, is an exceedingly foolish endeavor? A faint yet clear voice echoed from afar, causing Bibi Dong's assault to falter. Qianrenxue's expression shifted slightly, yet she disregarded it, seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Hiki, do you truly believe that with Yu Xiaojiang's abilities, he could uncover any core advantages of beast martial souls? That book was authored by me. What? Bibi Dong's countenance changed dramatically as she turned to the distance. Her eyes aglow with purple light, her aura surging instantaneously. Did you truly think I was unaware of your ulterior motive when you solicited me for the method to remedy the mutated martial soul? To be frank, even if I revealed my method to him, it would not resolve his martial soul issues. Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul is, in fact, a product of failed evolution. Entirely distinct from the so-called malignant mutation. I facilitated his forced breakthrough to level 30, and by absorbing the pure-blooded dragon beast's soul ring, I rectified his martial soul's deficiencies. The voice continued to speak, unsettling her thoughts. As for the timing, it was a decade ago when I departed from the martial soul city with Dugubo Impossible. You lie. Hiki. Lie? Bibi Dong, have you truly become so foolish over the years that you lack even the most basic capacity for reason? Who besides me could assist Yu Xiaojiang in breaking through the level 30 bottleneck? Surely you've inquired privately about how he remedied his martial soul's flaws. Is there any connection between that and the method I disclosed to you? Bibi Dong's mind became a tempest, momentarily placing her at a disadvantage against Qian Renxue. I know your soul-devouring spider emperor can consume martial souls, which is why you published a theory through Yu Xiaojiang. He has always craved fame and agreed readily. Yet he remains oblivious that it was specifically crafted for your eyes. Do I need to elucidate further? The three paramount beast martial souls possess a delightful essence. Do they not? Qian Renxue did not grasp the meaning behind this statement. She was unaware that the three deities had fallen at Bibi Dong's hands and had never seen the book authored by Yu Xiaojiang, thus failing to make any connections. However, she could distinctly sense that the rhythm of Bibi Dong's attacks had been thoroughly disrupted. Bibi Dong's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The doubt she had long avoided pondering suddenly crystallizing into the most rational answers. Yet she evidently refused to accept this. You lie. If it is truly your work, why do you not announce it yourself? Bibi Dong shouted fiercely. Haha, what a jest. Do you really think Su Cheng is a person concerned with fame? I refrain from publicizing my work because I know that you would doubt what I have written, while you would regard Yu Xiaojiang's creations as infallible, fool. Su Cheng's unabashed mockery pierced through Bibi Dong's heart like a sharp sword. Its destructive power surpassed even the tempestuous onslaught of Qian Renxue at that moment. It is indeed ironic. This so-called master bears a striking resemblance to you in this regard. I provided him with the theory and explicitly stated that no credit was needed. And he seemed quite pleased. Can you guess what crossed my mind? Do you recall the method of absorbing the fourth soul ring from 10,000 years ago? You were just as unhesitant then, claiming it as your own. You two truly are a perfect match. The divine image in her heart began to crack. As the anchor balancing the beastly and divine aspects of her soul started to waver, a flicker of confusion clouded Bibi Dong's mind. With the beastly nature suppressing the malevolent thoughts, it must feel significantly easier than bearing the burden alone, when you bask in the glory above countless others. Do you still remember who initially bestowed all of this upon you? How foolish it is to place your faith in a weak, fraudulent individual whom even your own clan rejected, while failing to trust the spirit hall that lifted you from the abyss and nurtured you. When your parents perished, and you scavenged for scraps in the refuse, that young nobleman from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, living in luxury, surely could empathize, couldn't he? Ha, cough, cough. Ha ha ha. The domain of the Rakshasa erupted in full force, as a dense aura of malevolence swept mercilessly through the surroundings. In this instant, Bibi Dong's presence surged with an intensity far greater than before. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Cheng could not help but break into a grin. Bibi Dong was on the verge of losing control. Swear, use your spiritual consciousness. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue acted without hesitation. A brilliant golden light emanated from her eyes, embodying the entirety of her unreserved spiritual power, which surged to an unprecedented level. At this moment, Bibi Dong's faith crumbled, her long-held obsessions wavering and shattering. As the anchor that stabilized her soul faltered, the chaotic beastly instincts stemming from the consumption of multiple beast martial souls, along with the malevolent and sinister nature of the Resetsa's spiritual consciousness, simultaneously assailed her soul. In stark contrast, Qianrenxue, having nurtured her mental prowess under Su Cheng's medicinal influence over the years, found herself in an unwavering state of belief and resolute will, especially with the gravely injured Su Cheng at her back. With a single strike, Bibi Dong was nearly defenseless and suffered a devastating blow. She leaned back, her body trembling violently, and even the Resetsa divine armor adorning her fell away, dissipating into purple light. A surge of purple energy erupted from her head, and she seemed to lose consciousness, being flung backward, blood gushing from her 7 orifices. The realm of angels expanded instantaneously, overpowering the malevolently charged Resetsa domain. Subsequently, the holy angel sword pierced through her chest. The cold wind howled, and the snowfall intensified beyond measure. Su Cheng gazed at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, a smile gracing his lips. What a magnificent snowfall. Chapter 46. A world without you. With a single stroke of the sword, Bibi Dong's vitality swiftly ebbed away, her life approaching its inevitable conclusion. The powers of the angel and the Rakshasa were inherently contradictory. This was further exacerbated by the fact that the angel's sacred sword was now engulfed in the primordial divine fire of Qian Renxue. It was needless to say that Bibi Dong, in her current state, harbored no desire for survival. Even at her peak, she would have been unable to endure such a strike. In that moment, perhaps due to the dissipating divine energy, or perhaps because of the purifying effects of the holy power, Bibi Dong's consciousness became startlingly clear. A low, resonant voice echoed from afar, unmistakably ringing in her ears. Bibi Dong, how pitiable you are. Heaven bestowed upon you unparalleled talent, yet failed to grant you an equally formidable spirit. You were given the chance to escape the abyss. Yet you chose to willingly descend into depravity. Having avenged your grievances, you remain ensnared in the past, lost in those absurd regrets. Aside from Qianrenxue, has there ever been anyone in this world who wronged you? Yet, you wish to drag everyone down with you in the burial of your childish love. In your final moments, the only entity you trust is the illusory deity within your heart, rather than the flesh and blood kin before you. Arriving at this juncture is entirely of your own making. Bibi Dong's gaze, devoid of life, drifted towards Zhu Zhuqing, an illusory phantom, perhaps. In that fleeting instant, she suddenly comprehended many things. The hints urging her to eliminate the three great offerings, the subtle increase in animosity between her and her daughter, the two elders of the spirit hall who had vanished without a trace over the past 2 years, the odd behaviors of the Zhu Zhuqing duo, the intricate schemes that had begun over a decade ago. It was even possible that her initial joining of the spirit hall had been orchestrated by that very individual. Observing Qianrenxue rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing without hesitation, Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Little Xue, I hope my conjectures are erroneous. Teacher. Qianrenxue knelt beside Zhu Zhuqing at the edge of the plaza. His aura had grown exceedingly faint, dwindling to a state akin to that of the deceased. This was entirely unexpected for Qianrenxue. Given the earlier circumstances, he should have been able to endure for at least another hour. Little Xue. Gazing upon the exquisite visage before him, Zhu Zhuqing found himself momentarily distracted. Even with the blood staining her pure white cheeks, her beauty remained unblemished. Perhaps even more striking in its tragic allure. Qianrenxue strained to harness the remnants of her divine power, attempting to cast a healing spell upon him. However, following the fierce combat that had drained her divine energy, her internal reserves were nearly depleted. Her very flesh trembled on the brink of collapse, rendering her incapable of exerting much more strength. Her mental energy had been nearly exhausted in that final strike, making it exceedingly difficult for her to wield divine power now. Given the extent of the injuries afflicting his frail form, even at her zenith, she would have been powerless to remedy the situation. What to do? Upon hearing her helpless murmurs, Zhu Zhuqing lowered his eyelids in silence. After a brief moment, the small angelic imprint on Qianrenxue's forehead began to faintly sway. She was harnessing the most primordial divine power from the angelic essence. It was not that she was reluctant to bestow this divine rank, but rather that, given Zhu Zhuqing's current state, he would be utterly incapable of enduring a more tremendous surge of energy. Moreover, in her present condition, she was powerless to wield it. Zhu Zhuqing gazed in a daze at the subtly quivering, celestial, angelic mark. This diminutive insignia represented the core of Qianrenxue's divine power as an angel, an external manifestation of her divine status. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of this fact. He had never contemplated accepting the so-called divine inheritances of the Dolua continent. Yet he was profoundly curious about the essence of this divine system. During the divine examination, Qian Dalu was still alive, and he had no opportunity to delve deeper into the matter. However, after Qianrenxue ascended to divinity, he found himself presented with a chance for close observation. At this moment, within Zhu Zhuqing's sea of consciousness, a small shadow of a sword floated and sank. This was the embodiment of sword intent. It did not signify that his understanding of the sword path had reached new heights. Rather, it was something he had meticulously honed over the years, utilizing a fragment of true sword intent day and night. It encapsulated his entire comprehension of the sword path in this lifetime, along with the extraordinary mental strength cultivated through years of medicinal assistance. Just moments ago, he had ignited his remaining mental energy, soul power, and even his life force, channeling them into this sword intent. This was also the reason for his rapidly diminishing vitality. For someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who gathered strength in such a manner, the resultant technique was undeniably powerful yet remarkably impractical. No one else would dare to employ such a method, as it bore little significance. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would be nearly impossible to land unless the opponent was utterly unguarded. With a swift motion, the petite sword shadow shot forth from Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, piercing into the girl's eyes in an instant, culminating in an explosion at the core of her divine essence. The eyes serve as windows to the spirit and are also the most vulnerable points for an assault on the soul. At this moment, Qianrenxue's spirit was feeble, her mental energy depleted, and she was striving to draw strength from her divine status to heal him, all while being completely defenseless against him. In a single strike, the small six-winged angelic mark at her brow, which had merely trembled before, began to convulse violently, and moments later, it shattered into countless specks of light. The divine status lay in ruins. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to the backlash of the shattered sword intent that almost claimed his life. The primary quest, the fifth ring's foundational requirements, had been fulfilled. The main task was complete, allowing him the freedom to depart at any moment within the hour. Qianrenxue trembled as she raised her right hand to touch her brow, her gaze vacant as it fell upon Zhu Zhuqing. Teacher, why? Xiaoxue, I have lived this life for but one purpose, to obliterate the spirit hall. I impart knowledge unto you, assist you in ascending to divinity, all for the singular aim. Noticing her lack of response, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a signal flare from his soul-guiding device and launched it into the sky. I have shattered your divine mark. Your life is no longer in peril. However, The god of angels shall henceforth be no more. Having spoken, he gazed blankly at the heavens. After a moment's silence, the sound of a sword's resonance echoed from afar, drawing closer until it enveloped the skies above Spirit City. Initially a whisper on the horizon, it swiftly approached Zhu Zhuqing's side. Cheng'e, the elder wielding the sword, upon witnessing his current state, was taken aback. He hurried forward, casting a concerned glance at the dazed Qian Renxue, his grip on the sword tightening slightly. Father, please do not. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the approaching Qianrenxue, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What on earth has happened to you? Cough, father. Please do not concern yourself with me just yet. Allow me to explain. How could Qianrenxue possibly ignore him? He hurriedly stepped forward to infuse him with soul energy. Assessing his physical condition, he had been utterly unaware that Zhu Zhuqing would find himself in such a dire state, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing made no effort to intervene. The signal flare that had just been fired was directed at Qianrenxue, and he was the only one who had arrived. Now, Qianrenxue's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 97, not far from level 98. In terms of combat prowess, he was comparable to an ordinary peak de law of level 98. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the remaining 3 offerings in the offering hall, along with the elders of the title Doluo rank, had likely already succumbed to his hand. As for the others, Zhu Zhuqing had only urged Qianrenxue to ensure that no one accompanied him. He still had matters to arrange. Gazing at the lifeless Qian Renxue before him, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly, "Little Shui, I suppose you no longer wish to be addressed as such. Do you remember our wager from 10 years ago?" Qian Renxue lethargically raised her head. "Promise me, live well. The affairs of the world flow like water. Your life is still long. Forget me, forget Bibi Dong. Forget the spirit hall." Turning to Qianrenxue, he added, "Father, please take good care of her." At present, Qianrenxue was invincible across the continent, and the Haoyan sect would not pose a challenge to him. Moreover, having consumed the celestial herb, Qianrenxue's martial spirit had advanced further, leaving room for continued growth. Perhaps he would even have the opportunity to touch the threshold of the 99th level limit Dolua. With his protection, even if Qian Renxue were to fall to the realm of an ordinary soul master, she could still live out her days in peace. Zhu Zhuqing had absolute faith in Qianrenxue's character. Qian Renxue looked at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes flashing with crimson light. How could she forget? How could she not? Then live well, and let your remaining days be filled with hatred for me. Father, I beg you, take care of her. Qianrenxue met Zhu Zhuqing's earnest gaze and nodded slightly. I understand. He had already sensed countless times with his soul power that this body had become like burnt-out tinder, devoid of any vitality. Upon hearing Qianrenxue's response, Zhu Zhuqing closed his eyes, succumbing to darkness. At that moment, a golden light suddenly emanated from Qian Renxue's hand. It was her final divine power. However, this trace of divine power was meant to restore her body. Once depleted, not even an ordinary person would withstand the consequences, let alone a soul master. Qianrenxue's expression shifted, unsure of her intentions. He hesitated, torn between wanting to stop her and fearing for her safety. Ultimately, he refrained from acting. Qian Renxue remained oblivious to his reaction, the golden light in her hand growing ever more radiant. Ah, how easy it is to speak of the affairs of the world as if they were mere flowing water, she mused, before striking downwards. The golden light pierced her chest. Qianrenxue looked on in horror at Qian Renxue. As her life swiftly ebbed away, she gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's lifeless form. A world without you is not worth living in. My life has been a farce. Foolish child, Qianrenxue sighed, observing the 2 figures before him, utterly devoid of life. A note followed, explaining the previous chapter's controversies. Initially intended for the end of the volume, it was deemed necessary to address briefly. Those uninterested could skip it, and the author expressed regret for any time wasted. No spoilers were to ensue. Firstly, regarding combat power, it is challenging to articulate just how formidable a deity is in this realm, which is why it is often referred to as a fantastical floor. In the original, Tang San utilized the Tear of Guanyin to strike down a fully powered Qian Renxue, whereas here, the protagonist ambushed her when she was unguarded. Unstable in her divinity and fully trusting of him. This was a single strike cultivated over many years, encompassing his entire life force, spirit power, and a decisive blow to her vital points. Secondly, there were discussions surrounding the protagonist's character. This pertains to his role. Abandoning the mission here would distort the subsequent plot. How would the simulation world be handled in similar situations? From Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, he had paved a way out for Qian Renxue, effectively sacrificing himself in this world. As for her eventual demise, he was unaware. This had been foreshadowed from the beginning, as the protagonist had consistently tried to maintain distance from her. In the end, he managed to bring both deities to the brink of mutual destruction, but only eliminated by Bibi Dong. Additionally, this volume is titled The Sorrow of Angels, which indicates that Qian Renxue is the core figure of this simulation, and her fate was predetermined from the start. As for Qianrenxue, his role is to clean up the final mess. 10 years ago, he had provided the celestial herb for this very moment, which serves as a foreshadowing. He is both the ultimate trump card against the spirit hall and a preparation made for Qian Renxue. The author concluded by stating that discussions are welcome, but excessive spamming would result in restrictions. To date, No negative reviews had been deleted, and the author acknowledged the difficulty of pleasing all readers. The narrative continued. Chapter 47, Twin Souls. In the Pope's Chamber of Spirit City, Bibi Dong suddenly sat upright in bed. "Little Shui," she murmured, momentarily stunned. Pressing her hand against her forehead. Was it a dream? Such a vivid dream. She found it hard to believe. With the strength of her soul. She hadn't dreamed in nearly 20 years. Sleep had merely been another form of cultivation. Moreover, the torment of the Rakshasa god's trial was terrifying, making peaceful slumber impossible. In that dream, she had lived through over a decade. While many details had faded, some scenes felt as if she had experienced them firsthand. Qian Renxue, the angel god. Bibi Dong mused, glancing toward the direction of the offering hall, her expression uncertain. Most crucially, the central figure who consistently appeared in her dreams. Bibi Dong rose and exited the chamber, summoning Zhu Zhuqing to the Pope's hall. "Yu Guan, have you heard of a person named Su Chen? He should be in his 20s or 30s, with a sword as his martial spirit, seemingly connected to the sword Dolua." "Su Cheng?" Yu Guan responded, momentarily taken aback. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "I have not heard of him. Is there anyone by that name in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" "I'm not certain." Nodding, Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate further. Simply waving him off while adding, "Please investigate. If no such person exists, then so be it." Once Yu Guan departed, her expression grew somewhat perplexed. "Xiao Gang," she mused. Unable to comprehend how she could have dreamed such a thing. Had she lost faith in his abilities? Was Yu Xiao Gang merely a weak, vain, and fraudulent individual? How foolish it is to trust a feeble and deceitful individual, one whom even their own clan refuses to accept. Rather than believe in the spirit hall that has nurtured one from the abyss, when your parents have passed and you scavenge for scraps in a refuse heap. Surely that young master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, clad in finery and luxury, would empathize? The echoes of mockery from that figure in the dream reverberate in my ears. No, it was not the spirit hall that redeemed me. It was the spirit hall that destroyed me. Bibi Dong's somewhat sinister countenance regained its calm as she flicked her sleeves and returned to her chamber. Yet, once the seed of self-doubt is sown, can it so easily wither in the soil? In the imperial city of Tiando, within the prince's palace, the first prince, Shui Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, awoke with a bewildered expression. Feeling the dampness upon her face, she raised a hand to gently wipe it away. Why was she crying? At some point, tears had streamed down her cheeks. Within the glimmer of her tears, shadows seemed to dance. Rising to her feet, Qianrenxue looked around. Realizing she remained in her palace, and she was no celestial being, merely a soul master of less than level 50. Yet, compared to Bibi Dong, her memories of the dream were far more profound. The years spent in that dream seemed to stretch longer than her actual memories. Moreover, there was that figure that persisted throughout. It resembled not a mere dream but an alternate existence. Although the ending was both tragic and absurd, the journey was infinitely more joyous than her present. Qianrenxue extended her finger to caress her forehead. The piercing shadow of the sword that had pierced her soul still vivid in her mind. That strike shattered not only divinity but also her dreams. Just a dream. Merely a dream, she murmured to herself. Ah, merely a dream? What a jest. Another voice echoed in her ears, strikingly similar to her own yet imbued with a chilling, viscous quality, akin to a serpent's tongue caressing the ear, provoking an unsettling sensation. Who? Qianrenxue suddenly realized, glancing around. I am you, and you are me. A pair of inky black eyes emerged in her heart, silently locking gazes with her. You. A chill enveloped Qianrenxue, but she soon relaxed. So that is it. Why not try the meridian severing and sustaining method he taught you? You remember how to use it, do you not? The voice spoke again, laced with temptation. I forgot. Qianrenxue replied coldly. No, you have not forgotten. You are simply afraid. This time, the voice held a note of mockery, evidently displeased with her response. If you are too cowardly to confront it, allow me to do so. As the words fell, a shadow emerged from beneath Qianrenxue's feet, quickly surging upwards, cloaking her white garments in darkness. The entire process was swift, leaving her no time to resist, or perhaps she did not truly wish to. This was her other side. She had always been aware of these shadowy depths within her. Since childhood, Qianrenxue had learned to don a mask, to conceal her pain, to dispel her loneliness. Yet, this deception could fool others but not herself. All her negative emotions had been sealed away like discarded refuse, accumulating until now. The dark-clad Qianrenxue raised her arm, her hand moving like the wind, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Behold, this is the meridian severing and sustaining method, truly a stroke of genius, do you not think? The golden eyes within her heart stared blankly at this scene, a tumult of sorrow and joy intertwining within. For the time being, you shall rest. Qianrenxue stated as she stepped towards the exit. I will seek him out. In the study, the two titled doyuos, Shi Miao and Xi Tan, stared at the figure of Qianrenxue, now clad in black, their expressions one of shock. Is this not permissible? A faint smile graced Qianrenxue's lips as she regarded them. She seldom smiled, but at this moment, the two titled doyuos wished she would not. Observing the upward curve of her lips while her gaze remained cold and composed sent a shiver through them. Mobilize all resources to investigate a person for me. The spirit is a sword, and the name is Su Cheng. Report to me if any two of the following three criteria align: appearance, spirit, or name. As she spoke, Qian Renxue retrieved an image from the table and handed it to them. Xi Miao hesitated as he took it. What? Is it impossible? The influence of the spirit hall spans the continent. Every soul master is registered in their respective branches, making individual inquiries far from daunting. As for His Holiness the Pope, since when has the spirit hall been under her dominion? I have accounts to settle with her. The two exchanged glances, refraining from saying more, sensing that their mistress had transformed entirely. In a remote village in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, Su Cheng emerged from the simulator, opening his eyes. He remained unaware that Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and others had, to varying degrees, acquired fragments of memories from the simulated world, even awakening the darkness deep within Qian Renxue's heart. Chapter 48, Transformation. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Cheng could not help but emit a mournful wail of agony. His head felt as though it were on the verge of exploding, a sensation unrelated to the myriad of memories flooding his mind. The human brain possesses a self-protective mechanism that prevents it from being overwhelmed by memory. What he was experiencing was the manifestation of sword intent. This sword intent flowed freely, unbound by the constraints of one's innate qualities or talents, naturally revealing itself. However, with his current physical strength and mental foundation, he was utterly incapable of containing such formidable sword intent. This was not the tangible essence of his final sword intent. That power had long since been entirely expended. Moreover, such an energy form could not be carried forth. Instead, it was the sharp aura born from his comprehension of the sword in the simulated world. No matter how fervently he attempted to suppress it, the faint residual waves that escaped were still unbearable for him. In an instant, blood began to pour forth from his 7 orifices. It was feared that, before long, his sea of consciousness would be cleaved to fragments by his own sword intent. Fortunately, at that moment, a warm current, seemingly emerging from nowhere, began to continuously mend and restore his body and sea of consciousness. Side quest reward settlement. Enhancement of physical aptitude. Side quest reward settlement. Martial soul talent domain. 2 notifications appear. Su Cheng possessed an exceptionally profound understanding of the human body, and in an instant, he sensed the transformation within himself. It was not merely a simple enhancement of physical attributes. The quality of his bones, the density of his fibers, and the resilience of his meridians had all undergone significant changes. This was an augmentation at the cellular level. Most crucially, certain acupoints and skeletal positions had experienced exceedingly subtle alterations, greatly enhancing his ability to exert force and channel energy. This could be regarded as a comprehensive enhancement, with improvements in strength, speed, reflexes, and dynamic vision, each to varying degrees. Undoubtedly, the most significant aspect was the elevation of potential, although the effects were not immediately apparent. The long-term benefits would likely surpass those of any miraculous herb, without the risk of toxic accumulation. Simultaneously, a radiant halo of 5 colors appeared beside him, and a longsword spirit emerged uncontrollably, with streams of sword energy swirling around him. This was the realm of talent. Main quest reward settlement. Settlement bonus. 265 awakening of the dual spirit, with an additional enhancement of spirit strength. Su Cheng took a gentle breath, finally stabilizing his consciousness and recovering. He silently acknowledged his good fortune. The recent upheaval had utterly caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that the pressure exerted by the sword intent would be so formidable. Even now, he could only strive to suppress its sharpness. Yet occasional pangs of pain still assailed him. His current strength was woefully inadequate, and his mental fortitude had not been enhanced. Once he absorbed the spirit ring and underwent a period of medicinal recuperation, he would likely return to normalcy. Pressing his fingers lightly against his forehead, Su Cheng sighed. However, it seemed that even if he were to attach the first spirit ring to his martial soul in the future, he could not immediately initiate the next simulation. It would be wiser to allow the simulator to accumulate energy first. There was no alternative. His foundation was too fragile, and should a similar event occur again, it was uncertain whether he could replicate today's stroke of luck. If possible, Su Cheng preferred to avoid risks, especially since the gains from his first simulation were already sufficient for a considerable period of assimilation. Extending his right hand, a longsword manifested within his grasp, revealing a greater than expected accumulation bonus, falling merely 35 points short of a full reward. Initially, he had anticipated that the final tally would exceed 250 points. After all, he had likely not fully claimed the reward for the 3rd ring, and his choice for the 4th ring had not been the most arduous task. Moreover, he believed that Qian Renxue had ultimately survived. After a brief moment of meditation, Su Cheng assessed his current state. His meridians brimmed with energy, a warm sensation coursing throughout his body, starkly contrasting with the experience of possessing only 0.5 innate soul power. He had now achieved a level of full innate soul power. No, it was not merely that. It was even more profound. Though he could not ascertain the exact extent until he attached the first spirit ring, he then gazed at his martial soul. Unless augmented by cultivation methods such as the Xiantian Gong, innate soul power directly represented the strength of the martial soul. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the everlasting sword. The sword martial soul, currently floating in his hand, was the very form he had been accompanied by in the simulation world for quite some time. This saved him considerable effort in reconstructing the 5-element cycle. Moreover, this talent domain, observing the 5-colored rainbow light surrounding him, was not the sword path domain he had initially envisioned, but rather the 5-element domain. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. The sword path domain was a transformation of his soul skills, which he could reconstruct in the future. In contrast, the 5-element domain, characterized by its ceaseless and supportive nature, was far more suited to exist as a talent domain. Retracting the domain, Zhu Zhuqing extended his right hand to summon the recently awakened secondary martial soul. It was an auxiliary-type weapon martial soul, the innate array. Gazing at the simple yet profound energy array hovering above his left hand, and then at the everlasting sword in his right, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. However, he realized that his understanding of martial souls was still quite rudimentary, and the development of his second martial soul was not an immediate priority. He would first concentrate on enhancing the everlasting sword. With this thought, he calmed his mind. He aimed to ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master in Notting City before seeking a suitable advanced academy to join. He was already preparing to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in the future, intending to claim victory and seize the opportunity to join the Spirit Hall. The Angelic Legacy and the Divine Position Legacy were areas he was determined to continue exploring. In the simulation world, Qian Dalu had exhibited some wariness towards him. And given his sensitive identity, he had garnered significant attention within the Spirit Hall, making it difficult to approach the angelic trials closely. As for the other divine legacies, the Rakshasa God legacy had already been activated by Bibi Dong, while he had no desire to even approach the Azura God and Sea God legacies. Those two deities were excessively attentive to their inheritors, and given his current weakness, he sought to avoid drawing the attention of the divine realm. In this light, the angel god presented itself as the most favorable option. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing harbored another objective. He wished to ascertain whether the angelic legacy had been tampered with. If possible, he hoped to assist Qian Renxue in this world, at the very least ensuring that she could truly possess a life of her own. Although he understood that the Qian Renxue from both worlds were not the same individual. A month later, accompanying the village chief Wang Pan to Notting City, Zhu Zhuqing surveyed his surroundings while patiently listening to the detailed explanations provided. Despite having explored this place in the simulation world, he likely possessed an even deeper understanding of it now. Over the past month, Zhu Zhuqing had nearly completed his physical recuperation and had perfectly adapted to his transformed body. Before long, the two arrived near the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened as he observed, not far ahead, the scene of an elderly man and a young girl being obstructed by the gatekeeper at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 49. Tang San and Xiaowu. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to approach immediately. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the old village chief, discreetly observing the unfolding events from a distance. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded as per the original text, with Yu Xiaojiang stepping in to resolve the conflict between the parties and leading Tang San into the academy. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that the reality of the world bore no distinction from the original timeline. However, a weight settled in his heart. Tang San was not the issue. It was the deity behind him, along with the identity of the Son of Destiny. And that father who relished in quietly observing his son's growth that posed the true dilemma. As he watched the two depart into the distance, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Wang Pan and said, "Grandfather village chief, you may return. I can enter alone." "Very well, Xiao Cheng. While you are at the academy, be sure to heed your teacher's advice, and do not venture outside the academy on your own. I will come to fetch you at the end of the term." "I understand, Grandfather village chief. Please travel safely." After Wang Pan left, Zhu Zhuqing approached the entrance of the academy on his own. The grand archway prominently displayed the 4 characters of Notting Academy. The young man, who had just received a few reprimands from Yu Xiaojiang, felt a twinge of annoyance as he noticed another plainly dressed youth arriving at the entrance. He couldn't help but mutter to himself before stepping forward to block the way. "What do you want?" "I am a work-study student from Wangsu Village. Here is the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall steward." "Wangsu Village? Never heard of it." The gatekeeper took the certificate from Zhu Zhuqing, glancing over it. "A mere 0.5 level innate soul power. What kind of soul master student is this?" With that, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, preparing to hurl a few mocking words to alleviate his own frustration. However, upon meeting those calm eyes, he faltered. The boy before him appeared quite young, dressed in shabby clothes, yet exuded a certain dignified aura uncommon among those of ordinary origin, leaving the gatekeeper momentarily speechless. "May I enter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired nonchalantly. "Huh? Oh, you may go in." As the gatekeeper stepped aside, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, retrieved his certificate, and entered the academy. Due to the lack of guidance, Zhu Zhuqing took some time to complete the enrollment procedures. He planned to stay at the academy for a couple of days before finding a way to earn some money, as residing here was quite inconvenient. While contemplating, he made his way to the mixed-gender dormitory for work-study students. "Another newcomer?" A slightly spoiled, melodious female voice echoed as he pushed the door open. "Hey, I'm the boss of this dormitory. You should call me Sister Xiuwu." As she spoke, a girl with long, braided hair turned to face him. The moment their eyes met, Wu froze, her words caught in her throat. Not far away, Tang San, who had been observing her, suddenly noticed that her body was trembling slightly. This was not due to Wu being overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's looks. She was frightened. In that instant, Wu was transported back to her time as a frail soft-bone rabbit, recalling the terror she felt when faced with the apex predators of the soul beast forest. It seemed as if shadows of swords flashed in the eyes of her opponent, akin to a great wolf poised to strike, ready to pin her in place at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to Wu, casting her a fleeting glance before proceeding into the room. He harbored no particular thoughts about her, although he was aware that she was a 100,000-year soul beast, possessing commendable soul ring techniques and soul bone skills. Their attributes were incompatible, rendering her acquisition futile. In contrast, the soul bone of the blue-silver emperor was his true aspiration. As for soul skills, he held little regard for them. Fundamentally, they were merely a unique application of energy. Once the underlying principles were discerned, with his profound medical knowledge and combat understanding, he could devise numerous combat techniques far superior to ordinary soul ring skills. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing halted. A wave of murderous intent washed over him. He was somewhat taken aback and turned to regard the youth behind Wu. Such intense malice. Although he was aware that Tang San would go to great lengths when Wu was in peril, if memory served him right, they had only recently become acquainted. Furthermore, he had done nothing to provoke such fervor. A glance at Wu's current state offered some clarity. It seemed that her recent integration into human society had left certain beastly instincts unrefined, making her more sensitive to danger. I apologize to Wu. Tang San spoke coldly, raising his left hand slightly. The Tang sect's regulations dictated that disciples should avoid unnecessary conflicts, yet should an aggressor appear, they were permitted to retaliate with ferocity. The third clause of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record stated, once a foe is identified as an enemy, and they seek one's demise, one should show no mercy, lest they invite further troubles upon themselves. From Tang San's perspective, the students within the academy were merely children. Any disputes were trivial squabbles unworthy of his attention. Yet, Wu's current demeanor was evidently far beyond mere childlike conflict. She resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, trembling with fear, almost unable to maintain her footing. A stark contrast to her earlier vivacity upon entering. Such bullying of a young girl, in Tang San's eyes, transcended the bounds of ordinary conflict. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze shifting. Young man, it would be wise for you to keep that item secured. At the intensity of his stare, Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite the fact that this individual appeared to be of a similar age and was not even a soul master, there was an almost imperceptible sharpness in his demeanor. Yet, with just one look, Tang San felt as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, ensnared by layers of pressure, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a hand reached out towards him. Tang San's pupils dilated, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He struggled against the oppressive force, yet found it almost impossible to break free. The hand merely patted his shoulder. Do not trouble me. Until he comprehended the relationship between the Azura god and Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to become too entangled with him. Moreover, lurking in the shadows was the unpredictable Tang Hao, a person he could not manage. After warning Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing sat down beside the bed, pressing his fingers against his forehead. The pressure emanating from his sword intent was overwhelmingly intense, nearly impossible to fully suppress. It was manageable around ordinary individuals, but those with even a hint of soul power could immediately sense something amiss. Until he had thoroughly adjusted his state, it was best to minimize interactions with others. On the other side, Tang San only began to relax slightly at this point, casting a wary glance at the meditating Zhu Zhuqing. He clenched his fists and silently returned to his own bed, momentarily forgetting to comfort Wu. In this tense atmosphere, the other students in the dormitory dared not utter a word, pretending to be exceptionally busy. The day's events had been overwhelming, leaving these youngsters feeling dazed. First, a peculiar individual with a blue-silver grasped martial soul and innate full soul power had easily defeated the former dormitory leader, Wang Sheng. Then, another girl came along and bested the earlier anomaly, Tang San. Finally, an even more formidable presence arrived, whose mere gaze rendered the previous two speechless. Chapter 50, Sincerity of Heart, Intensity of Emotion. Teacher, did you say he possesses only 0.5 level innate soul power? Tang San gazed at Yu Xiaojiang in astonishment. It was now the second day of his enrollment, and they were on their way from the academy to the soul-hunting forest, preparing for Tang San to acquire his first soul ring and ascend to the rank of soul master. Indeed, I have verified with Director Su that Zhu Zhuqing indeed possesses 0.5 level innate soul power, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his expression inscrutable, maintaining an air of confidence. Your roommate has likely employed some special means. Rest assured, once you advance, you will easily suppress him. However, it may not even be necessary, as with your continued cultivation, the gap between you will only widen. He reached out to ruffle Tang San's hair. You are from entirely different worlds. Do not lose heart over such trifles. Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief, having profound faith in his teacher. At his core, Tang San was an exceptionally stubborn individual. Once he committed to a person, a cause, or a principle, he pursued it unwaveringly. Having initially recognized Yu Xiaojiang's extraordinary nature, he harbored no further doubts. Moreover, the words spoken by his mentor significantly uplifted his spirits. Previously, Tang San regarded himself as a soul with origins from another world, a rare genius in the Tang sect for his mastery of concealed weapons. He had independently devised the techniques for crafting top-tier hidden weapons, naturally fostering a sense of pride. Not to mention, now aware of his unique talents, he often viewed his peers from a position of condescension, including his battle with Xiao Wu. He had refrained from utilizing his full potential. That girl was different. From their very first encounter, she evoked a peculiar feeling within him. Yet, the fact that he had been intimidated by Su Cheng's mere glance was difficult for him to accept. A characteristic. Awkward smile crept onto Yu Xiaojing's stiff face as he addressed Tang San. Do not concern yourself with others. Your path is destined to be unlike anyone else's. At this moment, Su Cheng was unaware of the dialogue unfolding at the entrance of the academy. He sat cross-legged in the desolate expanse of the academy's rear mountain. His eyes closed as he attuned himself to the sword intent within his sea of consciousness. Originally, his plan was to procure some funds over the next few days, acquire a soul hunting token to facilitate his advancement, and subsequently seek a new accommodation. However, the events that transpired yesterday in the 7th dormitory deepened his understanding of the sword path, prompting him to temporarily set aside the matter of hunting soul beasts. The eternal life sword hovered above his palm, a testament to the notion that swords are crafted by humans, serving as tools to aid in their assaults, and representing an extension of one's innate power. As the eternal life sword danced through the air under his guidance, it exhibited remarkable agility in its slashing movements. The path of the sword is, in essence, the path of humanity. Sincerity in the heart, intensity in emotions, nurturing the sword with intent, and moving in accordance with one's will. The brilliance that once radiated from Su Cheng gradually faded, no longer as striking as before. What is the most profound, primal, and enduring emotion among sentient beings? Is it love? A searing blaze ignited upon the Chongqing sword, intense yet fleeting, a mere illusion. Su Cheng shook his head. The flames swiftly extinguished, leaving only a few lingering embers. Is it friendship? A cerulean shimmer danced upon the Chongqing sword, its momentum grand and unyielding like a boundless river. Bonds severed, friendships broken, leaving only strangers in their wake. The flow of water interrupted, droplets scattering in chaos. Is it hatred? A chilling gleam erupted from the sword's edge, akin to a radiant white arc piercing the sun. Such illusory sentiments inevitably succumb to the ravages of time. Flecks of rust began to appear at the edge of the silvery blade, gradually eroding and obliterating its former glory. Is it fear? Su Cheng stated with unwavering certainty. The fear of failure, the fear of loss, the fear of death, and the fear of the unknown. Upon the conclusion of his words, the shadows of swords within his consciousness underwent a subtle transformation. The ethereal sword intent, which had previously manifested like an illusion, now revealed a slender, pitch-black line that traversed the entire blade. In that instant, the sharp aura that had been dissipating within his mind converged as if it had discovered a central core, coalescing not merely from a fragment of comprehension of the sword path. The pressure within Su Cheng's sea of consciousness suddenly diminished by half. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. He ought to express gratitude to Xiao Wu. In the simulated world, having achieved mastery in the realm of swordsmanship, he had found himself stagnating. The tangible essence of sword intent he had meticulously honed was crafted through the infusion of mental energy, followed by relentless polishing day and night. A formidable accumulation of effort. Indeed, at this juncture, any further advancement in his swordsmanship could only be attained through enlightenment. While the routine cultivation was indispensable, the crux lay in that elusive moment of insight. It was time to pursue soul beasts to acquire additional soul rings. At the marketplace of Notting City, a modestly attired young man entered a shop with familiar ease, gently rapping on the table to rouse the attendant who had dozed off behind the counter. Call soul over, he instructed. The attendant, startled into awareness by the sound, regarded the young man with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. He was well aware of who Soul was. In truth, he was an employee under Soul's command. The shop was merely a fade. Behind it lay Soul, one of the key figures in the black market of Notting City. The attendant scrutinized Su Cheng from head to toe. Although the youth appeared quite young and was dressed in a rather shabby manner, the commanding demeanor he exuded, along with his direct mention of Soul's name, compelled him to refrain from underestimating him. After all, Soul was a formidable soul master, one of the top experts within the black market of Notting City. May I inquire what business you have with Boss Soul? To discuss a transaction worth over 100 gold soul coins. The attendant's eyes twitched slightly as he observed the youth, whose attire seemed insufficient to gather even 2 copper coins, and he could not help but hesitate. Seeing this, Su Cheng did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he produced a vial of potion from his collar and handed it over. Show him this, and he will naturally come to meet me. Indeed, Su Cheng's means of generating income lay in the trade of potions. What he presented was a concoction capable of significantly enhancing soul power explosiveness for a brief period. However, its side effects were considerable, and it was only effective at lower levels. This potion was practical and cost-effective, yet it lacked high value, thus unlikely to attract unwanted attention. It was perfectly suited for the black market. Moreover, given his current prowess, even if he were to face a grand soul master, he could retreat unscathed. Among lower-tier soul masters, the disparity in combat strength between different ranks was not excessively pronounced, making it relatively easy for him to avoid drawing attention. As for the potential selling price of such a potion, Zhu Zhuqing was not overly concerned. He had no time to earn a meager living through this means. What he truly sought to sell was the method of concoction. The mention of hundreds of gold soul coins was merely a casual remark. Selling it for a few dozen would suffice. The crucial aspect was to seize the opportunity to acquire the Soul Hunt order. Chapter 51. Soul Hunt. In the Soul Hunt forest outside Nodding City, Zhu Zhuqing did not join any hunting parties, but rather raced swiftly in a specific direction. Just half a day earlier, he had successfully completed a transaction with Soul, although Nodding City was merely a remote outpost. Achieving a position as one of the leaders in its black market could not solely rely on the strength of a Grand Soul Master. The ability to discern individuals, navigate social interactions, and manage subordinates were all indispensable qualities. Furthermore, it was evident that this transaction would not result in any loss for him. Zhu Zhuqing's asking price is certainly not exorbitant. 50 soul coins along with a soul hunting token is sufficient for him to recoup his investment within a year or two, including profits. In truth, the market for such low-tier potions is the most lucrative. The lowest echelon of soul masters constitutes the largest demographic, often undertaking perilous missions. And in critical moments, these life-saving elixirs can be sold effortlessly for 20 to 30 silver soul coins per vial. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly navigated through the forest. Even in the treacherous terrain of the soul-hunting forest, he exhibited a demeanor of familiarity, having long established his bearings. He was aware of a specific location inhabited by soul beasts and was quite confident that they were likely still present there. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing found himself standing in a peculiar hollow nestled between the hills. The surroundings were quite extraordinary, with towering earth mounds encircling a central depression that seemed devoid of any soul beasts, whether they were of the animal or plant variety. Instead, a profusion of dense shrubs flourished within, creating an atmosphere of dampness. It was evident that such a place was seldom visited by others. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance and immediately understood the situation. With the eternal sword of martial spirit firmly grasped in his hand, he raised the blade, gathering his strength. Threads of sword intent were meticulously guided, gradually swirling around the sword's edge. As the light of the sword flashed, a sharp sound pierced the air, and the sword energy plunged deeply into the ground, its depth unknown. A moment later, a resounding roar emerged from beneath the earth. Subsequently, a colossal soul beast erupted from the soil, revealing a fresh sword marked several feet deep on its body, a clear testament to the prowess of Zhu Zhuqing's strike. The creature that now manifested was none other than Zhu Zhuqing's target, the 900-year-old gone mountain earth dragon. Though referred to as a dragon, it resembled an extraordinarily large and peculiar earthworm. Yet, it was far from the harmless nature of an ordinary worm. Its formidable size and the hard scales that enveloped its body signified its immense defensive capabilities. Its long and stout form was a deep brown, seemingly merging with the earth itself. The sharply pointed head bore no superfluous appendages, instead covered by a thick layer of keratin, exuding an aura of intimidation. Along its bands were tiny yet resilient dark brown hairs, complemented by spines on its abdomen, bestowing it with remarkable agility both on the surface and underground. Awakened abruptly by Zhu Zhuqing from the depths of the earth, and having been unjustly struck, the soul beast exhibited extreme agitation. Upon first sight of him, it launched an immediate attack. In truth, such soul beasts possess a rather weak desire to attack. They typically slumber deep underground, capable of remaining motionless for decades. Yet they harbor a profound aversion to being disturbed. During his time in the simulator, Zhu Zhuqing had utilized his extraordinary perception to locate it after an extensive search. The ground trembled, and the earth began to quiver as the gone mountain earth dragon twisted its robust body into an arc, then propelled itself towards Zhu Zhuqing. Its sharp horns glinting with a cold light, enveloped in a layer of earthy radiance. In terms of raw strength, Zhu Zhuqing and this exceptionally gifted earth-type soul beast were nearly equal. However, the beast's direct attack approach was one that he feared least. With his long sword at the ready, he met the dragon's sharp head with a resounding clash. The sound of metal colliding with a sharp edge reverberated throughout the valley. As Zhu Zhuqing felt his body sink, he released the pressure beneath his feet, causing the solid ground to give way by over a foot, with cracks rapidly radiating outward. Realizing his initial strike had failed, the colossal spirit beast became even more agitated, launching another assault in the same manner as before. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing instead steadied his resolve, seizing the opportunity to gather his strength. Engaging in a war of attrition was impractical. This spirit beast possessed immense stamina and was not easily vanquished. Once it calmed down, it might very well retreat to a different locale for rest. Thus, the key was to find an opportunity to inflict a fatal blow during this interval. That opportunity soon presented itself. After a prolonged stalemate, the enormous earthworm spirit beast suddenly arched backward, lifting its head high, as a deep yellow radiance began to coalesce at its crown, causing the ground to tremble. It was evident that its next strike would be cataclysmic. However, Zhu Zhuqing would not grant it the time required. Surrounded by a whirlwind of sword energy, the eternal life sword in his grasp emanated a pale azure glow. Channeling his sword intent, with a speed akin to lightning, he thrust the sword, piercing through the collar beneath its head. He then executed a forceful slash. In an instant, the gargantuan spirit beast was cleaved asunder, the yellow luminescence atop its head dissipating. Yet, even so, it did not succumb immediately. A significant portion of its body writhed desperately. Seeking to escape, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head, stepped forward, and with a few deft strokes of his sword, completely vanquished the foe. Moments later, a deep yellow soul ring slowly emerged. Before Zhu Zhuqing arrived here, he had already surveyed the surrounding area and found no one else present. Given the remote and desolate nature of this place, he did not linger and prepared to begin absorbing the soul ring. As per usual, he removed his upper garment and applied the pre-prepared medicinal liquid, subsequently piercing several acupoints on his body with silver needles. The familiar sensation of physical expansion enveloped him. However, in contrast to the simulations he had undergone, this corporeal form bore little burden. His physical attributes had significantly improved. In truth, this earth dragon from Jinshan Town was not his sole option. Zhu Zhuqing was aware of the existence of two other soul beasts possessing exceptional earth attributes. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that if he could absorb it, this soul beast would be the optimal choice. Its age was a significant factor, and the soul skill it provided would likely be one that enhances status, his preferred type. After this absorption of the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of registering at the spirit hall for the time being. The pace of his soul power enhancement was difficult to elucidate. It would be more prudent to wait a few years, at which point he could present himself as a prodigy at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, likely avoiding any scrutiny of his past. Moreover, he could withstand any investigation. He had neither soul bones, nor had he consumed celestial herbs, nor had he devoured anyone's soul power. The only mishap was during the awakening ceremony when Master Su Yuntao mistakenly identified him as a genius with innate full soul power, an inconsequential error. As for his current location, it made little difference to him. Nodding City served as a commendable base, given its proximity to the soul hunting forest, a familiar and low-risk territory. Regarding his choice of academy, Zhu Zhuqing leaned towards the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, he was relatively acquainted with both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tiandu Imperial City. Furthermore, he could take the opportunity to observe the current state of Qian Renxue, perhaps even offering her some guidance to ensure she does not squander her talents. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained oblivious to the tempestuous fury that enveloped Qian Renxue in her study at that very moment. Chapter 52. A different kind of snowching, huh? Is this all you've managed to uncover in over a month? Qian Renxue, clad in attire as dark as ink, stood resolutely behind her desk. Her long, pale hands were raised high. Clutching a stack of papers, intelligence reports on nearly 100 soul masters gathered by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall over the past month. With a sharp motion, she let the papers cascade to the floor. Witnessing this outburst, the snake spear Doluo opposite her felt a chill of sweat beat upon his brow. The young mistress had become increasingly sullen. Yet this was the first time she had displayed such unrestrained ire, clearly indicating her profound dissatisfaction with their efficiency. Indeed, although the identity of the soul master Qian Renxue sought remained a mystery, it was evident that someone of her stature would not be interested in an inconsequential individual. However, the soul masters detailed in the reports were all rather mediocre in talent. In the Spirit Hall, one could find numerous soul masters with similar qualifications. Calm down, young mistress. While the Spirit Hall has yielded little, but what? Qianrenxue swiftly reined in her fury, her gaze piercing. The reaction of Ning Zhongju from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name was somewhat peculiar. Please elaborate. One of her soul saints had casually mentioned Zhu Zhuqing's name during negotiations with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. From his description, Ning Fingji appeared not to recognize the individual, yet there was a hint of familiarity in his demeanor. At this, Qianrenxue's heart stirred, recalling a certain individual, Qianrenxue. Suppressing the impulse to confront Ning Fengji, she lowered her eyelids and fell into contemplative silence. The path concerning Qianrenxue was evidently fraught with obstacles. In the face of the Spirit Hall, a mere sword Doloa was hardly a concern. Yet, she found herself unable to mobilize the Spirit Hall's elite forces without substantial justification. Her grandfather was known for his unwavering principles regarding matters of significance. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks at the door interrupted her reverie. Enter. As the door swung open, a Soul King stepped into the study. Qianrenshue's cold gaze swept over him, causing the newcomer to tremble in fear. Young mistress, news has arrived from the palace. Speak, what is it? At that moment, she was less inclined to concern herself with the palace's disturbances. Yet another voice within her could not be ignored. After a brief silence, she replied coolly, it concerns Prince Xuebing. He has clashed with someone at Yuxian. The other party seems to possess some influence, as he is the son of an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Qianrenshue's eyes as she thought, damn that fool, arriving at such an inopportune time. Half an hour later, outside Yuxian. Despite a few bruises marring his face, Xuebing retained an air of arrogance as he faced the young man before him. Whatever your background, it matters not. My royal brother will arrive shortly. Apologize now and leave, and you may still escape unscathed. Yu Tianji furrowed his brow. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect currently operated with a low profile, he was not among the most gifted disciples within the sect. Nevertheless, as the son of an elder and bearer of the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, he held a position of considerable repute and would not bow easily. Yet, lingering in the opposing territory, persisting in this confrontation could lead to complications. Apologizing was out of the question, for the initial provocation had come from the other side. And the dignity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could not be tarnished. At that moment, two elegantly attired youths exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. Tang Yuehua had yet to intervene, harboring no fondness for this Prince Xuebing. Given her status in Heavendo City, she had no obligation to extend any courtesy to this spoiled prince. All would await Xue Qinghe's arrival to resolve the matter. What has transpired? A voice resonated. The eldest prince, Xue Qinghe, had arrived. The onlookers were unsurprised to see Xue Qinghe, clad in black, as he had recently undergone significant changes in both demeanor and attire. Initially, some had been astonished, but most had grown accustomed to it. Brother, Xue Bing's face betrayed a flicker of delight. Silence. Xue Qinghe replied coldly, not sparing him a glance, effectively interrupting whatever he had intended to say. Turning his gaze toward Yu Tianji, he inquired with a calm expression that bore a hint of scrutiny. This Prince Xuebing entered Yuxian demanding that Miss Huagu perform for him. However, at that time, Miss Huagu was in our company. I merely spoke a few words of fairness, only to be met with insult, as he deemed me too vulgar to appreciate art in this setting. Yu Tianji succinctly recounted the incident's origins, omitting any embellishments and refraining from delving into excessive detail. He instinctively felt a measure of trepidation in the presence of the black-clad prince. Xue Qinghe nodded in response, exhibiting no trace of skepticism. For such behavior was precisely within Xuebing's character. Turning his attention to his brother, he coldly commanded, apologize and make amends. Brother, I command you to apologize and compensate. Do you not comprehend? He repeated with emphasis, his eyes glinting ominously. Xue Bing's gaze flickered with resentment before he lowered his head in silence. Xue Qinghe, observing his brother's demeanor, approached him slowly and whispered in a tone barely audible to anyone else, Xue Bing, should I catch wind of your reckless behavior again, I shall sever that which makes you a man and feed it to the dogs. Care to test whether that damned Prince Xuexing can shield you? As he spoke, a warm smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a compassionate elder brother reassuring his sibling. However, Xue Bing trembled slightly, for from his perspective, the prince's obsidian eyes bore an icy, venomous gaze that seemed poised to strike him down at any moment. With a scoff, Xue Qinghe turned away, regarding his brother as nothing more than a deluded fool, a mere puppet in the grand game of power. He then approached the entrance of Yuxian and nodded at the two elegantly dressed youths. Inform Tang Xianzhu that I shall cover today's losses entirely. Should this fool dare to return, break his legs without hesitation, I shall take full responsibility for the consequences. With that, he turned to depart. The two youths exchanged surprised glances. Oh, one more thing. At this, Xue Qinghe turned back. Seeing this, the youths sighed in relief, thinking the prince had perhaps deemed his previous statement too exaggerated. After all, despite Xue Bing's outrageous behavior, he was still a prince. And even Xue Qinghe would be prudent in his actions. I must add, regardless of his reason for being here, whether or not he stirs up trouble, he is to be met with broken legs. With a disdainful glance at the trembling Xue Bing in the distance, he sneered before sweeping his sleeve and departing. Truly nauseating. Chapter 53. Who isn't a fool in their own right? Zhu Zhuqing gradually opened his eyes. Having previously absorbed the energy of a 10,000-year soul ring, he found the process remarkably smooth, despite the considerable temporal leap this time. His innate talent and mastery in physical studies facilitated this endeavor. Grasping the eternal life sword, Zhu Zhuqing quietly assessed his current state, level 19. The energy absorbed from the martial soul across the years had likely elevated him by approximately 3 levels. Thus, it could be inferred that his martial soul's initial strength surpassed level 15, not far off from that of the 6-winged angel martial soul belonging to Xiao Xue. Under these circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the height of level 19 the moment he completed the first Soul Rings edition. However, the initial stages of soul power cultivation are not particularly arduous. Even relying solely on his own practice, his current aptitude would not require much time to reach this level. What remained was to thoroughly adapt to his body and nurture his mental strength, preparing for a seamless transition to level 20 before adding the second soul ring. The adaptation to his body was essential. Following the completion of the simulated transformation, his bodily structure exhibited extremely subtle changes, rendering it more conducive to exertion and combat. Although Zhu Zhuqing possessed an extensive understanding of human anatomy, enabling him to easily perceive these alterations, many details remained inadequately mastered, necessitating ample practical experience for perfection. At this stage, enhancing his soul power naturally took precedence. Yet, the adage sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood rings true. Gaining a clear understanding of every detail of his physique would equally fortify his foundation. Subsequently, the first soul ring of the eternal life sword illuminated. The first soul skill, benevolence and abundance. Upon activation, the eternal life sword felt momentarily heavier. While Zhu Zhuqing sensed an intimate connection with the earth beneath him, a warm sensation emanating from his feet. If the land had previously felt like a generous elder treating all children equally, at this moment, it transformed into a loving mother. Seemingly eager to shower all her affection upon her soul child, Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a faint smile, appreciating the remarkable soul skill he had acquired. As he had anticipated, the soul ring from the Earth Dragon of Jinshan Town bestowed upon him a supportive enhancement ability. Upon activation, it could augment his strength by 20% and his endurance and resilience by 50%, albeit with a slight reduction in speed. However, when grounded, the enhancement effect could be doubled without any detriment to his velocity. Although the long sword was inherently an offensive weapon, the first soul ring he had attached imparted a defensively inclined auxiliary soul skill, which brought him considerable satisfaction. His path was not one of unrelenting aggression. Of course, it would not be erroneous to opt for extreme offensive capabilities with a sword. Yet the nature of his current martial soul dictated that such a route was unsuitable for him. Were he wielding a martial soul like the seven-killing sword, he would undoubtedly disregard all else, focusing solely on maximizing sharpness and pushing his offensive prowess to its zenith. However, the eternal sword was not the seven-killing sword. It emphasized balance. Moreover, with the soul skill enhancement, the effectiveness of his sword stance would be further amplified. It is not an exaggeration to assert that he could withstand a fully charged, chaotic hammer technique from a first-ring Haotian hammer of the same level. After acquiring the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing silently returned to the academy. He did not make any proclamation regarding his promotion to soul master. In truth, the academy's knowledge was of little consequence to him. His decision to remain in Notting City was primarily to secure a stable point of reference. He was quite familiar with the soul-hunting forest, making it an ideal place for initial development. Once he reached the third ring, eradicating the hidden dangers of sword intent and achieving a breakthrough in his mental prowess, he would be ready to depart for the Imperial City. At that time, he could conveniently initiate the next simulation. As he stepped into the 7th dormitory, silence enveloped the room, the occupants instantly quieting. Particularly noticeable was Xiaowu, who averted her gaze, clearly still haunted by shadows from the past. In contrast, Tang San met his eyes with a calm demeanor, a hint of provocation flickering within his gaze. Zhu Zhuqing was initially taken aback, but soon a realization dawned upon him, leading him to comprehend the other's intentions. Perhaps it was due to the recent addition of the first spirit ring that bolstered his strength, instilling a sense of invulnerability against the previous circumstances. With his sword intent refined and his advancement to a spirit master, although the pressure on his consciousness remained significant, at the very least, his aura no longer leaked indiscriminately. Consequently, in this interplay of gains and losses, his imposing presence naturally appeared diminished in Tang San's perception. Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent. He genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with Tang San, for the elusive Tang Hao posed an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he harbored thoughts of that 100,000-year soul bone, believing that in the future, each would rely on their own capabilities, rendering further conversation unnecessary. His return was primarily to gather his belongings, although aside from the academy certificate, he possessed little of significance. With some money in hand, Zhu Zhuqing resolved against continuing his stay in the collective dormitory for working students. The environment was impractical for both potion preparation and the cultivation of his martial spirit. As he departed, Tang San cast a glance at his retreating figure, hesitatingly parting his lips but ultimately refraining from speech. This silence was stirred by a recollection of his teacher's words. You are, after all, beings from two different worlds. The chasm between you will only widen. It was not only Tang San who pondered over Zhu Zhuqing as he walked. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated how to approach matters concerning Tang San in the future. This young man, inherently opposed to the spirit hall and enamored with the nobility, was destined to encounter conflict with Qian Renxue. Zhu Zhuqing's education in his previous life shaped his disdain for the spirit hall and an even greater aversion towards the nobility. He lacked the leisure and inclination to initiate any reforms. However, given that Qian Renxue was the designated successor of the angel god from the spirit hall, he would eventually have to consider Tang San for the sake of Xiaoxue. Yet, how to proceed remained a vague notion. The crux of the matter lay in two aspects: understanding the true nature of the Azura god behind the scenes, and discerning the extent of the so-called chosen one's luck. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test this. In this tranquility, a year swiftly passed, during which Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the rank of a second-ring Great Soul Master. He also returned to Wangsu village during the academy's break, generously gifting a substantial amount of gold soul coins to the village chief, Wang Pan, who had always cared for him. One day, as he was walking back to his residence after a meal at the canteen, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Zhu Zhuqing, do you dare to compete with me in a match? Zhu Zhuqing turned his head, gazing at Tang San with a hint of surprise. Beside him, Xiaowu lowered her head, obscuring her facial expression. Over the past year, the two had maintained a distance so profound that they seemed like strangers. How could it be that just a few days after the start of this semester, he suddenly sought him out? Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained oblivious to the fact that Tang San's actions were solely for the sake of Xiaowu. He noticed that Xiaowu still held a sense of trepidation towards him. With the wisdom gained from his previous life, Tang San understood that this situation would not bode well for Xiaowu's future cultivation, as it could easily give rise to inner demons. His thoughts were straightforward, since Xiaowu was his sister, and he had vowed to protect her from any harm. He would take it upon himself to dispel these inner demons. Chapter 54. Your belt is quite impressive, a contest? After some contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from outright refusal and instead retorted, why should I compete with you? What advantage would it offer me? This response left Tang San momentarily speechless. From his perspective, a child of such age was typically eager to prove themselves, and the prospect of a battle was seldom met with rejection, especially when one could demand a reward. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was not like his peers. Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. If the other party was determined to avoid conflict, he found himself at a loss for effective strategies, especially in a public setting where it would be inappropriate to force a confrontation. Zhu Zhuqing currently resides in a solitary dormitory within the academy, separated from the work-study students, making it quite challenging to encounter them privately. Are you afraid? Not particularly, I simply find it tedious to squander time. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a slight raising of his eyebrows. Tang San, lacking proficiency in provoking others, found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Casting a glance at Xiaowu, who had been keeping her head bowed, he candidly asked, what benefits do you seek? Well, about that. Zhu Zhuqing extended his finger to scratch his chin, scrutinizing Tang San from top to bottom. His gaze suddenly fixated on the waist area, where an exquisitely elegant belt was fastened, strikingly incongruous with his attire. The belt was entirely black, adorned with barely discernible dark stripes. It was embellished with 24 milky white round jade stones, each no larger than the pad of Cheng Ren's thumb. The lustrous hue suggested that they were rare and precious gems. Clearing his throat, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Your belt is quite remarkable. Tang San was taken aback momentarily, only for a surge of anger to swell within him. How dare he covet the 24 bridges on a moonlit night gifted by our master? Not only was the storage soul guide itself invaluable, but the fact that it was a present from his teacher rendered it irreplaceable. Moreover, the belt held immense practical significance for him. Each of the 24 jade stones embedded within contained 1 cubic meter of storage space, an ideal solution for concealing his hidden weapons. Ever since acquiring this belt, he had never had to fret over storage issues again. Brother, let it go. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiaowu gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Naturally close to Tang San, her feelings had deepened after he had stood up for her during their initial days at school. When they had returned to Holy Soul Village to define their relationship, Tang San had confided in her about his hidden weapons, making her acutely aware of the belt's significance. She wished to shield him from any potential peril stemming from this matter. At that moment, Xiaowu gazed at Tang San with eyes brimming with emotion, her tender look almost melting his heart. Stay resolute, do not squander time. An untimely voice interrupted their tender exchange. However, spurred by Xiaowu's encouragement, Tang San found his hesitation dissipating. He turned his cold gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Very well, if I lose, this belt shall be yours. However, if you lose, I demand an apology to Xiaowu. Zhu Zhuqing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, I have done nothing to her, why should I apologize? Yet, seeing Tang San's earnestness, he conceded, if I lose, I shall apologize. Let us proceed to the back mountain. Proceed? What if you regret it after losing? Tang San frowned at the suggestion. I have always been a man of my word. Whether you are a man of your word is uncertain. Zhu Zhuqing mused for a moment, then turned to Xiaowu. How about this? Let us swear by this young lady beside you. Should you break the vow, you shall lose her forever. A flash of fury and murderous intent flickered in Tang San's eyes, his aura surging violently. Everything else is inconsequential, but to curse Xiaowu is to court death. I will not swear by Xiaowu, Tang San declared coldly. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Upon concluding his words, Zhu Zhuqing made to depart. Wait. Xiaowu suddenly called out to him. She cast a fleeting glance at Tang San and gently declared, Brother, I shall never part from you. Then, mustering her courage to confront Zhu Zhuqing despite the fear that gripped her heart, she proclaimed, I have pledged to stand by my brother. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown as he gazed at Tang San, inquiring, What do you say? At this moment, Tang San's expression had remarkably settled into tranquility. He had resolved that during the course of this battle, should the need arise, he would resort to using hidden weapons. Even if he did not succeed in vanquishing Zhu Zhuqing, he would ensure that Zhu Zhuqing would be irrevocably scarred, imparting the lesson that certain words should not be uttered lightly. Let us proceed. On the stone slope of the back mountain, Tang San retrieved a few items stored from the night of the 24 bridges and handed them to Xiaowu before standing face to face with Zhu Zhuqing. In truth, the terrain here was not particularly advantageous for Tang San. There were few plants surrounding him, leaving his attacks conspicuously apparent and lacking concealment. However, within the confines of the academy, finding a jungle was evidently impractical, and Zhu Zhuqing would certainly not acquiesce. Moreover, Tang San believed that with Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power at a mere 0.5, achieving a cultivation level of 2 or 3 would be commendable. Even with a few minor tricks, he could not surpass the prowess of a soul master, especially one guided by the teachings of Yu Xiaojiang. He felt assured that he could maintain control, regardless of the location. The crux of the matter was delivering an adequate lesson. Tang San, a second-year work-study student, possessed the martial soul of blue silvergrass, and was a level 14 first-ring soul master. A soft white glow emanated from his being as he raised his right hand, causing the blue-silver grass to sprout forth from his palm. The pale white light shimmered upon his skin, and soon, the ethereal blue-silver grass surged forth from his hand. As he waved his right hand, the blue-silver grass danced at his feet. A brilliant circle of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath him, swirling around his body in rhythmic motion. A faint aroma of tea wafted through the air, laced with a mesmerizing fragrance that carried a paralytic toxin. Zhu Zhuqing, a second-year student, paused momentarily, his expression inscrutable, and stated, "I do not require the use of my martial soul." As he spoke, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, wielding it in his hand. At this moment, it was not opportune for him to reveal his martial soul, and a mere wooden stick would suffice to outmatch Tang San. Seeking death, Tang San thought. As fury surged within him upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, several deep blue leaves of grass swiftly detached from his palm, hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing's face. Simultaneously, more than a dozen robust blue-silver grasses erupted without warning from beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet, coiling upwards to entangle his legs. Pathetic martial soul, feeble offense, Tang San derided. Zhu Zhuqing did not shy away. He wielded the wooden stick like a sword, instantaneously unleashing a flurry of sword-like shadows that severed all the branches of the blue-silver grass. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught of the blue-silver grass before him. Tang San was taken aback. It is worth noting that the current blue-silver grass martial spirit was far from ordinary. After absorbing the spirit ring of the mantis snake, it had become remarkably resilient. Yet, it had been effortlessly obliterated by Zhu Zhuqing's single strike, without any semblance of resistance. The most alarming aspect was that his opponent had not even revealed his martial spirit, achieving this feat solely with an ordinary wooden stick. A faint sense of crisis surged from the depths of his heart, causing his earlier confidence to wane. With the full force of the Qian skill unleashed, dozens of branches and leaves erupted from the ground in an instant. His entangling soul technique carried a paralyzing effect, unless the enemy's level was exceedingly high. Once ensnared, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the primary characteristic of the blue-silver grass's entangling skill was its suddenness. Tang San had tested it, within a 50-meter radius. He could command the blue-silver grass to launch an attack from any position. The tactic was indeed quite agile, yet regrettably, no amount of skill could compensate for the inadequacy of a martial spirit. As the next wave of assault approached, he refrained from remaining stationary. The wooden stick could not withstand the pressure of the sword intent, and it would be challenging to sever so many branches of blue-silver grass in one go. He deftly evaded and maneuvered, continuously striking with the wooden stick. Though his movements appeared unhurried, he consistently preemptively intercepted the incoming branches of the blue-silver grass. The method of breaking the meridians and resuming energy. Within the realm of Soul Kings and below, few could rival his speed of attack. His abilities were mediocre, lacking any notable highlights. It was rather impressive that, despite being a plant-type martial spirit, he had managed to incorporate toxins. Your thought process is rather intriguing. Zhu Zhuqing deftly fended off the attacks while simultaneously engaging in a verbal onslaught. His purpose was not to outshine Tang San, nor was there any necessity for such a display. He certainly did not aim to enlighten him. Even if he were to do so, it would be futile, as the blue-silver grass was inherently an inferior martial spirit. Unless it were awakened into the blue-silver emperor, its potential would be painfully apparent. He intended to plant a seed of doubt in Tang San's heart, the notion that the blue-silver grass was a worthless martial spirit. In due time, he could stoke the flames further. If this could prompt Tang San to hastily shift his focus to the Haotian hammer, it would be even better. Tang San posed no threat, yet Zhu Zhuqing was keen to discern the attitude of the Azure God. How would this divine monarch of the realm respond to a dual martial spirit that had squandered its potential? Although the deities of this world exhibited a certain restlessness, the divine council was not yet a singular dominant force. Their interference in the lower realms must remain measured. Under this premise, he still possessed considerable maneuverability. As for Tang San, he had never been his target. While Zhu Zhuqing remained lost in his thoughts, Tang San began to perspire with anxiety. Observing that his blue-silver grass had no effect, he swiftly employed the ghost shadow perplexing track to surge towards Zhu Zhuqing. He then gathered his power and slowly pushed his palms forward, executing the Tang sect's ultimate technique, the mystic jade hand. However, a wooden stick preemptively struck his palm, thwarting his close-range assault. This unexpected turn of events clearly caught him off guard, causing a brief delay in his offensive. With sluggish reflexes, his attack proved ineffective. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing flicked his wrist upwards, the tip of the wooden stick striking precisely at the inner gate acupoint beneath Tang San's palm, rendering his arm momentarily numb. Without missing a beat, the wooden stick sliced upwards like a sword, instantly pressing against Tang San's throat. "You have lost," Zhu Zhuqing declared. Tang San's pupils widened in disbelief, his body frozen in place. How is this possible? How can my mystic jade hand's attack be so easily neutralized? How could he match my speed with the ghost shadow perplexing track? I have yet to unleash my sleeve arrows, my hidden weapons. Aye. Zhu Zhuqing held his staff motionless in his right hand, while extending his left to unfasten his belt. Tang San's complexion turned pale, and he remained rooted to the spot, unresponsive. It seemed that this failure had struck him far more profoundly than Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated. The dichotomy of success and failure is a complex one, and the acquisition and loss of fortune are often deceptively simple. Yet, how many can genuinely navigate this intricate reality? Zhu Zhuqing shook his head, grasping the soul guide as he turned away from the scene. He truly overestimated Tang San. Chapter 55. No longer playing with you, how delightful. For now, it is mine. He casually tossed the soul guide acquired from Tang San between his hands. The reason he said for now was due to his uncertainty regarding any potential reaction from Tang Hao. At this point in time, the latter should have already departed from Nodding City. However, even if he were still present, it mattered little. Given Tang Hao's temperament, if someone were to bully Tang San, it was quite likely he would intervene. Yet, it would be unreasonable for him to seek trouble with a mere 7-year-old over a trivial soul guide. His capacity for pettiness was not so diminutive. Moreover, given his apparent lack of talent, he would not be perceived as a significant threat. As for the techniques of channeling energy and swordsmanship, Tang Hao might not discern the former, and he would certainly disregard the latter. In Tang Hao's eyes, the techniques of the Haotian school, such as the Haotian 9 absolutes and the chaotic wind hammer method, were paramount. The more probable outcome was that he would view Zhu Zhuqing as a mere sharpening stone for his son. If events truly spiraled beyond expectations, he could simply return this trinket. Soul guides of this nature are easily obtainable with sufficient funds. They hold little value in his eyes. The crux of the matter lies in seizing this legitimate opportunity to provoke Tang San, thereby gleaning insights into the circumstances surrounding him. Having resolved to abandon the path of divine inheritance, he would likely confront the divine realm in the future. Therefore, acquiring early knowledge could prove beneficial. As for the blue-silver emperor bone, he was not in a hurry to obtain it, as it would remain unusable until after he had completed his soul power assessment at the Spirit Hall, to avoid revealing the presence of a century-old soul bone. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of Tang Hao's current whereabouts. If he happened to be guarding a corpse, it would be akin to walking into a trap. The ideal moment would be when Tang San and his companions arrived at Shrek Academy, at which point Tang Hao would undoubtedly depart, ensuring their paths would not cross. At this very moment, Tang Hao had yet to leave. Initially, he intended to observe his son and spend some time with him in secret, but instead, he inadvertently witnessed the altercation between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. However, one aspect that Zhu Zhuqing misjudged was that, owing to the legacy of its predecessors, the Haotian school possessed considerable expertise in practical research concerning weapon soul. In fact, Tang Hao discerned a glimpse of the channeling technique's principles, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was a step ahead in the operation of soul power and exhibited a degree of skill in his moves. Yet, he did not regard it as significant. In Tang Hao's perspective, Zhu Zhuqing's shortcomings and talent rendered his efforts to cultivate soul techniques a futile endeavor. Such an approach, which forsook the fundamentals, only served to diminish Zhu Zhuqing in his estimation. As for Tang San's defeat, Tang Hao deemed such setbacks inconsequential. He had not sustained any injuries and had merely lost a match against a peer. The loss of a soul guide was hardly worth mentioning. It could be considered a minor trial for Tang San. Although his talent was average, his comprehension was commendable, making him an apt candidate for the initial phase of growth. If he truly wished to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, this would merely present a minor obstacle. As he pondered these thoughts, Tang Hao's gaze deepened with a complex mix of sorrow, anger, and hatred. At Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojing sat quietly in his room, attentively listening to Tang San recount the events of the recent battle. Master, why is it that my blue-silver grass martial soul, despite being enhanced with a century-old soul ring and possessing resilient attributes, could be severed so easily by Zhu Zhuqing? Listening to the despondency and confusion in his disciple's voice, Yu Xiaojing did not rush to respond. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke in a measured tone. Tang San, do you remember what I told you? The blue-silver grass martial soul is most advantageous when developed towards a control system. You once asked me how such fragile grass, which breaks easily upon struggle, could trap an enemy. What did I tell you back then? Tang San, now deep in thought, echoed his master's previous words. The grass is supple and can be manipulated into various forms. Future soul ring selections should focus on 2 aspects, resilience and toxins. As my soul power increases, my martial soul will become significantly stronger. Once I infuse more soul power into the blue-silver grass, it will undoubtedly be more durable than the natural variety. With the addition of soul ring effects, ensnaring enemies will not be difficult. Furthermore, if the blue-silver grass can incorporate toxic effects, it will naturally possess offensive capabilities. Now, consider this statement carefully, Yu Xiaojing urged. Are you suggesting, Tang San's eyes brightened, that it is not the developmental path that is flawed, but rather the strength I have infused is insufficient? Precisely, Yu Xiaojing affirmed with a nod. You have only attached 1 soul ring thus far. There remains a considerable distance to your ultimate goal. Tang San, you are inherently endowed with full soul power, offering you a unique advantage in cultivation. Only when you have affixed the 2nd and 3rd soul rings will the control effects of the blue-silver grass martial soul be fully realized. But that Zhu Zhuqing did not even use his martial soul, Tang San protested. That is because his cultivation is too low. Employing his martial soul would yield little effect. It is better for him not to use it at all, as it allows you to remain less vigilant, Yu Xiaojing scoffed. He was well aware of what a 0 5 innate soul power entailed in terms of cultivation potential. Although he often espoused the notion that there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. He personally placed great emphasis on martial soul talent, having suffered greatly from his own poor martial soul. Seeing Tang San's dawning realization, a hint of a smile broke through Yu Xiaojiang's rigid expression as he ruffled Tang San's hair, refraining from chastising him for the matter regarding the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Instead, he offered solace. From your description, it seems that Zhu Zhuqing possesses some talent. He recognizes his limitations and thus studies combat techniques to enhance his strength. However, this is merely temporary, as your soul power increases. Regardless of how many combat techniques he possesses, they will ultimately prove futile. Tang San nodded, his gaze resolute once more. By the time I graduate, my soul power will be at least 20 levels higher than his, and I shall battle him on fair terms. That soul guide will merely serve as a temporary deposit in his possession. I shall reclaim it in due time. I believe in my ability to achieve this. Yet, the expectations of Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojiang for Tang San were destined to be unfulfilled. 3.5 years later, having affixed the third soul ring to his Chongqing sword, Zhu Zhuqing quietly completed his graduation procedures ahead of schedule. This was not a complicated affair. As long as one reached the fundamental threshold of cultivation and had sufficient funds, graduating from such a low-tier academy was relatively effortless. In a world where individuals possessed extraordinary martial prowess, soul masters constituted a privileged class. Moreover, once a soul master reached the soul master realm and registered with the spirit hall, they could receive a direct nobility title from the state, becoming a baron of the lowest rank. Farewell, Tang San. Do take good care of your sixth soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the academy gates, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Heavendo City, here I come. Chapter 56. I found you. Zhu Zhuqing's decision to depart at this moment stems from the realization that there are no longer any suitable soul beasts for him within the soul-hunting forest. The creatures he previously searched for in the simulations have now transformed into his soul rings. Although soul beasts possessing the bloodline of the 9 Dragon Kings have the potential to attain supreme attributes, they remain elusive, particularly in the relatively small expanse of the soul-hunting forest. However, Zhu Zhuqing is not in haste, given the current state of the Eternal Life Sword. Even if the subsequent soul rings do not possess supreme attributes, the impact will be minimal. In the simulated world, achieving supreme attributes serves to compensate for the inherent deficiencies of the martial soul and to endeavor to cultivate the 5 elements. Yet, with the foundation of the martial soul now solidified, the transformation of the 5 elements is no trivial matter. After layering the talent domain, such conversions become manageable. In this context, the distinction between soul beasts with supreme attributes and ordinary ones lies primarily in their energy and soul skills, offering limited enhancement to the essence of the martial soul. In recent years, aside from his cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing has also devoted considerable thought to the path of the sword. With his current cultivation as a 3-ring soul master and his mental prowess far exceeding this realm, the insights into sword intent he has gleaned from simulations have been thoroughly integrated, no longer straining his consciousness. It will not be long before he can embark on the next simulation. During his last attempt, Zhu Zhuqing was constrained by his innate qualities, which hindered his comprehension of sword techniques. Instead, he focused on solidifying the foundations of swordsmanship, albeit with some deficiency in the execution of sword skills. Now, with his enhanced talents, he has established the 13 forms of swordsmanship, drawing upon his previous insights into sword path and sword intent. The first 3 forms are derived from the fundamental sword techniques he has relentlessly honed. The next 3 are a fusion of sword intent and technique. And the final 6 forms embody the 5 elemental sword arts. The concluding form, the heart sword, possesses tremendous power. Yet he has not mastered it well enough to wield it with ease. When employed, it not only influences the emotions of others but also necessitates the mobilization of his own feelings. With this suite of sword techniques at his disposal, while he may not claim superiority, he would find combat against soul sects to be effortless. Should he unleash the final strike, he might not falter even against an ordinary soul king. As he sits in the carriage en route to Tiando City, Zhu Zhuqing quietly contemplates his forthcoming plans. Considering the personalities of the faculty at the Tiando Royal Academy, coupled with the fact that the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is only a few years away, he anticipates that revealing his age and soul rings will pose little difficulty in his admission. The current dilemma lies in how to address the situation with Qian Renxue. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers gently tapped the armrest. Should he join Xiao Shue's camp to lend her a hand? He quickly shook his head. No, her identity bore too many flaws, and her previous methods were overly crude. It was unlikely that the members of the royal family and the great nobles of the empire were oblivious to other individuals who might have noticed. However, the various constraints had allowed her to appear adept, while in reality, there were numerous hidden dangers. Even if success were to be achieved, many lingering issues would remain. Thus, from any perspective, it seemed simpler to drive her back to the spirit hall and bring this farce to an early conclusion. After all, it sufficed to leverage her own weaknesses, allowing her to expose her flaws herself. So, it appeared that he would have to attempt to engage with the Avalanche faction. The thought made him involuntarily smile bitterly. In this simulated world, he was ostensibly aiding her, while in truth, he was exploiting her to ultimately obliterate the spirit hall. Now, despite his genuine intentions to assist her, he found himself acting against her interests. The retribution of the present indeed arrived swiftly. Zhu Zhuqing was not concerned about inciting the disdain of Qian Renxue. He understood her character well. Both parties relied on their own strategies, and in the end, the victor would reign supreme. Other matters could be addressed after the academy competition concluded. Moreover, if Xuebing ascended to the position of crown prince, it would actually benefit Zhu Zhuqing. The fourth prince lacked considerable ability, making him relatively easy to manipulate. However, Xuebing seemed somewhat inadequate, leaving uncertainty about whether he could indeed be supported. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed his forehead, concerned that one day he might succumb to the temptation of ending the life of this debauched individual. As for the potential risks associated with the divine position inheritance of Qian Renxue, they were not pressing matters at the moment. Even if she returned to the spirit hall, she would be unable to engage with the divine trials in the short term, and instead could use this opportunity to solidify her foundation. Over the years, she had squandered far too much of her innate talent. While Zhu Zhuqing was en route to Tiando City, Qian Renxue, who had been waiting for over 3 years, finally received the latest intelligence from the Snake Spear Doloa. News from the Nodding City branch? A millennium-level second spirit ring? Qian Renxue seized the information from the hands of the Snake Spear and began to scrutinize it intently. However, the young master, the informants mentioned that this individual was reluctant to join the spirit hall, stating he needed more time to consider. Strangely, this child had never tested his soul power during his Soul Master and Great Soul Master stages. It was said he also came from a commoner background. So did he not require any subsidies from the spirit hall? Yet, at that moment, Qian Renxue was entirely oblivious to the Snake Spear's words. Her mind was completely captivated by the youthful visage portrayed in the image before her. Flickering scenes danced in her eyes, the stunning battles of their first encounters, the careful guidance during her adolescence, and the daily companionship in her adulthood. The vivid crimson of yearning, the figure that had withstood the brutal blow of the Rakshasa's scythe, and finally, the sword shadow that shattered her divine position. It was truly him. Though he appeared far more youthful than in her memories, she recognized him instantly. Not just by his appearance, but also by his aura. The image could not perfectly encapsulate a person's essence. Yet even this slight semblance of demeanor was enough for her to perceive. 3 years had passed. A full 3 years. How had she endured this time? Socializing with the nobles of the imperial city, witnessing their repugnant smiles while stifling the impulse to slay them all. Unlike the Qian Renxue of old, she held no interest in political matters and had no desire to fulfill the ludicrous tasks assigned by the spirit hall. Her sole focus was on enhancing her strength and finding Zhu Zhuqing. Throughout these years, she had sought solace in her training, remaining hidden unless absolutely necessary. However, her investigations into Zhu Zhuqing had yielded no results over the years. She began to question whether it had all been a dream, or if her judgment had been mistaken. Young master? Young master? What? Only after the repeated calls from the Snake Spear Doloa did Qian Renxue snap back to reality. Her eyes still reflecting a hint of bewilderment, as if awakening from a dream. I mentioned that the child does not wish to join the spirit hall for the time being. The Snake Spear's gaze was somewhat peculiar, yet he dared not speak further. Aware of his young master's volatile temperament. How old is he? Qian Renxue inquired, not concerned about the individual in question, but instead focused on Zhu Zhuqing's current age. Because there were too many related soul masters discovered previously, they were now delivering concise information to her. As soul masters develop rapidly, it is difficult to gauge their age solely by appearance. Close encounters might provide a rough estimate, but an image would reveal little. An exceptionally rare talent. Not yet 11 years of age, and already at the level of a soul master. I truly wonder how the person conducting the soul power test managed such an error. As it is said, they miscalculated his innate soul power level. Not yet 11 years old. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in shock. Is this true? Before long, a more detailed dossier was placed on Qian Renxue's desk, including information about Zhu Zhuqing's hometown, Wangsu Village, and the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. 3-ring Soul Master level. Both the second and third spirit rings are of millennium quality, and his spirit is a top-tier sword-type spirit. Qian Renxue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her conviction strengthening that this was indeed the teacher she had yearned for. The similarities between them were striking. Aside from their age and background not aligning, their appearances, spirits, soul rings, and temperaments were entirely congruent. While she could not comprehend the underlying logic or whether another world truly existed, it was evident that these two individuals must share some connection, or perhaps they were, in fact, the same person. Immediately follow me to Nodding City. What? The Snake Spear Doloa was momentarily taken aback, but the situation in Tiando City, I said now, depart with me at once. Wait, before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly furrowed her brow. The Snake Spear keenly sensed that something was amiss with his young master. Her aura fluctuated violently, and a hazy golden light seemed to flicker in her eyes, her expression becoming dark and uncertain. Young master, what is wrong? From his unseen perspective, Qian Renxue's feet had already been enveloped in a layer of golden light, gradually rising and spreading to her ankles, sharply contrasting with her black pant leg. I'm fine. You may leave. But, I said I am fine. You may leave. Qian Renxue waved her hand impatiently, reminding him to close the door behind him. Understood. Reluctantly. The snake spear exited the room and shut the door, but he did not stray far, merely standing silently outside the study. Once he was gone, Qian Renxue slumped weakly into the chair behind her. What are you doing? A voice echoed within her. I know your thoughts. Do not act on such impulses. What impulses? Am I to harm him? Qian Renxue's lips curled into a strange smile as she retorted in her mind. That is not permissible. If he remembers everything, he will naturally seek me out. Why wait for him to come to us? Moreover, he is unaware of our current identities. He is merely a soul master. If I approach him directly, would it not be better to have him by our side forever? I do not require that. The tone of the other voice had grown colder. Huh. Qian Renxue let out a scoff of disdain. Cowardice and hesitation define you. The angelic heir who dares not face reality. You were like this with Bibi Dong, with the matters of the spirit hall. And even in your dealings within the Tiando Empire, everything is done so hesitantly. You will forever be patient and retreat, clinging to your ridiculous bottom line. You truly are the granddaughter of Qian Daolu. Her tone darkened further. Look at what your actions have yielded. They have brought about Bibi Dong's insatiable advances in the greed of those nobles. What now? Are you willing to let go of Zhu Zhuqing as well? I would never relinquish him. The golden glow surrounding her began to stabilize, no longer fluctuating as violently as before, yet its upward spread quickened. Teacher is still so young. Whatever his thoughts may be, I should not interfere. He has his own choices, and I have my own path to tread. Qian Renxue frowned slightly, finding herself at a loss for a moment. Although she had predominantly been in control of her body in recent years, this was only feasible when the primary persona was willing to relinquish control. In truth, her power was still somewhat inferior to that of her counterpart. Moreover, at this moment, the other party's resolve was unwavering, placing her at a disadvantage in this confrontation. After a brief silence, she chose to concede. I shall not seek him out, but I have one condition. The golden radiance enveloping Qian Renxue gradually dimmed, and her aura finally stabilized. Should we encounter him in the future, you must not hinder me at a crucial moment. At this moment, Su Cheng was entirely unaware of the upheaval occurring on Qian Renxue's side. Upon reaching the vicinity of Tiando City, he did not linger but made his way directly to the Tiando Royal Academy, as a gathering place for the Empire's prodigies. Countless pairs of eyes converged here, being the closest point to the center of imperial power, making it the most convenient and expedient entry point. Naturally, many students gained admission through connections and noble titles, yet this was not necessarily a detriment. These distinguished families, if utilized wisely, could serve as valuable resources. Moreover, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was situated between the academy and Tiando City, potentially providing an opportunity to connect with Ning Fengji. Based on his understanding of Ning Fengji, as long as he demonstrated sufficient talent, he could gain support from him in many future endeavors, which seemed to be a customary practice of a top sect centered around an auxiliary martial soul. In a short time, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, the very gateway to the Tiando Royal Academy. May I inquire who you are and the purpose of your visit to our academy? 10 soul masters, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, clad in pale yellow uniforms, stood a short distance away. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing, 2 of them approached to inquire. Over the years, aided by certain medicinal formulas, Zhu Zhuqing had earned a considerable sum from Seoul, the black market leader in Nanning City, and was dressed quite respectably. Despite his youth, he inadvertently exuded an air of mastery, prompting the 2 students to adopt a notably courteous demeanor as they approached. I have recently graduated from a junior soul master academy and wish to join your esteemed institution. Might I inquire about your admission requirements? He raised his right hand, and with it, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, emerged, revealing a longsword martial soul manifesting in his palm. This. Observing the extraordinary configuration of soul rings, coupled with his rank as a 3-ring soul master, the 2 stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Furthermore, given his apparent youth, they felt compelled to act with utmost respect, promptly stating, please wait a moment, I shall fetch a faculty member. In the Dolua continent, strength and talent reign supreme. With Zhu Zhuqing's current prowess, he could even obtain a noble title directly from the Tiando Empire. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the 2 students quickly shed their pride as members of the Tiando Royal Academy and hurried to summon a nearby instructor, while other students nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. Before long, a figure hastened down the shaded path of the hillside, stopping before Zhu Zhuqing, leaving the 2 earlier students far behind. Clad in silver attire and appearing to be in his 50s, the man had a face like a silver plate, with thick brows and large eyes. And he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a true master. Child, is it your desire to join the Tiando Royal Academy? He inquired softly, his gaze darting towards Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of astonishment. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Zhu Zhuqing, and I indeed have such aspirations. Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod, having heard that the Tiando Royal Academy boasts the finest cultivation environment within the empire. Then you have certainly made the right choice. The man nodded, a hint of pride unwittingly crossing his features. I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at the academy. Please accompany me to meet a few members of the academic committee. We can discuss further as we walk. Such treatment would be unattainable for an ordinary person, let alone meeting the academy's upper echelons. The difficulty of gaining admission was exceedingly high. However, the standards for prodigies were, of course, entirely different. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing also retracted his martial spirit and accompanied Sun Buyu towards the academy nestled within the mountains. Once they departed, the few students who had been stationed at the academy's entrance exchanged a few excited remarks before leaving the area with expressions of exhilaration. Clearly, the spectacle they had just witnessed was a significant event for them, prompting them to share the news with their respective friends. Zhu Zhuqing and Sun Buyu were oblivious to the events unfolding behind them as they traversed the mountain path. Throughout their journey, they had encountered few fellow students. According to Sun Buyu, the Tiando Royal Academy boasted over 500 students. However, the vast expanse of the academy, coupled with various attribute-specific soul master training arenas, meant that most students were dispersed across different training zones, leaving the main campus rather desolate. The so-called training arenas are designed to provide soul masters with environments that are most conducive to the cultivation of their martial spirits. While this approach may not yield results that are disproportionately effective, it nonetheless serves as a significant auxiliary to their training. Consequently, the distribution of students appeared sparse. As they ventured deeper into the main campus area, the training zones were situated on the mountains, scattered throughout the lower elevations, and even by the lakeside. The academy employed over 50 teachers, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive faculty. Along the way, Sun Buyu not only elucidated the academy's various advantages but also inquired about Zhu Qing's background. Zhu Qing, I observe that you are merely 12 or 13 years old yet possess the cultivation of a soul master at the soul sovereign level. It stands to reason that your martial spirit is of innate full soul power. May I inquire about your family lineage? Are there no elders accompanying you? The rapid development of soul masters, combined with Zhu Qing's swift progress in cultivation over the past 2 years, made it plausible for him to be mistaken for a youth of 16 or 17 based solely on appearance. Sun Buyu, drawing from his own experiences and Zhu Qing's cultivation level, made a rough estimate of his age. I have no family. I am an orphan raised in a remote mountain village, and my adoptive father has long since passed away. I am not entirely certain of the innate soul power level of my martial spirit. When tested by the personnel from the Martial Spirit Hall, there were errors during the assessment, leading to inaccurate results. I see, Sun Buyu replied, nodding thoughtfully. It is quite possible that your martial spirit has undergone a mutation. There are instances when issues arise with equipment, and unexpected occurrences during the innate soul power testing phase have been known to happen, particularly in cases of mutated martial spirits. Misjudgments are more likely. Then what about your second soul ring? Sun Buyu finally posed the question that piqued his curiosity the most. Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this inquiry and allowed a hint of trepidation to grace his countenance. When I reached level 20, I undertook the hunt for soul beasts alone, without any guidance. After a fierce battle with a spirit beast just over a millennium in age, a phantom wolf, I instinctively felt I could absorb its power and took the chance. At that moment, I felt as though I might burst from the energy. Yet I was fortunate to endure. In truth, he had not slain a phantom wolf, but rather a blue-flowered white armor lizard, which possessed close to 2,000 years of cultivation and was rich in extreme metallic attributes. You are indeed audacious, Sun Buyu gasped in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing is not the first to absorb a soul ring across the years. There have been others who have succeeded in the past. However, he had never heard of anyone attaining a 1,000-year level second soul ring. Moreover, the fact that this was achieved without any guidance is nothing short of a miracle. As they conversed, the two arrived at the central area of the Academy's main campus, where Sun Buyu led Zhu Zhuqing into a reception room. Zhu Zhuqing, he said, there are distinguished guests visiting the Academy today. Please wait here for a moment while I inform a few members of the committee. You might have the chance to meet the two esteemed guests, and given your talent, you may find yourself interacting with them more frequently in the future. Distinguished guests? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Few are deemed as such by the Tiando Royal Academy. Could they be royal relatives? Or perhaps it is Xue Qinghe, disguised as Xue Qinghe? He recalled that several members of the committee were aligned with Xue Qinghe. Of course, it might also be the group of Prince Xue Xing, as he had considered reaching out to the fourth prince, Xue Bing, who seemed to be a student at the Tiando Royal Academy as well. However, speculating now was futile. The truth would soon be revealed. Before long, Sun Buyu returned. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing about your situation, the committee members wish to meet you. Follow me, and do your best. You may have the opportunity to be selected for the Tiando Royal Battle Team. With that, he led Zhu Zhuqing to the adjacent committee office. As the power center of the Tiando Royal Academy, the office was surprisingly minimalist, adorned only with essential furnishings and a few simple green plants for decoration. Upon entering, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was immediately drawn to the three elderly gentlemen seated in the center of the room. Their expressions were not stern, and their gazes towards Zhu Zhuqing were gentle. Yet, simply by sitting there, they exuded an undeniable aura of strength, as if they were the very core of the place. Dressed in black robes embroidered with intricate golden patterns, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that these were custom garments for soul masters of rank above level 80. Second only to the red robes of titled duels. Generally, such attire is seldom worn by sole duelos or title duelos. It signifies not only status, but also solemnity. Reserved for duels with opponents of equal rank or extremely significant occasions. Clearly, these robes were not intended for Zhu Zhuqing, but rather for the two esteemed guests mentioned by Sun Buyu. Glancing around the office, he noticed. In addition to the three elders, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a girl of similar age to his own seated in the guest seats. The middle-aged man had a refined countenance, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an air of gentility. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared immaculate. His soft black hair cascading down his back, and he was currently observing Zhu Zhuqing with a curious expression. The girl, with her short hair framing her delicate features, possessed an ethereal beauty and the innate grace of a noble maiden, equally displaying curiosity. Ning Fengji. Then the girl beside him must be Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight surprise within, yet his expression remained composed. Chapter 59. Allow me to conduct a quality inspection of your team. Upon seeing the two individuals, new thoughts indeed flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Being at the vortex of the storm, he felt an unusual sense of stability and safety, especially with Ning Fengji present. Today, perhaps he could afford to be a tad more audacious than originally planned. However, the peculiar glint in the other party's eyes piqued his curiosity. What was the old fellow's situation? He was aware of the close ties between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, as well as the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, they were neighbors. As the foremost auxiliary sect in the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasted immense financial resources, and Ning Fengji was a man of considerable influence. It was only natural for him to navigate expansive social circles. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. But for the time being, Zhu Zhuqing chose to disregard the two individuals, respectfully bowing to the three seated before him. Junior Zhu Zhuqing. I pay my respects to the three esteemed seniors. The three Sol Dolua did not adopt any particular demeanor. The elder at the center, with hair as white as snow, gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and spoke with a smile. His voice was somewhat high-pitched but not unpleasant. I am Meng Shenji, the chief of the academic council at the Tiando Royal Academy. These two are by Baoshan and Ji Lin, the vice chairman of the academic committee. Child, how old are you this year? Just turned 11 after the new year. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present momentarily shifted in astonishment. In the golden period of cultivation for young soul masters, a mere difference of a year or even half a year could signify a stark contrast in innate talent. Meng Shenji found it difficult to maintain his composure, rising swiftly to approach Zhu Zhuqing and reaching out to grasp his wrist. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing did not evade. Fully aware that the other party intended to assess his bone age, Dream Machine pinched his hand bone and then turned to nod affirmatively at the others, confirming the veracity of his words. Child, could you perhaps demonstrate your martial soul for us? In truth, Sun Buyu had already conveyed Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances earlier. However, upon realizing his actual age now, their demeanor naturally shifted. Zhu Zhuqing, without hesitation, extended his right hand, revealing 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, while the eternal life sword hovered above his palm. Impressive, indeed. A light cough interrupted the musings of Dream God Machine. Upon glancing up, he noticed Ji Lin signaling him with a knowing look. It was then he became aware that Ning Fengji, seated as a guest, had been observing Zhu Zhuqing's sword martial spirit with a contemplative gaze. The elder's heart stirred. He gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's hand, signaling him to retract his martial spirit for the time being. With an amiable demeanor, he led Zhu Zhuqing closer to Ning Fengji, exclaiming, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose martial spirit is the legendary supportive spirit, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. I am honored to meet you, Sect Master Ning," Zhu Zhuqing replied, feigning surprise as he hurriedly paid his respects. Your name is Zhu Zhuqing? Ning Fengji inquired with a warm smile, a curious expression crossing his face. Have you ever heard of the title of Sword Dolua Qianrenxue? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered slightly. How could he be unaware of Qianrenxue? Not only was he aware, but he was also quite familiar with him. The illustrious name of the Sword Dolua is certainly known to any soul master possessing a sword martial spirit, and naturally, the younger generation is no exception. I shall arrange for you to meet him on another day. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. He was well aware that Ning Fengji had a penchant for favoring talented juniors, a tradition deeply rooted in the auxiliary sections. However, Qianrenxue was not one to easily appease, and there seemed little justification for Ning Fengji to extend such overtures to a newcomer, even bringing forth the title of his sect's Dolua as leverage. It left him pondering, had there been recent upheavals within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Despite his internal musings, a hint of surprise graced his features as he nodded in response, expressing, "It is an honor for this junior." The 3 Soul Dolua present, witnessing this exchange, could not help but elevate their regard for Zhu Zhuqing. Regardless of how his future interactions with the Sword Dolua unfolded at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was evident that their relationship would be more amicable. Furthermore, even setting aside the formidable 7 killing sword master, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the Academy's principal benefactors, warranting a degree of respect. Zhu Zhuqing, your teacher, Sun Buyu, has just shown you around the Academy. What are your impressions? The cultivation environment is unparalleled, truly deserving of its royal title. A smile graced Meng Xinji's face. So, are you indeed determined to join the Twindo Royal Academy? I have heard that the elite tournament for high-level Soul Master academies across the continent will commence in just over 3 years. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond immediately, but instead shifted the conversation to an unrelated topic. However, the seasoned dream mechanic quickly discerned the underlying meaning in his words and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "Are you considering entering the competition for the Tiando Royal Battle Team?" In his perspective, Zhu Zhuqing's prowess was undoubtedly sufficient. Even though he had only just reached level 30, there remained several years before the Soul Master competition, during which time advancing a few more levels would be quite feasible. Moreover, a sword-type martial soul inherently possesses formidable attack power, particularly given that it was at the innate full soul power level. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that team spots were not solely determined by strength. There existed various other entangled interests. If several candidates exhibited comparable abilities, considerations such as background, age, martial soul attributes, and team synergy would inevitably come into play. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing was still quite young. Waiting for another term would be more than adequate, and by then, his strength might very well have improved further, rendering it unnecessary for him to contend with seasoned students. Nevertheless, this particular student was one he could not afford to let slip away, leaving him in a state of considerable indecision. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing lost interest in further verbal sparring and candidly stated, "In the realm of Soul Masters, strength speaks volumes. Teacher Meng, may I have the honor of experiencing the prowess of the members of the battle team? Should I find myself lacking, I am willing to concede." Meng Xinji, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, promptly replied, "If you were to lose, it would not be a matter of concern. After all, you are still quite young. And waiting for another opportunity is entirely feasible." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, expressing his gratitude to Teacher Meng for arranging matters on his behalf. "Haha. This is a perfect opportunity for you to witness the charm of our academy students," he remarked, as the students eagerly awaited. Observing that the discussion regarding enrollment was nearing its conclusion, Ning Fengxi, who had been seated nearby, interjected, "Rong, you are quite familiar with the academy surroundings. Would you be so kind as to show our young friends around? I have some matters to discuss with a few members of the board." Upon hearing this, Ning Rong immediately rose from her seat, having grown weary of waiting. She had only remained there out of courtesy and upon the prospect of departing. She eagerly seized the opportunity. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing with a warm smile, she said, "Come, allow me to show you around our esteemed academy." When Ning Rong smiled, 2 charming dimples graced her cheeks, making her appear exceptionally endearing. Despite her youth, her alluring gaze held a hint of captivating allure. Zhu Zhuqing, having no valid reason to refuse, was fully prepared for the impending confrontation with the academy's team. After exchanging a brief greeting, he departed with her from the education committee. It must be said that the environment of the Tiando Royal Academy was truly remarkable. Nestled within the mountains, the natural scenery was exquisite, and the air was remarkably fresh and humid. As the two walked through the academy, Zhu Zhuqing felt a considerable sense of relaxation washing over him. He held no particular feelings for Ning Rong, neither affection nor aversion, however. He was aware of Qianrenxue's deep regard for this young princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After distancing themselves from the education committee, he prepared to engage her in conversation. Chapter 60, The Mediocre Man Truly Falls Short. Before Zhu Zhuqing could speak, Ning Rong took the initiative to ask, her curiosity evident as she turned to him. "Is your martial soul an anomaly? How is it that you can cultivate so swiftly? I'm the same age as you. Yet I have only reached the 24th level. It may indeed be an anomaly, though I am not entirely certain of the specifics," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a shrug, casually dismissing the inquiry. "May I see your martial soul again?" she inquired eagerly. "Of course," Zhu Zhuqing responded, revealing his martial soul. "My martial soul is named Eternal Sword. Its attack power may not rival the formidable 7-killing sword of Sword Dolua, but its abilities are more balanced." Ning Rong nodded, though her interest did not linger on the particular traits of the Eternal Sword. Instead, she asked, "Why is your second soul ring of 1,000-year age? How did you achieve that?" Previously, during a meeting with the education committee, Sun Buyu had only provided a vague overview of Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances, leaving her with lingering curiosity. "It was merely luck," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a wry smile, recounting his earlier explanation with added details, painting the story vividly. "So you have always practiced alone since childhood?" Ning Rong remarked, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Being the cherished jewel of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she found it hard to imagine such a solitary existence, and how one could attain such a level of cultivation under those conditions at such a young age. "Does that mean you lack many fundamental understandings of martial souls?" she continued. "Perhaps," Zhu Zhuqing admitted. "I had no one to guide me in my youth. And the academy I attended was a basic institution in a remote area, offering little in terms of knowledge. Furthermore, due to an error in soul power testing, I initially failed to catch the attention of the Martial Soul Hall, leading to a rather stuttering exploration of martial souls. This was a falsehood. As a research-oriented talent, his understanding of martial souls, while not as profound as his medical expertise, was nonetheless among the finest in the continent. He spoke thus to lay the groundwork for a closer relationship with Qianrenxue in the future. Ning Rongrong, though somewhat spoiled, possessed a kind heart. By portraying his childhood as more pitiable, she hoped to elicit some sympathy. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with greater compassion. And she offered comforting words. It's okay, we are still young. Cultivating soul power is what truly matters. Even if there were slight missteps in the selection of earlier soul rings, the impact will not be too significant. Besides, your second soul ring is of 1,000-year age, which is already compensated for many shortcomings. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and sheathed the Chongqing sword. Miss Ning, I have long heard of the renowned Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the world. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? Just call me Rongrong. Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. Subsequently, a dazzling array of colorful brilliance emanated from within her, coalescing in the palm of her right hand, where a towering, multicolored pagoda, approximately a foot in height, floated gracefully. Under the radiant glow of the glazed pagoda, she appeared even more regal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, spiraling silently in the air. With a hint of pride gracing her delicate features, she declared, I possess innate soul power at level 9. My father has mentioned that there has never been a case of an auxiliary martial soul with fully innate soul power among auxiliary soul masters. My talent ranks at the very pinnacle. Su Chang gazed at the resplendent Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, a contemplative expression gracing his countenance. He had heard that within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, due to the peculiar nature of their martial souls, one could not choose a partner who was also an auxiliary-type soul master. However, as he uttered these words, he immediately regretted it. He intended to use this statement as a segue into the subsequent topic he wished to address, yet it clearly sounded problematic, revealing a lack of tact. Perhaps it had been too long since he had engaged in conversation with the opposite sex as an equal, leading to a slight misalignment in his stance. He was no longer an elder. He was a youth of the same age as her, and such words were likely to be misconstrued. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Ning Rongrong's gaze shifted, becoming distinctly peculiar. Zhu Zhuqing found himself in a moment of awkwardness. Ahem. What I mean to say is that such standards may be somewhat unreasonable. Ning Rongrong's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. I believe that even an auxiliary soul master is capable of developing some combat abilities, at the very least. They should be able to protect themselves in non-extreme situations without having to rely entirely on others for protection. He spoke these words with genuine conviction. The notion of auxiliary martial souls is merely a classification imposed by soul masters upon various martial souls. While martial soul attributes do exhibit tendencies, some are adept in offense while others excel in teamwork, it is not acceptable to confine the avenues of development based solely on these classifications. Even Oscar's food-type martial soul can attain offensive capabilities through a mirroring skill. There is no reason why martial souls like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile cannot uncover alternative applications. Of course, when considering cost-effectiveness, stacking auxiliary attributes is undoubtedly the most suitable and compatible approach. This method has been the optimal usage passed down through the centuries by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Su Chang was not arrogant enough to believe that he could overturn such a tradition by himself. Ultimately, the one who understands their martial soul best is the user themselves. However, apart from soul rings, it is certainly feasible to enhance one's combat prowess and amplify offensive and defensive capabilities to a certain extent through soul bones. Given the financial resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to believe they could not afford a few soul bones. At the core, it was merely that Ning Rongrong had been overly pampered, and the cultural legacy of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect fundamentally lacked this awareness. Nonetheless, Ning Rongrong was dismissive of Zhu Zhuqing's words. She acknowledged that his talent was indeed remarkable, but she did not consider herself to be significantly inferior. Their paths were different. As an auxiliary soul master with innate soul power at level 9, and hailing from a prestigious lineage where she was regarded as the family's hope from a young age, she possessed her own pride. In her perception, no auxiliary soul master on the continent had ever achieved a full innate soul power, making her the one with the greatest talent. Furthermore, considering Su Chang's ordinary background, coupled with his apparent lack of understanding of his own martial soul, she found his words to be mere nonsense. Moreover, mentioning the selection criteria of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect inevitably led to misgivings, causing his impression to diminish considerably in her eyes. Nonetheless, despite her disdain, Ning Rongrong's upbringing and education compelled her to maintain a facade of basic politeness. She replied dismissively, Su Cheng, you jest. These are traditions passed down from our forebears. How could a mere junior like myself dare to overthink them? Su Cheng, with his wealth of experience, could easily discern the emotions of the little girl, who was not adept at masking her feelings. With just a glance, he grasped her current state of mind. Alas, it seemed he had been irrevocably branded as an average man. Realizing his shortcomings, Su Cheng sighed inwardly, lamenting his distaste for childishness. Chapter 61. Life is ephemeral. Death as rest in the college square, Su Cheng surveyed the gathering of nearly 100 individuals, his surprise palpable. This assembly constituted almost 1/5 of the total student body. He had only returned with Ning Rongrong a short while ago. How could they have congregated so swiftly? Was it not said that the students were scattered across various training fields, engaged in solitary practice, making it difficult to gather? Dream Machine smiled at him and nodded, explaining, "It seems that the news of your second soul ring being of the millennium level has spread. Many are eager to witness it for themselves. It is indeed a fortuitous coincidence, saving us considerable time." It was only then that Su Cheng realized that he had likely caught the attention of other students when he displayed his martial soul upon entering the academy. A casual glance around the crowd revealed several distinct factions, though he could not ascertain whether any of them included the group led by Xuepeng. It mattered little. After today's competition, the ambitious fourth prince, Xuepeng, would likely seek him out. In Su Cheng's imagination, Xuepeng embodied the image of a brash young aristocrat with meager strength, yet none of those he observed seemed to fit that description, suggesting that the fourth prince was not among them. Unbeknownst to him, Xuepeng was indeed within the throng, merely concealed by the guise of Xue Qinghe, who had been under the constant scrutiny of Qian Renxue for the past few years, leading to a more subdued demeanor. Dream Machine, observing the students, adopted a more serious expression, shedding his earlier amiable demeanor. "I presume you have heard that our academy has welcomed a new student, though details are scarce. Allow me to formally introduce him," he announced, gesturing towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng, a 32nd level battle soul master, yet to turn 11 this year, possesses a second soul ring of a millennium grade. The students, who had previously been skeptical of the rumors, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment as the esteemed head of the teaching committee, Dream Machine, confirmed the news. Reactions varied. Some furrowed their brows, others regarded him with scrutiny, while a few displayed disdain, an array of emotions swirling through the crowd. However, astonishment prevailed. Seeing this reaction, Dream Machine nodded to himself. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy, whether of noble birth or exceptional talent, had often exhibited arrogance. It was not detrimental for them to grasp the notion that there were greater heights beyond their own. Yet, Su Cheng's demeanor surprised him. He remained remarkably composed, neither anxious nor boastful despite being the center of attention. Making a gesture for silence, Dream Machine continued, "Today, we are not merely introducing Su Cheng to you. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy will take place in 3 years, and the selection for our Tiando Royal Academy's team has yet to conclude. This new student wishes to participate." At this announcement, the expressions of the Academy's students shifted dramatically. Here was a talent who had attained the rank of Soul Master before the age of 11, who could predict how much stronger he would become in 3 years. If he sought a spot on the team, it would diminish the chances of others. However, Su Cheng stated that in the realm of Soul Masters, only strength mattered. And should he fall short today, he would simply wait for the next opportunity. "Who among you wishes to face him in battle?" Upon hearing the words, Su Cheng cast a sidelong glance at him. This old fellow was indeed cunning, boldly declaring his stance in front of everyone. Should he lose today, it would signify his complete disqualification from representing the Tiando Royal Academy in this Soul Master competition. As Meng Shenji's voice resonated, the students, regardless of their previous sentiments towards Su Cheng, now shared a common animosity. Participating in this competition was not only a testament to one's strength, the accolades, status, and rewards it conferred were entangled in a web of intricate interests, and none would willingly relinquish a chance to compete. The likes of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, already confirmed members of the first team, had no interest in intervening. However, the rest of the students appeared increasingly restless. Ji Yuan was among them. His background was rather ordinary compared to his peers, hailing from a fallen noble family. Yet, in his generation, his martial soul underwent a mutation, endowing him with innate soul power exceeding level 6. Now at the age of 21, his soul power had reached level 34, making him a candidate for the position of second team captain. Ji Yuan had long considered this opportunity a certainty, a beacon of hope for his family's resurgence. At this moment, however, the threat he felt was at its peak. Upon hearing Meng Shenji's words, he immediately stood up with a grim expression. "Boss, are you really going to take him on? That kid is quite the genius." "A genius? He is merely a child not yet 11 years old." Among the over 500 students of the Tiando Royal Academy, aside from the noble-born inept, who is not a genius? What use is a genius who is yet to mature? Ji Yuan leisurely strode to the center of the plaza, looking down at Su Cheng, who was now nearly a head shorter than him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Kid, combat is not solely about levels, of course, when it comes to soul power. You cannot compete with me. Silver Wolf, manifest." As he spoke, a layer of radiant silver light enveloped him, revealing silver fur that enhanced his defensive capabilities on his exposed arms. With his arms extended forward, his muscles bulged, threatening to tear his bright yellow uniform. Sharp claws extended from his fingertips, gleaming like daggers. The clashing of his claws produced a resounding metallic clang, indicating their extreme sharpness. He shook his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he elongated slightly, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, silver hair sprouting like needles at his temples. As he completed the manifestation of his beast martial soul, a faint metallic scent seemed to permeate the air around him. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet, the surging aura of soul power crashing like waves. Ji Yuan flexed his fingers and languidly declared, "Ji Yuan, martial soul, Silver Wolf, 34th level soul sovereign." Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised his right palm, and the Chongqing sword materialized in his grasp. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings appeared, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Zhu Zhuqing, with his martial soul, Chongqing sword, stood as a 32nd level battle soul master. As his martial soul manifested, a new wave of discussions erupted among the spectators. Ning Fengji glanced at Dream God Machine, who stood beside him, and casually inquired, "Which contender does the Dream Academy believe has a greater chance of victory?" After a moment's contemplation, Dream God Machine replied, "It should be Ji Yuan who possesses the higher probability of winning. Zhu Zhuqing has achieved such a level at his age, despite his remarkable talent. He must have devoted considerable effort to his training, but he likely lacks experience in combat against soul masters. Furthermore, he has not received foundational education in this area." Ning Fengji shook his head at this remark, asserting, "I believe Zhu Zhuqing has a significant opportunity." He then silently added, "If he indeed has any connection with the individual mentioned by Sword Uncle, then victory may elude him." At that moment, a clear, youthful voice interjected into their conversation. Ning Fengji turned in surprise to see his daughter, who had pursed her lips and stated, "That Zhu Zhuqing just informed me he has not systematically studied the knowledge of soul masters. He seems to lack understanding of soul ring selection, and thus, the soul skills accompanying his martial soul may not be formidable." Ning Fengji regarded her with mild astonishment. Her tone suggested that her skepticism towards Zhu Zhuqing was not solely based on these objective factors. It seemed their earlier interaction had not been particularly pleasant. This was concerning. "Look at how slow his reactions are," she remarked, redirecting Ning Fengji's attention back to the duel. In the arena, Ji Yuan was not inclined to engage in prolonged probing. After completing the attachment, his physical attributes and combat instincts received a tremendous boost, and his wolf-like form lunged forward with a rush of ferocity. Simultaneously, razor-sharp claws erupted from his fingertips, aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing. His first soul ring illuminated, and gusts of wind materialized seemingly from thin air, swirling between the claws. He unleashed his initial soul skill right from the outset, Silver Wolf Divine Wind Claw. It was evident that Ji Yuan aimed for a swift resolution. However, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no reaction, showing no signs of employing a soul skill. "It's over." Ji Yuan felt a surge of joy within. The effect of his soul skill was to significantly enhance the explosive speed and power of his claw strikes. Should his opponent fail to prepare adequately, he would easily find himself at a disadvantage. "Zhu Zhuqing, do not speak of preemptive strategies. At this moment, he has yet to employ his soul skills, and the outcome has become all too predictable. It is far easier than he had envisioned. It is over." Dreaming Machine exhaled softly, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. He harbored no desire for Zhu Zhuqing to compete for a spot on the team against the seniors. Yet he also wished for this newcomer to be more than just a prodigy in cultivation. However, at this juncture, with Zhu Zhuqing still unable to unleash his soul skills, any attempt at reaction would now be futile. The operation of soul power requires time. A single misstep leads to a cascade of delays. Ning Fengji observed the scene with a slight frown. "Junior, allow me to impart a lesson today. In battles between soul masters, one cannot merely rely on innate talent." Ji Yuan's voice, carried by the wind, resonated. "My victory over you stems from my understanding of how to exploit my advantages, to engage in psychological warfare, and even to consider the terrain. I commenced with my most formidable single-target attack skill." Zhu Zhuqing gazed calmly at the body hurtling towards him, seemingly oblivious to the words spoken by his opponent. In an instant, his soul power traversed several meridians, and with a swift, diagonal slash of his Chongqing sword, he positioned himself defensively. The speed of his strike was matched only by its formidable strength. A flash of silvery light erupted from the sword's edge, rendering the blade remarkably sharper. The 13 sword techniques, Sword 7, White Tiger. The roles of attack and defense instantaneously reversed. Ji Yuan's movements resembled a reckless charge towards Zhu Zhuqing's blade. In that fleeting moment, all avenues for his assault and evasion were utterly sealed. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted, and a chill raced down his spine as the silver strands of hair at his temples stood on end like steel needles. He was bewildered by the inexplicable nature of Zhu Zhuqing's strike. Yet, with the onslaught already upon him, he could only hastily halt his momentum, extending his claws in a desperate attempt to parry the razor-sharp blade. The clash resonated with a thunderous metallic ring, causing Ji Yuan to grunt in pain as he staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his lungs grievously wounded by the strike. This was to be expected. In his hasty defense, he had yet to unleash his full power, and Zhu Zhuqing had intercepted him before he could achieve his peak. Given the absence of overwhelming strength, it was hardly surprising that he found himself at a disadvantage in this collision. However, before Ji Yuan could orchestrate his next move, Zhu Zhuqing's subsequent strike was upon him in the blink of an eye. The sword tip advanced with such velocity that Ji Yuan had no time to react. The gleam of the blade seemed to pierce directly towards his brow. Sword 3, Shadowless. A shock coursed through Ji Yuan's heart as he felt the phantom of the sword nearly penetrate his skull, cold sweat breaking out across his body. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Any hope of evasion had slipped away, leaving him to desperately fend off with his still intact wolf claws. It felt as though life and death hung by a thread. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent washed over him, causing Ji Yuan's scalp to tingle and his gaze to widen in horror at Zhu Zhuqing. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng's sword shifted again, not launching another attack, but rather lifting upwards. What followed was a towering shadow of the sword, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing. Life is as ephemeral as a dream. How fleeting is joy. Sword 13, compassion for all. Yet, what Su Cheng executed was merely a preliminary stance, drawing upon the residual power of his previous technique. Nevertheless, it enveloped Ji Yuan in an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if everything around him was gradually receding into the distance. He felt as though he had returned to moments of fierce competition for resources among his peers. Times when he was oppressed and bullied by the powerful within the academy, and instances of being ostracized from his battle team. Status and wealth gained and lost. Glory and power eluded him. The vast sword shadows continued to rise. Ji Yuan felt as though he stood at the edge of a precipice, a misstep away from annihilation. He was treading on thin ice, teetering on the brink of an abyss. He yearned to roar, to strike, to unleash every soul technique at his disposal, to employ all his trump cards and lethal moves. Yet, he found himself unable to even twitch a finger. His soul power and techniques were thoroughly suppressed within him. The terror of impending loss gripped him, causing his body to tremble slightly, as he could only widen his eyes and stare at the youth before him. No. It was not just him. The senior students behind him, including the likes of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, were equally ensnared by a palpable sword aura. Despair began to blossom in their hearts, taking root and spreading. Gazing at that overwhelming sword intent felt akin to staring at an insurmountable mountain peak. Ji Yuan's throat quivered as he struggled to articulate a few disjointed phrases. I can defeat you. It is not about tactics, simply because I am stronger. Su Cheng's gaze was as tranquil as water, his eyes drifting beyond his shoulder to the throng of figures behind him. Who will be next? The arena fell into profound silence. Those standing behind Su Cheng, including Dream Machine and Ning Fingxi, exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Ning Rongrong appeared dazed. The battle had concluded in less than a minute, during which Su Cheng had not even employed a single soul ring skill. She suddenly realized that perhaps Su Cheng's earlier words held a semblance of truth. Chapter 62. Qian Renxue realizes Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan exchanged a glance. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and gravity, yet a flicker of delight also danced in their eyes. They shared no significant rivalry with Su Cheng. The stronger Su Cheng becomes, the more advantageous it is for the team, thereby increasing the prospects of securing victory in future competitions. Especially for Yu Tianheng, who bears the weight of his family's expectations and possesses a relatively non-aggressive disposition. Subconsciously, he has begun to cultivate a desire to rely on the strengths of others. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, Su Cheng chose to disregard the still shaken Ji Yuan before turning his attention to Dream Machine. The Dream Committee? After a moment of surprise, a smile returned to Dream Machine's face. His mindset had completely shifted from earlier. While he previously recognized Su Cheng's talent, the question of his combat prowess remained uncertain. Disrupting the current balance of power within the academy was unwise. Even for those of their caliber, the soul de law level. Navigating such a vortex of authority was not without its constraints. However, upon reflection, the potential gains from Su Cheng outweighed the costs they would have to bear. In 3 years, they might indeed find themselves capable of contending with the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall. As a covert agent of the Spirit Hall embedded in the Heaven Do Empire years ago, Dream Machine had a fair understanding of the Academy's situation, particularly regarding the highly gifted Saintess, who received direct guidance from the Pope. Her strength was likely unmatched among her peers. With these thoughts in mind, he approached Su Cheng with warmth, patting him on the shoulder. Addressing the crowd of students in the plaza, he said, since no one dares to challenge, let us disperse. Focus on your training and refrain from arrogance. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, you two come with me. After speaking, he led a few individuals toward the committee. Once they departed, the remaining students began to chatter and scatter. Today's duel had indeed opened many eyes, but that was where it ended. The multitude of geniuses in the Spirit Master community bore little relevance to their ordinary lives. Most were merely spectators enjoying the spectacle. However, aside from the visibly sullen students with hopes of joining the battle team, a small faction was keenly interested in Su Cheng. Fourth Prince. Should we attempt to make contact with him? Xueping pondered momentarily before replying, let me first reach out to my royal uncle. It's best to act swiftly. The committee members have always had a good rapport with the first prince. On their way, Ning Fingxi walked amiably beside Su Cheng and inquired, young friend Su. I noticed that when you employed your sword techniques, there seemed to be no indication of utilizing soul ring skills. Several committee members, along with Yu Tianheng and others, perked up their ears at this. Even Ning Rongrong, who had remained silent, lifted her head to listen. Please forgive me, Sect Master Ning. I have had no formal instruction since childhood, so I have taken to experimenting with my martial soul on my own, inadvertently developing some small techniques, Su Cheng explained. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Your casual experimentation sounds rather effortless, they thought. Yet, Dream Machine and his companions quietly acknowledged the truth. He had indeed created his own soul skills. Although their expertise prevented them from fully grasping the intricacies of the art of severing and resuming energy flow, it was evident that the 3 strikes were not soul ring skills. The final strike, in particular, exhibited a power that far surpassed that of his peers. Though they had not directly experienced its overwhelming force, even the mere shadow of it cast a profound impression. Dream Machine, due to the unique attributes of his martial soul, felt this deeply. He mused that if they were of the same rank, he would surely not perform better than Ji Yuan. At that moment, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with realization, leading him to contemplate many things. Why was the Haotian sect strong? Was it merely due to the Haotian hammer's reputation as the world's premier martial soul? Incorrect. It was the Haotian absolute arts, created by Tang Chun, that endowed the Haotian hammer with power far surpassing other top-tier martial souls. If Su Chang's soul skills possessed similar universality, Su Chang cast a fleeting glance at a few individuals, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, he had no intention of employing any of the sword techniques, particularly the final strike, which he had resolved not to showcase even in its preparatory form. However, given the close connections between the Academy's committee members and the persona of Xue Qinghe, masqueraded by Qian Renxue, he was apprehensive that drawing too much attention could raise suspicions. Yet, upon encountering Ning Fengji, he altered his decision. With his current resources, direct engagement with the upper echelons was not feasible. It would require an extensive investment of time. Nevertheless, the timing was serendipitous as Ning Fengji was visiting. Given the elder's propensity for recognizing potential, it was highly probable he would take action upon witnessing Su Cheng's aptitude, a gamble worth taking. As for Ning Rongrong's perception, it was of little consequence. Winning her favor would indeed be advantageous for fostering a closer rapport with Qianrenxue. However, a previous slip of the tongue might have tarnished his image in her eyes, though he deemed it inconsequential. In the realm of adulthood, interests overshadow emotions, particularly for someone like Ning Fengji. Indeed, after hearing his response, Ning Fengji's smile blossomed further, and his gentle tone enveloped Su Cheng like a refreshing breeze. Young Su, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for a visit? I am certain Uncle Jian would be delighted to meet a prodigy possessing a sword martial soul such as yourself. It would be my honor, however. I am uncertain about the Academy's stance. Su Cheng glanced at Meng Xinji and the others. You may proceed. Our Academy imposes minimal restrictions on student freedoms. Meng Xinji regarded the two without obstruction. At institutions like the Tiando Royal Academy, the approach towards students is relatively lenient. Aside from the requirement for team members to begin training in advance of competitions, the primary focus remains on individual freedom. After all, martial souls exhibit varied attributes, and the Academy offers ample simulated training environments. Even attendance at classes is voluntary, provided one meets the graduation criteria of a higher academy. Did you say what? Su Cheng attended the Tiando Royal Academy. In the study, Qian Renxue gazed in astonishment at the serpent spear de law standing opposite her. With her current infiltration into the royal family and her connections with Meng Xinji and others, she was well aware of the happenings within the academy. Indeed, after defeating a senior on-site, he was directly selected for the royal battle team and subsequently accompanied Ning Fengji to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The serpent spear de law nodded, adding that it was rumored he employed a self-created soul skill that left all present students too intimidated to challenge him. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, deep in contemplation, harboring no doubts about Su Cheng's capabilities. Please provide me with a detailed account of the events that transpired. Afterward, once he returns from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, ensure you report back to me immediately. Once the other party received their instructions and departed, Qian Renxue lightly tapped her long, fair fingers on the table, contemplating the implications of Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, given that Ning Fengji is ostensibly her mentor, I anticipate there will be no adverse effects. Chapter 63. Rong, call Uncle Master Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone. I have returned. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's main hall, Ning Rong instantly regained her vivacity, calling out boisterously to the two elderly men seated nearby. However, Qianrenxue surprisingly did not respond to Ning Rong immediately. His gaze shifted to Su Qing, who had arrived alongside Ning Fengji, and for a moment, a glimmer of recognition flickered in his eyes. In truth, the remnants of memories left by Qianrenxue's dreams were sparse, with only two particular scenes etched vividly in his mind. One was the period during Su Cheng's childhood when he studied swordsmanship under Qianrenxue's tutelage. Despite his mediocre talent, he exhibited unwavering diligence, practicing tirelessly every day without fail. The second memory was the tragic moment nearly 30 years later when his adopted son perished in his embrace. Alongside the deaths of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Qianrenxue, the Spirit Hall's heir, his adopted son had nearly single-handedly dismantled the entire Spirit Hall. Yet, even so, Qianrenxue found the visage of this young man before him hauntingly familiar. Devoted to the path of the sword and having never taken a wife or fathered children, Qianrenxue perceived the figure in his dreams as akin to a biological son, making it impossible for him to dismiss the impression. Given Qianrenxue's profound cultivation, the concepts of sleep and dreams were almost foreign to him. He felt this was some cosmic omen. In retrospect, he had even discussed this matter with Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, yet no relevant information had surfaced over the years. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lacked the intelligence apparatus of the Spirit Hall or the Empire, thus he resigned himself to the flow of events. Noticing Qianrenxue's change in demeanor, Ning Fingji quickly discerned that he had likely found the right individual. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, allow me to introduce you. He approached the table, pouring tea for both Su Cheng and himself, and continued with a smile, as fate would have it. I brought Rongrong to the Royal Academy for a visit today, and we fortuitously encountered this young friend, Su, who is preparing to enroll there. He gestured towards Su Cheng. He is a genius with a sword martial soul, and I thought it would be fitting to invite him to meet Uncle Jian. With that, he subtly indicated toward Qianrenxue with his gaze. Su Cheng stepped forward, respectfully greeting the two individuals. I am Su Cheng, and I have the honor of meeting you. Sword Dolua and Bone Dolua. At this moment, Qianrenxue had already regained his calm demeanor. Given his temperament, it was exceedingly rare for him to reveal even the slightest crack in his composure. After a brief contemplation, he spoke in a measured tone. Might we be allowed to observe your martial soul? Su Cheng nodded and revealed the Chongqing sword. Upon seeing the 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, the 2 titled duels were taken aback, casting inquiring glances at Ning Fingji. Noticing their reaction, Ning Fingji set down his teacup and recounted the events that had transpired at the academy. After listening, Qianrenxue felt a blend of nostalgia and perplexity. He was not surprised by the matter of the self-created soul skill. Although the adopted son lacked aptitude, he was never short of creative ideas. However, what intrigued him was that the sword martial spirit wielded by Su Cheng appeared to possess a remarkably high quality, seemingly superior to his own 7-killing sword by a slight margin. He opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words back down. Instead, he inquired, Child, would you be willing to take me as your master? Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback. He had spent considerable time in the simulated world with Qianrenxue and had developed a certain understanding of him. Unlike Ning Fingji, Qianrenxue was not the type to readily extend goodwill towards a talented soul master, let alone take one as a disciple. However, at this moment, he clearly had no time for such thoughts. This was a golden opportunity. All he had previously demonstrated was aimed at enhancing his own standing. Now it appeared that the outcome exceeded his expectations. Su Cheng hastily rose to serve tea, bowing respectfully to Qianrenxue, saying, It is my honor to have you here. Master. Sitting nearby, Gu Rong scrutinized the two with a discerning gaze, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Ning Rongrong with a teasing smile, saying, Rongrong, why don't you greet your esteemed uncle? The playful tone was unmistakable. Both Qianrenxue and Ning Fingji promptly understood, and in unison, they directed their attention towards the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a sly smile gracing their faces. As Su Cheng felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye, he silently recognized the predicament he was in. Ning Rongrong stared in astonishment at the several elders before her, suddenly feeling a pang of injustice. Initially, when she first encountered Su Cheng, she felt an instinctive affinity towards him. Upon learning that he had been cultivating alone, her admiration and sympathy for him deepened. However, Su Cheng ought not to have mentioned the rules of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. She had always taken pride in her lineage. And even after realizing that Su Cheng was indeed extraordinary, her nature would never allow her to yield. Moreover, upon her return today, the spotlight that had always been on her was unexpectedly stolen away. Hearing Gu Rong's words, her emotions became difficult to contain, and she resolutely exclaimed, I absolutely will not. Such a profound reaction startled Gu Rong, who had initially spoken up. Seeing Ning Rongrong's unwilling expression, Su Cheng hastily remarked, Teacher, Lord Bone Dolua, Sect Master Ning, and Uncle Master titles seem unnecessary. It would be preferable for us to address each other in our own ways. As Qianrenxue was about to say something further, Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly, and he preemptively suggested, why not refer to each other as siblings? Noticing Ning Rongrong's continued lack of response, he urged her once more with a hint of dissatisfaction. Only then did Ning Rongrong reluctantly murmur the word brother. Deep within Su Cheng, there resided a sense of helplessness. Yet, he understood that this was likely Ning Fengji's method of bridging the gap between them. With a smile, he nodded in agreement. Observing the establishment of their relationship, Ning Fengji felt a sense of satisfaction and resumed his seat. He skillfully steered the conversation, swiftly drawing Su Cheng closer to their group. During this exchange, he refrained from inquiring about Su Cheng's self-created soul techniques. With his astute nature and adept handling of situations, he recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. To broach such a subject prematurely could jeopardize the goodwill they had cultivated, giving the impression that the 7 treasures glazed tile school harbored ulterior motives. Instead, he focused on showing concern for Su Cheng's well-being, particularly given that he had lived alone over the years, and the others shared a keen curiosity about his past experiences. Su Cheng had nothing to conceal. His whereabouts over the past few years had been quite unremarkable, primarily devoted to cultivation and swordsmanship, nothing that he felt compelled to hide. As he recounted his experiences to a few individuals, he pondered silently in his heart. His next course of action was to devise a means to involve the 7 treasures glazed tile school in his endeavors. This alliance would provide him with a tangible assurance to wield influence. Currently, his relationship with Qianrenxue was merely nominal, serving as a sufficient deterrent against others. However, should he confront Shui Qinghe, the alter ego of Qian Renxue, this identity alone would likely be inadequate. Fortunately, he had already contemplated a strategy on his journey here. He required a representative talisman of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, someone who could frequently accompany him. Ning Rongrong emerged as the most fitting candidate. In Chapter 64, could he truly be a genius? Ning Rongrong, at present, wielded little influence within the sect, embodying a role akin to a little princess. Yet, this was inconsequential. As the sole designated heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the significance she represented was paramount. However, given her rebellious nature, suggesting her enrollment at the Heaven Do Royal Academy outright would likely yield counterproductive results. A more subtle approach was necessary. At that moment, Ning Fengji unexpectedly produced a stack of manuscripts from his soul guide and presented them to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, remarking, "Although I see that you employ only self-created soul techniques, their power surpasses that of your peers, which must pose a challenge in terms of soul power consumption. This is the secret skill of distraction control, passed down within our Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If you can master it, it will prove remarkably effective in conserving soul power." Distraction control skill? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of such a technique before. Although it was not originally developed by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, it appeared that only they had preserved this method of cultivation. Distraction control refers to the ability to simultaneously manipulate different soul techniques of a soul master. It is categorized into 5 realms: the heart of 3 apertures, the heart of 4 apertures, the heart of 5 apertures, the heart of 6 apertures, and the heart of 7 apertures. Each realm signifies the number of soul techniques that can be controlled simultaneously and the frequency of their release. This method of control is beneficial for any soul master, but it holds particularly significant advantages for those possessing the Seven Treasures glazed tile martial spirit. For ordinary soul masters, the varying soul power consumption of each technique diminishes the impact of distraction control. Consequently, the practice of this technique has gradually faded into obscurity. However, for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the soul power consumption of each technique at the same level is consistent, allowing them to perpetuate this method. Moreover, it is likely that this technique has undergone considerable refinement through the generations of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Zhu Zhuqing harbored some doubts. Ning Fengji's enthusiasm seemed rather excessive. Even if he sought to win over Zhu Zhuqing, there should be at least a modicum of testing involved. After all, he was not a direct disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Wouldn't Ning fear that he might eventually switch allegiance? Even after today's acceptance of Qianrenxue as his master, there was something peculiar about this situation. A hint of hesitation flickered across his face as he declined. "Sect Master, this is far too precious." "Not at all." Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. "Since you are a disciple of Sword Uncle, you are, in essence, a direct member of our sect. Moreover, this mind control technique is not exclusive to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. It simply proves beneficial to us, which is why it has been passed down through generations." After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately accepted the manuscript. This technique of mind control would indeed aid him. His meridian severing and reconnecting technique, along with his self-created soul skills, could significantly reduce soul power consumption. Coupled with the 5 elements domain and the inherent qualities of the eternal life sword, the energy expended in utilizing equally potent soul skills was markedly lower than that of other soul masters. However, it must be noted that Zhu Zhuqing typically employed skills far more powerful than those commensurate with his current level, which diminished the apparent advantage he held in terms of soul power. Furthermore, after receiving the manuscript, Zhu Zhuqing began to peruse it in silence. The others, noticing his actions, paid it no mind. Ning Fengji even remarked, "You might consider engaging more with Rongrong. She is currently undertaking training in this area as well." Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. "I understand now. In the future, I shall seek your guidance on this matter." Given Rongrong's innate talent, she must have already garnered considerable insights. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, nodded with a sense of pride. "Rest assured, you can ask me anything you find perplexing." In truth, she had not diligently practiced at all. Even now, she had yet to fully master the 3 apertures heart control technique. However, she felt quite confident in guiding a novice like Zhu Zhuqing, which greatly satisfied her vanity. Ning Fengji cast a glance at his daughter, smiling subtly without revealing the truth, thinking it a splendid way to foster a closer relationship between the two. To master the art of mind distraction control, the key lies in enhancing one's perceptual abilities. Does it not? After perusing the material, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up. Indeed, Ning Fengji's expression turned astonished. "Your comprehension is exceptionally high." Having achieved the pinnacle of 7 apertures Linglong hard in the practice of mind distraction control, he possessed profound insights into it. Many individuals, upon first encountering such techniques, instinctively focus on honing their mental faculties, striving to cultivate the ability to multitask. While this approach is not without merit, it is, in essence, a roundabout path. Moreover, achieving the 3 apertures heart control in this manner makes the subsequent advancement to the 4 apertures constant heart stage exceedingly challenging. The optimal method is to perceive the changes in one's environment, enhancing one's adaptability, thereby naturally grasping the quintessence of the technique. Though entering this path requires a certain degree of fortune, once mastered, subsequent cultivation progresses at an accelerated pace. "Master, I have gained some insights." After a brief pause, Su Cheng spoke again, extending his right hand to summon his martial soul. The third spirit ring illuminated, and the soul skill, fractal shadow, was activated. As the skill took effect, the Chongqing sword in Su Cheng's hand split into three, transforming into three sword shadows. Then, under the astonished gazes of the others, Su Cheng manipulated the three swords with his soul power, executing basic techniques such as diagonal slashes, vertical cuts, and direct thrusts. Initially somewhat clumsy, his movements grew increasingly fluid over time, eventually flowing like water in the air, forming a harmonious combination of sword techniques. In truth, this type of clone soul skill is not particularly formidable. Each sword shadow possesses only 60% of the original Chongqing sword's power. Thus, the effect primarily serves to disrupt the opponent's perception. Yet, with the aid of this domain, the skill's effectiveness significantly increases. Now, with the assistance of mind distraction control, he could employ even more variations. Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, both incredulous. Have you encountered this mind distraction control technique before? Ning Fengji's voice was slightly strained. Disbelief etched on his face. How could anyone achieve such a feat? While the technique itself is not exceedingly difficult, mastering it in less than half an hour seems utterly implausible. Su Cheng understood that this was not a matter of talent. The greatest challenge of mind distraction control lies in the initial sensory intuition required to grasp it. Fortuitously, he had already mastered the rudimentary form of the sword path, excelling in short-range intuition, a characteristic of all strong offensive domain skills. Consequently, learning mind distraction control became akin to a university student tackling elementary school problems, remarkably easy. While further advancement beyond the 5 apertures would demand some time, the initial entry was effortlessly achieved. Perhaps I am inherently attuned to such techniques, Su Cheng remarked, retracting his martial soul, a hint of bashfulness gracing his expression. This was feigned modesty. He had long resolved to seize every opportunity to showcase his abilities in front of Ning Fengji. However, I have merely scratched the surface. To progress further, I will require Rongrong's guidance. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, remaining silent. Let us discuss this matter later, Ning Fengji interjected, sensing his daughter's discomfort and hastily shifting the topic. Su Cheng, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to diligently enhance my cultivation over the next few years, and then witness the prowess of other young talents from various academies during the Soul Master competition. Ning Fengji nodded, having anticipated this response. He had been present when Su Cheng resolutely sought to join the Imperial fighting team upon enrollment, and he had surmised his intentions. Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, Su Cheng tentatively inquired, Master, does Rongrong not intend to enroll in a higher-level Soul Master Academy? Though disciples of sects enjoy commendable learning conditions within their own domains, it is customary for disciples to join various Soul Master Academies for their studies, except for secluded sects like Haoyan Clan. The systematic knowledge and collaboration among Soul Masters are merely one reason. Crucially, expanding one's network is imperative for sect disciples, and academies serve as the finest avenue to connect with young Soul Masters. Rongrong, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji turned to Ning Rongrong. He clearly understood his daughter's character. Knowing that coercion would yield no results, it was better to allow her to make her own decision. He had already entertained this thought, for he occasionally took Ning Rongrong out of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to socialize. Ning Rongrong's expression revealed hesitation as she glanced at Ning Fengji, then at Su Cheng, who sat nearby. Su Cheng instantly sensed an opportunity and realized it was his turn to play the supporting role. It seemed a pity for Ning Rongrong to remain secluded, given her remarkable talent. The Soul Master competition presented an excellent chance to showcase the splendor of the Seven Treasures glazed tower martial soul. What is the point of attending the Royal Academy? Ning Rongrong murmured. This place was far too close to home, and she had no desire to study here. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to reprimand her. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Academy lacked excitement, and its students were rather weak. What surprised Ning Fengji was Su Cheng's agreement with Ning Rongrong's sentiments. However, with just over 3 years until the Soul Master competition, he suggested, once we secure the championship, we can leave this place behind, can't we? At this, Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued. As the daughter of a prestigious sect, she had encountered numerous so-called geniuses, yet she had never met anyone as formidable as Su Cheng. Regardless of her feelings towards him, she could not deny his exceptional strength. Do we truly have a chance at victory? She inquired. Absolutely, Su Cheng replied with unwavering confidence, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. With your unparalleled auxiliary martial soul supporting us, why wouldn't we have a chance? Ning Fengji cast a glance at him but chose not to elaborate further. He was less concerned about winning and more focused on using this opportunity to cultivate the future heir of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Initially, he had intended to wait for the next competition, but participating sooner seemed prudent. As for the prospect of winning, Ning Fengji was somewhat skeptical. Although Su Cheng was exceptionally talented, he understood the profound depth of the Spirit Hall's resources. No matter how outstanding this young man was, he remained just one individual. Yet, the teams in the Soul Master competition required 7 individuals to collaborate effectively. The following day, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong returned to the Tiando Royal Academy together. Under the combined efforts of Su Cheng and Ning Fengji, along with the collaboration of Chun Xian and Gu Rong. Ning Rongrong ultimately chose to enroll in the prestigious Soul Master Academy nearest to her home. Through their interactions, Su Cheng began to understand how to engage with the young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. First and foremost, one must possess sufficient strength to earn her recognition. Building upon that foundation, a few well-placed compliments, interspersed with personal insights, would easily endear her to him. Ning Rongrong was quite willing to heed the advice of others in areas where she lacked knowledge. Brother, were you serious about what you said yesterday regarding auxiliary soul masters? Once at the academy, she finally voiced the question that had lingered in her mind. It was merely a thought of mine, as you have seen. I enjoy researching various soul skills. A weapon martial soul inherently possesses some characteristics of tools, and even auxiliary martial souls share certain commonalities with assault martial souls. Su Cheng explained. Ning Rongrong. She was about to inquire further when 3 students from the academy approached, seemingly waiting specifically for Su Cheng. Who are you? Su Cheng turned to them, surprised. I am Xuebing. After witnessing your prowess yesterday, I have been eager to discuss matters with you. However, you went directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, forcing me to wait here, the young man at the forefront said with a polite smile. Your surname is Xue? Ning Rongrong interjected. He is the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire. She remained largely unfazed upon seeing Xuebing, as she had been quite young during his more reckless days and had spent most of her time within the sect, thus knowing little of his past. Moreover, Xuebing would not dare to cause trouble at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Over the years, he had evidently matured, and Ning Rongrong held no ill will towards him. So you are His Highness the 4th Prince, Su Cheng nodded. Do you require my assistance? However, he privately pondered why this 4th Prince seemed quite different from his expectations. My own cultivation talent is rather lacking, which is why I have always admired talented soul masters like you. Would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal to discuss our experiences? Su Cheng was indeed preparing to engage with Avalanche, yet this was not the most opportune moment. Just as he was about to decline, another approached. Su Cheng. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived at the academy and wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng had yet to respond, but Avalanche, standing beside him, suddenly changed countenance, the smile on her face becoming markedly strained. Upon witnessing this, Su Cheng could not help but frown inwardly. It was entirely normal for Xue Qinghe to come to the academy, but what was the cause of this state of unease regarding Xue Lang? Was it merely the mention of a name that could provoke such fear? Something felt amiss. Why did it seem that the entire city of Tiando was steeped in oddities? Ning Fingji and Xue Lang were not as he had imagined. Had he inadvertently altered something? Su Cheng pondered to himself. However, he had spent the past few years in Notting City, so it seemed implausible that he could affect the situation in Tiando from such a distance. Chapter 66 Brother. In the office of the Education Committee, Qian Renxue, clad in black, sat opposite the dream machine, delicately sipping from her teacup. At that moment, an unexpected wave of nervousness coursed through her. Who exactly was this Su Cheng? Was he truly the same person as her teacher? Had he experienced the same dream? Would the choices made within that dream reflect his current decisions? Now, Qian Renxue felt a tinge of relief for her dual identity as Xue Qinghe, allowing her to observe Su Cheng for a while without revealing her true self. Not long after, Su Cheng arrived at the Education Committee accompanied by Ning Rongrong. Both individuals within the room rose simultaneously. The dream machine smiled and said, Allow me to introduce you. Su Cheng, this is His Highness Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. After hearing about you from me, he specifically came to meet this young genius, as Ning Fingji's nominal disciple. Ning Rongrong was already acquainted with Xue Qinghe, and the dream machine offered no further introductions. Student Su Cheng, it is an honor to meet your highness. Su Cheng said with a slight bow, maintaining an air of respectful composure. However, a sense of suspicion lingered within him. Something was off. The Xue Qinghe felt peculiar. Although the other party appeared calm and his gaze gentle, scrutinizing him with meticulous attention, there was an unsettling quality to his demeanor that seemed almost masked. Su Cheng's senses were exceptionally acute. He detected an incongruity emanating from Xue Qinghe. While others might remain oblivious, he was far too familiar with Qian Renxue. The person before him exuded an ambiguous aura, a chilling sensation that made the hairs on his neck prickle. Yet, undeniably, this Xue Qinghe was indeed Qian Renxue in disguise. The sacred essence of her angel martial soul was markedly different from the swan martial soul associated with the Tiando royalty. Most might not discern the distinction due to a lack of exposure to the six-winged angel martial soul, but Su Cheng could feel it keenly. Damn it, what went wrong? Moreover, Xue Qinghe's attire was rather strange. Given his status, there were no stringent dress codes for informal occasions, yet his all-black ensemble seemed excessively somber. In Su Cheng's recollection, when Qian Renxue posed as Xue Qinghe, she should have adopted a more approachable persona without such formality. There was no need for the pomp of royalty. Su Cheng, my young brother, simply call me Brother Xue, he thought to himself, as he wrestled with his swirling thoughts. Just then, Xue Qinghe's soothing voice broke the silence, laced with a hint of amusement. Brother Xue. Upon hearing Su Cheng's address, Xue Qinghe raised his teacup to mask his face. After a sip, he continued, I have heard that you have surpassed the theoretical limits of soul ring age, with your second soul ring being of the millennium grade. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? Certainly, Su Zhuqing had anticipated this request, especially as many had already witnessed his abilities. Thus, it was of little consequence. He promptly summoned his martial soul, 3 soul rings swirling around him. Fixated on the longsword in Su Zhuqing's hand, Xueqinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing her emotions, unbeknownst to anyone present. Her interest lay not in the striking second soul ring, but in the martial soul itself. Indeed, the everlasting sword, though differing from the original, its essence had improved considerably, and the accompanying soul rings varied. Yet, she recognized it instantly. A fleeting complexity flashed in her eyes as she gazed at the familiar longsword martial soul. And then a subtle smile graced her lips as she softly exclaimed, "What a splendid martial soul, what exquisite soul rings." Su Zhuqing, however, was unaware that the dream god machine was even more astonished at that moment. In recent years, Xueqing's temperament had undergone a drastic transformation. His demeanor had become domineering and ruthless, leaving no room for kindness towards anyone, which caused many to keep their distance while simultaneously garnering praise from numerous admirers. This led him to believe that the Spirit Hall had perhaps adopted a new strategy. Yet, upon seeing Xueqinghe today, he seemed to have reverted to the demeanor of years past. The atmosphere among the few present became quite complex, with only Ning Renxue, standing beside Su Zhuqing, remaining oblivious. She poured herself a cup of tea, appearing as if she had returned home. Xueqinghe had cast a glance at her, his eyes flickering slightly, and smiled. "Renxue, what brings you to the academy alone today? Where is your teacher?" "My father insisted that I enroll here," Ning Renxue replied casually after taking a sip of her tea. Upon hearing this, the dream god machine was filled with joy. He had long urged Ning Fengji to send Ning Renxue to the school, as it was not only close to home but also an opportunity for her to meet many disciples of various sects, which would be immensely beneficial. Unfortunately, Ning Renxue had always seemed disinterested. To his surprise, she had now changed her mind. Xueqinghe raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "Wasn't Renxue reluctant to enroll here before? You came with my brother?" "My brother?" At her response, the dream god machine was momentarily taken aback, while Xueqinghe frowned slightly. "Yes, Su Zhuqing. He has taken Sword Grandpa as his master, and our father has instructed us to refer to each other as siblings from now on." "Steady now, dear sister. I have been awaiting this very declaration." Su Zhuqing first felt a surge of joy, only to be swiftly engulfed by a chilling realization. He turned his gaze towards Xueqinghe, sensing a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. Although it was faint and lasted but a moment, he was certain he had not misinterpreted it. What was the meaning of this? Who was she targeting? It certainly could not be Ning Renxue. The Xueqinghe, disguised by Qian Renxue, was ostensibly a disciple of Ning Fengji. Securing her position as the crown princess necessitated the backing of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, there existed no tangible conflict of interest between her and Ning Renxue. In fact, if Ning Renxue were to enter the academy, it would further solidify her ties with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As for Mengxinji, that could not be the case either. Just moments ago, apart from expressing joy over Ning Renxue's admission, he had not uttered anything else of significance. Then, was the hostility directed at him? Yet, that seemed unfounded. Could it be due to his joining the battle team, posing a threat to the Wuhuan Temple Academy's team? Surely, Qian Renxue's relationship with the Wuhuan Temple had not reached such precarious heights. Or perhaps she perceived his connection with the 7 treasure glazed tile school as overly intimate, jeopardizing her plans? Everything felt amiss. The narrative had deviated from his expectations. Xueqinghe's murderous intent was but a transient flicker. Not only did Su Zhuqing perceive it, but even Mengxinji, a Soul Dolua present, remained oblivious, still lost in the delight of Ning Renxue's impending enrollment. At that moment, Xueqinghe regained her usual composure and praised, "Su Zhuqing, my young brother, you truly are a prodigy, to have garnered the favor of the Sword Dolua. As far as I know, his standards are remarkably high. Even I, the Crown Prince, have often faced his stern demeanor. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such regard from the Sword Dolua," Su Zhuqing humbly replied. At this moment, Su Zhuqing suppressed the astonishment within him and replied, his face slightly flushed. Chapter 67. Ning Renxue, peril do not be modest. Xueqinghe waved his hand. Had it not been for the Dream Committee's notification, it would be hard to imagine that at your age, you could create your own soul skills and restrain the older students in the academy from acting recklessly. It is merely luck. I stumbled upon a few techniques for utilizing my martial soul. If we speak of talent, is there not a peer beside me who possesses the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul? As he spoke, Su Zhuqing turned to look at Mengxinji. By the way, Dream Committee, might it be possible to arrange for Renxue to join the Academy's battle team? Certainly, Mengxinji responded readily, without hesitation. Unlike Su Zhuqing's situation, exceptional auxiliary soul masters were few and far between, a scarce resource with little competition. Moreover, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was renowned throughout the land. Currently, in the royal battle team, the only qualified auxiliary soul master was Yi Lingling. Thus, even if Ning Renxue could not become a formal member, being a substitute would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Su Zhuqing, Renxue, how about we share a lunch together later? Xueqinghe suggested, casting a glance at Ning Renxue. Upon hearing this, Ning Renxue turned to Su Zhuqing, awaiting his decision. However, faced with the invitation, Zhu Zhuqing shook his head, gently declining. Not today. I have just enrolled and am still unfamiliar with many matters. Furthermore, Rong and I need to familiarize ourselves with the senior students of the battle team. He knew he could not grow too close to Qinrenxue. Although he had come to meet today, if he were to dine out, given the avalanche of events, he feared it would lead to future complications. Additionally, Qinrenxue's unexpectedly impressive demeanor today had instilled a sense of caution within him. Qinrenxue nodded, not pressing the matter further, and retrieved a gold medal from his pocket, handing it over. The medal was simply styled, yet it emanated a unique energy flow, etched with the character for heaven. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing, let us discuss this another day. Keep this medal. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to present it at the palace to find me. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing hesitate, Meng Xinji interjected, just accept it, Zhu Zhuqing. This medal is merely a personal emblem of the crown prince, without any other implications. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to accept the gold medal. After departing from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Qian Renxue entered the carriage with a frosty demeanor and coldly commanded, return to the palace. The serpent spear Dolua, disguised as a coachman, glanced at his young master, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. She had arrived with a lively spirit. How had she transformed into this state now? Yet, he dared not inquire further and swiftly urged the carriage away from the academy gates. Inside the carriage, Qian Renxue's expression was complex, her eyes occasionally flickering with a golden light, her aura undulating. The moment she laid eyes on Zhu Zhuqing, she felt an exhilarating rush. This encounter had finally confirmed his identity for her. It was not merely his appearance or martial soul that was familiar, it was the intangible aura. The tone of his speech, and even the gaze he held while thinking, everything felt strikingly familiar. At that moment, she could hardly contain her emotions. Even as she gazed at the youthful figure of Zhu Zhuqing, an indescribable feeling stirred within her. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. Although Qianrenxue was unaware that he had long known her true identity, she deduced from his occasional glances and words that his thoughts were deeply concealed. What is it you truly desire? She pondered, furrowing her brow. Why would you show interest in a mere soulmaster competition? If you seek to enhance your cultivation or acquire rewards with your capabilities, there is no need to rely on such means. She found it hard to believe he would be interested in the hollow glory of winning. Joining the battle team must have some ulterior motive. In dreams, Zhu Zhuqing had spent decades orchestrating a grand scheme. However, this time, it was her turn to be in the light while he remained in the shadows. Qianrenxue silently mused. And then there was Ning Rongrong. The thought darkened her expression. She was all too familiar with Ning Fengxi's character. For these two to refer to each other as siblings must mean they were harboring some ulterior motives. How about eliminating her? A hint of mockery graced Qianrenxue's lips. Her eyes icy as frost. After a moment of silence, a pair of golden eyes within her brightened. Then let it be. With a breath of frustration, Qianrenxue exhaled. This insufferable crown prince, I have endured enough. If necessary, I shall capture Zhu Zhuqing and return to the spirit hall. I wonder who could stop me. This time, the voice in her heart did not protest. Who asked you to walk into the snare? Within the academy, Zhu Zhuqing remained unaware that Ning Rongrong now bore a notorious title. After completing her enrollment procedures, the two made their way to the training base of the royal battle team, with several years remaining until the Soul Master competition commenced. The team members were not required to train constantly and enjoyed a degree of freedom. Moreover, the roster had yet to be finalized, and adjustments would likely occur in the coming year. However, this was evidently of little concern to the two of them. Zhu Zhuqing, whether in terms of innate talent or personal combat prowess, has already proven himself, with his priority even surpassing that of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. As for Ning Rongrong, the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul speaks volumes on its own. As he walked along the path, Zhu Zhuqing silently calculated the cards he currently held. He has evidently secured the backing of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Even if Ning Fengxi were to choose to side with Qinrenxue in the future, it would matter little, for it is not a contest between him and Qinrenxue, with the center of the vortex being shielded by the avalanche. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's initial objective has always been to coax an opening from his opponent, without the need for him to enter the fray personally. With the connection to Qianrenxue and Ning Rongrong, at least his personal safety is somewhat assured. Yet, this is not sufficient. With the advantages of having teammates in the battle team, he can attempt to engage with Du Guyan. The antidote for the Emerald Scale Serpent's venom poses no challenge for him, thus enabling him to use her as a bridge to connect with Du Gubo. Zhu Zhuqing had spent a considerable amount of time in the simulated world with the poison Dolua, and he had come to understand the latter's temperament reasonably well, finding him relatively easy to deal with. Unlike Qianrenxue, Diggybo could almost be described as a solitary figure, if their relationship was appropriately established. Being at his beck and call would not pose any difficulties. He held little interest in celestial herbs. However, having someone like Diggybo, a solitary title Dolua, by his side would, at this stage, prove to be more advantageous than merely having a powerful faction backing him. Chapter 68, Come. Take the medicine at the Tiando Royal Academy, in the battle team lounge. As Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong entered the opulent chamber, they were nearly blinded by the dazzling golden light that filled the room. The lavish space spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with golden palace lamps, gilded wallpaper, and an array of golden decorations, making it feel as if they had stepped into a resplendent miniature palace. At the center of the room sat a massive leather sofa, with a crystal coffee table in front displaying an assortment of exquisite snacks and beverages. One could only commend the Royal Academy. When it came to material indulgence, they truly excelled in every aspect. At that moment, the room housed only 3 individuals, all appearing to be under 20 by Soul Master standards. A young man and woman were seated on the sofa. The young man had long, flowing black hair, dressed in a simple blue outfit. His tall stature and proper posture lending an air of seriousness to his somewhat expressionless face. The young woman reclined lazily against the back of the sofa, her short, deep purple hair exuding an air of confidence, while her striking green eyes possessed an alluring, almost mystical charm. They were none other than Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, whom Su Cheng had briefly met the previous day but had not engaged in extensive conversation. In another corner stood a blue-haired girl clad in black attire and a veil, emanating an aura of cold aloofness. Upon noticing Su Cheng and his companion enter, all 3, including the girl in the corner, rose to greet them. "Welcome, Junior Su. You are the 4th official member of our royal fighting team," Yu Tianheng said, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I'm Yu Tianheng, a level 35 assault system soul master, wielding the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex as my martial soul. Du Guyan, a level 34 control system soul master with the emerald-scaled serpent as her martial soul, smiled charmingly, casting a curious glance at Ning Rongrong, who stood beside Su Cheng. The last to speak was the previously silent girl in the corner. Her voice was melodious yet somewhat hollow, evoking a sense of ethereal unreality. The 9-heart begonia? Upon hearing this martial soul's name, Ning Rongrong, who had appeared in different moments earlier, could not help but exclaim in surprise. "What is it?" Su Cheng inquired softly, glancing at her. "My father once remarked that the 9-heart begonia is a marvel among martial souls," Ning Rongrong began, scrutinizing the reticent Yilingling. "Regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, it has only one soul skill, a widespread healing ability, the extent of which is controlled by the soul master's will. The higher the level and the more soul rings, the greater the healing power available." Though she refrained from elaborating further on the drawbacks of the 9-heart begonia's hereditary legacy in the presence of its wielder, her words had already astonished both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. Few were familiar with such a martial soul, and the fact that this young girl could accurately articulate its characteristics indicated her noble lineage. Even Yi Lingling, who had been lost in thought, cast a glance in her direction. "Junior Su, who is this?" Yu Tianheng asked. "This is Ning Rongrong, the sole daughter of the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with an innate soul power reaching level 9. Upon hearing Su Cheng's introduction, Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Could it be that she, Rongrong, has already enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy, and the Dream Education Commission intends for her to train with our team? Su Cheng clarified. "Excellent news, indeed." Yu Tianheng clapped his hands, his previously stiff demeanor revealing clear delight. "Captain, you mentioned that I am the 4th official member of the team?" Su Cheng confirmed. "Indeed," Yu Tianheng nodded, proceeding to explain. "Currently, the royal fighting team is still in the selection process. Besides myself and Du Guyan, only Yi Lingling's place is assured. The other candidates are still under consideration, with only a few likely to secure a position, and even those are confirmed for the reserve team. For instance, Ji Yuan, whom you faced earlier, despite his decent level, lacks the inherent qualities in his martial soul, which limits his combat prowess." Upon hearing Ji Yuan's name, Du Guyan displayed a look of disdain. "That guy is quite the poser. With his capabilities, he could easily join the first team, but he insists on leading his own team, hence remaining in the second team to compete for captaincy. If you could teach him a lesson, it would be quite satisfying for us to witness." "Du Guyan," Yu Tianheng interjected, quickly silencing her. Du Guyan, sensing the reprimand, merely stuck out her tongue and refrained from further comment. Su Cheng silently observed the expressions of the 2 individuals. It appeared that they had yet to reach the stage of being a couple. Nevertheless, their relationship had grown notably intimate, with Yu Tianheng displaying more initiative, suggesting a mutual affection. To be candid, he held little hope for this pairing. Setting aside the issue of the snake venom afflicting Du Guyan, considering the principles of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she might be regarded merely as a means to connect with the title Dolua. However, this young woman was not one to endure grievances quietly, and conflicts could easily arise. Yu Tianheng and Yu Xiaojiang shared somewhat similar temperaments. Neither was particularly domineering, yet their sect held paramount importance in their hearts, which could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Nonetheless, these thoughts flitted through his mind fleetingly. The future of these 2 bore little significance to him. Su Cheng placed 4 vials of potions on the coffee table, smiling as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." "What is this?" Yu Tianheng and the others were momentarily taken aback by his actions. "They are potions that I have developed over the years, drawing inspiration from ancient texts and medical treatises. Their effects are commendable, and they possess no significant side effects. To be frank, my family is of modest means, and the attire I wear, including this soul-guiding device, was earned through my efforts in this field. After a brief moment, the others began to grasp his intention, but hesitation soon followed. Potions are not uncommon among various sects and noble families, especially when their disciples have yet to awaken their martial souls. Such methods can indeed enhance potential to a degree, modestly increasing innate soul power upon awakening. However, their unfamiliarity with Zhu Zhuqing, having just met him today, rendered them reluctant to readily experiment with the potions he presented. Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this scenario and exchanged a glance with Ning Renxue. A hint of surprise flickered across her charming visage. She had not expected Zhu Zhuqing to possess knowledge in this area. Casually, she picked up a vial of potion and waved it before her eyes, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. You can even do this? In her heart, she harbored no suspicion or defenses, instinctively believing that someone endorsed by both her father and Master Jian was undoubtedly trustworthy. However, she was genuinely astonished. Generally speaking, soul masters in their youth primarily focus on enhancing their soul power. Research is a rarity, and aside from cultivation, they scarcely find time to hone their soul ring skills. Yet here was Zhu Zhuqing, not only creating his own soul techniques but also delving into the realm of potions. Chapter 69. Junior, do you have more? Give it a try, Zhu Zhuqing smiled, offering no further explanation. So mysterious, Ning Renxue thought little of it, assuming it to be an ordinary supplement, and she consumed it on the spot. In their 7 treasure glazed tile sect, similar enhancement potions existed, though most proved ineffective and were rather superfluous. However, Zhu Zhuqing's potion was evidently of a different caliber. The moment Ning Renxue ingested it, she immediately sensed something amiss. A slight warmth coursed through her body, yet it was not uncomfortable. Rather, it brought a delightful sensation of relaxation. The flow of soul power within her meridian surged at an accelerated pace, her body fervently craving the infusion of the world's energy. And the efficiency of soul power conversion escalated several tiers. The rate of her cultivation, which had recently plateaued, suddenly exhibited signs of resurgence. Casting a joyful glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Renxue had no time for further words and swiftly settled down to meditate and cultivate. The fluctuations of her aura were exceedingly intense, and all present could distinctly feel her soul power rapidly ascending. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing turned his gaze toward the others. However, even with Ning Renxue's demonstration, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan still appeared somewhat hesitant. The situation before them was rather absurd. They had never encountered any potion with such conspicuous effects. In truth, they were overthinking the matter. The remarkable efficacy experienced by Ning Renxue was merely due to her being on the verge of a breakthrough. Ultimately, it was merely a short-term stimulation. A fortunate coincidence at best. Zhu Zhuqing had not deceived them. This potion indeed had the capability to regulate the body, significantly alleviate the pressure on meridians in a short span, and stimulate the flow of soul power, all without adverse effects when consumed in moderation. However, this was not its primary function. Observing the expressions of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, Zhu Zhuqing internally sighed. Had he known that Ning Renxue was on the brink of a breakthrough, he would not have allowed her to serve as a demonstration, as it seemed to have backfired. Nevertheless, he had prepared himself for this scenario. If a swift resolution was unattainable, alternatives could be sought. Just as he was poised to ease the atmosphere, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A delicate, fair hand reached out and seized a vial of the potion from the table. It was none other than Yi Lingling. Without uttering a word, she lifted her veil and, emulating Ning Renxue, ingested the potion. Almost immediately, her aura began to exhibit subtle fluctuations, though not as pronounced as Ning Renxue's. Witnessing this, Du Guyan ceased her indecision and casually took a vial for herself. After consuming it, she winked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Junior Su, how could a senior like me squander your kind intentions?" Once she settled down, Yu Tianheng appeared somewhat isolated and awkward, hesitantly reaching for a vial as well. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently and spoke, "Senior, there is no need to rush. Let us wait until they have finished their adjustments." Unlike the esteemed Delois grandpa, who cherished Du Guyan as a precious treasure, Yu Tianheng's apparent glory masked a rather modest standing within the clan. It is entirely natural for a child raised in such an environment to be somewhat contemplative. Unfortunately, he indeed exhibits a degree of indecisiveness in his character. Regardless of whether he utilizes this potion or not, he should not display hesitation in this moment, given his current approach. Without reaching the pinnacle of cultivation or possessing a benefactor, he is likely destined to be estranged from the position of clan leader. At that moment, Du Guyan, who had just consumed the potion, suddenly changed her expression, her eyes snapping open. Her somewhat enchanting green gaze fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing, her voice tinged with an unmistakable excitement. "What kind of potion is this? What's wrong, Yanzi?" Yu Tianheng's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly discarded the potion in his hand, looking at Du Guyan with evident concern. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He turned his attention to Du Guyan and inquired, "Senior, is there something amiss?" "No, nothing is wrong," Du Guyan replied, casting a glance at the anxious Yu Tianheng and the startled Yi Lingling, who had just been roused by her exclamation. She hesitated, her lips trembling as she swallowed the words she had intended to express, opting instead to say, "It's nothing, Junior. Thank you for the potion." It has been of great assistance to me. There's no need for gratitude, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a gentle nod, yet he understood her unspoken concerns. It appeared she had not disclosed her issues with snake venom to others. In the study of pharmacology, the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy are paramount. The soothing of meridians is merely the effect produced by the combination of 7-star grass and blue phosphor flower, rather than the ultimate remedy. However, this preparation is not a specific antidote for the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent. Its true efficacy lies in significantly enhancing the poison resistance of soul masters. Judging by Du Guyan's hair color and eye hue, the toxicity within her was palpable, likely causing her considerable distress. After consuming this potion, it is normal for her symptoms to experience temporary alleviation, leading to her heightened emotions. Approximately half an hour later, the three gradually regained consciousness. With Ning Rongrong showing the most remarkable transformation, her soul power surging directly to level 25, effectively saving her 6 months of cultivation time. Brother, thank you, she expressed sincerely. The term brother spoken with heartfelt authenticity. There is no need for such formalities between us, he replied. Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand and casually replied. In his heart, he has always regarded Ning Rongrong as a junior whom he needs to look after. Thank you, junior. Yi Lingling's voice remained as hollow as ever. Yet the gratitude within was unmistakably evident. Senior, there is no need for such formality. Zhu Zhuqing harbored a sense of gratitude towards Yi Lingling. Had she not taken the initiative, Du Guyan may not have been inclined to partake in the potion. The junior spoke up. Her expression tinged with a hint of apprehension. Do you have any surplus of that potion? Upon uttering these words, she appeared rather embarrassed and quickly added. What do you need? I can offer you something in exchange. I still have a few vials. I will give them all to you. Zhu Zhuqing retrieved 4 additional vials from his soul guide device. They were not particularly valuable items, and he felt that an exchange was unnecessary as he lacked for nothing. The efficacy of the potion was evident to all present. Dismissing its worth was clearly unconvincing. The gratitude on Du Guyan's face became increasingly pronounced. Yet the potion was indeed of great utility to her. After expressing her thanks repeatedly, she accepted the vials. Zhu Zhuqing felt a quiet satisfaction within himself. The production cost of this potion was indeed remarkably low, yet it required a plethora of materials and sophisticated preparation techniques. The average person might not comprehend its intricacies. But with Du Gubo's extensive experience in medicine due to his prolonged illness, should Du Guyan present the potion to him, the poisoned Doloa would undoubtedly discern its extraordinary qualities. In truth, throughout the day, he had been anticipating Du Guyan to utter that final phrase. How generous you are, Ning Rongrong remarked with a hint of sarcasm as they exited the training room. Sometimes, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. With a slight curl of her lips, Ning Rongrong chose not to elaborate. She harbored a certain aversion towards the woman, Du Guyan, which had nothing to do with Zhu Zhuqing. In her eyes, Du Guyan was rather too alluring. The unusual hue of her hair and eyes was one thing, but the emerald green of her fingernails was quite another, giving off an impression of impropriety. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing casually retrieved 3 vials of potion and offered them to Ning Rongrong. These are for you. No need, the previous one was sufficient. Ning Rongrong quickly waved her hand in refusal. Coming from a privileged background, she was not one to take advantage of others. Her earlier remarks had merely been casual, without any specific intent towards Zhu Zhuqing. Take them, I insist. There's no need for formality, he urged. Can this truly enhance my soul power? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly accepted the vials. Pour it into warm bath water. Soak in it for an hour while bathing. And use 1 vial daily to strengthen your physical foundation. Ning Rongrong paused at his words. Not enhancing soul power, but rather strengthening my physical foundation? Yet she was merely an auxiliary spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing discerned the thoughts of his companion and chuckled, as I previously mentioned. Even an auxiliary soul master must possess certain means of self-defense. Regardless, I genuinely regard you as my sister and sincerely hope that you will have the freedom to make choices in the future. If you are unwilling to train, then even using some potions would be better than nothing. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the 3 glass vials in her hand. The smooth crystalline surfaces reflected a faint glow under the sunlight, and the viscous liquid inside seemed to emit a subtle herbal fragrance. She felt a surge of emotion. Though she was uncertain of the true value of these potions, she knew that the one capable of breaking through her bottleneck was indeed extraordinary. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of an instantaneous level up, she dared not underestimate Zhu Zhuqing's expertise in this regard. Moreover, his recent words had taken her by surprise. Observing the changes in Ning Rongrong's expression, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of nostalgia. Finally, there was someone whose character had not deviated significantly. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had noticed that many key figures from the narrative had undergone alterations, whether it was Qian Renxue or Ning Fengji. He felt he had a clear understanding of their peculiarities within the simulated world. Fortunately, despite Ning Fengji's somewhat eccentric behavior, he still resembled the master of the world's foremost auxiliary sect that Zhu Zhuqing was familiar with, smooth in dealings, adept at maneuvering, and skilled at attracting talents. Otherwise, he would have faced even greater constraints. To this day, only Ning Rongrong remained relatively normal, though she exhibited a bit of a princess complex. As long as he addressed her concerns appropriately, it was quite manageable. By the way, how much do you know about the crown prince of the empire? I know a bit. Why do you ask? After stowing away the potions, Ning Rongrong was puzzled by Su Cheng's sudden mention of Shuqinghe. He looked rather serious. Dressed in black. I have never seen a nobleman in such attire before. Ning Rongrong appeared contemplative and slowly continued. Indeed, he once visited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But he did not initially present himself this way. What? Su Cheng was taken aback. How did he appear back then? He seemed very amiable and courteous. With a good reputation. My father held him in high regard, though over the past few years, their interactions have decreased. My father has mentioned that he finds him somewhat inscrutable. When did this change occur? Su Cheng asked with a solemn expression. Let me think. It was probably over 4 years ago. At that time, many in the upper circles of the imperial city were discussing this matter. Over 4 years ago. Su Cheng's expression suddenly shifted. Wasn't that precisely the moment he had just departed from Wangsu village and entered the Nodding Academy? Thus, the source of the change related to Shuqinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, originated from himself. If that were indeed the case, it could be viewed as a fortuitous development. His greatest fear lay in the possibility that this world did not adhere to the original timeline, much like the simulated realm devoid of the traveler Tang San. This world could very well be an alternate Dola universe. Should that be the reality, his prophetic advantage would be rendered entirely obsolete. Yet, what could be the underlying cause? Was it the awakening of his martial soul? The activation of the simulator? Or perhaps a conflict arising between himself and this world's destined child, Tang San, resulting in an imperceptible alteration? However, it seemed there was mention of a fate's threat upon entering the simulation. Could that be relevant? In the subsequent period, Su Cheng devoted most of his time to stable cultivation within the academy, occasionally offering guidance to Ning Rongrong. Based on Su Cheng's observations, the enhancement effects on her physique after utilizing the body-strengthening medicinal bath were indeed quite remarkable. As a support-type soulmaster, her constitution was inherently frail, allowing her to absorb the medicinal properties more effectively than the average individual. Interestingly, Ning Rongrong had grown considerably closer to him. Yet Su Cheng found himself somewhat inept at dealing with a girl of her age, often relegating her to team training. During this time, Yu Tianheng frequently inquired after Su Cheng's well-being, seldom probing into the fact that they did not often train together. Nevertheless, his words were often laced with subtle tests, and he occasionally broached the subject of potions. Su Cheng was acutely aware that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect harbored certain intentions. Rather than hastily declining, he chose to allow the other party to wait for a few days. Yu Tianheng indeed held a favorable impression of Su Cheng. In his eyes, Su Cheng's prowess and innate talent were unparalleled, yet he exhibited a commendable humility and was easy to get along with. Although he rarely participated in team training, he did not monopolize the company of Ning Rongrong, a top-tier support spirit master, displaying considerable composure. However, recalling the family's stance, he felt a twinge of concern. The other party was on familiar terms with the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and had become the sole disciple of the sword Duel, rendering his own proud identity rather insignificant. Currently, his only recourse was to play the emotional card. Su Cheng could likely surmise the thoughts of the other party, yet he was disinclined to pay them any heed. During this period, aside from cultivating his soul power, he devoted the majority of his time to honing his swordsmanship, which rendered it inconvenient for him to train alongside others. Moreover, those individuals could not keep pace with his rhythm. After nearly a month had elapsed, the person he had been awaiting finally arrived. In the rest area of the Tiando Royal Academy, aside from Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin, an elderly man was also present. Seated closely alongside Du Guyin, their demeanor suggesting a warm intimacy. The old man appeared quite ordinary at first glance, clad in a simple gray robe, yet upon closer inspection, he revealed an extraordinary presence. His slender figure sat upright, resembling a spear standing tall. His hair and beard were a deep green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. His aura was profound and unfathomable, akin to an abyss or a vast ocean. His cheeks appeared somewhat gaunt, and his green hair fell disheveled around him. With his hands concealed within the sleeves of his robe, his eyes fluttered between openness and closure, entirely neglecting Yu Tianheng, who stood nearby, instead patiently listening to Du Guyan's conversation. Chapter 71. Do you think I am an ordinary talent? As Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered the rest area, the old man with green hair fixed his piercing gaze upon them. In that instant, as he widened his eyes, the temperature in the entire room seemed to plummet. His lifeless, deep green eyes radiated not only coldness but also a chilling malevolence. Even with Su Cheng's keen vision, he had not yet discerned the elder's movements when the man had already materialized before him like a fleeting specter. At that moment, the girl with deep purple hair, who had just been seated beside the elder, finally reacted. She quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming loudly, "Grandfather." On another front, Ning Rongrong's expression subtly altered as she softly cautioned, "Poison Dolua, Dugabo." Upon hearing this, Dugabo cast a fleeting glance her way but opted for silence, directing his attention instead to the youthful figure before him. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards this lad. who appeared several years younger than his own granddaughter. And his previously imposing demeanor softened ever so slightly. Was the potion that Yin Yin used provided by you? Dugubo inquired with a cold tone. Grandfather. At that moment, Dugu Yin hurried over, tugging at her grandfather's sleeve, and then glanced at Su Cheng with a hint of apology. To be candid, while it was indeed Su Cheng's intention all along, Dugu Yan's actions were somewhat inappropriate. She should have at least greeted him first. However, considering their recent acquaintance, it was not entirely unreasonable for her to consult her elder about the potion he had given. In fact, Yu Tianheng had even reported the matter directly to his family. Su Cheng's mind whirled, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he turned to Dugu Bo and nodded. Senior Dugu, indeed, the elixir was given to my senior sister by me. But is there something amiss within it? Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's countenance darkened momentarily, followed by a piercing gaze fixed upon him, enveloped in silence. As a titled Dolaw, even without releasing any aura, a mere shift in demeanor could instill fear in others. Tension permeated the air, creating an almost palpable atmosphere. In the distance, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted slightly, marked by both anxiety and confusion. His underlying trepidation towards Dugu Bo intensified, leaving him in a state of disarray. Dugu Yin, too, appeared at a loss, opening her mouth yet unsure of what to articulate. Standing beside Su Cheng, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, preparing to step forward and voice her objections. Su Cheng, upon noticing her actions, swiftly extended his palm to grasp her wrist, halting her subsequent movements. He met Donggu Bo's gaze with poise, their eyes reflecting a serene clarity. The cold demeanor on Donggu Bo's face suddenly softened, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a commendable mindset! What remarkable courage! Young man, I hold you in high regard. I wonder what your intentions are, esteemed Donggu." Donggu Bo casually patted his shoulder, dismissing the formalities. "There's no need for such distance. You may address me as Grandpa, just as Yin Yin does. Su Cheng, in the past, I referred to you as Brother Dugu, and you addressed me as Mr. Su. Now, do you wish for me to call you Grandfather? Even if the two worlds cannot be treated as one, it is a title I cannot utter." Of course, Su Cheng merely harbored these thoughts internally. He offered a slight bow to Dugu Bo and said, "I am grateful for your esteemed regard, but my master is the sword Dua Qianrenxue, and it would be inappropriate to disrupt the hierarchy of our relationships." "You have taken Qianrenxue as your master?" Dugu Bo inquired, somewhat taken aback as he glanced at his granddaughter. She had not mentioned this to him. At that moment, Dugu Yin felt somewhat helpless. She had not yet had the opportunity to elaborate on Su Cheng's circumstances to Dugu Bo, and now he had hastily come to find her after merely testing the potion. Yet, she was also surprised by how accommodating her grandfather had become. Indeed, at this juncture, Ning Rongrong interjected, "My brother is the sole direct disciple of Grandmaster Jian. How can he be called grandfather? Then why do you still address him as brother?" Dugu Bo retorted with a cold smirk. Ning Rongrong's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "We each have our own titles. Then let us each maintain our own titles." Dugu Bo responded, "Esteemed elder, this is rather inappropriate." Su Cheng hurriedly interrupted the dispute between the two, then subtly gestured for Ning Rongrong to refrain from further comments. Observing this, Dugu Bo chose not to pursue the matter any further, as his previous remarks were merely casual. Since Su Cheng is a disciple of Qianrenxue, it is naturally impossible for him to regard him as a grandfather. This is entirely different from the interactions among younger generations, such as those with Ning Rongrong. Glancing at the few people around, Dugu Bo patted Su Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Come with me, lad." He then turned and walked towards a separate room on the side of the lounge hall. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened with concern as she pulled Su Cheng back. Su Cheng glanced at her and softly said, "It's all right, just wait here." After nodding towards Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng, he followed them into the room, closing the door casually behind him. Observing this action, Dugu Bo's eyes revealed a hint of approval. He then adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Young man, do you possess substantial knowledge about pharmaceuticals?" "My name is Su Cheng." With meaning honesty, he corrected the elder's address before continuing. "To be precise, it is not merely pharmaceuticals, but rather my extensive study of the medical arts." "Well, Su Cheng, it is commendable for someone of your tender age to have an understanding of medicine, but do you truly have the time to delve into the medical arts?" Dugu Bo expressed skepticism. "There is no need for you to test me, senior. Life is inherently unequal. One's lineage, background, talent, and disposition all contribute to this disparity." Su Cheng replied calmly, "Just as with the awakening of martial souls, some individuals are born with abundant soul power, destined to become titled Duos, while others possess no soul power whatsoever and cannot even become soul masters. This applies similarly in other realms." "Are you suggesting that you are a genius in the medical arts?" Dugu Bo questioned. "Indeed, that is the case." "What audacity!" Dugu Bo did not express anger. Rather, he found amusement in Su Cheng's boldness. "Senior, you seem to be afflicted by severe poison," Su Cheng remarked, casting a quick glance at him. "Your hair color, your eye color, even the scent that emanates from you, all serve as evidence." "Nonsense." Dugu Bo's expression darkened. "I am well aware of the effects of beast martial souls on the human body. There is no need for you to deceive me. We have no vested interests." and I have no reason to intimidate you. After a moment of mutual gaze, Dugubo's expression gradually softened. You are correct. With your talents, and now being favored by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there is truly no need for you to covet anything from me. After a brief silence, he spoke with difficulty. If you are able to discern that I am severely poisoned, do you believe there is a remedy? I can attempt to treat it. Then give it a try. If it proves ineffective, I would be immensely grateful if you could at least alleviate Yan Yan's condition. In truth, Dugubo was well aware of the nature of his affliction and held no illusions. However, he still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding Su Cheng's abilities, as the toxicity in Dugu Yin was relatively mild. Chapter 72. Someone looks upon me with disfavor, by the way, Senior Dugu. May I inquire if you have any other impressions of me? Perhaps you have seen me before? As Su Cheng collected blood samples from Dugubo for examination, he casually probed, what do you think of me? Dugubo cast a peculiar glance at him, retorting, who do you think you are? My granddaughter is older than you. What is this? You don't want to be my grandson, but wish to be my brother instead? Su Cheng, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and chose to refrain from pursuing the topic further, though his mind was abuzz with contemplation. His time spent with Dugubo in the simulated world had been considerable, certainly surpassing that with Ning Fengji. Yet, Dugubo's mannerisms seemed far more ordinary compared to the eccentricities displayed by Qian Renxue or Ning Fengji, if these behaviors did not stem from memories of another realm. How did the simulator alter the original course of fate? Including the previously encountered Qianrenxue, aside from taking on disciples, there appeared to be nothing particularly unusual about him, far from the fervor exhibited by Ning Fengji. However, the act of accepting disciples is not entirely beyond comprehension. In this world, the most exceptional sword-type martial soul is merely the 7-killing sword. Perhaps Qianrenxue was not disinclined to take on disciples, but rather lacked suitable candidates. In the simulated realm, he had himself adopted a son who was the heir of the Wufeng sword. Alternatively, could these characters' transformations stem from other reasons? Alas, the clues were scant. Su Cheng sighed inwardly. The secrets of the simulator must remain concealed, and he would have to seek further opportunities to gauge Ning Fengji's disposition. The fleeting murderous intent exhibited by Qian Renxue during their last encounter had left him quite unsettled. Hey, kid, what are you pondering? Dugubo, noticing Su Cheng's distracted demeanor, expressed his discontent. Even he, a dignified titled Doloa, felt a tinge of anxiety, only to find this fellow lost in thought. Oh, your poison might still have a remedy, Su Cheng replied, feigning seriousness as he continued his examination for a moment before retracting his silver needles, stating earnestly, is that truly so? At this, Dugubo straightened his posture. Indeed, it is true. Ordinarily, the poison you bear has seeped into your very marrow, rendering you beyond salvation. However, Su Cheng scrutinized him. I presume you have discovered some means to suppress the toxicity within you, haven't you? Dugubo, taken aback, inquired, you can discern that? This is fundamental. Anyone with a modicum of medical knowledge could perceive it. Even with your title Dolua prowess, you should have already been dead by now. Su Cheng remarked coolly. Yet, there are no traces of medicinal substances on you. It seems you have employed a unique environment for suppression. Pausing momentarily, he continued, treating you in the location where you are suppressing the toxin may still offer some hope. Dugubo regarded Su Cheng, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly. Su Cheng met his gaze with composure. After a brief moment, he gently nodded and said, indeed, I have discovered a wondrous place that can suppress the venom within me. It is also my medicinal garden. Although Dugubo had a general understanding of the extraordinary nature of the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was not fully aware of the preciousness of that location. Seeing Su Cheng broach the subject directly, he decided to speak candidly. Please tell me about the general conditions of your medicinal garden. There exists a hot spring where ice and fire intertwine, rich in spiritual energy. Yet it comprises extreme fire and ice attributes. As they had already spoken openly, Dugubo no longer hesitated and succinctly described the situation regarding the Eye of Ice and Fire to Su Cheng. I have a fair understanding of your location now. There, I am confident I can cure the venom afflicting you. Do you know which place I am referring to? Dugubo asked, somewhat astonished. The marvel of the Eye of Ice and Fire is difficult to articulate. Indeed, the coexistence of ice and fire's spiritual energies, the companionship of extreme cold and extreme heat, makes it unsurprising that it can suppress the venom within you. Moreover, such a treasure trove is highly conducive to the growth of various rare plants, and the medicinal herbs needed for your treatment are likely to be found there. Shall we go there now? Dugubo sprang to his feet. Su Cheng was able to glean such a wealth of information from his mere utterances, and at this moment, the credibility in his heart had risen to an elevated level. Yet, he firmly declined the invitation. It is not convenient for me to visit your place at this time. Why? Dugubo immediately furrowed his brow. I have other matters that remain unresolved. There is no need for you to rush. The toxins within you cannot be remedied in a short span of time, and haste will serve no purpose. Su Cheng spoke without lifting his head. He was indeed not inclined to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire at the moment, for the past held no advantages for him. Even if he procured the celestial herb, he had no means to utilize it, and even if he did, he could not safeguard such a treasure. Furthermore, He had no desire to be seen alongside Du Gubo, although Du Gubo was an excellent bodyguard. Revealing their association would diminish its effectiveness significantly. The poisoned law was far too weak for a one-on-one confrontation. As a formidable backdrop, having the Seven Treasures glazed tile school at his back sufficed. However, Du Gubo appeared somewhat dissatisfied with Su Cheng's reasoning, his gaze tinged with skepticism, as if to question whether he was merely deceiving him, implying that he might be incapable of treating the poison. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Let us proceed this way. I shall first attend to your granddaughter's affliction. Simply procure a few medicinal herbs from your pharmacy for me. The toxicity within her is still mild, making it manageable to treat. Observing Su Cheng carrying Du Guyan out, Du Gubo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, the primary reason for his hasty visit to Su Cheng was to find a cure for the poison afflicting his granddaughter. Moreover, Elder Du Gu, I kindly ask that you keep my ability to heal you confidential for the time being. Why? Du Gubo felt a sense of bewilderment. Was it not advantageous for others to know he had secured the friendship of a titled Doluo? Furthermore, should this matter be made public, he need not worry about not acknowledging the favor later on. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng finally smiled wryly and said, in truth, I hope you can protect me discreetly for a while. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince seems to harbor some discontent towards me. Du Gubo, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. He comprehended Su Cheng's words, yet did not fully grasp their implications. To him, Su Cheng undeniably possessed remarkable talent. But what merit did he possess to incur the displeasure of the Imperial Crown Prince with such limited prowess? I cannot ascertain the exact reasons. Su Cheng continued with a hint of helplessness in his tone. However, I once encountered him during a meeting at the Academy's committee and sensed a certain malice directed at me. This time, he was not deceiving. He himself was bewildered by Qian Renxue's erratic behavior. Had he been aware of the underlying reasons, he could have devised specific precautions rather than feeling utterly at a loss. Chapter 73. I perceive that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince does not appear to be a virtuous individual. Elder Du Gu, I have heard that you are now a guest elder of the Imperial Royal Family? Indeed, Du Gubo affirmed. I wonder what insights you possess regarding this Imperial Crown Prince. Du Gubo scrutinized Su Cheng, his skepticism evident regarding the latter's earlier statement. My knowledge of Shueqinghe is rather limited. I am merely serving as a guest elder out of respect for Shueqing. Su Cheng cast a glance at him, hesitatingly remarking, that Shueqinghe seems to be a master of poison. Is the Tindo royal family also engaged in such studies? What? Dong Gubo's heart jolted in alarm. This statement was unsettlingly profound. What do you mean by that? I have considerable knowledge of pharmaceuticals, Su Cheng replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Although that prince concealed himself adeptly during our last encounter, I detected a faint herbal scent emanating from him. These herbs are harmless in their own right. Yet when mixed in a particular sequence and proportion, they can be concocted into a slow-acting chronic poison. His words held a facade of certainty, yet in truth, they were mere fabrications. Qian Renxue had been lurking in the Tiando Empire for so long that she would undoubtedly be vigilant about such details, making it improbable for her to expose such a flaw. However, these concerns were trivial. Su Cheng's intent was to provoke her political adversaries into drawing connections. Crucially, his statements were not entirely unfounded. Poison had indeed been a common method employed by Qian Renxue to eliminate her rivals over the years. Even the second and third princes had succumbed to the perils of Wuhuan poison. Pursuing this line of inquiry could potentially uncover some truths, should this matter circulate. Coupled with a little manipulation, Qian Renxue's situation would undoubtedly become much more precarious. By the way, I've heard that in recent years, the prince's conduct has notably changed. Dong Gubo pondered for a moment before nodding. It does seem that way. I am not particularly concerned with royal affairs, but Shueqing has indeed voiced complaints a few times. It appears that many are suffering far more than I am. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to Dong Gubo and said with a meaningful tone, I have heard that the empire's second and third princes both met their demise due to poison. Dong Gubo's brow furrowed even tighter. For someone so young, you seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Are you seeking to court danger? Su Cheng disregarded the other's sarcasm and continued with his thoughts. The Snowy Night Emperor may not have been entirely free of doubts regarding this prince. However, the struggle for the throne inevitably involves bloodshed. He might be aware of it, merely feigning ignorance, as there remains only this one viable heir. Since you are cognizant of this, refrain from overthinking the royal conflicts. Such matters are hardly suitable for someone of your age. Du Gubo coldly huffed. As a titled Doluo, he felt indifferent about discussing such matters, his strength serving as his assurance. His current demeanor was primarily to consider Su Cheng, believing he ought not to become too entangled in these affairs. Yet, what if this prince were not his son? How would he respond then? Su Cheng gazed at Du Gubo. That is impossible. Du Gubo raised an eyebrow. Even if physique and appearance could be disguised, how could one conceal the royal lineage's martial spirit? That is difficult to ascertain. Su Cheng chuckled softly. The means available to soul masters are plentiful. Do you possess any evidence? Du Gubo inquired skeptically. None. Su Cheng shook his head. However, he harbors malevolence towards me. I cannot remain passive. I suggest you maintain a distance from him, and I shall discreetly protect you, so there is no need for you to attract unnecessary trouble. Senior Dugu, do you not have a close relationship with Prince Xuexing? If, in the future, Xueqinghe were to inherit the throne, wouldn't that prince also find himself in a precarious position? Su Cheng did not respond to Du Gubo's inquiry, but instead shared his thoughts. After all, who wishes to remain in a constant state of trepidation? In truth, this presents a favorable opportunity, and I merely offer a suggestion. Over the past few years, Xueqinghe's temperament has undergone a significant transformation, inevitably resulting in unrest among his subordinates. You must understand, esteemed elder, that a shift in an individual's character, regardless of its long-term advantages, will undoubtedly impose considerable psychological pressure on others in the short term, creating ample room for maneuvering. Those who hold the throne are invariably suspicious. When certain matters are discussed by many, they may be misconstrued as the ultimate truth. Du Gubo's expression subtly shifted as he gazed intently at Su Qing, inquiring about his intended course of action. There is nothing to be done. Simply relay all these clues and conjectures to Xuebeng, and he will be unable to restrain himself from taking action. I have encountered him several times at the academy. He still harbors ambition and has not been entirely cowed. While Xueqinghe currently possesses a solid foundation, Xuebeng is in a different position. He has no avenue for retreat. The longer this situation drags on, the more precarious his position will become. Should Xueqinghe ascend to the throne with the precedents set by his two elder brothers, Xuebeng's life would be on the precipice of countdown. Su Qing gazed intently at Du Gubo and spoke in a low voice. Now, it rests upon His Highness the Prince to express any thoughts he may harbor. Does Prince Xuexing have any intentions? Du Gubo understood well that Xuexing indeed had intentions. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly tested the waters in his presence. Although Du Gubo wished to remain aloof from the royal disputes, it did not imply that he was oblivious to them. I have discerned it, he said, as a cold glimmer flickered in the depths of his emerald eyes, his countenance darkening instantly. You must have been awaiting my arrival, were you not? Was that vial of potion deliberately administered to Yin Yin? His facial features returned to the somewhat rigid expression he wore upon their first encounter, and the aura surrounding him became tumultuous, imposing immense pressure upon Su Cheng. I should have anticipated this. With your medical expertise, you must have recognized at a glance that Yin Yin was severely poisoned. Am I correct? Su Cheng smiled faintly, neither denying nor feeling any sense of guilt or fear under the piercing gaze and pressure exerted by Du Gubo. Indeed, he possessed the confidence to heal his senior sister, and he was well aware that Dugu was a person who distinguished between grievances and gratitude. Humph, you certainly have a way with words. Du Gubo's anger receded, and the muscles of his face relaxed. Though young, he harbored a multitude of thoughts. He wondered if Xueqinghe would regret having previously shown malice towards Su Cheng upon learning of his current intentions. Regret? Su Cheng sighed inwardly. What a farce. If he had known that Qian Renxue would inexplicably harbor murderous intent towards him, he would have kept his distance. He glanced at Du Gubo, pondering whether the elder was indeed prepared to involve himself. Since you can cure the poison afflicting Yin Yin and claim you can treat me, I naturally cannot remain an idle bystander. At this point, he sighed again. Xuexing was indeed under considerable pressure, and perhaps he was right. Time was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. Are you certain there is an issue with Xueqinghe? At the very least, he is an adept poison user. His identity is suspect, and he is exceptionally skilled in disguise. These facts are indisputable. To speak disrespectfully, elder, your proficiency in poison pales in comparison to his. Chapter 74. The Coxcomb Phoenix and the Chihuahua Tulip. Ordinary poisons pose little threat to high-ranking soul masters, unless they are toxins born of powerful martial souls, such as your Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor. However, to lower-tier soul masters or ordinary individuals, such poisons can be exceedingly lethal and often undetectable. Among the nobility, there exist numerous targets akin to this. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo appeared contemplative. He was aware of some of the insider information surrounding the upheaval in the royal family back in the day, having been mentioned by Xuexing, though he had paid little heed to it at the time. The current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuiyi, originally had 4 sons. At that time, the most outstanding offspring was not Xueqinghe, but the second prince, who was exceptionally astute in dealing with matters. However, when he was 12 years old, he suddenly passed away, while Xueqinghe was 14 at the time. The third son of Emperor Shuiyi was a genius in cultivation. Yet he also met an untimely end at the age of 11 the following year. The truth behind these events remains shrouded in mystery, with no leads on the perpetrator discovered. However, 2 days prior to the second prince's death, Emperor Shuiyi had conferred with several high-ranking officials regarding the selection of the crown prince, and nearly all of them favored the second prince. At that time, all 4 princes resided within the palace, and both the second and third princes died under similar circumstances of poisoning. All their food and drink had undergone rigorous inspection, revealing no traces of poison. Even if someone had wished to act, only those within the palace could have had the opportunity, as outsiders could not approach. The attendants and maidservants caring for the princes were the most trusted confidants of Emperor Shuiyi, while the fourth prince, Xuebing, was merely 7 years old at that time. Since the investigation was led by Prince Xuexing himself, He had harbored some speculations in his heart. Su Cheng observed the contemplative expression of Du Gubo and fell into silence himself. Perhaps due to his age, Qian Renxue's previous methods were rather crude. The tactics employed against the second and third princes were identical and executed in quick succession at particularly sensitive moments. Not only were they inelegant, but they also posed unnecessary risks, as the use of poison could easily leave lingering dangers. Although Xue Qinghe had faced some criticism in recent years, his influence within the palace was formidable. Without evidence, one could not move against him. There was no need to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. It sufficed to render him preoccupied. Within 3 months, I have other means to force him to reveal a flaw, Su Cheng stated solemnly. If possible, I wish to involve the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. They seem quite intrigued by my potions. However, as Du Gubo awaited further elaboration, he noticed Su Qing maintaining a scrutinizing gaze upon him. What is that look in your eyes? It appears that senior sister Dugu has a rather amicable relationship with Yu Tianheng. Do you think such a course of action is appropriate? Do not conflate the two. Yu Tianheng has no connection with Yan Yan, Du Gubo retorted with a cold snort. He harbored a disdain for Yu Tianheng, perceiving him as excessively timid, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat each time they met. I must caution you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, with what you possess, it is unlikely to sway them. What I hold is a prescription, one that can be passed down through generations. They need not exert themselves greatly. A mere display of power towards Xue will suffice. You mentioned that Xue Qing's influence is substantial. In truth, Su Qing harbored another intention for reaching out to them. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was sufficiently prominent to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. The matter of usurpation concerned more than just Qian Renxue. The wrath of the Spirit Hall required a formidable shield. Relying solely on Du Gubo would likely prove inadequate. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, driven by ambition, would likely seize the opportunity to wade into murky waters, especially without knowledge of Xue Qing's background. Du Gubo suddenly squinted at Su Qing. Wait, you wouldn't want me to act as the intermediary, would you? Do you think it's suitable for a mere child to step forward? What child would engage in such matters? Just tell me whether you are willing or not. Observing Du Gubo's fluctuating expressions, Su Qing added persuasively, Senior, consider this. The deadly poison afflicting you and your granddaughter can only be treated by me. What could be more precious than one's own life? Furthermore, the poison within you is no trivial matter, and this price is indeed quite favorable. Do you truly possess the means to cure my poison? Du Gubo remained skeptical. If I fail to remedy it, I shall pay you an additional price. You, a title Dolois, need not worry about my breach of contract. I am not concerned about you, Du Gubo scoffed, but I cannot contend with your master. Very well. Let me bolster your confidence, Su Qing replied with a smile. Your medicinal garden must hold numerous treasures. Do you know how to utilize them? Here is the arrangement. In a few days, you shall procure 2 rare specimens from your garden, and I will demonstrate my capabilities. Do you know what treasures lie within? Of course, otherwise how could I ascertain that I could cure you there? Su Cheng took a sheet of pristine white paper and began to sketch casually. Moments later, 2 distinct varieties of flora were illustrated upon the page. He pointed to one of the plants, stating, This herb has crimson leaves with golden veins, surrounded by a rising aura of heat, known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It possesses fire attributes, and, it is unsuitable for you. He then indicated the other plant, the Chihuahua tulip, which was equally inappropriate for her use. Turning his gaze towards Du Gubo, he remarked, You should remember these 2 rare treasures. Herbs of such caliber certainly command attention even among the myriad of extraordinary plants. In the simulated world, I have come to know that both the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the Chihuahua tulip naturally thrive in the eye of ice and fire, rather than having been transplanted by you. Du Gubo examined the illustrations of the 2 celestial herbs, his brow furrowing as he inquired, If they are unsuitable for me, does that imply you intend to utilize them? They are also not suitable for me. However, there are indeed alternatives that would suit your needs. I shall inform you of their uses in due course. Such rare treasures should not be consumed excessively by a single individual, given your penchant for poison. I trust you comprehend this principle. Since they are not appropriate for you, what purpose do you intend to serve? Naturally, they are intended for others. Su Cheng replied with a smile. You truly are generous at the expense of others, Du Gubo retorted. One cannot simply say it like that. This is also part of the recompense. Even among close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Do you truly wish to assume the role of an elder brother? Du Gubo exclaimed, his eyes widening. He was not particularly concerned about these rare herbs. In the eye of ice and fire, the variety of peculiar plants was overwhelming, rendering them rather inconsequential to him. Furthermore, he understood the adage that all medicine carries a degree of toxicity, should the properties of such rare herbs clash with one's own. Their toxicity could be considerably more perilous. Chapter 75. Ning Rongrong's Transformation Senior. There is no need for haste. Once I have treated Sister Dugu, we may discuss subsequent matters. For now, you may keep these 2 rare treasures. Su Cheng understood that moderation is key, and comforted, moreover, when the time comes, you shall witness how I utilize them. Which should instill a bit more confidence in you, right? Du Gubo nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. There is another matter I must inform you of. The antidote I previously provided to the senior sister was a toxin-resistant potion. Enhancing soul power was merely an ancillary effect. Do you grasp my meaning? You imply that the use of such a potion would confer resistance against the venom of the green phosphor snake, thereby diminishing its potency? Dugubo's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in anger. Then why would you hand it over to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? What if this information leaks out? Absolutely not. Rest assured, that substance is quite rudimentary. It only proves effective against the lower-tier green phosphor snakes. It will have no effect on the venom of your green phosphor snake king. I merely wish to clarify this, so you wouldn't overthink the matter. There's no need for such agitation. I'm genuinely concerned that I might be driven to eliminate you. Dugubo finally relaxed, responding coldly, if I were to perish, who would attend to your ailments? After the two departed the room, in accordance with their prior arrangement, Dugubo did not display a favorable demeanor. Instead, he left in a huff, not even casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing as he swept away. Grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Duguyin, who had been waiting on the sofa, paused in surprise, then nodded apologetically towards Zhu Zhuqing before rising to follow. Ning Rongrong observed the retreating figures with a furrowed brow, then approached Zhu Zhuqing and inquired softly. Brother, what transpired? Nothing to worry about, he reassured her. Zhu Zhuqing gently patted her shoulder and nodded subtly at the troubled Yu Tianheng before approaching the table to pour himself a cup of tea. Before long, Duguyin returned, walking straight towards Zhu Zhuqing upon entering. She bowed respectfully and said earnestly, Junior, I sincerely apologize. My grandfather has a temper. Please do not take it to heart. My brother kindly offered you the potion, and though you did not express any gratitude, how could you bear to show displeasure to others? To Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, before he could utter a word, Ning Rongrong erupted in anger. After a brief pause, he quickly responded with a soothing tone, Rongrong, it's all right. This is not the senior sister's fault. He then turned to Duguyin and added, Senior sister, there is no need for you to apologize. Did Elder Dugu say anything? Duguyin bit her lip, glanced at Ning Rongrong, and hesitated before continuing. Grandfather mentioned he wishes to stay at the academy for a while. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Duguyin. How could you say such a thing? She exclaimed, pulling Zhu Zhuqing by the arm. Brother, come back with me to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. There is nothing worthwhile in this wretched academy. Zhu Zhuqing had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Ning Rongrong. Senior, do not take it to heart. Rongrong simply has that temperament. What is there to discuss with her? With his arm restrained, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with the awkward Duguyin and the bewildered Yu Tianheng nearby, before following Ning Rongrong out of the Team's lounge. Once outside, Zhu Zhuqing led her to a secluded corner beneath a tree, where he carefully restructured his words. He knew he could not divulge the details of his conversation with Dugubo. After all, Ning Rongrong was still young, and certain matters were difficult to keep concealed. Moreover, with Ning Fengji's close ties to the royal family, there was a risk that information could inadvertently leak, potentially exposing him. Rongrong, please do not rush. The arrangement regarding Dugubo staying at the academy was agreed upon by us. During this time, I will provide some medicinal herbs to help regulate your health. You have had some persistent ailments since childhood, and only I can treat them. You mean you will treat her? Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Zhuqing incredulously. Do you really want to be so submissive? He is merely a titled Dola. What is so impressive about that? Besides, he is the weakest of them all. Unable to withstand even a single strike from my grandfather, Sword Saint. Please listen to me first, Zhu Zhuqing replied, somewhat helplessly. This girl was typically quite polite, but her noble upbringing meant that when her temper flared, she disregarded others' feelings entirely. In the lounge moments ago, she had shown no consideration for Duguyin, leaving her visibly embarrassed. I am certainly not offering my assistance without reason. I struck a deal with Dugubo. He has collected some rare herbs, one of which is exceedingly precious and may be beneficial for you, potentially enhancing your martial soul's potential. I requested it from him. It is natural for him to react unfavorably, given the high price I demanded. He refrained from mentioning that the Qian tulip could potentially evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. This much was sufficient. Whether or not Ning Rongrong believed him was irrelevant. If she truly accepted it and then informed Ning Fengji, the subsequent developments would be beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly, staring at Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with superficial matters. The more he is angered, the greater our advantage. He reassured her. I'm sorry, Ning Rongrong murmured, lowering her head and biting her lip before looking up again. I will go apologize to her. That may not be necessary, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. His displeasure does not obligate us to endure it. The exchange is fundamentally fair. Just refrain from being so impulsive in the future, and I shall be grateful. You must understand that no matter how powerful the teacher or the Bone Dola may be, they cannot always be by your side. Ning Rongrong silently nodded, her gaze flickering, yet she did not utter another word. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing's motivation to assist Ning Rongrong in her martial soul evolution was not solely based on their current relationship. The primary reason was his need for a support-type martial soul as an object of observation. Zhu Zhuqing's second martial spirit, the innate formation diagram, serves as an auxiliary-type spirit. Yet he currently lacks a clear direction for its development. following Ning Rongrong's transformation of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Its quality will experience a significant enhancement. Even if it does not surpass his second martial spirit, the fundamental differences will be minimal, providing him with a wealth of insights and experiences. Furthermore, the unique soul skill generation model inherent to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is worthy of exploration. The evolution of martial spirits is ideally undertaken at the earliest opportunity, and time is not a luxury afforded to Su Chang. After participating in this year's elite competition of the Soul Master Academy, he aims to leverage his momentum from defeating the golden generation of the Spirit Hall to gain entry into its core, seeking to uncover the secrets hidden within the divine inheritance. As I reflect on the nearing conclusion of this volume, I feel compelled to express my gratitude. This Sunday at noon, I will be featured on the homepage, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next volume will be available next week. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the readers for their unwavering support, and to my editor, Lu Xing, whose guidance has propelled this book to unexpected heights. In truth, I find myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Taking this opportunity, I wish to share my thoughts and briefly revisit the narrative of the first volume. The motivation behind writing this book was rather simple: to address certain disappointments found within the original work and to perhaps earn a modest income. Choosing to write a fanfiction of Dolua Dao may not have been the wisest decision, as this genre has been extensively explored, with countless works saturating the market. However, upon reviewing the landscape, it became apparent that most Dolua fanfictions revolve around the protagonist's ascension and their subsequent defeats of Tang San. While the narrative of humiliating Tang San can indeed be quite gratifying, given the protagonist's often unlikable demeanor, I yearn to craft something distinct. In my view, the most regrettable aspect of Dolua Dalu is the underutilization of its originally vibrant female characters, such as Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and even Gu Yu and Poseidon. These characters were initially rich with individuality, yet many devolved into mere supporting roles over time, which is truly unfortunate. Additionally, Bibi Dong, despite her many outlandish actions, deserved a different fate. It seems implausible that she would remain a lovesick figure until her demise, especially considering that these characters began with such compelling designs. Their portrayal in the manga and anime was equally captivating, making their decline all the more disappointing. I did not wish to depict the protagonist as a mere walking artillery, with female characters swooning at his feet. Thus, in crafting his character, I consciously avoided excessive physical descriptions, aiming instead to reveal his inner qualities and charm, which would resonate with the female characters. Initially, I believed that with a clear outline and content plan for each volume, the writing process would flow smoothly. However, I soon discovered that the reality of writing is far more challenging than anticipated. Online novels are serialized, which inevitably leads to readers forgetting previous chapters or being unclear about future plot developments. The mundane nature of transitional chapters can also breed reader discontent, necessitating a delicate balance. I must consider the excitement of each chapter, the pacing and coherence of the plot, as well as the characterization and behavioral patterns of each character in varying circumstances. Achieving a comprehensive approach is indeed quite difficult. I am not yet an established author, and my writing skills are still developing, with my emotional resilience needing fortification. When faced with criticism in the comments, I often feel compelled to respond and clarify rather than resorting to censorship or deletion. To date, I have only silenced those who spam or speak harshly. If you glance at the review section now, you will still find numerous critiques of my work. Reflecting on the first volume, I wonder if readers have noticed that the true core narrative does not revolve around the events of the original work or the protagonist's upgrades, but rather centers on Qian Renxue. I believe I have done a commendable job in portraying her character. The dark persona that emerges in her character arc is a creative reinterpretation, albeit one grounded in logic. In the original work, during Qian Renxue's divine assessment, it is explicitly mentioned that a dark side has always existed within her. The anime further developed this theme, showcasing a blackened Qian Renxue in a battle during her assessment. While I have not watched much of the Dolua anime, this iconic scene has certainly made an impression, prompting me to enrich its narrative. As I conclude this volume, we are approaching the final narrative involving Qian Renxue, marking the end of the first volume, The Angel's Grief. There are aspects of this volume that I am proud of, as well as areas that warrant improvement. I would like to focus on the issues at hand, particularly the discrepancies between the protagonist's actions in the simulator and in reality. The primary issue lies in pacing. Upon reflection, the simulator's progression was too rapid, while the plot in the reality line lagged, resulting in an imbalance. In the simulator, certain storylines can be depicted with a fast-forward perspective, enhancing narrative coherence and providing a more enjoyable reading experience. However, some plot developments were inadequately foreshadowed, leading to unsatisfactory emotional climaxes that could have been executed more effectively. Upon returning to reality, the world building and character development became more rigid, exposing several flaws due to the drawn-out pacing of the storyline. In terms of structuring the narrative, I also had to account for the protagonist's current age, available resources, and the progression of various relationships, further constraining my creative flexibility and resulting in a tighter narrative. Not only was the timeline constricted, but the pacing was also accelerated, making it challenging to find an ideal balance. I plan to refine the outline in subsequent chapters to address this issue. Additionally, I would like to discuss some of the more controversial plot lines that have emerged. While some readers may not appreciate the conventional face-slapping narrative, it is not the case for all. Such scenes can be limited but should not be entirely absent. The simulator narrative differs from other genres, necessitating a careful consideration of the balance between simulation and reality, a practical concern. Some readers prefer the simulation angle, while others favor the reality aspect. Overall, it appears that there is a slightly greater inclination towards the simulation narrative. I find myself in a predicament, as the opening of this book begins with a simulation, and the title is prominently displayed. However, as a fanfiction of Dolois, it is inevitable that I must intertwine elements of reality into the narrative, albeit with a lesser emphasis. It is a matter of compromise. Some readers express that the initial simulation is captivating, with a well-structured layout, yet I believe this praise is unwarranted. While I have indeed crafted distinct outlines for each simulation, that is not my primary objective. My intention in writing such plots is to showcase the unique traits of each character, allowing their personalities to shine and rendering their future developments plausible. Much like the character of Qian Renxue in the first volume, criticism is, of course, unavoidable. This novel has not yet reached 200,000 words, and there are numerous points of contention. The first significant turning point is at the conclusion of the simulation, for which I had even dedicated a separate chapter for explanation. I shall refrain from doing so in the future and will address any issues at the end of the volume. The second point of contention relates to the gambling match with Tang San. I earnestly hope readers refrain from conflating the alternate settings of the fanfiction with the original narrative. I acknowledge that Tang Hao is weak, irresponsible, and lacks martial ethics, yet he should not be perceived as a madman or a cold-blooded killer. No matter how shameless he may be, he is not a malevolent soul master. Regardless of his madness, he would not jeopardize himself and Tang San over trivial matters. His aggression is directed towards the Spirit Hall faction and does not extend to harming the weak, let alone a mere 7-year-old child. Concerning the incident involving Zhao Wujie in the original work, it is worth noting that Zhao Wujie is not of the same generation as Tang San, and ultimately, Tang Hao did not kill Zhao Wujie, did he? In terms of character development, I have a general portrayal for all the main characters. If you disagree, I have no better recourse. Fanfiction, as a secondary creation, inherently invites varied interpretations of characters and plots, and thus we can only seek common ground while embracing our differences. As for the storyline involving Ning Rongrong, the handling of this aspect is indeed somewhat inadequate. The protagonist's initial remarks are contradictory. My intention was to depict a gradual warming of their relationship, which would be fitting for Ning Rongrong's emotional arc. My thought process was straightforward. As I had previously explained in the text, the protagonist had never conversed with peers of the opposite sex, leading to inadvertent misstatements due to his mindset. After all, the way adults perceive children differs from that of their peers. However, the execution was flawed, and my writing lacked the necessary strength, resulting in perceptual discrepancies. Moreover, given the rapid pace of online literature, readers who do not engage with the content in a continuous manner will undoubtedly find the experience lacking. Setting aside the coherence of logic, it has indeed affected the reading experience, for which I sincerely apologize. Additionally, there is the subplot involving the delivery of medicine. This storyline serves as a significant transition but cannot be omitted, as it pertains to the relationships amongst several characters and lays the groundwork for future developments. I opted for a compromise, first probing the situation before utilizing Yi Lingling's assistance to expedite matters. In hindsight, I realize I may have rushed this, and allowing the protagonist to interact with a few members of the battle team for a few days before introducing the concept might have been more effective. Furthermore, the protagonist's behavior in reality has drawn mixed reactions. Some deem it overly reckless, while others find it excessively cautious. This may stem from insufficient groundwork or a lack of clarity in my expression, leading to misunderstandings among readers. After emerging from seclusion, the protagonist only engages with those he feels he can manage, such as the ambitious Ning Fingxi, who seeks to attract talented individuals, or the loyal and principled Du Gubo, with whom he has previously established rapport in the simulation. He consciously avoids figures such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, whom he could have approached through Yu Tianheng, the Spirit Hall, or the changing personalities of Su Bing and Xue Qinghe. This dichotomy of perspectives may have resulted in dissatisfaction from both sides. As a novice author, I can only reflect on these points and strive for continuous improvement in the future. I will endeavor to clarify certain foreshadowing elements rather than solely pursuing a so-called sense of rhythm. Concurrently, I will ensure a more balanced arrangement of climactic moments, avoiding excessive length in some storylines while preventing others from feeling rushed. Ultimately, this stems from a lack of experience, which I intend to rectify in the second volume. In the future, I shall strive to refine my outlines and craft a more engaging narrative. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those readers who continue to support me. I bow to you. As for those who do not enjoy this book, there is no need to waste your time here. Reading novels is meant to be an enjoyable pursuit. Why should one be overly critical and invite discomfort? There are numerous excellent novels available on the platform, with many being recommended each week. Fanfiction of Dolois is abundant, offering ample options for readers. There is no need to dwell on my work. Some individuals truly do not see the necessity. If you do not enjoy reading it, simply choose another book. Why persistently nitpick? Only to be silenced and then return under a new account? What purpose does that serve? It is entirely reasonable to provide critiques on details. I shall take heed of those that hold merit. However, I find it prudent to disregard the opinions of those who merely seek to incite discord. I have no intention of altering the outline or the main narrative, as history is replete with authors whose alterations led to catastrophic failures. Furthermore, allow me to offer a preliminary spoiler. In approximately 10 chapters, this volume will conclude, and there shall be no misunderstandings between Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. Volume 2. The Empress of Stars, Core Characters, Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue. Chapter 76. The letter. The Spirit Hall of Heaven Do City had extended invitations to Zhu Zhuqing several times, all of which he declined without exception. He is destined to visit the Spirit Hall in the future, as the legacy of angels he wishes to explore resides there. Qian Renxue will also return, but only as the champion of the Soul Master competition. Presently, a visit to the Spirit Hall would garner little attention. He is merely regarded as a promising junior. Given Bibi Dong's disposition, she would undoubtedly favor the so-called Golden Generation. Only when he stands publicly above them shall the dynamics shift, even if Bibi Dong harbors other intentions. The elders of the Spirit Hall are not mere decorations. With Bibi Dong's current strength, she cannot monopolize power. Otherwise, she would not have to bestow those quality soul bones upon Hulaina and the others as rewards for victory. The situation in Heaven Do City has become tumultuous. Even though Zhu Zhuqing is ensconced within the academy and distanced from the core of power struggles, he can sense the undercurrents of tension. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do is a gathering place for the scions of nobility, and the ripples of conflict easily reach here, with factions becoming increasingly delineated. Particularly with Xuebing, his demeanor and conduct have become notably ostentatious. Yu Tianheng has since refrained from discussing potions with him, as Dugubo has already reached an agreement with their sect. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, 2 elders of the rank of Soul Dolua have arrived, significantly enhancing Prince Xuexing's stature. In contrast, Qian Renxue, disguised as Xuexinghe, though surrounded by formidable subordinates, primarily commands those affiliated with the Spirit Hall, which cannot be publicly displayed. Superficially, he appears to be at a disadvantage, coupled with recent utterances from Xuexing and Xuebing, corroborated by the poison Dolua. Suspicions have arisen within the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor, rendering his situation increasingly precarious. Xuexing's shift in conduct over the past few years has antagonized many. Previously, his considerable influence and ruthless methods deterred most from provoking him, with the majority opting to be fence-sitters. However, now that multiple factions have allied against him, he finds himself beset by significant troubles. For the past 3 months, Su Cheng has remained steadily within the academy, shrouded in obscurity. He has diligently sought to minimize his presence and refrained from associating with any factions, presenting himself as a remarkably gifted commoner solely devoted to cultivation. During this period, Dugubo has resided at the Royal Academy under the pretense of accompanying his granddaughter. Naturally, the academy would not dare to dismiss a powerhouse of his caliber. And with Dugu Yin as an intermediary, both he and Su Cheng have enjoyed considerable convenience. Much intelligence regarding the shifts in high-level dynamics has been relayed through him. As their rapport deepened, Dugubo has come to appreciate various uses of different poisons, leading him to hold Su Cheng in high esteem. Although Dugubo's mastery of poison is formidable, it is primarily due to his martial soul attributes. His expertise in this realm is not particularly profound. This illustrates the limitations of a grassroots background. Unlike Su Cheng, who, from birth, has had the privilege of self-educating through the 7-treasure glazed tile school and subsequently immersing himself in the vast knowledge of the Spirit Hall's library, thus accumulating insights that far exceed those of the poison Dolua. During this time, Su Cheng has successfully cured Dugu Yin of the snake venom. Her affliction was relatively mild, and Su Cheng's profound understanding of the biphosphor snake's poison rendered the treatment straightforward and untroublesome. One day, Dugubo could no longer contain his impatience and approached Su Cheng. Did you not claim that within 3 months, Xuexinghe would reveal a flaw? The time is nearly upon us. Is the situation still stable? Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback. Why the sudden urgency? There was initially no cause for concern. Dugubo sighed. But I have received word from Xuexing that recently, the Snow Knight Emperor wishes to curtail any internal strife. Though he did not articulate it plainly, he has hinted at it. Moreover, those individuals from the Dream Machine have been staunchly supporting Xuexinghe. Ah, I see, Su Cheng responded, his understanding crystallizing. Indeed, from the perspective of the Snow Knight Emperor, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the 2nd and 3rd princes, they are but relics of the past. Even if some traces of Xuexinghe's involvement have surfaced, he remains the most suitable heir to the throne. A light reprimand would suffice. He cannot truly discard this prince. Furthermore, the individuals from the Dream Machine carry considerable weight in the Emperor's eyes, their credibility far surpassing that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Su Cheng retrieved a letter from the Soul Guide device and handed it to Dugubo. Find an opportunity to deliver this letter to Xuexinghe. Be cautious. Do not reveal your identity. Dugubo instinctively reached to open the letter, but Su Cheng swiftly restrained his hand. With a solemn expression, he stated, "Senior, if you still regard me as a friend, please refrain from reading its contents." Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Over the past days, a profound bond had developed between the two, especially since Su Cheng had healed Du Guyan's snake venom, an act akin to saving a life, which fostered a more casual exchange. Although he addressed Zhu Zhuqing as a senior, he understood that he was more like a student in this relationship. Rarely had he seen Su Cheng speak to him with such gravity. After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing silently tucked away the letter and nodded. "I understand." Watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Su Cheng mused to himself, "Next, a little more fuel should suffice." He planned to leverage Ning Rongrong's soul ring evolution as an opportunity to draw the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the fray. Within the core residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji was engaged in a casual conversation with Qianrenxue and Gu Rong. "Master Jian, what do you think is the connection between that child Su Cheng and the peculiar dreams you previously mentioned? Is it possible he will indeed bring ruin to the Spirit Hall?" "Do not indulge in baseless speculation," Qianrenxue replied, slightly displeased. In his dreams, Su Cheng had indeed destroyed the Spirit Hall, but the cost was his own demise. That child's soul power is exceptionally high, even without other factors. He would be more than adequate as my successor. He turned to Gu Rong. "Old bones, you should be able to sense it, right?" Gu Rong nodded, a hint of jealousy flickering across his stiff features. "Your luck is indeed remarkable. Su Cheng's soul is called the Eternal Sword. At first glance, it appears flawless. Even without any fortuitous encounters, progressing steadily, reaching the pinnacle of Dolua is merely a matter of time." Ning Fingji's face lit up with joy. His own cultivation was limited, allowing him only to vaguely sense the extraordinary nature of the Eternal Sword, but he lacked a clear understanding of its strength. How does it compare to the Haotian hammer? Equally strong, if not stronger. Chapter 77. The anger of Qian Renxue. And Ning Fingji's heart swelled with delight. Qianrenxue's judgment of equally strong might stem from his affection for sword-type soul weapons, yet even if it matched the Haotian hammer in strength, combined with Su Cheng's unique soul techniques, he would undoubtedly rank among the continent's top powers in the future. To him, Su Cheng's humble origins and the absence of any influential backing meant that as long as he could maintain and nurture this relationship, there would be no need to worry about the next generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacking a protector Dolua. After calming himself, Ning Fingji sipped his tea and casually asked, "Master Jian, Uncle Gu, do you think Qinghe is truly in trouble?" Given the long-standing close ties between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family, as well as the nominal teacher-student relationship between Ning Fingji and Xue Qinghe, he could not be oblivious to the recent upheavals within the imperial family. However, the rapid onset of these events, coupled with the myriad factions involved, left him unable to see through the murky waters of intrigue. "That is a matter for you to ponder. Do not seek our opinions," Qianrenxue stated indifferently. Displaying no interest in the political machinations, Gu Rong mirrored his disinterest. "You should focus more on Rongrong. Since she went to the academy, despite being so close, she hasn't returned to visit us even once." Ning Fingji smiled quietly at this remark, perceiving no negativity in it. The fact that Ning Rongrong could remain safely at the academy indicated she was preoccupied with someone she valued more dearly. 5 days later, within the prince's study of the Tiando Palace, Qian Renxue sat behind her desk, her gaze lowered, her delicate brows tightly furrowed, fingers softly tapping the table. Who was behind this? First, Prince Xuexing suddenly launched an attack, dredging up a slew of old grievances to criticize her. Next, the previously indifferent imperial guest Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to testify regarding the suspicious deaths of 2 princes and the possibility of poisoned food within the palace. Shortly thereafter, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, located in the northwest of Tiando, unexpectedly joined the fray, trailing Prince Xuexing through the upper echelons of imperial society. Under these circumstances, even Emperor Xue began retracting some of the prince's powers, placing considerable pressure on her. Indeed, in the long run, neither Prince Xuexing nor Xue Beng posed a significant threat to her. Qian Renxue's efforts within the royal family over the years had not been in vain, and with the righteousness of the prince's position, these issues would not shake her foundation. However, a series of incidents occurring in rapid succession over the past few months had left her in a quandary. The most concerning issue was her fear that the opposing side had hidden agendas. Should her disguise be exposed, the consequences could be dire. "Young master, a mysterious individual has delivered a letter, the origins of which are unknown." Just as she contemplated how to navigate the ensuing complications, the snake spear Dolua entered after knocking. "Who delivered it?" Qian Renxue took the letter, her frown deepening. "We do not yet know, but the fact that they evaded the imperial guards and delivered it silently to the palace indicates they possess at least the strength of a soul Dolua." Soul Dolua? That range is too vast to pinpoint. Several from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect have arrived recently. Qian Renxue opened the envelope and examined its contents. "Should I address you as Your Highness the Prince or as the young master of the Spirit Hall? After thorough investigation, I have discovered that the former Pope Qian Xuanji, though perished at the hands of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect, left a descendant in the world. Strangely, this individual, as a descendant of the Qian family, has never appeared within the Spirit Hall. Following this, I delved deeper into the investigation and learned that the Spirit Hall possesses a set of angel armor, which includes a soul bone that grants soul masters a perfect disguise. I advise you to return to the spirit hall and diligently cultivate, preparing to inherit the position of Pope and uphold the will of the angel god to benefit all beings. Do not become mired in the quagmire of power, wasting time on misguided pursuits. Should you continue to be obstinate, attempting to grasp imperial power, I will expose the spirit hall's wolfish ambitions and vile nature to the world. Do not say I did not warn you. The moment she finished reading the letter, an extremely ominous aura emanated from her. Dark mist swirled in her eyes, sending chills down the spine of the snake spear de la, standing nearby. Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue, gradually clenched her fist, crumpling the letter in her grasp. So it was you. Although the handwriting on the letter differed significantly from that of Zhu Zhuqing, the writing habits of an individual cannot be entirely altered. Having perused Zhu Zhuqing's research records and manuscripts for over a decade, including his diaries, she was intimately familiar with his writing style. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Yet the details were replete with traces of Zhu Zhuqing. Coupled with her suspicions, Qian Renxue almost immediately discerned the true author of the letter after reading it. A tempest of thoughts surged within her, and her anger flared, bringing her perilously close to an explosion of rage. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped at the door to the study. Enter. A soul emperor pushed the door open and stepped inside. Young master, the person you instructed me to keep an eye on, Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, departed from the Tiando Royal Academy today. It appears she is heading towards the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest? Are there others accompanying her? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing is with her. Seeking death. Qian Renxue could no longer suppress her wrath. In a cold voice, she commanded, "Go summon the porcupine, and follow me to the Sunset Forest at once." The serpent spear Dolua stood frozen in place. But young master, what about the Empire? We are already under scrutiny from multiple parties. Making such a bold move could easily attract unwanted attention. I abandoned this mission, Qian Renxue replied icily. This was not a decision made in a fit of rage. The recent actions of Prince Xuexing posed no fatal threat to her. However, with the suspicions of the Snow Knight Emperor growing increasingly intense, executing her plans would demand an exorbitant amount of time and effort. Furthermore, having just discovered Zhu Zhuqing's involvement behind the scenes, coupled with the realization that her disguise had been seen through, continuing down this path was utterly futile. Moreover, after that dream, her alternate persona had no desire to squander time on a coup d'etat. Thus, finding a way to extricate herself from this quagmire could indeed be a blessing in disguise. Yet the serpent spear Dolua evidently did not comprehend her choice. He hurriedly urged, "Young master, why the haste? There is no need for us to act personally. Zhu Zhuqing is merely a three-ring soul master. Dispatching 2 soul kings would suffice." Soul kings? Huh, they are hardly worthy. Chapter 78, Zhu Zhuqing. I cannot afford to expose my vision. The serpent spear Dolua was about to persuade her further. But upon witnessing the cold glint in Qian Renxue's eyes, he wisely fell silent. However, the Soul Emperor, clearly less acquainted with her, only began to grasp her intentions at that moment. With a serious countenance, he implored, "Young master, how can you be so impulsive? How will you explain this to His Holiness the Pope upon returning to the Spirit Hall?" At the mention of the Pope, Qian Renxue's expression grew even colder. In a flash, she appeared before him, her hand poised like a sword, swift as lightning. Before he could even react, her fingertip was mere inches from his throat. A menacing glint flickered in her eyes, yet a faint smile tugged at her lips. Have I been too amenable lately? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as a chilling aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The exquisite visage of the young master seemed to fade, leaving only the terrifying crimson glare in her eyes, magnified infinitely. "Young master!" The serpent spear Dolua cried out in alarm. He dared not intervene but anxiously regarded Qian Renxue, fearing she might commit an irreparable act. If they merely retreated after a failed infiltration mission, though they would face the ire of figures like Bibi Dong later, they had the support of the worship hall and would encounter no grave issues. However, should she truly slay a spirit hall soul master under her command, and this come to the Pope's attention, it would escalate into a significant crisis. Unlike the Soul Emperor, who belonged to the Spirit Hall, the Serpent Spear had always been a staunch ally of Qian Renxue, and he certainly did not desire such a calamity to unfold. At that moment, he could clearly sense that although Qian Renxue appeared calm, her heart was tumultuous as a raging sea, filled with murderous intent, fury, and resentment, all negative emotions swelling within her. He could only hope that words could bring her back to her senses. To act rashly would be akin to pouring oil on flames, only serving to further incite her wrath. She could indeed take a life. Simultaneously, he understood that Qian Renxue had likely made her decision, and it was improbable she could be swayed now. Hearing the serpent spear's call, Qian Renxue cast him a sidelong glance before returning her gaze to the Soul Emperor, remaining silent. The Soul Emperor's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke hoarsely, "Young master." "I understand." Only then did Qian Renxue withdraw her gaze and indifferently turn to leave the study. Shortly after, the voice of Xuexing resonated from outside the study. "Uncle Shi, immediately issue orders to the Spirit Hall affiliates to withdraw from Tiando City within 3 days. We 3 shall proceed to the Sunset Forest." Half a day later, Qian Renxue, the serpent spear Dolua, and the porcupine Dolua had journeyed nearly 40 miles outside Tindo City, not far from the Sunset Forest. Even now, the porcupine Dolua felt somewhat bewildered, aware of only the general situation without grasping the specifics. Meanwhile, his old partner, the serpent spear, maintained an inscrutable demeanor, occasionally casting him glances laden with unspoken meaning, leaving him puzzled. Uncle Shi, you stay nearby and monitor the movements of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to guard against any changes. They had stopped approximately 10 miles from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, positioned between the Sunset Forest and the school. Upon hearing this, the serpent spear Dolua felt a sense of relief, with the title Dolua accompanying them, and the formidable Qian Renxue at her peak strength. They were more than capable of handling both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. The fact that their young master was aware of the need to be wary of Qinxin and Gaiyong indicated that she had regained her composure and intelligence, no longer acting blindly. Seeing the serpent spear nod, Qian Renxue turned to the porcupine Dolua and said in a low voice, Uncle Cixue, you continue to pursue with me. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had already entered the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Still some distance from their designated meeting place with Dugabo, Su Cheng pondered in silence about how Qian Renxue would react. The timing of his message was indeed impeccable. Unlike before, when Qian Renxue had a solid foundation in the trust of the Snow Knight Emperor, enabling her to adapt swiftly to sudden changes. The current turmoil within the imperial core left her preoccupied. This moment was ripe for striking, potentially catching her off guard. A hasty response might reveal her vulnerabilities. Given the evolution of events, the ideal outcome would be for Qian Renxue to recognize the exposure of her identity and, realizing the situation was untenable, decisively withdraw from the quagmire of the Tiando Empire. However, the sunk costs of her prior arrangements in Tiando were substantial, making such a resolution difficult. After more than a decade of covert operations, even if she understood that further decades of effort would be necessary to complete her plans, her temperament likely inclined her to make one last attempt, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope. Coupled with directives from the Spirit Hall and her ongoing desire to prove herself to Bibi Dong, her inclination to continue wagering would likely intensify. Nevertheless, even if Qian Renxue was reluctant to abandon her plans in the short term, she would undoubtedly find herself in a dilemma, leading to a more cautious demeanor. This shift would grant Prince Xuexing and others the necessary initiative. In a few days, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would also make its move, essentially solidifying the overall situation. With the letter serving as a prelude, Qian Renxue would naturally heighten her vigilance, ensuring she did not place herself in peril. As for the possibility of her discovering his involvement, Su Cheng had scarcely considered it. After realizing that the circumstances surrounding Qian Renxue and Xue Beng deviated from his expectations, he intentionally diminished his presence, orchestrating events indirectly through Dugabo. To outsiders, he was merely a prodigious soul master, far surpassing his peers in talent. Any connection between the political upheaval in Tiando and himself would be met with disbelief. Even Qian Renxue, prior to receiving the letter, had only a fleeting doubt when the thought crossed her mind. In truth, Su Cheng's conduct had been exceedingly unassuming of late. Aside from the initial impression he made upon entering the academy, where he was directly promoted to the first team of the Imperial Fighting Team, he had since remained focused on his cultivation, steering clear of worldly affairs. Their first meeting had ended on a sour note, and thereafter, there was little contact between them in public. Even in the eyes of Yu Tianheng, their relationship was merely transactional. Moreover, Yu Tianheng harbored a certain trepidation towards Dugabo, making it inconceivable for him that someone as young as Su Cheng could connect with such an eccentric title de law. Furthermore, the letter Su Cheng later sent to Qian Renxue was crafted with a cautious tone and an atypical handwriting, making it nearly impossible to associate it with him. Chapter 79 Su Cheng, Little Brother, Long Time No See. Brother, where are you taking me? At this moment, Ning Rongrong's gentle voice abruptly interrupted Su Cheng's musings. He snapped back to reality and replied with a smile. What? Are you afraid I might sell you off, my dear young lady? Of course not. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. I was speaking seriously. Do you remember what I mentioned a few months ago? I made a deal with Dugabo, and he possesses a rare treasure that is particularly well suited for you. Today, he intends to present you with this opportunity. Ning Rongrong certainly recalled this matter, but had not anticipated that their visit to the Sunset Forest was for this purpose. Why come here? Can it wait until we return to the academy? The effects of that item may be quite significant, making it inconvenient to use within the academy, Su Cheng casually explained. Moreover, you've advanced 2 levels since enrolling. It would be plausible for you to come here under the guise of training, without raising suspicions. Additionally, having a title de law by your side while you consume the herbs will mitigate any potential mishaps. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. While she was indifferent about the reason for their outing, she hadn't expected to specifically travel outside the academy to consume herbs. Her perceptive nature quickly grasped the crux of Su Cheng's words. Unlike the initial potion for enhancing soul power or the subsequent special medicinal bath meant to improve her physique, which had never been treated so seriously, this time felt markedly different, igniting her anticipation. What do you mean by significant effects? She inquired. There's no need to rush. You'll find out soon enough, Su Cheng chuckled, withholding further details. Based on the original timeline, Ning Rongrong was the type who, despite her pride, possessed a certain innocence. Anyone who had aided her significantly could expect unwavering loyalty in return. She had even gone so far as to jeopardize her sect's finances for Tang San's sake. After observing her over the past period, Zhu Zhuqing was confident that her character had remained unchanged. This was precisely why he felt assured that he could leverage this opportunity to involve the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the contest for the throne. The choice of the Qilua tulip was straightforward. Having discovered the correct answer, there was no need for further experimentation. Other celestial herbs might yield similar effects. As such, potent treasures generally possess the ability to purify or even elevate one's bloodline. Provided the attributes aligned, there would undoubtedly be an enhancement. Though the degree of compatibility remained uncertain, the nature of celestial herbs was such that their potency was overwhelming, rendering them nearly indigestible for mortals. Overindulgence could equate to poisoning. Hence the opportunity was singular. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they swiftly traversed nearly 10 miles, moving beyond the outermost region of the Sunset Forest. They were now close to the rendezvous point agreed upon by Zhu Zhuqing and Dugabo. Suddenly, Zhu Qing's expression changed dramatically. Grasping Ning Rongrong's wrist, he whispered urgently, "Conceal your aura with all your might." Noticing his serious demeanor, Ning Rongrong wisely refrained from questioning further and promptly complied. Although their energies were currently faint, without deliberate probing, others would find it nearly impossible to detect their presence. Zhu Zhuqing, however, felt a sense of pessimism in his heart. Not far away, two formidable presences were swiftly approaching in a direct line, their trajectory unmistakably clear. It was highly likely that they had discovered the two of them and were making a beeline towards their location. Most critically, both individuals possessed powers far superior to his own, one of whom had even reached the esteemed rank of title Dolua. Moments later, in Zhu Qing's perception, the two figures came to a halt within the nearby thicket. A heavy sensation descended upon Zhu Qing's heart as his thoughts raced. Born into an ordinary family with a remarkably clear background, he found himself devoid of significant influence or entanglements, aside from Qian Renxue and Dugabo, and he had never been involved with any other title Dolo-level figures. This suggested that their intentions were likely directed towards Ning Rongrong. However, the positioning of the two individuals appeared somewhat peculiar, as if the one with lesser strength took the lead. "Come out, you two, do not conceal yourselves any longer." Just as Zhu Zhuqing was deep in contemplation, a voice, tinged with age, resonated through the air. It was the title Doloa who spoke. "If I must force you out, the scene may turn rather unpleasant." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly at these words as she turned to Zhu Zhuqing beside her. She then gently tugged at her left arm, which he held firmly. In that moment, she shared the same realization as Zhu Zhuqing, believing that the impending threat was indeed directed at her. Her actions were a subtle plea for Zhu Zhuqing to release her, allowing her to depart on her own. Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to her movements. Parting ways now would serve no purpose. Even if his cultivation was meager, he could not be overlooked by the other party. Should these two harbor malicious intent? Distancing himself from Ning Rongrong would only heighten the danger. At the very least, given Ning Rongrong's status, whoever they were would surely think twice before acting against her. The 7-treasure glazed tile school rarely made enemies, and if the other party sought something, that would be even more beneficial. He could only attempt to buy some time. Zhu Zhuqing mused inwardly, simultaneously wishing that Dugabo would soon discern the situation and arrive. With this thought, he stepped out from behind the tree, taking Ning Rongrong with him. To his astonishment, the approaching figure was none other than Qianrenxue, disguised as Qian Renxue. He observed Qianrenxue strolling towards him, her sole emperor-level aura brazenly on display. Beside her was an elderly gentleman of average build, neither too thin nor too stout, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was unmistakably a title Dolua-level powerhouse. A bemused smile danced on Qianrenxue's lips as she regarded Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuqing, my young brother. It has been quite some time. What a coincidence to encounter you here." Realizing that the other party had openly revealed her sole emperor cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing felt an immediate sense of foreboding, exclaiming in disbelief, "Little Xue, is that you?" "Little Xue?" Qianrenxue regarded him with a curious expression. What an intriguing form of address. Her gaze then shifted to Zhu Zhuqing's hand, which was firmly gripping Ning Rongrong's wrist. "It seems you are not content with merely being a sword Dolua's disciple. You wish to be Ning Fengji's son-in-law as well? What are you babbling about?" Ning Rongrong retorted. Her face flushed crimson. She, too, sensed that this Qianrenxue was somewhat amiss. Unlike their previous encounter at the academy, where she had been polite and courteous, nor did she exhibit the rumored coldness and severity. Instead, there was an air of control and a subtle hint of ease, as if she had cast off burdens. Yet, simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's keen intuition warned her that this individual harbored immense malevolence towards her, as if ready to tear her apart at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, indifferent to the other's sarcastic remarks. In truth, he was far too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. A foreboding sense of impending trouble loomed over him. He sensed that he had misstepped. Chapter 80. She is merely my sister. Rongrong, please step back. Zhu Zhuqing gently released Ning Rongrong, silencing her urge to speak further with a mere glance. Unaware of Qianrenxue's true identity, she naturally could not grasp the gravity of the situation. With Qian Renxue now revealing her cultivation and having brought a title Dolua personally, It was evident that she had cast aside all reservations and was prepared to confront the matter head-on. Yet, how had she discerned her true nature? And so swiftly sought her out? Had their connection with Dugubo been uncovered? Or was it due to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect acquiring their own potion formula? Prompting suspicion? That seemed unlikely. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to come with just a single title de law. Could it be that the simulator's influence on the world's fate had forged an invisible link between them? This brought back the original question. By what means did the simulator affect reality? Your Highness the Crown Prince, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the respectful title Doluo following closely behind. My dear brother, why such formality? Have you begun to address me as your Highness? Qian Renxue replied, hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor calm and composed, tinged with a hint of jest. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Did you not send me a letter urging me to leave Tiando City? Why then, do you feign ignorance now? As she spoke, she raised her right hand. Delving into her garment, and with a swift motion of her wrist, she revealed an extraordinary mass that had been intricately connected to her hair. Instantly, amidst the astonishment of Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, a wave of soul power emanated from her, dispelling the fade that had concealed Xue Qinghe's true appearance. Her tall, slender figure, with its alluring curves, and her breathtakingly beautiful visage, skin as white as snow, delicate brows, and captivating eyes, were unmistakably those of Qian Renxue. Ning Rongrong's surprise stemmed from the revelation that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was, in fact, an exquisite beauty. However, Su Qing was already aware of her identity, making his surprise even more pronounced. Previously, he had sensed that something was amiss, but in this moment, as she shed her disguise, he clearly perceived that this Qian Renxue was entirely different from the person he had envisioned. A subtle shadow lingered in her eyes, adding an unexpected softness to her otherwise sacred and imposing countenance. Her once golden hair and red lips now bore hints of darker hues. And against the backdrop of her black royal attire, her aura grew increasingly somber and intense. Su Qing felt a heavy weight in his heart. Now that Qian Renxue had revealed her true appearance before the two of them, the situation seemed to be deteriorating further. However, it was fortunate that her existence within the spirit hall remained a secret if the other party did not bring it up. Ning Rongrong would likely not make the connection anytime soon. He cautiously inquired, it seems you have known me for quite some time? To which Qian Renxue did not directly answer Su Cheng's question, but instead smiled and countered, have you not known me as well? A subtle tremor flickered at the corner of Su Cheng's eye. At this moment, any futile defense held little significance. Noticing his silence, Qian Renxue's gaze shifted slightly as she remarked casually, young brother Su Qing, you have yet to respond to my earlier inquiry. Are you indeed contemplating becoming the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Upon hearing this, Su Qing furrowed his brow. I refer to Rongrong as my sister merely because I regard her as such. The notion of a son-in-law is utterly unfounded. You certainly are quite indiscreet. Having only known each other for a few days yet already addressing one another as brother and sister. Why not call me sister as well? Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might even grant you some leniency. Su Qing furrowed his brows even tighter. He certainly would not believe such nonsense. The enigmatic Qian Renxue before him, with her capricious thoughts and unrestrained words, left him utterly perplexed regarding her intentions and the purpose behind her statements. This made it exceedingly difficult to devise an appropriate response. If silence were to be interpreted as unwillingness, then her next words would carry a weighty implication. With a delicate clap of her hands, a faint smile played upon her lips, and a glimmer danced in her eyes as she softly remarked, however, since she is merely a sister you have casually acknowledged, would it matter if I were to take her life? No sooner had her words fallen than the previously unassuming spirit Doluo, who had trailed behind her like a loyal servant, swiftly moved to stand beside Ning Rongrong. A phantom of a purple martial spirit flickering behind him in an ethereal manner. Su Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as the Chongqing sword materialized in his grasp. Unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the Doluo, he exclaimed loudly, have you lost your mind? This time, he distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from his adversary. To his astonishment, Qian Renxue genuinely intended to eliminate Ning Rongrong. Such an act was utterly illogical. Even if she forsook her plans within the Tiando Empire, it would scarcely affect the foundation of the Spirit Hall. However, the assassination of Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly drive the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to madness. Qian Renxue had lurked in the Tiando Empire for many years. It was inconceivable that she was unaware of the esteem in which Ning Fingxi, Sword Doluo, and Bone Doluo held her. The Spirit Hall, at this juncture, remained insufficiently fortified. Setting aside the formidable strength of the two-title Doluo within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and their influence within the upper three sects, their financial resources alone could wreak havoc upon the Spirit Hall if they were to engage in a reckless and mutually destructive vendetta. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon Su Cheng. He had been gravely mistaken. Staring incredulously at Qian Renxue, he realized that the target of her murderous intent that day at the Tiando Royal Academy was none other than her. TSK. Qian Renxue pondered the events of that day and couldn't help but chuckle. My dear little brother, you surely do not believe I would want to kill you, do you? Meanwhile, the Doluo deftly flicked his fingers, effortlessly dispelling the sword energy unleashed by the Chongqing sword, yet he refrained from immediate confrontation. Under the oppressive aura of the title Dolua, Ning Rongrong's countenance paled, rendering her incapable of any reckless movement. Su Cheng's mind raced, and he urged, I cannot fathom your motives, but have you considered the repercussions of your actions? She is the only daughter of Ning Fengji. While it may seem simple to eliminate her, how do you intend to confront the inevitable retaliation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Regardless of the benefits you might gain, the cost will be far too great. If it is at all possible, you must ensure that Ning Rongrong does not perish here. The nature of your relationship is secondary. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she is here with me. Should she meet her end in this place? The consequences for the Spirit Hall are unpredictable, whereas I must prepare for the aftermath myself. Just a moment ago, you were in denial. Yet it appears you are quite concerned for her well-being, are you not? You seem nearly frantic. Qian Renxue arched her brows, silently contemplating Su Cheng's words before finally responding. I could release her, provided you accompany me. If you agree, I shall set her free. Chapter 81. A slap in the face upon hearing this. Su Cheng's expression subtly shifted. With that madwoman Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall, joining voluntarily seemed acceptable, yet if he were to return with Qian Renxue, he would undoubtedly find himself a target of her relentless schemes. Qian Renxue was backed by a series of influential worshipping factions, including Qian Daolu, and was intrinsically linked to Bibi Dong by blood. Thus, she faced no peril. To embark on this journey was tantamount to courting death. Brother, do not accompany her. Before he could articulate his concerns, Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected. Is this a matter for you to discuss? Qian Renxue's voice turned icy in an instant. Silence her. With a swift motion, the sea dragon Doluo, without uttering a word, delivered a resounding slap. As Su Cheng suddenly turned his head, he beheld the exquisite visage of Ning Rongrong marked by a distinct red imprint, which promptly swelled. However, it was evident that the stinging porcupine Doluo had refrained from employing her soul power. Otherwise, that slap would have surely imperiled her life. You, Ning Rongrong, having been raised in luxury and cherished as a jewel by her family, had never endured such indignity. Overcome with fury, her eyes reddened as she glared at Qian Renxue in the distance. Continue. Slap. This time, Ning Rongrong fell silent, her only response a faint sound of sobbing. Goodness. After 2 slaps, it was not only Ning Rongrong who felt shaken. Even Su Cheng's heart quivered, unable to suppress a curse in his mind. Qian Renxue had truly lost her senses. Cursed be Dugo Bo, when would he realize the gravity of the situation? Wait. Noticing that Qian Renxue seemed intent on speaking further. Appearing somewhat unsatisfied, Su Cheng hastily interjected, Why must you torment a young girl? All matters in Tiando City have nothing to do with her. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue turned to Su Cheng and inquired, Are you prepared to join me? Before she could finish, a sudden thought crossed her mind as she glanced at the stinging porcupine Doluo and Ning Rongrong, coolly stating, Let the troublesome one be silenced. The stinging porcupine Doluo lifted her hand, and the paralyzing toxin swiftly coursed into Ning Rongrong's body, rendering her silent in an instant. You. Su Cheng was taken aback, rushing to assess the situation. What? Su Cheng, do you wish for her to know that I hail from the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that Qian Renxue had not entirely lost her sanity. At least she understood the necessity of concealing the existence of the Spirit Hall. This indicated that there was still room for negotiation. Turning to Qian Renxue, he said, I am but a mere soul master, of humble origins with a bleak future. Even if I were to accompany you to the Spirit Hall, I would be of little use and might even hinder your progress. Su Cheng, if you speak in such a manner, you are being excessively self-deprecating. I have heard many commendations about you from the Dream God Machine Teaching Committee, and even the proud sword Dolua is willing to take you as a disciple. Moreover, your claim of humble origins is rather curious, Qian Renxue replied, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. How is it that someone of ordinary background like you could stir the upper echelons of Tiando into chaos and discern my true identity? You have undone 12 years of my painstaking efforts, forcing me to withdraw from Tiando City, she continued, her demeanor growing increasingly icy, imbued with a sense of resentment. Su Cheng fell into a momentary silence. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he spoke once more. The Snow Knight Emperor is in the prime of his life. Even without my intervention, your chances of success are nearly non-existent. Even if by some stroke of luck you were to succeed, the upper echelons of the empire would require a considerable period for power consolidation. Your plans are nothing but castles in the air. A sardonic laugh escaped Qian Renxue's lips as she retorted mockingly. Standing beside the unconscious Ning Rongrong, the porcupine Doluo wore an oddly contemplative expression. Typically, it was the serpent spear Doluo who accompanied Qian Renxue, while he operated on the periphery, tasked with other duties. He had only occasionally heard of Su Cheng's name, unaware of the deeper intricacies involved. Now, however, he truly grasped the gravity of the situation. There was undoubtedly something amiss between the two. Yet, reflecting on Su Cheng's current age, he felt an instinctive skepticism regarding the plausibility of such a connection. Su Cheng was evidently unaware of the intricate psychological activities unfolding within the audience nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Accompanying you to the Spirit Hall is not out of the question. Let us wager on a game. If I should lose, I shall willingly accompany you. However, should I emerge victorious, I would return with you only in body, not in spirit. Now, tell me what you wish to stake. Let us engage in a fair duel. As the heir to the spirit hall and possessing superior cultivation, you must have enough confidence and magnanimity to accept this challenge, do you not? Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and did not refuse. Very well, I shall indulge you. Let me witness what confidence you possess to dare confront a soul emperor. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion, but Zhu Zhuqing seemed to catch a fleeting glimmer of amusement in her eyes, which stirred a sense of unease within him. On the other hand, the sea pig Dolua was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing would dare to propose such a wager. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a certain understanding of his own talents. To speak of anything else, the sword energy that his opponent had casually unleashed was far beyond what an ordinary soul master could exhibit. However, the notion of engaging in combat with Qian Renxue seemed rather absurd. Among soul masters, the vast disparity in combat prowess across different ranks is not merely attributable to the crushing advantage of soul skills and power derived from cultivation. It encompasses a fundamental divergence in speed, adaptability, and other essential qualities that exist on entirely different planes. If one cannot keep pace with their opponent's velocity, what hope is there for battle? Moreover, from the perspective of the serpent Dolua, Zhu Zhuqing was utterly oblivious to the identity of the person he was about to confront. Qian Renxue was not merely distinguished by her profound cultivation. With her innate soul power of 20, her martial soul was singular in the world, which constituted her most formidable aspect. The strength of her martial soul transcended the comprehension of ordinary beings, naturally endowing her with combat capabilities that far surpassed her peers. At this moment, the confrontation between Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue was imminent. To his astonishment, he noticed that Qian Renxue's martial soul had transformed. He was all too familiar with the appearance of the six-winged angel martial soul, yet the Qian Renxue before him was markedly different from his memories. A radiant glow emanated from her, no longer the resplendent golden hue of the past. Instead, a dark silver light began at her forehead, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Subsequently, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings materialized. Her garments tore apart at the back, giving birth to 2 pairs of wings. These wings were no longer the familiar pure white, but were interspersed with several ebony feathers. Though few in number, their presence was striking, capturing immediate attention. The interplay of black and white on her wings appeared remarkably harmonious, devoid of any discordance. A colossal, indistinct shadow loomed behind her. The six-winged angel martial soul still radiated a familiar golden brilliance, yet its eyes were entirely black. As she manifested her martial soul, Qian Renxue's body began to levitate gently. Suspended in midair, bathed in intense golden light, her dark robe appeared to be adorned with a golden trim. Her eyes were shrouded in a misty darkness, her visage exuding a blend of purity and a hint of allure. In this moment, Qian Renxue underwent a complete metamorphosis, revealing an extraordinarily divine, yet chillingly cold complexity about her, transcending the ordinary. She resembled a deity, standing atop the clouds, judging all of humanity. However, this was distinct from the intense divinity she exhibited upon achieving angelic status in the simulated realm, nor did it evoke the chaotic malevolence associated with the Rakshasa deity. Instead, it was a fusion of an unwavering, extreme will, akin to the ruler of life and death among mortals, embodying the power of life and death. With divine might akin to that of a prison, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew grave. He could sense, purely from intuition, that the strength of Qian Renxue before him was formidable, far beyond his initial expectations. The six-winged angel martial soul was indeed powerful, its strength was multifaceted, akin to his eternal sword, both embodying a relatively balanced approach. However, now, confronted with the manifestation of her martial soul, he was overwhelmed by an unmistakable sense of aggressive dominance. After summoning her martial soul, Qian Renxue did not wait for Zhu Zhuqing to make the first move. A series of brilliant silver halos radiated from her, swiftly expanding and enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The angelic domain. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly as he released the domain of the 5 elements, simultaneously attuning himself to the transformed realm of the angel. This presented an exceptional opportunity, an advanced perception of his opponent's state before the clash. His understanding of Qian Renxue, who now existed beyond his memories, was nearly non-existent. Fortuitously, she had yet to attain the level of a soul sage. Otherwise, should she unleash the angelic domain in her martial soul's true form without any relevant intelligence on his part, defeat would be inevitable. The silent yet intense collision between the 5 elements domain and the angelic domain was striking. In terms of aggression, the 5 elements domain paled in comparison to its counterpart. However, its strength lay not in offensive capabilities. The 5 elements domain, resilient and self-sustaining, boasted top-tier defensive prowess as long as the levels were relatively close. The domain acted as an antenna, continuously relaying information about the opponent to Zhu Zhuqing. What Qian Renxue currently manifested was not a pure angelic domain. It bore additional attributes beyond his recollection of the angelic domain. In addition to purification, dissolution, suppression, and enhancement, there was a conspicuous element of erosion, assimilation, and disruption of the opponent's mental resolve and aggressive capability. However, this was far from advantageous. In fact, it constituted a weakening of the angelic domain itself. The layering of domains is not always beneficial. For instance, the Rakshasa domain, even when allied with the angelic domain, would only result in mutual depletion when their attributes clashed. Although Qianrenxue's situation was not as severe, it bore a resemblance in nature. That chilling negative effect, while enhancing the offensive capabilities of the angelic domain to some degree, ultimately diminished its overall strength. It was precisely for this reason that his 5 elements domain, wielded with the cultivation of a soul sovereign, could stand its ground against the angelic domain in their confrontation. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing manifest the 5 elements domain, Qianrenxue raised her brows slightly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. Nevertheless, her movements remained unaffected. With a blazing white tail flame trailing behind her, she soared towards Zhu Zhuqing like a shooting star. Her speed augmented by the angelic wings, rendering her form somewhat ethereal, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. The radiant light and shadows erupted from her back, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth in an instant. Concurrently, the first soul ring on Qianrenxue illuminated, a golden halo coalescing around her right fist, resembling a colossal shield. As she launched a powerful punch directly at Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately resort to the sword stance for a direct confrontation. Although his defensive technique possessed formidable strength, its limitations were rather evident, with the primary advantage lying in its ability to harness and accumulate force. At that moment, the disparity in power between the two was overwhelmingly vast, leaving him uncertain of his capability to withstand the impending strike. Should he fail to endure it, he would consequently forfeit his initiative in the ensuing combat. With an inherent disparity in raw strength already present, succumbing to a passive position would obliterate any hope of victory. The first and third soul rings of Zhu Zhuqing illuminated in succession. The first soul skill, thick virtue bearing all. This is a state-enhancing soul skill that, while it may slightly diminish his mobility, augments his strength by 20% and his endurance and resilience by 50%. When grounded, the enhancement effects are further amplified. The third soul skill, fractal shadow. Sword 6, sword control technique. The Chongqing sword in his hand manifested 3 sword shadows, which then soared into the sky, attacking from various angles, colliding with Qianrenxue's soul technique in midair. Distracted control? Qianrenxue furrowed her brow slightly. Ningfengji truly spares no expense. The few sword strikes before her posed little threat, and she effortlessly deflected the sword shadows. However, concurrently, the potency of the soul technique was considerably diminished. Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to Qianrenxue's words. Unlike her, who appeared effortlessly composed, he had to concentrate wholly, deploying every technique in the most appropriate manner. Sword 8. Wall of Earth. After the sword shadow was struck down, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly unleashed his most formidable defensive move. Unlike the borrowing strength of the sword stance, this technique, rooted in the earth attribute of the eternal life sword, was entirely directed towards defensive offense. Bolstered by the pulse resumption technique, he transitioned between moves with remarkable speed. The 13 sword techniques were inherently complementary to the manipulation of soul power. With a thunderous roar, the two figures momentarily collided before instantly separating. Qianrenxue's forward motion halted, her body swaying slightly in midair, while Zhu Zhuqing was propelled back several meters, struggling to regain control of his body as a surge of energy and blood coursed within him. Nonetheless, he had successfully blocked the attack. The nearby spike porcupine Doluan narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised by the scene before him. Initially, he had dismissed Zhu Zhuqing's challenge, regarding it as futile bravado or merely a means to save face. Yet, within this brief exchange, he observed many remarkable aspects. First was Zhu Zhuqing's reaction speed, astonishingly swift, far surpassing the expected capabilities of a soul master, enabling him to keep pace with Qianrenxue's velocity. Though slightly disadvantaged in offense and defense, he was not overtly suppressed and even retained a measure of counterattack capability. As Qianrenxue's assault descended, he managed to seize the initiative, deploying a soul skill to undermine her momentum before countering and neutralizing the attack. Regrettably, this was insufficient. Qianrenxue seemed unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's sword techniques outside of his soul ring skills, a smile of intrigue gracing her features. Subsequently, the pairs of wings behind her underwent a transformation, a deep black hue emerging from their bases and swiftly spreading outward. Moments later, the black light enveloped the tips of each feather, causing her wings to shift from pristine white to ominous black in an instant. Simultaneously, the nature of Qianrenxue's domain subtly altered. The once sacred and warm aura faded, replaced by an increasingly fierce and imposing presence. A chilling and pure malevolence descended, gradually suppressing Zhu Zhuqing's elemental domain. However, the transformed angelic domain did not exude a sense of foreboding. Rather, it emanated a regal and austere severity, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Zhu Zhuqing felt a shiver run through him. Once again, an inexplicable transformation had occurred. Chapter 83. Your despair, my despair. The majesty of the celestial deity radiated with divine brilliance, while the malevolence of the Rakshasa god was steeped in chaos and filth. The Azura god exuded a bloody and unadulterated killing intent. Yet at this moment, Qianrenxue's demeanor was utterly distinct from theirs. In Zhu Zhuqing's previous life, he had heard numerous mythical tales, one of which spoke of a realm known as the underworld. It was said that within the underworld lay 18 great hells and countless lesser ones, serving as the final resting place for all souls in the vast universe. Every sin would be subjected to the ultimate judgment of the underworld's judges, representing the highest symbol of law. The tortures of hell were not intended for mere slaughter, but rather for punishment, inflicting suffering even upon the most brutal of criminals, leading them to repentance. The so-called tortures of the mortal realm paled in comparison to the punishments of hell, resembling mere childish play. If one were to draw a comparison, Qianrenxue's current domain resembled a courtroom of torment for heinous criminals, and she herself embodied the role of the judge responsible for administering judgment and executing punishment in hell. Possessing an aura that commanded authority over the laws of the underworld, cleansing the myriad sins of the mortal world. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. She had not yet attained such a state. As he witnessed the gradual suppression of the five elements domain, Zhu Zhuqing, out of desperation, unleashed the nascent form of his sword Dao domain. Waves of sword energy swirled around him, merging with the five elements domain. This action significantly accelerated the consumption of his soul power, yet at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Sword 5, Intent of the Sword. As Qianrenxue's aura underwent further transformation, Zhu Zhuqing could not simply wait idly by. Seizing the opportunity, he executed this technique, purely condensed from sword intent. Regardless of the reason behind Qianrenxue's current transformation, the change in her aura signified that her heart and mind must surely be in a state of turmoil. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly altered his approach, seizing the opportunity to unleash his spirit sword. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Qianrenxue's eyes, her expression growing notably grave. She raised her hand to conjure a radiant white barrier to deflect the blade's shadow. However, in her haste, she could not entirely thwart its advance after their collision. Remnants of the sword's intent still pierced into her sea of consciousness. Qianrenxue involuntarily let out a muffled groan, feeling a tumultuous disturbance within her mind. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's level pales in comparison to hers. However, under the enhancement of sword intent, the disparity is not as vast as that of cultivation. This strike has nonetheless inflicted a certain degree of impact upon her. Sword 4, Circular Blade. Upon completing this technique, Zhu Zhuqing's next assault follows promptly. A flicker of anger appears on Qianrenxue's face. Although the injury is not severe, it has tempered her previously playful demeanor. Extending her right hand, the fifth soul ring illuminates, and a longsword materializes in her grasp. Yet, this blade is not crafted from metal, it is forged from black flames. Though lacking a physical form, the intense energy emanating from it sends a shiver through the heart. As the blade, ablaze with dark fire, slices through the air, Zhu Zhuqing's formidable sword energy is instantly cleaved apart. Subsequently, the sword is raised high. Qianrenxue's expression remains serene as the colossal sword briefly pauses to gather strength before slicing down at an angle, akin to a deity standing upon the clouds, imparting judgment upon all beings. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that the previous sword technique posed no real threat to her. It was merely a stratagem to buy a fleeting moment. Seizing this opportunity, his second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Rending Wind and Thunder. This, too, was a type of enhancement skill, capable of augmenting the sharpness of the Eternal Life Sword by 70% and the quality of the blade by 30%. Though it did little to bolster his own strength. Simultaneously, a yellow radiance erupted from the Eternal Life Sword, swiftly followed by a dazzling array of colors, white, black, azure, and crimson flashing in succession. Sword 12, Eternal Life. This strike represented the pinnacle of Zhu Zhuqing's swordsmanship. It amalgamated domain, sword intent, attributes, and techniques, embodying the perpetual cycle of the five elements. A colossal sword, engulfed in black flames, surged forth, accompanied by a mighty gust of wind, descending with an astonishing sense of pressure. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing thrust his longsword upward, unleashing a radiant aura of five colors that soared into the heavens. Akin to a millstone shattering the colossal black flame, sword wielded by Qianrenxue. The fierce winds may have been formidable, yet the mountains stood unwavering. The moonlight illuminated the scene, while the river flowed effortlessly. His sword technique, though not the pinnacle of offensive power nor particularly adept at defense, possessed an intrinsic completeness. Under the harmonious operation of the five elements, it exhibited remarkable resilience. Even when faced with Qianrenxue's full-force strike, he was still able to mount a defense. Qianrenxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and the observing spirit Dolua wore an expression of astonishment. Logically, given Zhu Zhuqing's current cultivation level, it should have been nearly impossible for him to sustain such a powerful soul skill. However, the soul power expended by a self-created soul skill is not comparable to that of traditional soul rings. Coupled with the enhancement of his domain, Zhu Zhuqing still retained some vigor after executing this strike. Moments later, Qianrenxue's overwhelmingly domineering slash dissipated into nothingness. Truly impressive, she thought. A complex expression fleeting across her face. Then, with a calm demeanor, she inquired, "Do you have more moves?" Indeed, he did. Zhu Zhuqing stood silently, his sword held firmly in both hands. The sword 13, imbued with the emotions of the world. This moment, however, differed from the day he battled Ji Yuan. It was no longer merely a preliminary stance. Within the realm, the sword chi surged and intertwined. A formidable sword intent emanated from Zhu Zhuqing. While his soul energy swiftly waned, accompanied by a significant depletion of mental fortitude, a peculiar wave of energy began to radiate outward. By invoking emotion through sword intent, and subsequently fortifying that intent with sentiment, he manifested his sentimental sword. This transcended mere swordsmanship. It was a profound force. Yet, he struggled to master this power. As the residual force of his blade expanded, casting a colossal shadow that soared toward the heavens. In that moment, Qianrenxue's gaze faltered. Her perception of Zhu Zhuqing's figure gradually merging with the visage she had etched in her memory. It was as if she were transported back to the final scene of her dream. The shadow of the sword pierced her very soul, her beloved falling before her eyes. The mocking smile that had lingered on her face began to fade away, replaced by a haunting fear of loss and a profound despair for the future. In this light, death appeared almost as a form of solace. Zhu Zhuqing, too, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Before his eyes, a similar scene unfolded. A sword that burned with the essence of his soul and life, a strike aimed at annihilating the opponent's divine status. The memory of that moment was an indelible scar for Qian Renxue. It was no less significant for Zhu Zhuqing. At that time, he did not slay Qian Renxue. Yet he indeed exploited her trust in him and personally obliterated her future. Everything in that world was not merely a game. Qian Renxue was not a mere NPC. Did he feel remorse? The voice of Qian Renxue seemed to echo from the distant horizon. What? Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment. Do I regret it? No. I do not. His gaze grew resolute. It was not a fleeting impulse. It was a path he had resolved to take from the very beginning. To speak of regret now would be utterly absurd. So it was. With the sound of clashing metal, the shattered shadows of the sword scattered around him. Zhu Zhuqing's sword was interrupted. Your methods are indeed numerous, yet they remain insufficient. Qian Renxue stood before Zhu Zhuqing. The enormous flame sword that had just reformed in her grasp began to dissipate after this strike. She spoke with a hint of indifference. This time, Zhu Zhuqing completely failed to keep pace with her speed. Before he could cultivate the sword to its zenith, Qian Renxue preemptively launched her attack, thwarting him before he could exert his full strength. However, the time she expended to execute this soul technique was evidently unreasonable. In Zhu Zhuqing's estimation, Qian Renxue's soul technique should not have been reconstructed so swiftly. Chapter 84. This is what you owe me. The method of resuming the pulse and restoring energy. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh, instantly recognizing the technique employed by the other party. Is this surprising? A smile once again graced Qianrenxue's lips. Zhu Zhuqing, it seems you have no choice but to accompany me back to the spirit hall. Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the familiar yet unfamiliar exquisite visage of Qianrenxue before him, articulating the question that had long plagued his mind. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of relief, as though it was an expected revelation. Nevertheless, his thoughts remained somewhat tumultuous. If the Qianrenxue of the real world had indeed acquired those memories, it would have been relatively easier to comprehend. Given his past actions, it would not have been unreasonable for her to harbor animosity towards him. However, the crux of the matter lay in his certainty that the person before him was unequivocally not the Qianrenxue he had known. He understood her too well. In terms of her demeanor, approach to life, and even her cultivation prowess, this individual bore little resemblance to the Qianrenxue etched in his memory. Who am I? I am Qianrenxue. Do you not know? Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Qianrenxue couldn't help but chuckle, a flicker of inscrutable emotion dancing in her eyes. You know what I am referring to. Once we return to the spirit hall, you shall have ample time to comprehend. She paid little heed to his attitude or choice of words, responding casually. That may not be feasible. What, having lost? Do you still wish to? Before she could finish her sentence, her expression abruptly shifted as she turned to survey her surroundings. The chaotic sword energies that had scattered after her initial assault seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling and growing with an extraordinary intensity. Fear is an instinct inherent to all living beings, yet it is not a weakness, particularly among humans, whose emotions run deep. An overwhelming sense of hope often ignites remarkable strength in dire circumstances. As Zhu Zhuqing remarked quietly, he beckoned with his hand, and countless sword energies erupted from the ground. The thicket, and among the leaves, densely encircling the two of them. Even the smallest ember can ignite a conflagration. Sword Style 14. Embers. This sword technique amalgamated his sentimental swordsmanship with the attributes of fire and wood. While its immediate force was not particularly formidable, far inferior to the explosive power of his previous two sword techniques, given sufficient time, this technique could evolve into a far more terrifying form. In the initial 3 soul rings of Zhu Zhuqing, there exists no fire or wood attribute. However, the eternal life sword inherently embodies the principle of the 5 elemental interactions, coupled with the enhancement of the elemental domain and the residual might of Sword 13. The potency of this sword technique has become undeniably formidable. In stark contrast, Qianrenxue now finds herself bereft of time to mount a response. Her recent 5th soul skill did indeed disrupt Zhu Zhuqing's sword maneuver, yet this technique has since dissipated in the aftermath of their clash. Furthermore, Qianrenxue's method of reconnecting her meridians and replenishing her energy is far from proficient. She can only utilize a fraction of her soul skills, with the most powerful among them being the angelic holy sword executed moments ago. Different soul skills correspond to distinct pathways of soul energy, and the complexity of the human body's meridians and acupoints is beyond complete comprehension, even for Zhu Zhuqing, let alone for Qian Renxue, who was still significantly lacking in understanding. In the past, within the simulated realm, all her soul skills were meticulously designed and guided by Zhu Zhuqing himself. Yet, in the realm of reality, her soul skills diverge from her memories, rendering it implausible for her to have independently discerned the intricacies of other soul skills operations within such a brief span of years. Moreover, amidst her numerous responsibilities within the Heavendo Empire, her remaining energy is scarcely sufficient for cultivation, leaving little time to further refine her soul skills. Even the angelic holy sword was mastered over the course of several years, relying on her innate talent and the similarity to techniques from her past memories. Furthermore, even employing the method of reconnecting meridians requires time. Soul skills of considerable strength cannot be instantaneously unleashed. Should she recklessly attempt to strike now, Zhu Zhuqing's reflexes would swiftly unleash the sword aura, inflicting injury upon her. Searching for hope in the face of despair? Observing the poised sword aura surrounding her, Qian Renxue murmured to herself before turning her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing standing before her, exclaiming, "You truly have a knack for producing the most unexpected outcomes." With Qian Renxue refraining from further aggressive actions, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled a long, heavy breath. "So, how shall we conclude this? It appears that this wager is mine to claim. Is it not?" Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What wager?" Zhu Zhuqing furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a deep voice. "As the esteemed heir of the Wuhuan Hall, are you truly prepared to breach your trust? The notion that the heir of the Wuhuan Hall would fail to uphold a promise. Who dared to utter such words?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was taken aback. Turning to the stabbing porcupine Dolua and inquiring, "Uncle Xiexu, did you express such sentiments?" "I have neither spoken nor witnessed any such wager," replied the stabbing porcupine Dolua nonchalantly. In that moment, the oppressive aura of the title Dolua unfurled, and the previously feeble sword energies were instantly extinguished under the weight of this formidable pressure. Zhu Zhuqing fell into a profound silence. Indeed, given the opponent's formidable strength, the so-called agreement was nothing more than a jest. Such promises are merely a pretext for the weak to seek solace, while the strong offer it as a form of charity. Observing his silence, Qian Renxue waved her hand and smiled, "Enough. Come with me back to the Spirit Hall. It is far superior to lingering in this insignificant Heavendo Empire. You are well aware of the Spirit Hall's resources. In terms of cultivation materials and various knowledge, is there anywhere in the world that can compare?" After a brief pause, she fixed her gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing and added, "Moreover, this is what you owe me." With a slight tremor at the corner of his eye, Zhu Zhuqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was utterly subdued by the aura of the rendered immobile, and his soul power was nearly depleted, leaving him with no apparent means of resistance. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Qian Renxue's eyes, a subtle exhilaration blooming within her heart. "You are right. This is something I owe you. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot accompany you back to the Spirit Hall at this moment." After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke again. He raised his head and proclaimed loudly, "Dugabo, stop hiding. Come out now." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression shifted, and she turned to look around. The surroundings, however, were eerily silent, with no response to Zhu Zhuqing's call. Observing this, she turned back, her gaze directed at Zhu Zhuqing with a peculiar look. At that moment, his demeanor subtly changed, sensing an unusual presence. Noticing the stillness, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened further as he intoned, "If you do not come out now, you may never have the chance to emerge again. You might as well hide in your ice and fire yin yang and await your demise." "What a bore. How did you know I was here?" A voice, somewhat aged, echoed as a figure emerged from the woods. "I had previously thought the next chapter had been released, only to discover it was still under review and has yet to be published. I can only wait until tomorrow to inquire with the editor. My sincerest apologies." Chapter 85. The Kiss of an Angel, Grand Chapter. Dugabo wore an expression tinged with embarrassment. He had intended to witness Zhu Zhuqing's continued blunders, for this individual, despite his youth, always exuded an air of confidence and composure. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing had sensed his hidden amusement. Casting a glance at Dugabo, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened slightly. Indeed, the old fellow had arrived long ago. When he had proposed the wager, he had never intended to place his hopes upon it. If he were facing the former Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing might have felt more assured, but the current Qian Renxue was an enigma he could not penetrate, nor could he fathom her thoughts. He had suggested the wager merely as a means to unleash his ultimate move without risking exposure to the capabilities of a title de law. With present, it was likely that his sword techniques would be suppressed before he could even execute them, making it improbable to buy sufficient time. Fortunately, the current Qian Renxue appeared to possess a rather mischievous inclination, granting him this opportunity. After the battle concluded, Zhu Zhuqing felt a 9/10 certainty that Dugabo was indeed nearby. Their clash had not been brief, and given the fluctuations in his subsequent sword techniques, as a title Dolua, Dugabo could not possibly remain oblivious. Furthermore, he was familiar with some of Zhu Zhuqing's soul techniques. Upon realizing something was amiss, he would undoubtedly arrive promptly. In terms of one-on-one combat, Dugabo indeed ranked among the lower echelons of title Doluos. However, If he did not engage in full-force combat, and instead restrained his aura as much as possible, he could effectively conceal himself unless someone made a concerted effort to probe. At least at the level of, it would be challenging to discover him easily. With Dugubo's appearance, the dynamics of the situation shifted subtly once more. Among title duos below level 95, even with some disparities, it was unrealistic to forcibly detain one another if they truly wished to depart. At this juncture, with the title duo at his side, even if Su Cheng's combat prowess fell short, retreating would not pose a significant challenge. While Qianrenxue could detain Zhu Zhuqing and Qianrenxue, she could not hold back Dugubo unless she was willing to disregard the risks of information leakage entirely. Even inciting the vigilance of the two great empires and the ire of the three major sects, she could not take both of them away. However, judging by her previous words and actions, despite her audacity, she was not entirely reckless and would undoubtedly consider the subsequent ramifications. Dugudolua? Qianrenxue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Her expression quickly regaining composure as she said coolly, "When did you arrive?" "Not long ago." "You may continue," Dugubo replied leisurely, adopting an outsider's demeanor. "So this was your contingency plan," Qianrenxue remarked, no longer paying him any mind, and turned her attention back to Su Cheng. "Does he dare to offend the spirit hall for your sake?" Before Su Cheng could utter a word, Dugubo took the initiative to speak. "Is the spirit hall truly formidable?" "I have never feared offending anyone." Qianrenxue furrowed her brow, a flicker of astonishment igniting within her. She had not anticipated that Dugubo would resolutely defend Su Cheng. The number of title duos on the continent was limited, and the poisoned Dugubo was a figure she had heard of, though he hailed from humble beginnings. He had ascended to the realm of title duo through sheer perseverance, and his martial spirit, the phosphorescent snake, had evolved into the phosphorescent snake king. However, the previous record she had encountered depicted him as reclusive and irascible, seldom engaging with the outside world. The Prince of Snowstar had once rescued him, and in gratitude, he had become an honorary guest of the royal family, yet he had always treated the nobility with disdain. Even in the presence of Snowstar, he remained resolute in his individuality, regarding power and influence as inconsequential. Now, however, he treated Su Cheng as an equal, a stance that left her perplexed. Amidst her surprise, a sense of frustration welled up within her. If she were to forfeit this opportunity, Su Cheng would undoubtedly become more vigilant in the future. And with her departure from the Heavendo City, it would be difficult to take action again in the near term. For a moment, each individual harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew quiet, save for the rustling of leaves swaying in the gentle breeze. After a brief silence, Su Cheng composed his words and broke the stillness. "It would not be difficult for you to take me away today, and Duga Sr. would find it hard to prevent you. However, managing the aftermath of my departure would be quite troublesome. I have other matters to attend to within the Heavendo Empire, and I also owe it to Duga Sr. to treat his ailment. Qianrenxue, return to the Spirit Hall. With your talent, remaining here is a waste of time. I assure you that I will not disclose today's events to anyone, including Qianrenxue, for whom I shall devise an excuse to appease. The same goes for Duga Sr. Wait for a few years, and I will surely visit the Spirit Hall." Until he comprehended Qianrenxue's current state, Su Cheng dared not speak freely and could only negotiate with the information he was willing to reveal. "What exactly is your relationship with Qianrenxue?" Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's gaze shifted, fixing intently upon Su Cheng. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, soon finding himself in a state of bemusement. He had not anticipated that the first question from the other party would be this. "There is truly nothing between her and me. You are aware that I have taken Sword Doluwa Qinshin as my master, and she is unwilling to refer to me as her senior uncle. Ning Fingji has suggested that we address each other as siblings, and beyond that, there is nothing further. Ning Fingji wishes for you to join the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. That is out of the question. Have you considered her age?" Even if Ning Fingji harbored such intentions, Sword Doluwa and Bone Doluwa would never consent. Su Cheng's tone reflected a hint of exasperation. "Do you agree?" Qianrenxue's expression was a blend of amusement and skepticism. "I do not." Upon hearing this, she fell silent and took a step forward. The two had only just engaged, their proximity already minimal. As Qianrenxue voluntarily approached, the distance between them swiftly diminished to merely a foot. Observing from a distance, Dugubo furrowed his brow. Though her demeanor appeared somewhat frivolous, there seemed to be no malice in her intentions. Furthermore, the presence of the formidable Titan Doluwa, whose attributes subtly countered his own, loomed nearby, keeping a watchful eye while exerting pressure on Su Cheng, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. He found himself in a rather precarious situation. Should the other party refuse to relent, he found himself without a viable solution. He could not hope to defeat them, nor was he assured of a successful rescue. His only recourse was to threaten exposure of the Spirit Hall's plans. Fortunately, the current objective of the opposing party appeared to be merely to capture, rather than to kill, which offered him some solace. However, the two indeed seemed quite well matched. Qianrenxue was undoubtedly exceptional. Her tall and graceful figure, along with her exquisite beauty, became even more regal and divine against the backdrop of her golden hair. The black robe she wore added an intriguing blend of somber elegance to her otherwise pure and saintly aura. Yet, All of this merely scratched the surface of the complex persona she concealed beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior, akin to a mere tip of an iceberg. Beneath the depths lay unfathomable glaciers. This created an impression of a mysterious paradox, both harmonious and enigmatic. In contrast, Su Cheng possessed an equally distinctive aura, rivaling that of Qianrenxue. Despite his youth, his cultivation at the soul sovereign level lent him considerable height, surpassing 1.70 meters, which rendered him less juvenile in her presence. Perhaps due to the augmentation of his martial spirit, his countenance bore a unique youthful severity, reminiscent of a sword unsheathed, soaring towards the heavens. However, this was merely a facade. Beneath that sharp exterior lay a profound and tranquil depth akin to the earth itself. Together, they formed a picturesque tableau, one like ethereal clouds drifting in the sky, mysterious and elusive, the other akin to majestic mountains, steadfast and tranquil, moving with the passage of time. At that moment, Dugubo's gaze sharpened. He observed Qianrenxue fixating upon Su Cheng, as she raised her fair hand to caress his cheek, leaning slightly forward. Suddenly, her fingers halted, letting out a muffled sound of surprise. Su Cheng beheld the piercing gaze of Qianrenxue, where golden and black lights alternately flickered. Her dark attire occasionally shimmered with golden radiance, and her aura fluctuated violently. Within his acute perception, he sensed a hint of instability within her sea of consciousness. Not far away, he appeared somewhat taken aback, furrowing his brows as he glanced at his young master, hesitating between the desire to intervene and a moment of uncertainty. Has she succumbed to madness? Is there truly such a phenomenon in the cultivation of soul masters on the Dolua continent? Su Cheng's expression was grave. Indeed, her current condition was quite concerning. He was uncertain about the other circumstances. Logically, this presented the most opportune moment for a counterattack, allowing for an escape. Given the present situation, he was willing to risk injury by clashing his sword intent against the locking mechanism of the Porcupine Dolua, knowing that this tidal Dolua would likely hesitate to engage him while preoccupied with Qianrenxue's safety. In fact, at that moment, the Porcupine Dolua had already relaxed his pressure on him, redirecting his focus to Qianrenxue. After a brief pause in his demeanor, Su Cheng acted immediately. However, he did not employ his sword intent. Instead, he unleashed the five elements domain, its ceaseless augmentative effects enveloping Qianrenxue. Observing the unfolding events, Dugubo raised an eyebrow, intending to speak, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. The eternal sword in Su Cheng's hand trembled. Sword 9, the essence of all life. Flora flourished, life perpetuated. Sensing the surrounding realm, the entwined golden and black hues on Qianrenxue momentarily paused, and then her aura calmed. The intense golden radiance and black mist in her eyes also came to a halt. Utterly trivial, accompanied by a soft murmur. The black mist in Qianrenxue's gaze dissipated, revealing a sudden burst of golden light. Her dark attire faded away, transforming into pristine white. In Su Cheng's astonished gaze, the glimmering reflections in Qianrenxue's eyes shifted, reverting to the demeanor he once knew so well. Is that you, teacher? Qianrenxue's expression was complex, filled with emotions that Su Cheng could not comprehend. Yearning, relief, gratitude, as well as sorrow, regret, and lingering resentment. Little Snow? Qianrenxue remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, she gently cupped Su Cheng's face with her hands, leaning slightly forward. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a pair of icy lips brushed against his. After a brief moment of contact, she lifted her head, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like water as they gazed at Su Cheng. In a soft voice, she said, "At this moment, the teacher is but a child. It would be more appropriate to call me sister." Sister? Su Cheng brushed his lips with his fingers, then cast a contemplative glance at Qianrenxue before him. Noticing his gesture, Qianrenxue's eyelashes fluttered gently. Yet her gaze remained unwavering as she looked directly at him. Fixated on those familiar eyes, he then shifted his attention to her moist, delicate lips. Su Cheng slowly extended his palm, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across Qianrenxue's forehead. He then ventured downward, his fingers softly caressing her fair cheeks. The sensation beneath his touch resembled that of stroking a piece of mutton fat jade, smooth, warm, and delicately contoured. As his fingers made contact, the slight blush on Qianrenxue's face deepened rapidly, warmth radiating through his fingertips. Her gaze finally averted, revealing a hint of fluster and uncertainty. Su Cheng leaned forward, and soon their lips met softly, the tip of his tongue gently parting her pearly teeth. Beneath the coolness of her lips and teeth lay a realm of tender warmth. A faint sweetness lingered at the corners of their mouths, while the breaths exchanged grew increasingly rapid and fervent. Qianrenxue's eyes shimmered, as if on the verge of spilling tears, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Gradually, her delicate phoenix eyes fluttered shut, her lashes unknowingly adorned with a hint of moisture. After a considerable pause, Su Cheng lifted his head. Yet, Qianrenxue appeared to remain entranced, only becoming aware of the warmth departing from her lips when she finally opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of dazed enchantment within. Seeing this, Su Cheng let out a light chuckle. Qianrenxue's lips parted and then closed, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Clearly, What had just transpired was somewhat overwhelming for her. In all her years, she had never encountered such a profound shock. Observing Qianrenxue's bewildered expression, Zhu Zhuqing found himself with a multitude of questions. Did that world truly exist? Why had she returned to this realm with memories? What had her existence been like after his demise? Yet, he was uncertain how to broach these topics. When he finally gathered the courage to speak, he instead inquired about something else. What was that just now? After a brief hesitation, he added, and who were you before? In truth, he wanted to ask if she was experiencing a form of mental fragmentation, but he felt that such phrasing would be rather impolite. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was genuinely concerned about Qianrenxue's current state. Her previous demeanor was not exactly malevolent. Yet it certainly bore no resemblance to the divine grace one would expect from a celestial being. Upon hearing his question, Qianrenxue finally regained her composure. While her mind lingered on the enchanting sensation she had just experienced, she instinctively denied it was nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. He trusted that Qianrenxue was well aware of her own thoughts. Since she was reluctant to divulge any information, insisting would serve no purpose. He merely resolved to keep this matter in mind, hoping to find similar case studies in the future. Zhu Zhuqing turned to the distant figure of Dugubo, Sr. What are the celestial herbs I asked you to procure? At this moment, Dugubo was rendered somewhat speechless by the series of developments, his gaze flitting wildly between Zhu Zhuqing and Qianrenxue. Previously, he had suspected there was something amiss with these two individuals. But now he realized that his initial assessment had been woefully superficial. This was not merely a trivial issue. The depths of the situation were alarmingly profound. In stark contrast to his current astonishment, the sea cucumber Dolua exhibited a remarkable composure, standing beneath the tree in a posture reminiscent of a meditating monk. His eyes were gently closed, indifferent to the unfolding events around him. Senior Dugu? Observing Dugubo still lost in thought, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to raise his voice slightly. Calling out once more, what? I said, what are the celestial herbs I requested? Which one? The coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Oh, I see now. One of the herbs you had me prepare was intended as a gift for her. Even at this point, Dugubo's thoughts remained somewhat muddled. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, questioning whether Dugubo had lost his senses, given his utter lack of eloquence. One among them? Qianrenxue narrowed her eyes, softly echoing Dugubo's previous words, casting a dubious glance at the two. The initial subscription is expected to be around 5,000. After careful calculation, I anticipate needing to add an additional 8 to 10 chapters, which is quite taxing. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support for the original work. I will fulfill the additional chapters within these 2 weeks, adhering to the standard of 3,000 words per chapter, ensuring quality. Chapter 86. You will regret this. Oh, and Dugubo was about to speak when Zhu Zhuqing interrupted him, adding, also, some common herbs for treating Senior Dugu's ailments. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from elaborating on Dugubo's specific condition. After all, he was not directly involved and felt it inappropriate to disclose information to others. If he were to bluntly state that this poison Dolua had little time left, it would undoubtedly discomfort Dugubo, irrespective of how Qianrenxue might react. Is that so? Qianrenxue sensed an inconsistency in his words, but could not pinpoint the flaw. She glanced again at the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in Zhu Zhuqing's hand, shaking her head and declaring, I do not desire this. Instead, I wish for the heartbreak red. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tremor in his heart, accompanied by a sense of hesitation. He suspected that Qianrenxue was still harboring inner turmoil. Although their recent interactions had been remarkably intimate, there remained many unspoken truths between them. Furthermore, Qianrenxue's current state seemed rather precarious. The effects of the heartbreak red elixir were rather sinister. Leaving aside the uncertainty of whether it could be removed, its usage might not necessarily yield positive outcomes, and one could only wonder about the potential repercussions. Celestial herbs differ fundamentally from ordinary rare spiritual plants. The properties of these medicinal treasures have evolved over countless years, diverging significantly from their original characteristics. Coupled with their inherent spiritual essence, each celestial herb is uniquely exceptional, possessing distinct qualities. Even among herbs of the same type, substantial variations exist. Zhu Zhuqing has always maintained a cautious approach towards the use of such substances, leaning towards the belief that it would be wise to refrain from employing the heartbreak red. However, Qianrenxue's determination left him with a sense of guilt, prompting him to say, let us discuss this further in the future. You wish to give it to someone else? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by the question. Then, why not give it to me now? After a brief pause, he turned to Dugubo, requesting, Senior, I must trouble you to make another trip. He then glanced at Qianrenxue, adopting a serious tone. I can grant it to you, but even if you manage to remove it, it would be wise not to take it lightly. Your talents are already unparalleled among mortals. Celestial herbs are merely embellishments for you. Should anything go awry, it would be too late for regrets. In contrast, Dugubo appeared somewhat hesitant, clearly uneasy about leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in this situation. Furrowing his brow, he gazed intently at him. Are you certain? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the expressionless Qianrenxue and the inconspicuous cuttlefish Dolua, nodding in affirmation. If Qianrenxue insisted on taking him away at this point, he would acquiesce. After Donggu Bo departed, having learned the characteristics of the heartbroken red, the atmosphere fell into a temporary stillness. Despite numerous unforeseen occurrences during his visit to the Heaven-Do Imperial City, he had fundamentally achieved his objectives. He joined the Academy battle team of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy and secured a ticket to participate in the Soul Master competition. He had also aligned himself with one of the top 3 sects for support. Given that Bibi Dong was currently constrained by the divine assessment and the offerings hall was closed, along with the Haotian sect being sealed off. As long as he refrained from making reckless decisions, his safety was now fundamentally assured. Furthermore, he had a titled Dolua serving as his bodyguard. Dong Gubo, being a solitary figure, had developed a decent rapport with him, and his only granddaughter was studying at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, which would provide significant convenience for Su Qing's future endeavors. Most crucially, he had successfully extricated Qian Renxue from the quagmire of the Heaven-Do Empire. It was evident that Qian Renxue had gained memories from the simulated world. Although Su Zhuqing felt a twinge of concern regarding this, his predominant sentiment was one of joy. For him, the Qian Renxue from the simulated world was an exceptionally unique entity, his sole complete trust, and the only person to whom he felt indebted. Otherwise, he would not have felt compelled to assist the Qian Renxue of the real world after emerging from the simulation. However, this was merely one-sided atonement. In his view, the Qian Renxue of the 2 worlds was entirely distinct. His subsequent actions, if framed positively, could be seen as reparative, if viewed negatively. They were merely a means of seeking psychological solace for his past conduct, without considering whether the Qian Renxue of reality would accept his so-called goodwill. Yet, alongside his sense of solace, Su Zhuqing was now beset with confusion. If he could not discern the connection between the simulated world and the real world, it would undoubtedly hinder his future plans within the simulation. Regrettably, Qian Renxue seemed unwilling to elaborate on what had transpired with her. If memory served as the bridge between simulation and reality, why did Bibi Dong, whom he had caused to perish, exhibit no reaction? Logically, she ought to be the most affected. Unlike Qian Renxue, whose plight was merely the shattering of divinity, Bibi Dong faced true annihilation of her soul. Moreover, compared to Qian Renxue, who was constrained within Heaven-Do City, Bibi Dong could ostensibly mobilize more resources from the Spirit Hall and would logically be more capable of finding him. The most probable unexpected variable was likely that peculiar entity resembling a split personality, Little Shui. The mere thought of that enigmatic figure, the dark-clad Qian Renxue, gave Su Zhuqing a headache. These enigmas could only be addressed later, perhaps by seeking insights from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Su Zhuqing, oblivious to the tumult within him, was lost in contemplation, while on the other side, Qian Renxue experienced a similar emotional tempest. A clash of divine and demonic forces raging beneath her seemingly tranquil exterior. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice the meaningful glances cast her way by the nearby Pufferfish Delaw, observing the absent-minded expression of his young master. Pufferfish Delaw resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that if the principal party was not troubled by these matters, he, as a subordinate, should not complicate things further. A golden radiance enveloped the expanse above Qian Renxue's sea of consciousness, exerting a comprehensive suppression on her tumultuous emotions. Concurrently, a thick plume of black smoke lingered in her heart, reminiscent of a burning black flame, yet devoid of its searing intensity, instead exuding an unnerving chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, the smoke vaguely assumed a human form, graceful and alluring, imbued with an aura of sinister seduction. This is not your true intention. What of your previous promises? You are mistaken. This is indeed my intention. Ridiculous. Foolish. A pair of ebony eyes materialized upon the visage of the smoky figure. Subsequently, the smoke coalesced into a distinct human form, clad in a pitch-black robe. Qian Renxue stood amidst the raging black flames, her expression rife with murderous intent. To relinquish such a splendid opportunity, I should never have let you emerge. I must have been out of my mind. I cannot let him down. A joke. He has deceived us for an eternity. What harm is there in deceiving him once? Draped in black, Qian Renxue's countenance was grim, yet she felt powerless. Indeed, she had entertained the notion of sparing Su Zhuqing once. But that was during a time when Dugubo was present, and the potential repercussions were too great to act upon. Now that Dugubo had departed, it seemed the opportune moment had arrived. Yet, it appeared that the recent intimate encounter with Su Zhuqing had fostered a sense of reliance within her dominant persona. At this moment, the opposing will was remarkably clear and powerful, making it exceedingly difficult for her to sway it given her current state. And Ning Rongrong? Will you still keep her? Ning Rongrong has no ties to the teacher. That is merely Ning Fingji's unreciprocated sentiment. Navi, you shall come to regret this. Before long, Dugu Bo returned to the scene. His concern for Su Zhuqing had driven him to hasten his journey, consuming little time along the way. What purpose does this flower serve? Dugu Bo inquired as he handed over the heartbreak red flower. As a title Doluo renowned for his mastery of poison, he held a keen interest in herbal medicine. It fortifies the foundation and enhances one's roots. Su Zhuqing casually replied upon receiving the crimson token of longing. Noticing a flicker of emotion in the other's expression, he swiftly grasped their intention. Your granddaughter cannot utilize this. She is unable to remove it. Hearing this, Dugu Bo's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Do not underestimate me, young man. Even if she could use it, this item rightfully belongs to you. Su Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled apologetically, saying, I apologize, it was an indiscretion on my part. Approaching Qian Renxue with the exquisite herb. He hesitated briefly before presenting the enchanting red flower, known as the heartbreak red, which grew upon the Wujue stone. Remember my words. Do not rush to consume this divine herb. Qian Renxue gazed at the familiar and stunning blossom before her, her thoughts swirling, momentarily lost in reverie. After a brief pause, she extended her hands to accept it. Observing her carefully stow away the herb, Su Cheng spoke earnestly, Xiaoxue, upon your return to the spirit hall, do not hasten to accept the angel god's legacy. Naturally, it was unlikely that Qian Renxue would achieve the soul sage rank within the next few years, thus unable to unlock the angel god's trials. Nonetheless, it was prudent to offer her a cautionary reminder. His intentions were not driven by a desire to covet the secrets of the divine inheritance, but rather by a genuine concern regarding the reliability of the angel god's legacy in this world. At the very least, he wished to explore it thoroughly before making any considerations. Moreover, Qian Renxue's current state was rather peculiar. Should she proceed to accept the angel god's legacy, her success in the trials was not guaranteed. Given her mental state, she might struggle to surpass the trials of emotions and desires. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qian Renxue remained silent, her captivating phoenix eyes fixed intently upon him. What is it? Teacher, have you ever regretted your choices? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence as time slowly drifted by. When he heard her response, Qian Renxue smiled gently and chose not to speak further. She turned her gaze towards the sea star Delaw, regaining some semblance of her former regal demeanor, and softly stated, Uncle Tsishua, let us depart. With that, she and the sea star Dolawa turned to leave the place. Humans are prone to errors, yet one must not dwell in regret. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Su Cheng absent-mindedly touched his lips and murmured to himself, for regret serves no purpose. Hey, kid, they've already vanished from sight. What are you still lingering for? At that moment, Dugubo approached from a distance, adding, and what about that young girl? Will you not attend to her? He gestured towards the still unconscious Ning Rongrong. Su Cheng finally regained his composure. Chapter 87. Ning Rongrong's Emotion and Impulse, a major chapter. Please lend me your wishful treasure bag. I require it to gather some herbs to concoct an antidote for Rongrong. Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless. He had forgotten to wait for the poison Dolua to finish the antidote before departing. Regardless, the paralysis toxin required some time to wear off even after being neutralized. Dugubo casually tossed a blue leather pouch towards him, which Su Cheng caught deftly. This item was superior to the average soul guide device, capable of storing living creatures. While rummaging through it for the necessary herbs, he remarked, Do you not wish to inquire about something? I do wish to know. But I fear you may be unwilling to share, Dugubo replied. Ask whatever you desire, I shall share what I can. Otherwise, harboring your queries in silence would be detrimental to our camaraderie. You're becoming increasingly impertinent, Dugubo retorted with a stern glare. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Who was that young girl earlier? How do you know her? She is from the spirit hall, previously disguised as Xue Qinghe, whom you have met. As for how we are acquainted, that I cannot divulge. Xue Qinghe was indeed a disguise. How did you come to know this? Dugubo inquired, astonished. That too cannot be disclosed, Su Cheng replied. Dugubo, undeterred, pondered aloud. The young girl seemed to hold a high position within the spirit hall, having a subordinate of title Dolua rank. Although I am unaware of Qian Renxue's true identity, her remarkable age and cultivation level are extraordinary. I have never seen anyone reach the Soul Emperor realm before the age of 20. Indeed, her status is formidable. Even Bibi Dong cannot easily contend with her. Su Cheng affirmed. I would appreciate it if you could keep her affairs confidential. That can be managed. However, it seems you intend to join the spirit hall in the future? Dugubo mused, stroking his chin as he recalled the exchange between Su Cheng and Qian Renxue. I have not fully decided, but it is highly probable I will seek an opportunity to join. Su Cheng intended to inform Dugubo about this, ensuring the latter was mentally prepared. Dugubo, as a solitary title Dolua, bore no enmity with the spirit hall. Their paths had remained separate, devoid of any conflicts of interest. Thus, it was prudent for him to be informed. There are many soul masters eager to join the spirit hall. Even if you truly harbor such intentions, it would not breed resentment, Dugubo observed with a grin. You certainly have a knack for this. Dugubo scrutinized Su Cheng with a smile. What are your plans regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I shall refrain from actions detrimental to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You must understand the hidden strength of the Spirit Hall. Should the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School harbor ambitions towards the Spirit Hall, they are merely deluding themselves, as the two forces operate on entirely different levels. You possess knowledge of the Spirit Hall. Dugubo expressed surprise. He was indeed somewhat familiar with the Spirit Hall. As a lone title Dolaw, Dugubo had received invitations from the Spirit Hall in the past. However, he was accustomed to a life of freedom and had never joined. This had led to some unpleasantness with the title Dolua Ju Dolua, yet there was no animosity to speak of. Through this experience, he had gained insight into the Spirit Hall's profound foundation. Given my relationship with Xiaoxue, is it so strange that I am aware of the Spirit Hall's matters? Su Qing countered. I still do not comprehend. If that is the case, why did you not simply accompany her to the spirit hall? Xiao Shui possesses some influence within the spirit hall, yet she is at odds with Bibi Dong. While she can safeguard herself, she cannot protect me. Accompanying her would be perilous. The situation is intricate and cannot be easily explained. Seeing Dugu Bo's intent to inquire further, Su Qing interjected, Senior, I understand you value your freedom and likely harbor no aspirations toward the spirit hall. However, even if I were to join, it would not affect our relationship, would it? That is true, Dugu Bo conceded with a nod. Everyone has their own choices. Having sacrificed many resources for freedom over the years, I can appreciate this better than most. Nevertheless, I suspect your intentions for joining the spirit hall may lean towards causing disruption. Upon hearing these words, Su Cheng's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? He perceived you to be someone who awakens only for profit, yet seemingly devoid of interest and power. Although the source of your allure remains unclear, it is evident that the spirit hall harbors what you desire. Ah, you possess a keen eye for character, Su Cheng conceded. Recognizing that the essence of any transaction lies in fairness, one must relinquish something to gain another. What one seeks necessitates a corresponding sacrifice. This principle applies to me, and it should undoubtedly apply to the spirit hall as well. At this remark, Dugu Bo's eyelid twitched, silently lamenting Su Cheng's audacity. Initially, he had merely been probing, yet he did not anticipate that this young man would genuinely contemplate the spirit hall's intentions. He firmly believed in Su Cheng's potential. If he were to continue his training in a methodical manner, there was a possibility that he might one day cross paths with the spirit hall. After all, the combat prowess of a high-ranking title Dolua possesses an overwhelming advantage over an ordinary title Dolua, capable of vanquishing several opponents simultaneously. However, it was evident from the other's demeanor that there was no intention to wait for long. Su Cheng had not anticipated that Dugu Bo could engage in such fanciful reasoning. He was not currently simulating anything. He had no mission to annihilate the spirit hall, and he only sought to confront it out of sheer idleness. As he had just mentioned, it was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. He could render certain contributions to the spirit hall, but only on the condition that it could provide him with what he desired. At this moment, Dugu Bo could not help but criticize, saying, That young girl you just mentioned, isn't it rather inappropriate to exploit her? I perceive her deep affection for you. Who says I intend to exploit her? Su Cheng replied, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. Forget it. It's futile to explain this to you. In any case, whether the spirit hall or the seven treasure glazed tile school, they are merely transitional phases for me. What I value are people, not the so-called sectarian powers. No matter how formidable the spirit hall may be, it merely boasts a few more title duos. In time, it will not impede my path. The same applies to the seven treasure glazed tile school. Dugu Bo was taken aback, gazing intently at Su Cheng, choosing not to utter another word. Nor did he mock him for his apparent arrogance. After spending considerable time together, he had long understood the essence of Su Cheng's character. He was always forthright, never hesitating to acknowledge his own shortcomings and weaknesses. Yet, recognizing one's own frailty is, in itself, a form of confidence. How many individuals in this world dare to confront their flaws head-on? I know I am weak at present. I also understand that I will grow strong in the future. Dugu Bo finally comprehended the peculiar aura he had consistently perceived in Su Cheng. It was a confidence that signified the past would inevitably fade away, leaving the future entirely in his grasp. It's a pity he is a scoundrel, he murmured softly. Su Cheng's ears twitched, and he furrowed his brow. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Is it not true? Dugu Bo retorted with righteous indignation. That little girl just now may be oblivious, but I am well aware of how attached that girl from the seven treasure glazed tile sect is to you. Moreover, another celestial herb was prepared specifically for her. Wasn't it? That's an entirely different matter. Being a scoundrel is inconsequential. If you possess the capability, yin yin, you are free to pursue her. Senior, at your age, you should speak with a modicum of dignity. If you expect me to call you grandfather, that is utterly out of the question. As Su Cheng administered the antidote to Ning Rongrong, he continued to voice his discontent. What I just stated is the unvarnished truth. I harbor no interest in that little girl. Yin Yin is no mere child. I was referring to Ning Rongrong. Besides, age is irrelevant in this context. Shortly after Ning Rongrong ingested the potion, she regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttering open to behold Su Cheng. Her immediate reaction was to grasp his hand, her expression filled with concern as she inquired, Brother, are you all right? As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that the previous title Dolua, along with that menacing woman, had vanished without a trace. Instead, it was Dugu Bo, the poisoned Dolua, who stood a short distance away from the two of them. Su Cheng gently examined Ning Rongrong's health with his soul power, murmuring, Fortunately, Senior Dugu arrived in time. Everything is fine now. I apologize for my oversight that led you into such peril. Ning Rongrong stared at Su Cheng in a daze, her mind lingering on the moment she was incapacitated by the, Do you feel unwell? While she regained consciousness, Su Cheng had already utilized his soul skills to mend her superficial injuries. No, Ning Rongrong replied, lowering her head, her hair cascading down to obscure her expression. It is good that you are well. Shortly, I shall escort you back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where you can rest for a few days. I must also apologize to my teacher and the sect master for failing to care for you adequately. After a prolonged silence, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke. Brother, you know that woman, do you not? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as a series of events swiftly flashed through his mind like a fleeting panorama. Upon reflection, the conversation he had with Qian Renxue indeed seemed rather peculiar, yet it was challenging to substantiate any connection between the two. He promptly and decisively denied. I do not know her. However, I have long harbored suspicions regarding Shuqing's true identity. Previously, I had asked Senior Dugu to deliver a letter to her, intending to test her, but unexpectedly, she traced it back to me. As he spoke, he subtly cast a glance at Dugubo upon noticing. Inwardly cursed yet maintained his composure, responding, perhaps I was inattentive at that moment, leaving behind some clue. My title is Poison, and certain personal traits are indeed rather conspicuous. This matter is not the fault of Senior Dugu. It is my own presumption that led to this. Listening to their exchange, Ning Rongrong remained silent, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions, ultimately settling on a quiet nod of acknowledgement. Su Cheng was unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. However, he paid little heed, for his primary concern was to clear his own name. The opinions of Ning Rongrong were of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was to provide an explanation to Ning Fingxi and his associates, as they constituted his principal support. The exquisite and resplendent Rui Baobao pouch of Dugubo still rested in his possession. In a flash of golden light, a magnificent blossom adorned with golden tulips. The enchanting Qilua tulip materialized in his hand. This rare gem, known as the Qilua tulip, possessed attributes that harmonized perfectly with his martial soul. Upon consumption, it would allow one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. This was the primary objective of our journey. This flower, unique in the world, was a treasured possession of Senior Dugu, specifically prepared for you. Su Cheng handed it over, advising her to take heed. It must not be swallowed whole. Instead, one should gently inhale the flower's pollen, allowing its essence to be gradually absorbed into the body. Following this, one must cultivate their soul power with deliberate care, permitting the medicinal effects to permeate every limb and sinew. Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, her gaze fixed upon Su Cheng's eyes as she silently reached for it. After hesitating briefly, she opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Following Su Cheng's guidance, she consumed the substance. Almost immediately, she felt the medicinal potency coursing swiftly within her, prompting her to close her eyes and begin to cultivate with measured intent. Su Cheng reflected on Ning Rongrong's recent demeanor, his expression composed. Time passed gradually, second by second. After 3 hours, the effects of the celestial-grade medicinal herb began to manifest. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul appeared spontaneously before her, radiating a vibrant halo of colors. 2 soul rings shimmered, accentuated by a rich golden light that emitted a dazzling brilliance. This golden glow emanated from Ning Rongrong herself, imbued with a strong fragrance of tulips, casting her in an ethereal light reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. With each intensification of the golden radiance, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile before Ning Rongrong appeared even more resplendent. After several more hours, the sky gradually dimmed. My soul power level. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Su Cheng. At that moment, she had astonishingly reached the threshold of level 30. Moreover, she distinctly sensed that this was not her limit. Upon absorbing the 3rd soul ring, she could potentially rise by another 3 or 4 levels. At this juncture, the golden light surrounding Ning Rongrong had completely receded, with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile cradled in her right hand. Beneath the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, a faint circle of golden light, reminiscent of tulip petals, shimmered softly. Su Cheng paid no heed to her change in rank, his gaze firmly fixed upon her martial spirit. Noticing his attention, Ning Rongrong and Dugubo promptly followed suit, redirecting their gazes. It seemed that her martial spirit had undergone some transformation, yet she could not clearly discern the nature of this change. 9 layers, Dugubo's astonished voice echoed. Previously, he had been exceedingly surprised by Ning Rongrong's rapid ascent in soul power. But witnessing the evolution of her 7 Treasure Glazed Tower martial spirit rendered that mere soul power upgrade trivial in comparison. 9 layers. Ning Rongrong's gaze sharpened as she focused on her martial spirit. A surge of fervor coursed through her veins, causing her voice to quiver slightly. What did it signify that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower had transformed into 9 layers? It meant that her martial spirit had ascended to the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tower of the sect, a pinnacle her father, Ning Fingxi, had aspired to throughout his life. Her hand, cradling the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, trembled ever so slightly as she turned her gaze towards Su Cheng's tranquil visage. Though their time together over the past few months had been limited, Su Cheng's occasional guidance had proven immensely beneficial, and he had even prepared medicinal remedies to bolster her foundation. In Ning Rongrong's heart, he had already become an individual of great significance. However, all of that paled in comparison to the events of today. Reflecting on her doubts from mere hours ago, a faint pang of bitterness surged within her. Perhaps it was gratitude mixed with emotion, or perhaps guilt and self-reproach, or even a tumult of other complex feelings, an impulsive urge suddenly welled up within her. Brother. Ning Rongrong leapt forward, attempting to embrace Su Cheng, her lips reaching towards his cheek. Su Cheng's body shifted slightly as he extended his right hand to rest gently upon her shoulder, effectively halting her actions. He spoke in a calm tone. What are you doing? Previously, when faced with Qian Renxue's sudden assault, he had been insufficiently powerful and constrained by the title Dolua at his side, making his inability to resist somewhat excusable. However, if Ning Rongrong, with her limited cultivation, dared to attempt a sneak attack, it was evident she underestimated him. Not far away, Digabo stood in astonishment, rendered speechless, not merely due to Ning Rongrong's impulsive behavior, but rather because of the astonishing transformation of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which was truly hard for him to believe. As a premier auxiliary spirit, the greatest flaw of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect had always been its limitation to bestow only 7 rings. Yet now, it had evolved into a 9-tiered pagoda, a development that could not be more significant. Chapter 88, The Enraged Bibi Dong and the Dominant Qianrenxue. Su Cheng paid no heed to the blushing and speechless Ning Rongrong, merely advising her to take a moment to recuperate before turning his attention to Dugabo Sr. Do you believe now? Dugabo, with a grave expression, nodded in affirmation. Having lived for many years within the ice and fire Yangyi, he had long relied on its dual energies to suppress the deadly poison within him and alleviate the agonies of his ailments. In his quest for medicinal solutions, he had extensively researched various materials. Though his accumulation of knowledge was limited, his experience was profound. He had long discerned that many of the rare treasures within the eye were not of ordinary nature. Yet, the revelation that such a phenomenon could facilitate the evolution of a martial soul, especially one as illustrious as the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, was indeed startling. However, alongside his excitement, Dugabo's demeanor grew increasingly cautious. As one well-versed in pharmacology, he understood that the more miraculous a treasure, the more prudent one must be in its utilization. The methods and applications were of utmost importance, for any misstep could inflict far greater harm than that of a typical spiritual herb. In a few days, I shall attend to your treatment. For now, I will accompany Rongrong back to the 7 treasures glazed tile school and will not return to the academy tonight. You should bid farewell to Prince Xuexing and the others. News of Xuexing's departure from Heavendo City is likely already circulating. Casting a glance at the still absorbed Ning Rongrong, he cautioned softly, do not mention the identities of those individuals. Let them believe I am merely accompanying the young lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile school on a training expedition, who fortuitously encountered an ambush. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Pope within Spirit City, the atmosphere was frigid, with only 3 individuals present. The air seemed to crystallize under the oppressive presence of Bibi Dong. Seated in the main position, her grip tightening around her scepter as the aura of a pinnacle powerhouse radiated overwhelmingly. Her exquisitely crafted eyes, akin to those sculpted by divine hands, exuded an astonishing ferocity that evoked fear rather than admiration. Standing behind her was her direct disciple, the current saintess of the spirit hall, Hulaina. At this moment, however, Hulaina was utterly silent, too frightened to even breathe, resembling a startled little fox, devoid of her usual alluring demeanor. In the center of the hall stood another woman, clad in a black robe, her beauty striking yet her aura somewhat chilling. Bearing an indifferent expression, Qian Renxue, who had just returned to Spirit City following a failed mission. The oppressive silence had lingered for quite some time, during which Bibi Dong's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Qian Renxue. The latter, seemingly unfazed, stood 10 meters away, taking an interest in her surroundings, entirely disregarding the brewing tempest that was Bibi Dong. Eventually, it was Qian Renxue who broke the silence. What is it that you wish to convey? Speak quickly. Do not waste my time. Her tone was laced with impatience, shadows swirling ominously in her eyes. Hulaina, positioned behind Bibi Dong, felt her breath hitch, astonished by the audacity of Qian Renxue's words. At this, Bibi Dong's eyes widened slightly, her expression shifting. She waved her hand dismissively, instructing, Laina, you may leave. Relieved? Hulaina complied respectfully and exited the hall, only to realize once outside that her undergarments were soaked with sweat. Having been raised by Bibi Dong as a daughter, their bond was deep, yet she had never before witnessed anyone daring to speak to Bibi Dong in such a manner. This was beyond mere disrespect. It was an overt dismissal of her authority. Who was this woman? She appeared scarcely older than herself, perhaps in her 20s, yet exuded an overwhelming presence that was both commanding and aloof. Once Hulaina departed, the hall was left with only Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong rose slowly, her stature almost matching that of Qian Renxue, and approached her step by step. Qian Renxue, however, stood resolute, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze with an air of indifference. A complex glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and her imposing aura gradually diminished. Why did you choose to withdraw from Heavendo City? You had established a favorable situation within the Heavendo Empire, despite facing some backlash from other noble factions in recent months. Reports from the Spirit Hall indicate that you exposed yourself intentionally in pursuit of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's heir. Her tone grew increasingly severe. Why such folly? A mere 7 treasures glazed tile school is inconsequential to the grand scheme, let alone a girl barely in her teens. There is no reason. I simply found her displeasing. Qian Renxue replied coolly. Bibi Dong's brows knitted tightly, her fury barely contained as she responded, "It matters not. We can always start anew. We remain in a position of absolute advantage. We merely require more time." However, Qian Renxue could not suppress a laugh at this remark. "Start anew? Your foolish plans are of no concern to me, but it is unfortunate that they have disrupted my affairs." Bibi Dong stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend such audacity. "How dare you?" Her gaze sharpened, and a palpable pressure surged towards Qianrenxue. Under the weight of this formidable aura, Qianrenxue staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Seeing the blood, Bibi Dong hesitated, her fierce demeanor wavering momentarily before she gradually reined it in. Yet, her expression remained unyielding. Her anger was intertwined with astonishment and confusion. Despite their strained relationship, Bibi Dong had always sensed a measure of respect lingering in Qianrenxue's heart, even if it was never explicitly expressed. Yet in this moment, it was clear that Qianrenxue held no regard for her thoughts. "Your Holiness, do you truly believe I am obliged to heed your commands?" Qianrenxue scoffed. "I no longer wish to participate. It is as simple as that. Your convoluted schemes mean nothing to me." With a casual gesture towards the offering hall, she added, "I have someone backing me." Bibi Dong's finely crafted features twitched. Yet she refrained from further comment. Qianrenxue, noting this, composed herself and turned towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to recall something and paused, glancing back to say, "By the way, I shall lead the Spirit Hall Academy's team in the Soul Master competition 3 years hence." Seeing Bibi Dong's lips part in protest, she swiftly interjected, "You cannot stop me. Frankly, your so-called golden generation is quite underwhelming. As for that girl, I could easily incapacitate her." Upon finishing, she strode out without a backward glance. Bibi Dong stood in a daze, gazing at the open door of the conference hall. At that moment, her anger had diminished significantly, replaced by a strange sensation surging within her heart. The Qianrenxue she had just encountered was, in every aspect, be it her words, demeanor, or conduct, entirely different from the daughter she remembered. It was as if she had transformed into another person altogether. This left Bibi Dong with a disconcerting feeling of losing control over everything. At this instant, she inexplicably recalled a dream she had several years prior. After leaving the papal hall, Qianrenxue made her way toward the elder hall, murmuring to herself, "Qian Daolu, you can handle it on your own. This repugnant place truly makes one nauseous." As she spoke, the dark mist in her eyes receded. The elder hall, the largest edifice within the spirit city, represented the pinnacle of power within the spirit hall. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast hall with a soaring dome nearly 30 meters high, surrounded by 3 tiers, each containing 10 rooms. Except under extraordinary circumstances, only titled doyos were permitted entry here. This was the true seat of power within the spirit hall, where even the Pope had to abide by its constraints. At that moment, the elder hall was eerily silent, devoid of even a single attendant. As Qianrenxue stepped into the grand hall, every hair on her body stood on end. At the innermost part of the hall stood a figure before a magnificent 10-meter-tall statue of a 6-winged angel. Facing away from the entrance, gazing up at the golden figure, the man wore a simple gray robe, his long black hair cascading neatly down his back. His mere presence exuded an extraordinary aura, and Qianrenxue, with her own 6-winged angel spirit, felt an uncanny connection, as if he and the statue were indistinguishable. The sunlight streaming through the grand windows seemed to converge solely upon him. Despite his unadorned attire, he radiated the essence of the world's core, invoking an instinctive desire to revere him. "Grandfather." Observing that figure, Qianrenxue's eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. The man slowly turned, and the unique aura he had possessed vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of soul power. His handsome, middle-aged visage bore a gentle smile that instilled comfort. He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Qianrenxue. It was Qian Daolu, the 99th level limit Dolua and one of the mightiest beings of the present age. "Have you seen her?" Qian Daolu extended his hand, intending to stroke his granddaughter's golden hair. Qianrenxue silently took a step back, softly stating, "Grandfather, I have grown up." Qian Daolu initially appeared taken aback, but he soon shook his head and smiled. "Indeed. You have matured and formed your own opinions. What did you discuss with your mother earlier?" Seeing Qianrenxue fall silent, he instantly understood. He shook his head gently and offered comforting words. "Your mother has her own struggles. She suffers deeply as well. Her true feelings toward you are not as you perceive them." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's emotions calmed, her expression returning to tranquility. "Is that so? Perhaps." Qian Daolu sighed softly. Although Bibi Dong occasionally acted rather impulsively, she had not erred. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, endowed with exceptional talent and strength, she had many considerations to weigh. Your task is to assist her rather than oppose her. After all, she is your mother. That makes sense. Qianrenxue. Upon hearing his words, neither retorted nor expressed grievance. She merely nodded calmly, her thoughts a mystery. This reaction greatly surprised Qian Daolu. After all, Qianrenxue had spent over a decade undercover in the Heaven Do Empire, enduring immense pressure and investing her youth, The subsequent failure upon returning to the spirit city could shatter the resolve of anyone less steadfast. Whether one felt disappointment, anger, or even a sense of relief could be comprehensible, but her calmness was unexpected. Qianrenxue found himself unable to fathom his granddaughter any longer. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly lifted her head. "Grandfather, I have one final question." "Speak. How did my father die?" Qianrenxue paused, puzzled as to why she would suddenly inquire about this matter. She should have known everything that transpired back then. Years prior, he had been gravely wounded by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect in the Star Doe forest and succumbed to his injuries upon returning to the spirit city. Qian Renxue gazed silently at Qianrenxue. After a prolonged silence, she nodded. "Very well. Within 15 years, I will personally breach the gates of the Haotian sect." In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's conference hall, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong sat quietly on opposite sides of the sofa. Across from them, an emaciated elder was slowly savoring his tea. It was Bon de la Gu Rong. "You two have finally decided to return." At that moment, with a voice that resonated, Ning Fengji and Qin Xian entered the hall. Sect master, teacher, father, sword grandpa. Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong swiftly rose to their feet and bowed, leaving Ning Fengji momentarily taken aback. Su Cheng could indeed comprehend this. Ning Rongrong had never exhibited such courtesy at home before. Unable to resist a closer examination of the two, he casually inquired, "Xiao Cheng, how has Rongrong performed in the academy these past few months? Has she caused any trouble? To what extent have your powers increased? I am now at the 30th level." Before Su Cheng could respond, Ning Rongrong could not help but boast. 30th level. This revelation startled not only Ning Fengji but also Qin Xian and Gu Yong. In merely 3 months, she had ascended from the 24th to the 30th level. An astonishingly unreasonable rate of advancement, even for someone of Ning Rongrong's innate 9th level soul power. However, upon noticing Su Cheng's silence, they refrained from further comment and awaited Ning Rongrong's elaboration. Sensing this moment, Su Cheng felt a subtle shift within himself. Ning Rongrong, with a proud smile, remarked, "If it weren't for the absence of a third soul ring, I might have already reached 33 or 34. Rongrong, please do not frighten your grandfather." Gu Yong, who had been quietly sipping tea, could not help but widen his eyes. Though he uttered such words, his gaze shifted towards Su Cheng. In truth, Su Cheng had been quietly observing the expressions of those present. Gu Yong had a moderate relationship with him and was typically taciturn, while Ning Fengji had always been affable due to his nature. Yet, given the substantial increase in Ning Rongrong's soul power, it was unusual that they displayed such minimal reaction, especially since they seemed to harbor an excessive trust in him. Pondering these thoughts, Su Cheng maintained an impassive demeanor and spoke solemnly, "Rongrong, show them." Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Ning Rongrong ceased her teasing and gradually lifted her right hand, vibrant colors beginning to coalesce in her palm. As Ning Fengji observed the brilliance gathering there, he suddenly felt something was amiss, although he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. A resplendent tower materialized above Ning Rongrong's right hand, encircled by 2 yellow soul rings, its dazzling light illuminating the hall even brighter. Before Ning Fengji could scrutinize it closely, Qin Xian gasped, 9 layers of 9 colors, the 9 treasure glazed tile. What? Ning Fengji was taken aback, finally realizing what had struck him as odd. It was the fact that as Ning Rongrong released her martial soul, the colors in her palm had expanded beyond the previous 7 hues. As the most potent supportive martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect held a secret. While its martial soul had terrifying capabilities on the battlefield, it also had limitations. It could only accommodate 7 soul rings, and the owner could only ascend to the rank of soul sage, ceasing further advancement after the 79th level. Legends within the sect spoke of rare opportunities that could allow a martial soul to evolve into a 9-layered treasure tower, enhancing the soul master's foundation and offering broader potential. Those possessing the 9 treasure glazed tile were even referred to as the god of support, wielding the power to alter the course of any battlefield. However, Ning Fengji could never have anticipated that a dream he had pursued all his life would be realized through his daughter today. Not only was Ning Fengji elated, but the emotions of both the sword de la and bone de la also surged with excitement as they gazed at the tower in Ning Rongrong's palm. Momentarily at a loss for words, especially Qin Xian, who, aside from his exhilaration, felt a mixture of other emotions but restrained himself from casting another glance at Su Cheng. "Rongrong, how did you achieve this?" Ning Fengji hastily inquired after regaining some composure. As the radiant light faded, Ning Rongrong retracted her martial soul and turned to Su Cheng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Perhaps it would be better if my brother explained." The others immediately shifted their focus to Su Cheng, having long suspected his involvement in this matter. "I once encountered a rare herb known as the Qilua tulip in ancient texts. It is a celestial herb born from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to solidify one's foundation. Consuming it can fortify one's base." Ning Rongrong's martial soul's evolution was indeed attributed to this celestial herb. "Qilua tulip," Ning Fengji murmured, momentarily entranced. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a celestial product, capable of assisting Rongrong in elevating her 7 treasure glazed tile to the 9 treasure level, fulfilling the legends of their sect. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Xiao Cheng, how did you come by such a divine object?" "The poison dolua," Dugubo once engaged in a trade with me. I cured the ailment afflicting his granddaughter, and in return, he offered me this treasured herb he had preserved for many years. Ning Fengji and the others instantly understood. They frequently mingled with the upper echelons of the Heaven Do Empire and were somewhat familiar with Dugubo. Knowing his extensive knowledge of herbs and his collection of various spiritual and poisonous plants due to his expertise in toxins. Yet, a new question arose. How could one so precious be willingly relinquished? Dugubo recognized the value of this herb but underestimated its unique properties. Even I only learned of its true worth through fortunate circumstances. Moreover, this celestial herb does not align with his attributes. Even if he used it, it would not yield effects as remarkable as those experienced by Rongrong. During their exchanges over the days, Zhu Zhuqing had delved deeper into the study of medicinal knowledge. Although the Qilua tulip could benefit any soul master, its regal and exquisite traits were most compatible with Rongrong's martial soul, proving least effective for those with beast martial souls. After a glance at Ning Fengji, Zhu Zhuqing continued, as for celestial herbs like the Qilua tulip, it is likely that finding another will be exceedingly difficult. Celestial herbs are born from the essence of heaven and earth, making them unique in this world. I had not anticipated such a significant impact on the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul. I could only ascertain its beneficial nature, capable of enhancing Rongrong's physical foundation and even improving the quality of her martial soul. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly responded, there is no need for such modesty. Even if I were to acquire such a celestial herb, I would prioritize its use for Ning Rongrong. Her innate talent far surpasses mine. And her 9th level innate soul power is indeed unparalleled among supportive soul masters. She is destined to achieve greater heights in the realm of soul masters than I. Zhu Zhuqing remained uncertain about the veracity of his statement, but assumed it to be genuine. As a supportive soul master, Ning Fengji did not pursue personal strength, but rather aimed to maximize the sect's power. From that perspective, there was no doubt that Ning Rongrong was the most suitable choice. Indeed, as he had said, 9th level innate soul power was exceedingly rare. However, even so, Zhu Zhuqing could not relinquish the decision regarding the use of this celestial herb to Ning Fengji. Bestowing it upon Ning Rongrong would equate to extending his favor to multiple parties. Whether it was Qian Renxue and Guyong, who regarded her as a beloved granddaughter, or Ning Fengji, who was solely focused on the sect's future, all would owe him their gratitude. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, being young and innocent, had far simpler considerations. After this incident, he will undoubtedly rely on him even more. As for Ning Fengji, that is an entirely different matter. He can only be utilized as a means of exchanging benefits. However, to speak frankly, the current 7-treasure glazed tile sect, apart from serving as a guarantee of safety and occasionally wielding its imposing background, holds little other significance for him. The cost-effectiveness of the two approaches is not even comparable. Yet, Ning Fengji remains unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's true intentions. At this moment, his heart is filled with gratitude and deep emotion towards Zhu Zhuqing. It is rare to have the opportunity to bestow kindness upon a titled Dolua. Nevertheless, after seizing this chance, Zhu Zhuqing not only refrained from seeking personal gain but also gifted the extraordinary item he acquired to the most suitable Ning Rongrong. It appears that he genuinely treats Rongrong as if she were his own family. Sect Master, there is one more matter I need to inform you of. As Zhu Zhuqing felt that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid, he began to recount the events of this morning. Today, Rongrong and I ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of the legendary herb under the guidance of Dugubo when we were ambushed by Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire. Qinghe? How could this be? Could he truly be involved? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Qianrenxue and Gu Rong shared his shock. To be precise, it was not the prince himself, but rather a woman masquerading as Qinghe. The individual was accompanied by a powerful title Dolua of unknown origins. A title Dolua? How did you manage to escape? Even though the two were now seated across from each other in perfect health, Ning Fengji and the others could not suppress their lingering trepidation. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had not significantly offended other factions. Yet it was undeniable that their prominence attracted envy. In this land, unforeseen events occurred daily. It was Dugubo who, upon sensing something amiss, arrived in time to drive the other two away. I must express my gratitude to this poisoned Dolua, Ning Fengji nodded. However, did Qinghe truly remain impersonated all along? How could he have concealed such a deception for so many years? At this point, he felt a hint of embarrassment, as he had previously shared a nominal master-disciple relationship with Qinghe. I cannot say for certain, but judging by her words and demeanor, it certainly resembles the prince I once encountered at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Alas, it is indeed a tumultuous time. Ning Fengji lamented, this is my fault. I never anticipated such a turn of events. I should have taken Rongrong far from Tiando City to avoid this danger, which ultimately led to her injury. Injury? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow at the mention. I am fine now, Rongrong interjected hastily before Zhu Zhuqing could respond. I was merely knocked unconscious by that title Dolua. At this moment, Qianrenxue swiftly approached the two, and, after carefully examining their condition with his soul power, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded towards Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, confirming, they are indeed unharmed. Only then did the group feel a sense of relief. With the matter settled, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to speak further and took a sip from his teacup. At that moment, Ning Fengji glanced at the two seated on the sofa and suddenly spoke. Xiaocheng, you and Rong are now in your teenage years. Why not deepen your bond and make some plans for the future? Cough, cough. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's audacious suggestion, Zhu Zhuqing spewed the tea he had yet to swallow. Deepen our bond. He looked up at Ning Fengji in disbelief. You have no blood relation, and your ages are perfectly suitable. Surely, there are numerous other ways for young men and women to interact? Ning Fengji said with a broad smile, subtly hinting at his intentions. The next chapter is forthcoming. Chapter 90, Su Cheng and that woman's story. At this moment, Ning Fengji had his own plans in mind. Although the lifespan of a title Dolua is indeed longer than that of an ordinary person, it is ultimately finite. Whether it be the sword Dolua or the bone Dolua, both have surpassed 80 years of age. They may be safe for several decades, but what lies beyond those years? He must prepare for his daughter's future succession as the sect leader. While Ning Rongrong's martial soul has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she remains an auxiliary soul master in need of protection. Zhu Zhuqing's qualifications, character, and potential are all highly esteemed. Recently, he also had discussions with Qianrenxue and Gu Rong, and learned that Zhu Zhuqing possesses an exceptionally high-quality martial soul, rivaling even the so-called #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Naturally, this piqued his interest. It is worth noting that talented soul masters not born into sectarian powers are exceedingly rare, even when a few occasionally emerge. They are typically swept away by the martial soul hall, leaving the remnants coveted by various factions, making it increasingly difficult to find someone trustworthy among them. The arrival of Zhu Zhuqing can be described as a fortuitous opportunity. However, merely relying on a mentor-student relationship may not suffice to secure his allegiance. Moreover, with Zhu Zhuqing aiding Ning Rongrong in the evolution of her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has transformed into a beneficiary, amplifying the uncertainties of the future. Although they refer to each other as siblings, there exists no blood relation between them, should they truly become akin to siblings. It would be difficult to alter that designation later on. It would be prudent to broach this matter now, planting a seed in their hearts. As someone who has experienced similar sentiments, he understands the evolution of young emotions all too well. Often, a single utterance can serve as a catalyst, subtly shifting the dynamics of their relationship. Of course, this is contingent upon the genuine budding feelings between them. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ning Fengji's remarks, Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson. Yet, rather than refuting him as she typically would, she lowered her head in silence. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Ning Fengji was immediately enlightened. Out of the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's eye, he caught sight of a scene that sent a flutter through his heart. Upon reflection, Ning Fengji's words were not entirely unexpected. However, Ning Rongrong's reaction took him by surprise. What could it mean for her to remain silent yet blush? After all, she is still quite young. Nevertheless, he harbored no particular feelings for Ning Rongrong. In Zhu Zhuqing's view, the girl likely had no ulterior motives. It was merely her tender age, combined with a lack of exposure to the opposite sex, and the overwhelming series of events she had recently endured that led to this misperception. First, she had faced a harsh lesson from Qian Renxue, suffering considerable indignities. Then, after consuming the celestial herb, her soul power significantly surged, and her martial spirit underwent a transformative evolution. Given such intense emotional fluctuations, it was only natural for her to misinterpret certain feelings. Zhu Zhuqing did not perceive himself as possessing such great charm. His relationship with Qian Renxue had gradually developed over time, catalyzed by numerous events. However, with Ning Rongrong, it was evident that they had not shared similar experiences. Even during their time at the academy, they rarely spent time together, as she was mostly engaged in training with her team, leaving little opportunity for interaction with him, a solitary student. It would be wise for him to maintain some distance from her. The young lady's affections would naturally fade in due course. In his view, it sufficed for them to preserve their current relationship. Any progression beyond that would only serve to complicate matters unnecessarily. With this thought in mind, Zhu Zhuqing averted his gaze from Ning Fengji and stated earnestly, "Sect Master, rest assured. I will treat Rongrong as my own sister, not merely as a superficial promise, and I will ensure that she faces no grievances." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's smile faltered, and he cleared his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's face drained of color as she lowered her head, biting her lip. Observing this scene, Qianrenxue could not help but recall the woman he had seen in his dreams. "Cheng-er, your heartfelt sentiment brings us peace of mind," the elder in white remarked, breaking the somewhat awkward silence in the hall. Ning Fengji concurred, stating that the two siblings must support each other and coexist harmoniously from now on. "You should go rest now. We will further examine Rongrong's evolved martial soul." Zhu Zhuqing had long anticipated this and paid it no mind. After exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals, he rose and took his leave from the assembly hall. Once he departed, Qianrenxue turned to Ning Rongrong and solemnly inquired, "Rongrong, please elaborate on the circumstances of the ambush in the Sunset Forest." Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's expression shifted at his words. Ning Rongrong, initially bewildered, lifted her gaze. However, upon noticing Qianrenxue's serious demeanor, she suppressed her tumultuous emotions and began to recount the events in detail. from Su Cheng's realization of something amiss, to the appearance of Xue Qinghe, the conversation that ensued after her true form was revealed, and ultimately, her being poisoned into unconsciousness. She omitted only the brief moment of her scolding and humiliation, covering everything else meticulously. Rongrong, do you remember what the woman looked like? Ning Rongrong nodded promptly, describing the distinctive features of Qian Renxue. Qianrenxue's heart sank. It was indeed her. Was there anything else she mentioned? For instance, any details about their origins? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before shaking her head, indicating there was nothing more. Seeing this, Qianrenxue exchanged glances with the other two and then said, Rongrong, you should rest now. Do not dwell on today's events. Cheng'er is still young. If you have such intentions, you ought to learn to take the initiative. Where has that spirited determination of yours gone? Do not be so timid. His tone lightened with a teasing lilt at the end. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, and as she stood to leave, she protested, do not speak nonsense. I have no ulterior motives. With that, she hurried out, forgetting that they had yet to discuss her 9-treasure, glazed tile martial soul. After her departure, Ning Fengji turned to Qianrenxue and asked, Swordmaster, did you wish to convey something? Qianrenxue sighed. I was suddenly reminded of what Fengji just said. From the moment Rongrong was struck down until she was rescued by Dugobo, there must have been a time discrepancy. No matter how gifted Cheng'er is, he could not possibly withstand a single strike from a title Dolua. So how did he manage to delay until Dugobo arrived to intervene? Are you suggesting that the opponent showed mercy? Ning Fengji pondered. I cannot be certain. Perhaps Cheng'er employed another method, which is why he inquired about Rongrong's account. You must consider, in this vast world, where else would one find such a grand gesture as sending an unknown title Dolua? Wuhuan Temple, Gu Rong murmured softly. Precisely. It was only after Rongrong described that woman's appearance that I became certain. Do you know who she is? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged puzzled glances. I previously refrained from elaborating on Cheng'er's situation because I was uncertain of the underlying principles. What one might call a dream is, in truth, indistinguishable from a genuine experience. If it were not illogical, I would nearly suspect that it was a scene I had lived through myself. Qianrenxue's gaze grew distant as he spoke softly. At that moment, Cheng'er indeed perished. However, the divine-level powerhouse from the Wuhuan Temple he injured subsequently took her own life. She did not die at Cheng'er's hands. Nor was she slain by Bibi Dong, but rather chose to end her life in an act of tragic devotion. Devotion? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were taken aback. Ning Fengji quickly asked, is the woman Rongrong spoke of? Qianrenxue nodded, confirming it was indeed the individual from the Wuhuan Temple. I never anticipated it would come to this. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, hesitating. Do you think that Qing and that Wuhuan Temple individual share some intertwined memories? I cannot say for certain, but it is a possibility that cannot be dismissed. Unlike Su Cheng, who possesses limited information, the parties directly involved have a broader perspective, making it difficult to ascertain the source of changes immediately. However, Qianrenxue and the others were unaware that the core of the simulated world was Su Cheng himself. Thus, in light of Qianrenxue's related memories, it became easier to assume that others had encountered similar extraordinary situations. Should we have an open discussion with Cheng? It is too late to bring it up now, Qianrenxue sighed. What do you think he will feel at this moment? Regardless of whether he truly has a connection with that Wuhuan Temple individual or shares related memories, mentioning these matters now would only create a rift between you. Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile wryly, nodding. You are correct. We must consider Cheng's feelings. Given that he was willing to assist Rongrong with her martial soul today, yet chose not to aid that person from the Wuhuan Temple, it is evident that he is aligned with us, and we should trust him in return. What about the matter of Wuhuan Temple sending someone to impersonate Xue Qinghe? At this moment, Gu Rong interjected. Indeed, this is significant. We must devise a plan to expose them. Ning Fengji's spirit surged at the thought. And considering what Swordmaster had previously mentioned, if the Wuhuan Temple has 2 individuals with the potential for divinity, should matters develop as such, where would that leave our sects? Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding the so-called divine-level powerhouses, but now it was increasingly difficult to dismiss the possibility. Expose? How do you propose we do that? Do we have any evidence? Remember, this is the Wuhuan Temple. Qianrenxue scoffed lightly. As for the divine-level matter, do you believe anyone would take you seriously? It is merely a dream of mine, the truth of which is shrouded in ambiguity. In reality, there is no need for such alarm. You are all overthinking it, Gu Rong remarked casually. He turned to Qianrenxue. Cheng'er's talents differ entirely from what you previously described. That is true. Qianrenxue paused momentarily, then relaxed, chuckling. Moreover, I perceive that Rongrong harbors some feelings as well. Cheng'er is still young. Even if he possesses fragments of memories akin to mine, they would hardly affect his genuine emotions. That is indeed the case. Ning Fengji nodded, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of the outcome, today's events regarding Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution undoubtedly demonstrated Su Cheng's intentions. As Qianrenxue's direct disciple, Su Cheng now had his own quarters within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He remained unaware that Ning Fengji and the others were speculating about his past relations with Qian Renxue. However, through today's observations, Su Cheng gleaned some insights. It was possible that Qianrenxue or Ningfingji indeed held relevant memories, but even if they did, they were likely not profound. It was most probable that they were merely impressions of fondness lingering in their subconscious. Otherwise, they would not have been so astonished by the effects of the celestial herb. Situations like Qian Renxue's were likely exceedingly rare, closely tied to her peculiar mental state. Zhu Zhuqing secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. If everyone were like Qian Renxue, he would hardly dare to continue with the simulation. As it stands, the situation appears manageable. He merely needs to be cautious and minimize contact with irrelevant individuals in the simulated world. Sitting upon his bed, Zhu Zhuqing quietly adjusted his breathing. Having completed his affairs in Heaven Do City, he was now on the brink of entering a period of stable cultivation. And it was high time to embark on a new simulation. The hidden dangers of sword and tint within his sea of consciousness had long been eradicated, and his spiritual power vastly exceeded his current cultivation level. Even if a situation similar to the previous encounter with sword and tint were to arise after the simulation, he felt confident in his ability to cope. There would likely be another update later in the evening, though the exact time remained uncertain, possibly after midnight, so do not wait. Dear readers, please do not blame me for the recent inconsistency in update timings. The word count has exceeded my capacity. The recent influx of updates has been somewhat overwhelming for me. Chapter 1. Initiation A. The villain life simulation device is initiating. Please select the final objective for this life simulation. 1. Compete for the inheritance rights as a prince of the Star Luo Empire and ascend to the throne. Task reward: 100,000 years of soul bones. Difficulty: B2. Steal imperial authority as a non-royal individual and ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Task reward: 100,000 years of the 7th soul ring. Difficulty: A3. Cultivate an individual to ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Task reward: external soul bone. Difficulty: S. Note: providing excessive direct assistance to the individual being cultivated will significantly reduce the final settlement ratio. Is this time directly related to the Star Luo Empire? Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the luminous screen before him, lost in contemplation. In terms of rarity, the priority of an external soul bone should be inferior to that of a 100,000-year soul ring, especially considering that this was not even the 9th soul ring. However, here, the external soul bone was categorized among the rewards for tasks of S-grade difficulty, indicating that it was far from an ordinary external soul bone. While external soul bones possess the potential for growth and should not be regarded as mere ordinary soul bones, there undoubtedly exists a spectrum of quality among them. Typically, external soul bones align with the attributes of the soul master's martial soul, yet the soul beasts that yield these bones vary, resulting in differences in skills and characteristics, and thus a disparity in strength. For instance, in the original timeline, various external soul bones exhibited significant differences in power. Tang San's 8 spider lances, Hulain's foxtail, Bibi Dong's 6-winged purple light wings, and even later, Hui Yuhao's evil eye and dark golden terror claws. The contrast in their strengths are indeed substantial. Regardless, the objective remains clear: to maximize potential. Armed with prior experience, Zhu Zhuqing was naturally disinclined to select a task of lesser difficulty. However, it is worth noting that the more assistance provided directly, the lesser the final rewards would be. This implies that the focus of my task lies in cultivation, without excessive interference during the process of seizing power. You have selected the ultimate task objective for this simulation: to cultivate an individual to ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. You may choose one among the following individuals as the target of this simulation: Daimubai, Zhu Zhuqing, or Zhu Zhuqing. These 3 individuals. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the character list, instinctively engaging in analysis. The fact that the 3 individuals were presented in parallel suggested that, regardless of the choice made, the overall difficulty would not vary significantly. Following the previous simulation, Zhu Zhuqing had begun to discern certain patterns. It was evident that varying levels of difficulty corresponded with distinct rewards. Even the talent options offered possessed unique characteristics, each undoubtedly contributing to the completion of tasks. For no talent was without merit. For instance, in the last simulation, the seemingly inconsequential talent of medical genius proved to be immensely beneficial in the extraordinary realm. When combined effectively, its impact could surpass that of top-tier cultivation talents such as twin martial souls or innate full soul power. This was indicative of a larger truth. During the simulation, his objective was to accomplish tasks and evaluate the balance of gains and losses, rather than to exhibit personal strength. This contrasted sharply with his aspirations in reality, where development was fundamentally anchored in one's own power. However, the 3 options before him did not provide additional indications of reward enhancements, suggesting that each candidate had their own strengths and weaknesses. If he wished to accumulate more knowledge in the simulation, careful consideration would be imperative. By identifying their respective advantages and eliminating unnecessary options, he could navigate more effectively. After the last simulation, he had tasted the benefits of the knowledge-oriented talent of medical genius. Ultimately, what good was it to be powerful in the simulation if, upon returning to reality, he remained a feeble soul master? Yet knowledge could be carried forward, laying a solid foundation for his future development. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated the options before him, gently stroking his chin. Theoretically, Dai Mubai should be the most suitable candidate, as he is the legitimate heir to the empire and only needs to defeat Davis to ascend to the throne. His identity is indeed his greatest advantage. However, the question remains, can he accomplish this? Dai Mubai possesses significant character flaws, and without external assistance, achieving success seems unlikely. Moreover, I cannot intervene directly. Being situated in the Star Luo Empire makes it challenging to connect with Dugabo, and I am uncertain whether I can acquire the celestial herb. Most importantly, should I choose him, I would likely have to forego my theoretical knowledge-based talents. He turned his attention to the other two individuals. Zhu Zhuqing is, in fact, a commendable choice. Yet, I lack sufficient knowledge about her, particularly regarding the depth of her feelings for Davis. However, since she is capable of wielding a martial soul fusion technique, she must possess considerable ability. If there is no opportunity to sow discord between the two, it is unlikely that Zhu Zhuqing would be willing to betray Davis. The complexity of such a maneuver is formidable. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing, while somewhat less gifted and of inferior status compared to the first two, possesses a resilient character, which is paramount. Talent is not an insurmountable issue. As long as it is not drastically deficient, there is always room for improvement. In contrast, those with weak wills, regardless of their strength, ultimately remain the weaker party. You have selected Zhu Zhuqing as your training subject for this simulation. Initial role options available. 1. A high-ranking and influential minister of the empire, with a settlement bonus of 0 to 20. 2. The youngest professor at the Star Luo Royal Academy, with a settlement bonus of 20 to 50. 3. The illegitimate son of the emperor, who theoretically has no claim to the throne, with a settlement bonus of 50 to 100. You may select 3 initial talents from the following 10 options. Mutated Martial Soul, Innate Full Soul Power, 100,000-Year Spirit Ring, 9th Spirit Ring, External Spirit Bone, Mask, Combat Master, Swordsmanship Genius, Martial Soul Scholar, Dual Standard Expert, Maximum Charm, Maximum Affinity. You have chosen the initial role of the illegitimate son of the emperor. You have selected the initial talents of External Spirit Bone, Mask, Martial Soul Scholar, and Maximum Affinity. The primary reason for selecting the illegitimate son of the emperor as the initial role is not merely due to the task requirements. Rather, Su Cheng desires to personally experience the intricacies of martial soul fusion techniques. Since this option fortuitously presents itself, it would be unwise to let it slip away. Regarding talents, he refrains from choosing innate full soul power. As an illegitimate son without a claim to the throne, possessing such a talent would be tantamount to courting death. The Crown Prince, Davis, is not a benevolent soul. Su Cheng is well aware of the succession criteria for the Star Luo Empire. Any royal family member with a white tiger martial soul can ascend the throne if they defeat other heirs, even if they're an illegitimate child. The most significant challenge lies in navigating the initial development phase. Despite Dai Mubai being targeted, he is at least a legitimate heir, until a victor emerges. He is unlikely to meet an untimely end. Should I be an illegitimate son with innate full soul power, supporting Zhu Zhuqing would become a distant dream. Survival amidst assassination attempts would take precedence. Conversely, possessing more ordinary talents would render me less of a target. Alleviating Davis' need to eliminate me and risk incurring the Emperor's wrath. After all, from the perspectives of age, background, resources, and identity, I pose no threat. The talent of Swordsmanship Genius, which I overlooked last time, has reappeared this time. Su Cheng harbored a desire for this talent. Yet with only 3 slots available and having already chosen a martial soul scholar, selecting a talent that is likely to hold little relevance in this simulation would be excessively presumptuous. This time, my martial soul is not sword-based. With the character and talent selected, the light screen transformed once more. Available task modes. 1. Guided Exploration Mode. The simulator will formulate stage task options based on task progression, accumulating final settlement rewards in phases. 2. Free Exploration Mode. The main task will no longer be divided into stages, providing greater freedom. But the final settlement may experience a degree of fluctuation. Could this be due to the additional years of energy accumulated? Su Cheng contemplated for a moment and ultimately opted for the second choice. No longer a novice, he was capable of making appropriate decisions during the course of the task. He had selected the mode of free exploration. It is important to note that everything within the life simulation is a projection of the real world and will inevitably influence the fate of this dimension. Thus, one should approach it with the utmost seriousness. As the simulation commenced, a prompt appeared, and in an instant, Su Cheng's consciousness detached from his physical form, entering a realm that was both real and illusory. This chapter consumed far more time than I had anticipated, as I needed to deliberate carefully on the selection of talents and subsequently reorganize the outline for the second volume, which delayed my progress considerably. I sensed that my weekend was swiftly slipping away. Chapter 2. Establishing authority, forming alliances, and creating factions. You were born in the Star Luo Empire. Officially recognized as the son of the head of the venerable fire leopard family, Su. However, those entrenched in the upper echelons of the empire are well aware that you are, in fact, the illegitimate child of the emperor, conceived during a night of revelry. Nevertheless, due to your lineage from the esteemed Baihu martial soul, It is believed that you possess potential for future cultivation. Hence, you were entrusted to the care of the Fire Leopard sect. As a member of the imperial bloodline, your origins may be deemed unorthodox. Yet this is not a fatal flaw, especially in the Star Luo Empire, which places great emphasis on strength, aside from the lack of eligibility to contend for the throne. Acquiring fundamental growth resources is relatively effortless. However, this is contingent upon proving your potential and qualifications during the martial soul awakening at the age of 6. Given your unique status and the natural affinity you possess, your family members have treated you with kindness. Although you do not receive any special privileges, they have never placed undue burdens upon you, treating you as an ordinary member of the family. Yet, you are acutely aware that your situation is precarious. Although you are merely the emperor's illegitimate offspring, your exceptional talent could render you a target for envy and resentment. Conversely, should your aptitude be lacking, you would forfeit the opportunity to thrive in the imperial capital. Thus, the martial soul awakening ceremony at the age of 6 becomes a pivotal moment that will dictate your destiny. In a cold-blooded system such as that of the Star Luo Empire, which values strength over familial bonds, you harbor discontent. You hold a deep-seated disdain for the emperor. Yet your origins and capabilities dictate that you must temporarily yield to fate. Nonetheless, you silently vow to ensure that the imperial family pays a price for their actions in the future. For the sake of your own safety, you began to study your martial soul from a young age. You discovered that even before your martial soul awakened, you could sense its restlessness within you. A call from your bloodline, a talent you could not fully comprehend. After realizing your unique sensitivity to your martial soul, you plunged deeper into the study of martial soul knowledge. Through your rudimentary perceptions, you surmised that your innate talent was quite good and that your soul power might exceed level 8. This revelation surprised you, as your maternal bloodline was notably weak, yet it did not significantly diminish the essence of the Baihu martial soul. Consequently, you intentionally reduced your nutritional intake to weaken your foundational attributes. At the age of 6, you accompanied your nominal father, Marquis Subo, to partake in the bloodline awakening ceremony alongside other noble children of your age. You felt no trepidation, for in the preceding years, you had managed to keep your martial soul's strength below level 8. However, the precise awakening level remained elusive to your current capabilities. Following the conclusion of the awakening ceremony, the results aligned with your expectations. There was no anomaly in your bloodline, and your innate soul power registered at level 7. Nevertheless, you were quite content with this outcome. Although this level of talent may not stand out among the Dai family bloodline, it would undoubtedly overshadow the majority of other noble lineages. As a noble heir, post-awakening, you were entitled to attend a specialized junior royal academy dedicated to imparting fundamental knowledge of soul masters to aristocratic youths. With your innate soul power level, you were entirely qualified for admission. The main quest commenced. With a jolt, Su Cheng became aware of his 6-year-old body. Beside him was an elder from the Su family, a guest elder with the cultivation level of a soul king. The two were en route to the Star Luo Junior Royal Academy. Young master, the Royal Academy lies just ahead. There are many noble children within the academy, so be mindful of your demeanor when interacting with them. However, the family head has advised that you need not be overly cautious if the situation calls for it. While our Fire Leopard sect does not seek trouble, we also do not shy away from it. The elder accompanying the second son of the Su family spoke with a tone of concern. There were no overly complex motives behind his words. The young master before him was exceptionally gifted, amiable, and easy to get along with, making it a simple matter to offer a few words of advice. As for the young master's concealed identity, it was of no concern to him, and he had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded and replied gently, "Very well. Thank you, elderly, for your escort. I can enter on my own now, so you may return to the Marquis residence." Once the other party departed, Su Cheng gazed at the grand entrance of the academy and, without further delay, stepped inside. The Royal Academy does not engage in any enrollment procedures. Each quota is predetermined, having been established long before during the soul awakening ceremony. Su Cheng did not proceed directly to the dormitories. He had little to store, for the Noble Academy was distinguished by its comprehensive services, with everything meticulously prepared in advance. Arriving at the Academy Square, Su Cheng surveyed the throng of youthful figures before him. Currently, the number of students in the academy was not substantial. The square appeared to host the majority, with perhaps over 20 individuals, predominantly offspring of the minor nobility from the Starfall Empire. These young souls had recently awakened, and amid the fluctuations of their auras, Su Cheng discovered he could vaguely discern the strength of their martial souls. Is this the gift of a martial soul scholar? Quite impressive indeed. Although these children were rather weak and had yet to acquire any soul rings, thus not yet achieving the status of soul masters, and Su Cheng could not accurately perceive their innate soul power levels, only a rough sense of it. He had yet to delve deeply into this talent. To reach this level was already exceedingly formidable. Su Cheng conducted a cursory observation and discerned that even with his innate soul power at level 7, he stood out remarkably in this setting, with only a couple of individuals of similar caliber nearby, and not a single soul above level 8. Individuals possessing innate soul power exceeding level 7 are indeed a rarity in this world, even among the illustrious Star Luo nobility. This situation becomes all the more understandable when categorized by age groups. After a moment's contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon one individual and proceeded directly towards him. Specifically the Marquis's son, whose martial soul strength was comparable to his own. As they brushed past each other, their shoulders collided, causing the Marquis's son to nearly lose his balance and fall. "Are you blind?" Zhang Sansan exclaimed indignantly, shooting a glare at Zhu Zhuqing. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to the commotion, casting furtive glances in their direction, eager for the spectacle. "Apologies, I wasn't paying attention." Zhu Zhuqing replied with an apologetic smile, extending a hand to assist the other. Yet, his gaze held no trace of genuine contrition, instead laced with a hint of derision. This subtle exchange, however, went unnoticed by all except the aggrieved Zhang Sansan, whose anger surged further. His lineage, even amidst the nobility of the Star Luo imperial capital, was prestigious, and his innate soul power was a rare level 7, considered the beacon of hope for his family's resurgence. To be so rudely jostled, with the other party displaying such disdain, was an affront he could hardly tolerate. Upon scrutinizing Zhu Zhuqing further, Zhang Sansan finally recognized him. "I see now. It is the second young master of the Fire Leopard family, Zhu Zhuqing," he bellowed mockingly, ensuring that all the new students could hear him clearly. "I heard you awakened the White Tiger martial soul. What is the story behind that? Are you truly your father's biological son, or are you the result of some hybridization?" "Oh, it seems there might be some truth to that. I recall hearing something similar from my family." The descendant of the Fire Leopard family awakening a White Tiger martial soul is indeed quite amusing. Zhu Zhuqing slightly narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings. He noticed that aside from a few who were stirring up trouble and the majority of freshmen who were merely spectating, another child with innate soul power comparable to his own was observing from a short distance away, seemingly deep in thought. The individuals present were all of distinguished lineage, hailing from various upper-class families within the Xingluo Empire, and their martial soul talents were indeed of the highest caliber. Their thoughts were naturally far from simplistic. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing's initial actions or Zhang Sansan's verbal provocations, even the many onlookers in the vicinity harbored their own ulterior motives. This series of maneuvers was merely a struggle for influence within the academy in the future. Such incidents were bound to occur sooner or later. It was merely that Zhu Zhuqing had ignited the spark first with his initial actions. For the scions of nobility, their reasons for attending this royal academy extended beyond the acquisition of soul master knowledge, which, while invaluable to commoners, held little significance as a secret to the aristocracy. They could equally foster their growth within the confines of their homes. Yet, why did all these nobles still choose to send their children to the academy? Besides the systematic nature of the education provided and the competitive environment among students, a primary objective was to expand their social networks, serving as a bridge to forge connections between families. However, in any interaction laced with utilitarian motives, there would inevitably be a hierarchy. For soul masters, the simplest and most direct method of establishing superiority was, without a doubt, to measure strength through physical prowess. Whether it was Zhang Sansan before him or the few raucous individuals surrounding them, their reasons for speaking could stem from familial directives, personal intentions, or perhaps even attempts to curry favor with the crown prince. Nonetheless, Zhu Zhuqing paid little heed to these motivations, as they aligned perfectly with his own intentions. In a flash of movement, slap, before Zhang Sansan could comprehend Zhu Zhuqing's actions, he found himself struck soundly across the face. In a contest of comparable strength, Zhu Zhuqing's mastery of the pulse disruption technique ensured that his speed remained his greatest advantage. "You." Slap. Zhu Zhuqing smiled as he swiftly delivered another slap. "What do you mean by that? Didn't your family teach you to speak properly?" Subsequently, several new students who had just joined in the commotion received the same treatment. He treated them all equally. His series of actions was as quick as lightning, leaving no one with any ability to retaliate. After a few slaps, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, and a few individuals wore expressions of grave concern. Zhu Zhuqing glanced around, a courteous smile gracing his face as he gently bowed to those present. "I hope my classmates do not find this amusing. It was they who first spoke with disrespect. I am not particularly eloquent, hence I could only retaliate physically. Insults directed at me are of little consequence, yet slanders against my family are simply intolerable. I trust that none of you would choose to endure such indignities in silence." His tone was imbued with sincerity, and his gaze radiated a tranquil warmth, starkly contrasting the recent display of aggression. The children who met his eyes instinctively resonated with his sentiments, moved by his words. Unbeknownst to them, Zhu Zhuqing was subtly provoking them with his glances. They believed that had their families been similarly insulted, they would undoubtedly act as he did, willing to risk everything for justice. The nobility of the Xingluo Empire never lacked a sense of familial honor or the courage to engage in battle. This young master of the Su family, though swift in his actions, maintained a demeanor of courtesy and gentle speech. After a brief and unintentional clash, he graciously offered apologies. Even in his counterattacks, he refrained from excessive force, clearly not the type to be domineering. Given his formidable strength, there was little incentive to provoke him, and thus, many nodded in agreement. Zhang Sansan observed this scene, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet, The peculiar speed and overwhelming power displayed by Zhu Zhuqing earlier made him acutely aware of his own inadequacy. With a frustrated huff, he turned and departed the scene. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, such a gift of affability proves to be remarkably effective, naturally fostering goodwill and trust among others. Particularly when executed adeptly, it facilitates an advantageous position in social interactions. Of course, this is predicated on the absence of significant conflicts of interest between parties. The essence of charm, after all, is merely a first impression, securing an advantage at the starting line. However, he is not a male succubus. It is implausible for others to become utterly devoted to him solely based on this quality. Ultimately, it will depend on the means each individual employs in the days to come. Following the recent upheaval, many newcomers have begun to draw closer to him. Zhu Zhuqing welcomed all with open arms, engaging in cheerful conversations and introductions with those around him. Not everyone was aware of his true circumstances. However, upon learning that his innate soul power reached level 7 and that his martial soul was the white tiger, their attitudes shifted considerably. He effortlessly bonded with these children, undoubtedly aided by his exceptional talent and his innate affinity, which was at its peak. A few astute individuals even drew connections to the Dai family's white tiger martial soul, though such thoughts remained unvoiced, as no one dared to openly speculate. Moreover, even if Zhu Zhuqing were to harbor royal blood, it would not pose a significant issue. While this aspect of his identity is not one to be disclosed casually, the bloody traditions that the Dai family has perpetuated over countless years serve as evidence that the family prioritizes the strength of its heirs over their lineage. In just over a week since the commencement of the school term, Zhu Zhuqing found himself at the center of attention, with the vast majority of new students looking to him for guidance, and even many returning students developed amicable relations with him. Even the faculty regarded him as a representative figure among the students. After all, in terms of strength, talent, overt background, and concealed lineage, he stood as a unique entity. It goes without saying that Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and conduct naturally fostered trust and closeness among others. With the protection of the teachers, his future endeavors would be further facilitated. The instructors at the Royal Academy were not naive. Those who gained admission were exceptional individuals wielding considerable authority, essential for managing a host of noble offspring. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the Star Luo Empire valued strength above all else, relegating status to a secondary importance. This stands in stark contrast to the Tian-Do Empire, where even the reigning emperors possessed only moderate cultivation levels, around the 40s or 50s, and wielded the comparatively weak Swan martial soul with an unwieldy noble system. Were it not for the balance maintained by the Spirit Hall and the mutual restraint among the 7 major Spirit Master sects, the geopolitical landscape would likely have seen the Star Luo Empire ascend to a position of unrivaled dominance. Zhu Zhuqing's actions were certainly not motivated by a desire to engage in childish games with this group of youngsters. Rather, he anticipated that his peer, Zhu Zhuqing, would soon arrive to enroll in this institution. Thus, he felt compelled to make the necessary preparations in advance. Chapter 3. The little kiddie's harrowing experience with school bullying. Perhaps it was the force of gravity that drew his gaze to the young girl before him. Captivated by her full, rounded curves at first sight, he could swear to the heavens that he was not one to succumb easily to temptation. Logically speaking, at this age, even with the exceptional talent of a soul master, a girl should not have developed so impressively. Zhu Zhuqing raised his eyes, and contrary to the fiery physique and the charmingly beautiful visage, Zhu Zhuqing bore an expression that was cold to the point of indifference. At this moment, nearly 2 weeks had elapsed since the last confrontation in the square. Under his influence and the alliances he had forged, almost all the new students had gathered around him, with only a select few remaining apart. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Judging by the expression on the other person's face, she likely had already learned of Dai Mubai's escape from the capital. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated in the middle of the classroom, towards the back. At first glance, this was the instinctive connection between the soul of the nether cat and the soul of the white tiger. As she gazed at the young man, she felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, inexplicably drawn to him. It was not solely due to the uniqueness of their soul powers, but also because of his subtle aura of warmth and approachability. Having grown up enveloped in fear and isolation, Zhu Zhuqing found herself instinctively yearning for closeness, seeking solace or protection from him. However, what she did not anticipate was the fact that this person before her was far from amicable. "What are you staring at?" Zhu Zhuqing embraced himself with crossed arms, scrutinizing his counterpart from head to toe. He languidly remarked, "It was Dai Mubai who cast you aside. What do you stare at me for?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's previously softened expression instantly froze in place. "What is this? Have I struck a nerve? Provoking you to throw a punch at me? If so, ensure you aim accurately. Do not miss." A chill coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's body. The scrutinizing gazes of those around her made her feel as though she were enveloped in a frigid landscape. How pitiful it is to be forsaken and not even daring to utter a word, donning a visage of despair for whom. Zhu Zhuqing, however, showed no signs of restraint, continuing to speak unabated. As his words echoed through the air, a collective wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Though the reason behind Zhu Zhuqing's targeting of the newcomer remained unclear, his undeniable charisma prompted those around him to follow suit in their derision. coming from a noble lineage. The young child had been exposed to far more than the average person from an early age, resulting in a mind that was considerably more intricate than that of ordinary folk. Su Chang observed the raucous crowd around him, a flicker of inscrutable emotion glimmering in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent, her already frigid gaze dimming to a near lifelessness. The scornful and mocking glances from those surrounding her might seem trivial to an ordinary person. However, directed at her, they wielded a far greater lethality than physical blows, sending shivers of unease coursing through her heart. Regarding the nurturing of Zhu Zhuqing, Su Chang, taking into account his current age and circumstances, has devised a general strategy during this period. Firstly, he must harden her heart. If she possesses a weak will, it would be unwise to provoke her in such a manner. Children are prone to extremes. Should you succumb to despair, it would be counterproductive. However, Zhu Zhuqing does not belong to that category. She is far more resilient than her peers. Yet, despite having grown up in such a bloody and brutal familial environment and having suffered the betrayal of Dai Mubai, she remains excessively naive and too kind-hearted. This is unacceptable. She must be led down a dark path, to learn cruelty, and to adopt a ruthless approach to her endeavors. Most importantly, she must cultivate ambition. Nevertheless, ambition necessitates other means of stimulation. For now, he can compel her, press her, and force her to confront reality. There are ample ways to achieve this. Of course, Su Cheng's current method is not without its risks. If Zhu Zhuqing chooses to cease attending school from today onward, he would find himself in a troublesome situation, requiring alternative strategies. However, he believes the likelihood of such an outcome is rather low. Having spent considerable time in the imperial capital, Su Cheng has gained substantial insight into the dynamics of the prominent families within the Xinglua Empire. He understands that the Zhu family is far from a peaceful haven, riddled with familial conflicts. It is only natural. Under such a brutal system of trials, one cannot expect to witness scenes of fraternal affection or deep sisterly bonds. In contrast, despite the bullying she may endure at school, at least she is safe from harm. Moreover, those who inflict pain upon her are merely strangers, far less heart-wrenching than confrontations among family. Furthermore, Su Cheng has carefully calibrated the intensity of today's confrontation. It is not particularly severe. Such a minor setback should not deter her. Alas, he muses, you likely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Yet this is to be expected. Perhaps you have only a few years left to live. Await Dai Mubai's return, reveling in debauchery, and your shared demise would be a release. At this juncture, a pensive expression suddenly graced Su Cheng's face. In truth, there is no need for you to attend the academy. Exerting effort in cultivation ultimately bears little significance. It would be far better to flee like Dai Mubai and indulge in life's pleasures. Before he could finish his thought, a gust of fist wind surged toward him. Zhu Zhuqing, finally pushed to her limits, could no longer endure. Yet, she was taken aback by Su Cheng's lack of evasive action, his face still adorned with a mocking smile. Observing this, she instinctively reduced her force and slightly altered her trajectory. Su Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. He leaned forward ever so slightly, bringing his face closer. With a resounding smack, a fist landed squarely on Su Cheng's left cheek. Blood erupted from his nostrils and mouth as he staggered backward and collapsed to the ground, unconscious, a subtle pulse of soul power coursing through his meridians unnoticed. Goodness. Quickly. Fetch the teacher. Someone's in trouble. Su Cheng, are you all right? As Su Cheng lay motionless on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhu Zhuqing, do you even realize what you have done? An indignant voice echoed from the infirmary of the academy. The severity of the tone startled the surrounding students. Clearly, the principal was seething with rage. The speaker was none other than Zongyun, the principal of the Junior Royal Academy, a noble by birth and a formidable soul sage of level 73. Your chaotic manipulation of soul power has nearly rendered your body useless. Had help not arrived in time, your life could have been in jeopardy. At such a young age, to strike with such brutality, do you intend to kill someone? Unlike the other students who speculated in hushed tones, Zongyun was among the few who knew Su Cheng's true identity. It was not merely the academy's strict prohibition against violent altercations leading to injury that concerned him. Su Cheng's status alone warranted that such incidents should never occur. With a white tiger martial soul and innate soul power of level 7, he should not be embroiled in the royal succession disputes. From Zongyun's perspective, Su Cheng's future prospects were evidently far brighter than those of ordinary nobles. As for Zhu Zhuqing, to be frank, he had little faith in her ability to survive the ruthless intrigues of the royal court. Following today's incident, his regard for her had diminished even further. Do not presume that your lineage from the Zhu family grants you the liberty to act recklessly. I assure you, even royal offspring must adhere to the rules within the royal academy. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, about to protest, but Zongyun interrupted her. Do not even think of defending yourself? The other students present have informed me that it was merely a verbal dispute, yet it escalated to this extent. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then glanced around at her peers, only to find their expressions filled with mockery, hostility, or fear, with the best among them displaying a disinterested demeanor. It was then that she comprehended the gravity of the situation and lowered her head in silence. Zongyun had indeed gathered some details from the teacher and students who had escorted Su Cheng, but his understanding was evidently superficial. Those who had rallied around Su Cheng naturally spoke in his favor, downplaying the origins of the conflict and his mockery. In truth, they had not perceived Su Cheng's words as particularly severe. On one hand, they were not directly involved and could not empathize. On the other, they failed to grasp the significance of Su Cheng's remarks to Zhu Zhuqing. When recounting the events, they had merely mentioned a verbal altercation between the two. The sudden escalation to physical violence, resulting in Su Cheng's injury, was unexpected. Even the few noble students who typically disdained Su Cheng did not speak out in this instance. Though they often disapproved of his behavior, they had no incentive to defend Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, it was clear that Zhu Zhuqing was left to bear the brunt of the consequences. Regardless of how the situation was articulated, Su Cheng had merely mocked her. And yet he had suffered such a severe injury. Even a detailed account of the events would likely have little impact on him. And he might even become a target afterward. They all recognized that. Although the reasons remained unclear, Su Cheng evidently held a disdain for this Zhu family girl. And they had no desire to incur his wrath, unless this incident could deliver a significant blow to him, which was clearly impossible since he was the victim. What baffled all the students, however, was the sheer power behind that punch. Was this Zhu family's girl truly that formidable? How could a single strike disrupt Su Cheng's soul power and nearly incapacitate him? Zongyun had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. It had all begun as a trivial conflict among children. Su Cheng's character is widely acknowledged. In recent days, both classmates and teachers have sung his praises without reservation. While the mutual recognition among students may be tinged with motives of self-interest, deceit, intimidation, or inherent talent, the teachers' perspectives are evidently more objective. Moreover, Zongyun has encountered Su Cheng on several occasions and believes he understands him quite well. This conflict, which initially seemed to be merely a dispute of words, has piqued his interest only to the extent of observing the current states of the two individuals involved, one unscathed, while the other lies in the infirmary, still unconscious. Is further inquiry truly necessary? Zhu Zhuqing, if you continue to act without restraint, you should no longer remain in the academy. This modest junior college cannot accommodate a young lady of the Zhu family. Zongyun's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Zhu Zhuqing. If a life were to be lost one day, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Seeing Su Cheng's condition stabilize, Zongyun felt a quiet relief within. After rebuking Zhu Zhuqing, he turned and left the infirmary with a flourish. Other students who were closer to Su Cheng hurried to his bedside as soon as the principal departed. However, as they passed by Zhu Zhuqing, they maintained a wary distance, creating a wide berth around her. The chilly girl slightly lowered her head, her complexion pale. Her pupils lacked focus, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ground, full of confusion. Chapter 4, Zhu Zhuqing, please massage my legs. Su Cheng did not convalesce for an extended period in the academy's infirmary. He departed after merely a week. The so-called injuries he sustained were primarily superficial, with the punch from Zhu Zhuqing accounting for only a minuscule fraction of the cause. The vast majority of his affliction stemmed from his own manipulation of soul power, which impacted the meridians and acupoints. He was well aware of how to recuperate. Although the injuries appeared grave, potentially threatening his very foundation, they were, in reality, not of significant concern and could be easily restored with slight guidance. However, the people of this world possessed little understanding of such matters. Their scant knowledge limited to the notion that soul power circulates within the meridians and that achieving harmony among the 8 extraordinary meridians greatly benefits cultivation. They were entirely oblivious to the specific methodologies for channeling energy or the intricacies of acupoints. Their comprehension of soul power's operation lacked insight into its underlying principles, leading them to believe he had narrowly escaped severe impairment from that single blow. This reaction, however, is understandable, as the foundation of cultivation in this world rests upon martial souls and soul rings, with the focus of development not primarily on the human body. The trajectory of this world's evolution has naturally culminated in such a state. As Su Cheng gracefully entered the classroom, many gazes were cast upon him, filled with concern. How are you? You were discharged after just a week? Don't you need to rest a few more days? Shouldn't you return home for a visit? Su Cheng maintained a gentle demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement to each individual present, and smiling as he reassured them, it is all fine now. So there is no need for concern. His gaze briefly fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, who sat at the rear of the classroom, prompting him to add, I must admit, I was at fault. My words were unkind, and it was only fitting that I face the consequences. How can one express such sentiments, regardless of the circumstances? Resorting to violence is never justified. That newcomer truly overstepped their bounds, delivering such a severe blow. You were unconscious at the time. And the dean mentioned that you were nearly rendered incapacitated. Of course, a few individuals harbored disdain for him, casting sidelong glances in his direction. Humph, such insincerity. I suspect that the young lady from the Zhu family has certainly fallen for his ruse. However, these few dared only to murmur their criticisms in hushed tones. At this moment, Su Cheng had just recovered from severe injuries. Any further conflict could potentially yield unforeseen consequences. They were acutely aware of Su Cheng's capabilities, even if he had been bested by Zhu Zhuqing. The reasons could easily be attributed to his momentary negligence or the formidable strength of the young girl from the Zhu family. Or perhaps it was a deliberate act on his part. From Zhang Sansan's perspective, seated at the side of the classroom, it was evident that Su Cheng possessed considerable cunning. After reflecting on the events of the first day upon returning home, he discerned significant issues at play, suspecting that subsequent developments might have been meticulously orchestrated by the opposing side. However, he found it beneath his dignity to broadcast such insights. Even if others were to uncover the underlying truths, they would only mock his naivety, offering no sympathy, and perhaps even inadvertently augmenting Su Cheng's stature. It was clear to him that the tide had turned in Su Cheng's favor. At least within this primary academy, Su Cheng was undoubtedly in a position of dominance. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it appeared that arduous days lay ahead. Upon sensing Zhang Sansan's gaze, Su Cheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Although he recognized that the other harbored lingering resentment, resolving this minor grievance with a mere flick of his hand would be effortless, yet he refrained from engaging, choosing instead to reserve this connection for future utility. Recently, as new students had only just enrolled, the courses offered by the academy primarily focused on theoretical knowledge. Unlike the provincial institutions such as the Notting Academy, the curriculum of a noble school was inherently richer and placed greater emphasis on the theoretical foundation for soul masters. With a significantly broader array of related courses, if the innate strength of a soul master's martial spirit could set the lower limits of their future development, it was often the case that the foundational knowledge inaccessible to the common man could determine the upper limits of a soul master's potential. By thoroughly absorbing the experiences of predecessors, in due course, whether it be in the absorption of soul rings, the combination of soul skills, or even the prioritization of training directions, such knowledge would prove crucial. From this perspective, had Tang Hao not personally guided Tang San in the original timeline, Yu Shaojiang indeed played a substantial role in facilitating Tang San's development, at least enabling him to access knowledge that remained elusive to the common populace. Su Cheng possesses a profound understanding of this matter. In the city of Nottingham, he observed that the soul masters he encountered predominantly bore white soul rings for their first, thereby rendering their future prospects utterly constrained. Naturally, the acquisition of theoretical knowledge does not impede the training of soul masters during their formative years. In this world, the methods employed by soul masters for cultivation are rather rudimentary and antiquated, primarily involving meditation to absorb the scattered soul energy present in nature. Additionally, physical training is employed to marginally enhance the efficiency and capacity for soul energy absorption. Consequently, during their youth, a few hours of daily practice can lead to the saturation of soul energy. The poorer the innate aptitude for martial souls, the less time is required for cultivation due to the lower upper limits. Su Cheng remains committed to his studies of the theoretical courses currently offered at the academy. By revisiting past knowledge, he can uncover new insights. During the last simulation, he indeed amassed a wealth of esoteric information that is often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, at that time, his talents were primarily directed towards the healing arts, limiting his comprehension of martial souls. Although he managed to draw parallels to a certain extent, many aspects remained opaque to him. Now, having acquired the new talent of martial soul scholar and discovering its efficacy surpasses his expectations, it is imperative to make the most of this opportunity. In this simulation world, Su Cheng has noticed that while perusing relevant materials, he can now discern numerous details that had previously eluded his attention, enabling him to grasp the crux of concepts with remarkable clarity, resulting in a significant enhancement of his understanding. Su Cheng surveyed the classroom and noticed that the other areas were largely filled to capacity, with acquaintances clustered together in small groups. However, there was one spot where a considerable amount of space surrounded it, which was where Zhu Zhuqing sat. Su Cheng smiled faintly and walked straight over. Upon witnessing this scene, someone promptly vacated a seat to invite him to sit, but he waved his hand in refusal. How absurd. The other students were merely supporting characters. He would never forsake the position beside the protagonist for some other spot. As Su Cheng approached, Zhu Zhuqing subtly furrowed her brows, contemplating whether to stand and avoid him. Just then, Su Cheng's languid voice suddenly broke the silence. Are you certain you wish to make a move? If you hold me in such disdain, I cannot guarantee what may unfold next. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened, and after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose not to budge. Su Cheng thus found himself seated beside her. In comparison to the most exceptional geniuses, Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power at level 7 was indeed rather trivial. Excluding the elite sects and academies, within the vast expanse of the Star Luo Imperial City, there were numerous individuals endowed with talents akin to hers. Nonetheless, this should not imply that her potential was confined to such limitations. In fact, Su Cheng believed that had she not been born into the distorted world of Dolua continent, her developmental ceiling would undoubtedly surpass that of all the members of the original timeline's protagonist group. Those who excel possess strength. Those who strive possess fortitude. Her willpower was her greatest gift. Now that Su Cheng had acquired the ability of a martial soul scholar, even without the assistance of celestial herbs, altering her fate was not an impossibility. Noticing that Su Cheng had taken his seat, the others turned back with a hint of regret, leaving only the two of them at the rear of the classroom. As Su Cheng propped his legs upon the desk beside Zhu Zhuqing, he glanced at her and nonchalantly said, "Hey, give my legs a squeeze." Zhu Zhuqing's body quivered slightly, her head bowed in silence. If you are unwilling, it seems you may not remain in the academy for long. TSK, what do you think would happen if we were to engage in another battle? Those devilish whispers continued to echo in her ears. Tell me, in the eyes of the public, who is deemed more trustworthy, the one with a propensity for violence? Who strikes first upon meeting and remains exceptionally aloof towards peers and mentors, or the one who has garnered universal recognition, respects teachers, and fosters camaraderie among classmates? Zhu Zhuqing continued to remain silent, yet her fists had silently clenched tightly, knuckles turning faintly white from the exertion. Su Qing gazed at the expressionless Zhu Zhuqing beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he had spent the past week in the school's infirmary, he remained acutely aware of the happenings within the academy. Many would visit him regularly, sharing tidbits of significant events that unfolded around them. Naturally, news regarding Zhu Zhuqing was among the highlights, with no detail spared. From what he gathered, after the incident that transpired that day, the other students had developed a profound aversion towards her. On one hand, Su Qing's popularity and amiable disposition had inadvertently made Zhu Zhuqing the target of their ire. On the other hand, her inherently aloof demeanor rendered her difficult to approach. Coupled with her formidable strength that left others bewildered, it was only natural for them to distance themselves from her. Even after all this time, Zhu Zhuqing had yet to exchange a single word with any of her peers. She had grown increasingly frigid. Upon learning of these developments, Su Qing became ever more convinced that she genuinely wished to distance herself from the Zhu family. Consequently, her current behavior appeared increasingly audacious, as she continually tested the boundaries of those around her. Observing her now, it was evident that she would rather endure verbal indignities than retaliate, which attested to her appreciation for the opportunity to be a part of the academy. That said, Su Qing's earlier remark about massaging her legs was merely a jest. Regardless, it was clear that Zhu Zhuqing would never acquiesce to such a suggestion. His intention was solely to provoke her, to compel her to recognize the treachery that lay in human hearts, to make her understand that even those who seem amicable and earn the admiration of many may harbor malicious intent. He did not wish for her to lose her dignity or sense of self, nor did he desire to see her spirit utterly shattered. Should that occur, it would spell her ruin. If she chose not to engage, so be it. He was not a villain. Being born into the Zhu family was misfortune enough, and he had no desire to complicate her life further. Noting her silence, Su Qing set his legs down and inquired once more, Zhu Zhuqing, what is the level of your innate soul power? Yet, silence remained her only response. Su Qing did not rush her. He merely tapped his fingers on the table, gazing at her in quiet anticipation, his eyes glinting with a cold light. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. She was reluctant to be expelled from the academy. Even though she faced bullying here as well, it was far more bearable than enduring the chill of that frigid home. Upon hearing her speak, Su Qing's heart stirred. This marked the first occasion he had heard her voice since encountering Zhu Zhuqing. Contrary to her icy demeanor, her words, devoid of emotional fluctuation, were delivered in a soft and melodious tone, rendering them unexpectedly enchanting. It appeared she was not mute. Su Qing chuckled lightly, appreciating the moment, and advised her to be more astute in the future, urging her to respond promptly whenever he inquired, lest he be left waiting too long. With that, he turned away, casually picking up a book to peruse. Before long, the instructor of the academy entered and commenced the day's lesson. Zhu Zhuqing discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. She pondered whether the next chapter could be written and subsequently published. As time passed, Zhu Zhuqing grew increasingly taciturn, except for the unavoidable dialogues with Su Qing. She seldom spoke to anyone else. Even when questioned by teachers, she typically responded with silence. After all, if she angered Su Qing, he might find a way to expel her from the academy. While the instructors might harbor discontent, it was unlikely they would resort to expulsion. However, the bullies, undeterred by her withdrawal, escalated their harassment, from initial ostracism and indifference to overt verbal mockery and attacks. Almost every student would make a casual remark upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, as if it had become a habit, knowing she would not retaliate. The conflict at the beginning of the term had instilled a fear that rendered her hesitant to act. Of course, no one was foolish enough to physically confront her. They were acutely aware of their limits. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from taking action not due to a lack of skill, but from the fear of being expelled. With her talent and diligence, apart from the enigmatic Su Qing, no other newcomer could rival her. Moreover, being from the Zhu family, second only to the imperial Dai family and the Xinglua Empire, other noble scions dared not overstep. Additionally, the few noble offspring closest to Su Qing discreetly conveyed his sentiments, advising caution and urging them to avoid provoking the situation to the point of drawing the academy's staff into the fray. Yet, even these subtle forms of bullying and veiled insults inflicted considerable harm upon a child. Zhu Zhuqing's familial circumstances were already profoundly distorted. Since awakening her martial soul, her once affectionate sister had transformed, regarding her with the eyes of an adversary rather than kin. The elders of the family did not intervene. Instead, they appeared indifferent or even pleased by this shift. After a brief period of confusion and sorrow, she was left with feelings of resentment, emptiness, and bewilderment. The path ahead seemed shrouded in darkness. She could only exert herself to seek any flicker of hope. However, upon leaving her family, She did not anticipate encountering such overwhelming hostility from her peers. The surrounding darkness threatened to engulf her entirely. Soon, more than a year had passed, and Zhu Zhuqing had grown increasingly indifferent. Her sole recourse was to fervently train, striving for self-improvement, or perhaps to numb herself. Beyond that, she felt utterly powerless. Su Cheng observed her actions over the past year and shook his head in silent disapproval. Zhu Zhuqing still failed to grasp that within this academy, no matter how rapidly her cultivation advanced, it would not significantly elevate her standing among her peers. What impact would it have on her predicament? In the realm of low-tier soul masters, the disparity in strength among peers was minimal, even if one could surpass others by a substantial margin. Uniting forces of 3 or 5 could easily overpower her. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was too fearful to act against anyone in the academy. The previous incident had taught her a harsh lesson. Unless she was prepared to be expelled, resorting to violence was futile. Furthermore, even if she were to dominate within the confines of this small academy, what would it matter when larger storms awaited her beyond? Given her current aptitude, no amount of effort would enable her to escape her circumstances. What she was engaged in now was merely a futile struggle. Nevertheless, during this year, Su Cheng had not been idle. He could not devote all his time to bullying Zhu Zhuqing. He had many other matters to attend to. For instance, he focused on enhancing his cultivation. Presently, Su Cheng had elevated his soul power to the 10th level, acquiring his first soul ring and obtaining the extraordinary external soul bone, the mask. Its skill was straightforward. After thoroughly comprehending a person's appearance, demeanor, and aura, he could employ this soul bone to create a corresponding disguise. This bore some similarity to the soul bone used by Qian Renxue to masquerade as Shui Qinghe, yet it was evidently less potent. The distinction lay in the fact that this soul bone's disguise was nearly flawless, but it could only deceive those whose power was comparable or slightly superior to his own. If the opponent's soul power level surpassed his by a significant margin, they could easily see through the facade. The most remarkable aspect of an external soul bone was its potential to grow alongside the soul master's level. Thus, as he advanced, he would naturally be able to deceive even stronger opponents. In addition to his cultivation, Su Cheng made rapid advancements in his study of martial souls. This differed greatly from his initial attempts when he had just arrived in this world, lacking foundational knowledge and possessing a limited understanding of soul masters, which had compelled him to devote extensive time to solidifying his basics. However, with his rich accumulation of knowledge, his learning efficiency had become astonishing. As he delved deeper into the study of martial souls, he realized that his prior insights into medicine were somewhat skewed. Previously, he had focused solely on the human body. But the essence of this world lay in bloodlines, with martial souls serving as their external manifestation. This arcane aspect could not be thoroughly explored through medicine alone. Now, with his medical expertise and talent in martial soul research, he had attained a deeper understanding of the connections between the human body, bloodlines, and martial souls. Indeed, he began to contemplate the possibility of seizing the power within bloodlines, although such an endeavor would likely be exceedingly challenging and intricate. Nonetheless, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. This notion aligned with logic. The genetic differences among humans were not vast, yet when reflected in martial souls, the disparities were profound. In fact, the differences among individuals in the Dolua world were greater than those between humans and soul beasts, indicating a clear anomaly. Furthermore, where did bloodlines originate? Was it from the corruption of true dragon blood, the legacy of transforming soul beasts, or the laws governing the world of Dolua? Beyond the bloodline, there exists something of even greater essence. Yet, what that truly is remains elusive to Su Cheng at this moment. On this particular day, as customary, Su Cheng entered the classroom and settled beside Zhu Zhuqing at the back. Zhu Zhuqing had long since grown accustomed to his presence. Her exquisite and delicate visage bore an air of indifference, as though she were oblivious to his existence. In contrast to a year prior, her physique had matured significantly, and her features no longer held the innocence of youth, revealing the beginnings of her unparalleled beauty. However, concurrently, her demeanor had become even more frigid than before. Her eyes reflected an almost complete lack of emotion. Were it not for the warmth and breath of life, she could easily be mistaken for a specter. Su Cheng even discerned that her martial soul seemed to have undergone a slight enhancement, albeit a minuscule one. The nether cat, he mused internally, finding it intriguing. It was about time for this. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who sat silently beside him as usual, leaning back slightly. Zhu Zhuqing, as the end of the term approaches, we will have a few days off. Since we have known each other for quite some time, why not invite me over to your home? The illustrious Nether Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire has long piqued my interest. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, then furrowed her brow. By nature, she was not one to openly express her emotions, and now she had completely sealed off her inner thoughts. Yet, her evident aversion at this moment spoke volumes about her sensitivity to the notion of home and her profound disdain for Su Cheng. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Su Cheng chuckled. After all, my family can also be considered a prominent name in Xinglua. While we may not rival your Nether Zhu family, we are not too far behind, are we? If you were to invite me, perhaps I could persuade those individuals to cease their antagonism towards you. I have no need for that, Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. her gaze unwavering. Do not be hasty. My words are not yet complete. Zhu Zhuqing maintained his languid demeanor, speaking softly. Should you choose to decline, the matter will extend beyond mere hostility directed at you. In reality, if all goes as expected, you could have remained in this academy for 4 or 5 years. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Su Cheng in a daze, his face adorned with that familiar gentle smile. She recalled the unique sensation she felt upon first encountering him, the resonance of martial souls. His affable demeanor had once led her to believe she could find a brief respite here. Yet, fate had never spared her. No one had ever truly spared her. Her once towering father, whom she had relied upon in life, her sister, who had always accompanied her with a warm smile since childhood, her fiancé, with whom she had envisioned facing the future together. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sigh, her gaze dimming slightly. Su Cheng, please let me go. Let you go? He replied, feigning innocence. What have I done to you? Do not cast unfounded accusations, as if I were the one who bullied you. Su Cheng, seemingly oblivious to the implications of her words, casually remarked, as far as I recall, our only conflict occurred when you injured me, did it not? He gazed intently into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the surface of the table before him. You have but a few days to ponder this. Rest assured. I merely wish to visit your home. The Zhu family is indeed a prestigious lineage. Surely, you do not believe I would cause you any trouble there? That would be an overestimation of my intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a penetrating glance at him. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, I understand. With that, she rose to leave the classroom, her countenance reverting to its previous state of icy detachment. Almost as if the brief moment of vulnerability had been a mere illusion. Watching her retreating figure, Su Cheng's expression turned cold, his fingers continuing their rhythmic tapping on the table. Zhu Zhuqing, it would be best if I do not witness that expression on your face again. Chapter 6. A visit to your residence, the Duke of Netherworld's estate. Unable to refuse Su Cheng's request, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately brought him to her home after the semester concluded. The two stood before the grand entrance of the Duke's residence, knocking upon the door. Moments later, the door was opened by a servant of the estate. Upon seeing Su Cheng beside Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces, though they refrained from further comment, collectively bowing and addressing her, Fourth Young Mississippi. Fourth Young Miss? Su Cheng felt a sense of surprise within. He was genuinely unaware of the number of daughters in the Zhu family, and it astonished him to learn that Zhu Zhuqing had 3 elder sisters. The custom of marriage between the Xinglua royal family and the Zhu clan involved selecting the most gifted pairs of children from the family, who would be betrothed from a young age. Naturally, aside from the first engaged couple, the presence of subsequent candidates served primarily as a source of motivation, rendering them as victims of this brutal system. After all, the disparity in talent among exceptional heirs is often minimal, and the advantage of age can become an insurmountable chasm. Unless one is a favored child of destiny or the elder party chooses to squander their potential, the chances for the latter to surpass are nearly non-existent. However, under the ruthless competitive framework of the Xinglua Empire, where later candidates remain ever vigilant, how could the primary heir afford to relax their cultivation? This has led to situations like that of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, where the likelihood of their ultimate success is exceedingly slim. They could be deemed the most unfortunate children in their family. Conversely, those descendants who were not selected for the union might find their circumstances considerably more favorable. Upon entering the estate, the two were guided by servants toward the main hall. Su Cheng casually surveyed the surrounding scenery, secretly marveling at it. It was evident that the Yuming Zhu family was indeed a formidable power in the Xinglua Empire, second only to the royal family. The area occupied by the Duke's mansion far surpassed the marquee where he had grown up by several multiples. Surrounding him were intricately carved beams and painted pillars, resplendent in gold and jade. The fences and columns were constructed from precious purple sandalwood and golden silk namu, while the glazed tiles adorning the courtyard walls and rooftops shimmered with a dazzling brilliance under the sunset's afterglow. The group moved swiftly and silently through the front hall and garden, arriving at the entrance of the main hall. The guiding servants discreetly withdrew, and Su Cheng followed Zhu Zhuqing into the grand hall. At this hour, which was typically reserved for dinner, the hall was surprisingly occupied only by Duke Yuming Zhu Hongtao and his wife, with no sign of Zhu Zhuun or the other Zhu sisters. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, maintaining her usual expressionless and aloof demeanor, and greeted, Father, Mother. The atmosphere was indeed peculiar. Su Cheng contemplated for a moment and proactively stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, I am Su Cheng from the Fire Leopard sect, a classmate of Zhu Qing at the academy. It is an honor to meet you, Duke and Duchess. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing cast a glance his way, but refrained from further comment. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Hongtao's eyes. Was this not the emperor's illegitimate son? However, this expression was fleeting, and he did not dwell on it. His demeanor remained indifferent, revealing neither warmth nor disdain. He nodded slightly and stated, So you are the young master of the Su family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Since you are here, let us dine together. No. This attitude was not solely directed at him. Even towards Zhu Qing, his biological daughter whom he had not seen in a year, he maintained an unusually serene demeanor. Little Qing, please take a seat as well. Upon hearing this, both individuals settled at the opulent dining table in the grand hall. Su Cheng silently observed the expressions of the Zhu family members, and indeed, the atmosphere felt peculiar. No, it was not merely peculiar, it was profoundly strange. Despite the opulent decor of the hall and the sumptuous dishes laid upon the table, he felt as if he were savoring his last meal in a death row prison. The oppressive ambience weighing heavily upon him. Throughout the meal, the group remained taciturn, and Su Cheng suppressed his discomfort, seizing the opportunity to discreetly scrutinize Zhu Hongtao. His observation was exceptionally subtle, often only a sidelong glance. After all, his counterpart was a formidable soul master of the Soul Doluo rank, and any lack of caution could easily arouse suspicion and alertness. Amidst the silence, the meal concluded swiftly. Soon after, servants entered the hall to clear the table, collecting the utensils and the abundant leftovers. The four of them took their seats, engaging in casual conversation, primarily between Zhu Hongtao and Zhu Zhuqing. They exchanged insights regarding the current situation at the academy and their respective cultivation progress. At this juncture, both Su Cheng and Zhu Zhuqing had surpassed the 10th level, having successfully attached the first soul ring to their martial souls, thus becoming soul masters. Such a pace of advancement, even considering their innate soul power levels, was remarkable. However, Zhu Hongtao displayed little reaction, merely nodding before swiftly moving past the topic. Throughout the discourse, Zhu Zhuqing spoke normally about her experiences at the academy, refraining from mentioning any of her tribulations. Su Cheng observed coldly, feeling no surprise at her behavior. This was not merely a matter of temperament. It was an exercise in futility. He watched intently from the sidelines. Zhu Hongtao's words, though seemingly concerned, lacked any substantive content. Their exchange was little more than a formality, tinged with a hint of perfunctoriness. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was also aware of this. The conversation did not linger long. Within less than half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing's parents departed together. Only then did the oppressive atmosphere begin to ease slightly. However, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have long grown accustomed to this, her expression betraying no sign of fluctuation. As they exited the hall, her gaze silently turned towards Su Cheng, clearly indicating that it was time for him to leave as well. Su Cheng feigned ignorance, rising to stretch his limbs slightly. He glanced back at the other person and, with a smile, suggested, "Why not take a look at your room? I shall leave shortly after sitting for a while." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt an immediate sense of aversion. It was not that she feared Su Cheng would impose upon her, rather, that room represented her soul sanctuary. In this household, and indeed in this world, it was the only place that could afford her a modicum of solace. Yet, upon observing Su Cheng's expression, she ultimately refrained from declining his invitation. Silently, she turned and exited the hall, making her way towards her chamber. Su Cheng quietly followed behind. Truly, the Duke's residence exuded opulence, far surpassing my own abode. Upon entering the room, Su Cheng casually surveyed his surroundings, letting out an involuntary exclamation of admiration. This was no mere flattery. Zhu Zhuqing's chamber was not simply a solitary bedroom, it resembled a complete standalone house. The foyer, main hall, bedroom, and side chambers were all present, remarkably spacious. Although the Su family held a prestigious status within the starry Luo Empire, they clearly paled in comparison to the Zhu family. Since childhood, Su Cheng has lived a life of affluence. At least his living conditions were not inferior to those during his time at the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. In comparison to the Zhu family, however, it was merely a case of small fish swimming alongside larger ones. Although Zhu Zhuqing's room was designed with exquisite elegance, exuding a subtle sense of luxury, it was sparsely decorated, hardly resembling a typical girl's chamber. "Are you the fourth young lady in your family? How many children do you have?" Su Cheng casually inquired as he walked towards the main hall. "Four," Zhu Zhuqing replied quietly, trailing behind him. "What about your other sisters? I haven't seen them today. Are they not at home?" After a brief pause, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Su Cheng halted, retracting his gaze from the room to look at her. Realizing that she must respond to his inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing confessed, "My eldest sister is studying at a prestigious academy and rarely returns home. As for my second and third sisters," she hesitated momentarily before continuing, "I do not know where they are at this moment." "Don't know?" Su Cheng expressed his surprise. He had initially thought that the Zhu family daughters, not burdened by the responsibilities of a marriage alliance, might enjoy a more comfortable life. However, it seemed this was not the case. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Even the most gifted descendants had to endure such fierce and brutal competition. Those of lesser aptitude would likely face even harsher trials awaiting them. It appeared that uncovering the intricacies of the Zhu family's affairs through this young girl would be quite challenging, as she herself possessed limited information. It seemed prudent to wait for future opportunities to delve deeper into these matters. Such seemingly trivial details might prove to be of great significance later on. Su Cheng continued further inside, discovering that the main hall was considerably larger than the foyer, flanked by bedrooms and side chambers. He casually glanced into one of the bedrooms and noticed a cloth doll placed on a table near the entrance. Despite being meticulously cleaned, it bore the unmistakable signs of age. "Ah, who would have thought you still indulged in such things?" Su Cheng casually remarked, his curiosity piqued, and he contemplated approaching for a closer look. "Do not move." However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly shifted dramatically as she swiftly advanced a few steps. positioning herself in the doorway of the bedroom to obstruct his path forward, her face a mask of determination. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the doll held significant sentimental value for her. However, he did not press the matter, as it bore little relevance to him. With a faint smile, he turned away from the bedroom door and made his way back into the hall. "Where is your bathroom?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. The restroom was adjacent to the side hall, and Zhu Zhuqing should have noticed it earlier. "Surely you're not suggesting I use your room as facilities?" Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. At this remark, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not considered that possibility. She quickly murmured, "I'll take you there." "No need. Just tell me where it is, and I'll find it myself." After Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhu Zhuqing stood dazedly, gazing at the plush bear on the table. It was a gift from her father during her childhood. Regrettably, he had not set foot in this room for many years. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed at the door. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly perplexed. It was surprising that Zhu Zhuqing, given his character, would knock and return so swiftly. Could it be he had trouble finding his way? The Duke's residence was vast. Even the nearest restroom would take at least 7 to 8 minutes for a round trip, and accounting for personal needs. He should have been gone for at least a quarter of an hour. As her thoughts raced, she hurriedly approached the door and opened it, only to be taken aback by the figure standing outside. "Father? Should I not be allowed to enter?" Zhu Hongtao's voice was deep and steady, yet it carried a hint of concern and warmth toward his daughter, contrasting starkly with his earlier indifference in the hall. "A mysterious young man just entered my daughter's room. How could I not intervene?" A blush crept across Zhu Zhuqing's usually cold cheeks, her surprise evident. This was not the father she remembered. As she stepped aside, Zhu Hongtao entered the main hall, poured himself a glass of water, and seated himself at one side of the coffee table, observing his daughter's unusual demeanor in silence. "Xiaoqing, many matters are not as simple as you may think. Do not blame your father," he sighed. "Our Zhu family appears prosperous, purportedly allied through marriage with the royal Baihu family, yet we are merely their vassals. Fraternal strife is a tradition of the Dai family, not ours." As he spoke, a flicker of pain and resentment toward the Dai family crossed his features. In this world, power ultimately speaks, the weak possess no agency. The so-called empire is merely a conglomeration of various interest factions. The Dai family may be formidable, yet they do not dominate all clans. Their current position is upheld solely through the fusion of our martial souls. The Dai family maintains their bloody traditions to preserve their royal status. Unlike the Tiandou Empire, where the strong reign supreme, if one lacks strength, they shall inevitably be replaced. Zhu Hongtao's tone grew increasingly somber. However, unlike the Dai family, which retains a powerful Baihu martial soul even without the Yuming Baihu, our Yuming Lingmao clan is significantly weaker. If we cannot fuse with the Baihu martial soul, the Zhu family will lose its exalted position. Zhu Zhuqing appeared bewildered, softly questioning. "Must it be this way? Must we sacrifice our kin to attain status?" "Xiaoqing, you must abandon such naivety," Zhu Hongtao replied sternly, locking eyes with her. "While we may be vassals of the Dai family in practice, we still maintain a faade of cooperation. Should you harbor dissent and refuse to comply with their wishes, even this tenuous alliance may dissolve, leaving us as mere tools for their martial soul fusion techniques." Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, her pupils widening as she silently contemplated the weighty term. Indeed, only the strong possess the power of choice. If you truly wish to alter this reality, you must become stronger. If you are not sufficiently powerful, your focus should be on preserving the current state of equality. Strong enough? Indeed, strong enough. Zhu Hongtao gazed deeply into her eyes, emphasizing that strength must encompass all aspects. No matter how powerful you become individually, you cannot contend with a major force. Even a tidal Dolua has their limits. He then inquired, "Xiaoqing, how do you perceive the Xinglua Empire in comparison to the Tiandou Empire?" "Certainly far superior," Zhu Zhuqing replied without hesitation. "In terms of national power and military strength, the Xinglua Empire surpasses the Tiandou Empire by a considerable margin. With concentrated power unlike the fragmented royal authority of Tiandou, which is riddled with numerous kingdoms, the Tiandou Empire's only advantage lies in the presence of the top 3 sects. Yet the Landian Bawang family and the Haotian sect refrain from engaging in political conflicts. Then why has the Xinglua Empire not invaded the Tiandou Empire? Surely not out of disinterest." Though still young, Zhu Zhuqing had grown up in such an environment and understood the intricacies of many matters. The empire's resources, though seemingly abundant, were scarce after being divided among the major families, leaving little to satisfy everyone's needs. "It is because of the Spirit Hall," she murmured. "Precisely," Zhu Hongtao nodded. "The Spirit Hall stands between the 2 empires, making it impossible for the Xinglua Empire to bypass it and directly engage with the Tiandou Empire." Continuing, he asked, "What do you think of the Spirit Hall?" "Very powerful. The number of spirit masters under its control far exceeds the total number of spirit masters beholden to both empires. Yet, why has the Spirit Hall become the dominator of the continent? Is it due to disinterest?" Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, pondering. Zhu Hongtao took a sip from his glass, remarking nonchalantly, "I am aware of the challenges you've faced at the academy." Zhu Zhuqing looked up in astonishment, meeting her father's gaze. "To be honest, I am quite disappointed," Zhu Hongtao said. lowering his eyes to avoid her stare. You rely solely on brute force, failing to engage your mind in thoughtful consideration. With such an approach, you can forget about rescuing the family from its plight or liberating yourselves from the fate of mutual destruction. Have you ever considered why that young man from the Su family commands such influence at the academy? Is it because his strength surpasses yours? How many times have you witnessed him in action? Or is it that his family wields more power than ours, instilling fear in other students and earning the respect of the academy's instructors? Alternatively, did he invest financially and exert effort to win over others, thereby causing those noble heirs to gather around him for their own gain? In truth, the answer is no. Have you pondered the reasons behind this? Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at Zhu Hongtao, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, throughout the past year, she had lived in the shadow of the small circle led by Su Cheng. Yet, she had never considered why those individuals were willing to heed his directives while targeting her. What benefits did that hold for them? Zhu Hongtao rose and began to pace slowly within the room. Achieving such influence relies on a certain momentum. The weak seek refuge, the ambitious wish to share in the glory, and the profit-driven are drawn to a leader who can offer them long-term advantages. A leader, indeed, that is what he is. How has Su Cheng managed this? Who could understand his character more profoundly than you? Is he truly as gentle, refined, and approachable as he appears? Does he genuinely regard those individuals as family or close friends? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was tumultuous. Echoes of Su Cheng's devilish threats, whispers, and his rarely revealed nature, domineering and indifferent, swirled in her ears. Conspiracy, calculation, human nature, these are the matters you ought to contemplate, rather than blindly honing your skills, solely focused on elevating your own power. Unless you are a deity, Zhu Hongtao remarked coolly. If you possess the strength to face 100 foes alone, such trivialities would be of no concern. Sheer power would suffice to crush all. But can you achieve that? Even Tangxian, the founder of the Haotian sect, who was invincible in his time, could not act solely on his whims. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, understanding dawning upon her. Father, what should I do? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongtao smiled with satisfaction. Allow me to impart one piece of advice. No one is beyond manipulation. No one is devoid of desire. Nor is anyone without fear. You merely need to discover what he covets most, and then entice him with benefits, intimidate him, or appeal to his emotions. And he shall naturally become your pawn. But remember, those who gather for profit shall also disperse for profit. No one is worthy of your complete trust, not even I. Chapter 8. Shaqing, you must learn to utilize Su Cheng. If you wish to alter the fate of our family, strive diligently, Zhu Hongtao said in a grave tone. Do you understand? Your elder sister is also working towards this goal. Elder sister? Zhu Zhuqing's expression faltered slightly. Indeed, but if neither of you succeeds, then you shall have to adhere to the traditions of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Hongtao nodded. I will assist you discreetly. Not only you, but I have also provided considerable guidance to your sister. He sighed. I hope you both have the opportunity to end this once and for all, but to be frank, the likelihood is slim. If you are unable to succeed, then prepare yourself for the worst. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is my duty as the head of the family. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded, her heart heavy. Time is of the essence today. I shall offer you one last piece of advice. A cold smile graced Zhu Hongtao's face. Make good use of that young man from the Su family. Su Cheng. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Indeed, him. Zhu Hongtao, hands clasped behind his back, wore a dispassionate expression. You may not be aware, but he is the illegitimate son of the Star Luo Emperor, bearing the bloodline of the White Tiger clan and possessing the White Tiger martial soul of the Dai family. The White Tiger martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's face reflected surprise and realization. She had indeed never witnessed Su Cheng manifesting his martial soul. No wonder. It explained the strange resonance of their martial souls during their first encounter. However, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's expression showed a hint of hesitation. Dai Mubai? Zhu Hongtao chuckled derisively. You still think of him? He is likely cowering in some corner, trembling with fear. Do you truly wish to rely on a coward? Shaqing, remember, you must never lack the courage to break the rules. If you are too timid to challenge such trivial conventions, how can you hope to shatter greater, more formidable shackles? Moreover, Su Cheng holds a significant advantage for you. Zhu Hongtao gazed meaningfully at Zhu Zhuqing. He is an illegitimate child of the Dai family. Do you grasp what that signifies? What? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Reflect on it carefully. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively asked, do you mean he lacks royal succession rights? Clap. Clap. Zhu Hongtao lightly clapped his hands and chuckled. At last, you are willing to engage your mind a little. You are correct. He does not possess a legitimate identity, which is crucial. This means that in your collaboration, you will find it easier to seize the initiative. Furthermore, as an illegitimate child, his discontent with the royal family may surpass that of Dai Mubai and his ilk. I perceive him as an ambitious individual. This is not a disadvantage. Ambitious individuals harbor stronger desires, making them more susceptible to manipulation. In truth, it is not manipulation, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Is it not? Of course, you must maintain a firm grasp on the master-servant relationship. You must remember, he is merely your pawn, not your partner. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, softly repeating his words. Pawn. Indeed, if you choose this path, you shall inevitably walk it alone. If your heart cannot harden, then do not squander your time, and certainly do not waste my energy. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted, but then she steadied herself. Looking at Zhu Hongtao, she declared resolutely, I will do it. Zhu Hongtao nodded and continued, in these years, I have gained some new insights regarding the family's phantom spirit cat martial soul and the fusion technique with the phantom white tiger. I will gradually impart this knowledge to you. In the future, your martial soul fusion technique with Su Qing might be directed by you. When that time comes, you will be closer to mastering your own destiny. His expression grew increasingly serious. Remember, this matter must not reach the ears of the royal family. If you wish to survive, do not disclose any of this to anyone. You must maintain the facade as before, both with me and with Shaoan and the others. Likewise, I will continue to uphold my previous demeanor with you. I trust you now understand the nature of our relationship with the Dai family. And you should comprehend the dire consequences if they were to learn of my intentions. You may not realize it, but your sisters care for you far more deeply than you can imagine. Even your second and third sisters are striving in their own ways. Perhaps, when the moment of life and death arrives, Xiaoyan may willingly forsake her own opportunities to support you. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned cold and severe. However, that is a choice of your own, and it bears no relation to me. Once I step out of this door today, do not mention tonight's events to anyone, including your sisters. Should you choose to do so, it will ultimately bring harm upon you both and ruin the Zhu family. Everything must appear as usual on the surface. Zhu Zhuqing nodded solemnly, fully grasping her father's well-intentioned concerns. She recognized the magnitude of the risks involved. That young man is likely to return soon. Zhu Hongtao's demeanor softened as he turned to leave, saying, from now on, at the end of each month, you may quietly exit the academy to meet with me. Should you encounter any issues within the academy, feel free to consult me. Shaqing, do not let me down. Dad, wait a moment. Seeing him about to leave, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly spoke to stop him. After saying this, she dashed back to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged, clutching a somewhat worn teddy bear. Father, do you remember this? Zhu Hongtao paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of reflection, he responded, is this not the plush toy I gifted you years ago? I never imagined you would still keep it. If you like it, I shall buy you a new one in the future. Not long after Zhu Hongtao departed, Su Qing returned from the restroom. Without knocking, he simply pushed open the door and walked in. Upon entering, Su Cheng discovered Zhu Zhuqing standing in the middle of the hall, holding a tattered doll. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. What prompted you to bring that out suddenly? Weren't you treating it like a treasure? Refusing to let me even catch a glimpse of it before? After a moment of scrutiny, he added with a hint of perplexity. Why are you no longer wearing that lifeless expression? Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to his jest, turning instead to retreat to her bedroom. Indeed, that doll was a gift from her father. As Su Cheng departed from the Duke's residence, a silent stream of cold sweat coursed through his mind. That wretched doll had nearly exposed his vulnerabilities, yet fortune favored him as he responded promptly. In that moment, he had no time for contemplation. Compelled to utter the option most likely to be accepted, there was an element of chance involved, but fortunately, he had wagered correctly. While he could have feigned forgetfulness, it would undoubtedly have undermined Zhu Zhuqing's trust and reliance on his other identity, adversely affecting subsequent plans. To be frank, given Zhu Zhuqing's current intellect, he doubted she could spontaneously harbor any probing thoughts. It was likely that her long absence from familial affection led her to instinctively take such action. Choosing Zhu Hongtao as his guise was a decision Su Cheng made after careful consideration. Firstly, this individual required Zhu Zhuqing's utmost trust. Secondly, the identity must not easily reveal flaws in the open. It should either seldom appear or currently have a strained relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Besides Zhu Hongtao, Su Cheng had contemplated Zhu Zhuyan or a teacher from a certain academy. However, he was uncertain about the dynamics between Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing, as their potential conflicts and intersections were too numerous, risking exposure in the future. Regarding the latter, he lacked sufficient standing to undertake this matter and would struggle to inspire Zhu Zhuqing's faith and ambition. After observing the Duke's residence today, he concluded that the enigmatic Duke of Yuming was an excellent candidate for disguise. With a demeanor that was both aloof and profound, he possessed the motives and reasons to undertake such a task. Most crucially, he seldom interacted with Zhu Zhuqing. Even when his daughter returned home, he merely offered perfunctory remarks, significantly reducing the likelihood of exposure. As for his claims of assisting Zhu Zhuyan, those were but fabrications. Su Cheng was unaware of Zhu Zhuyan's true sentiments toward Zhu Zhuqing. From the perspective of the original timeline, it was indeed remarkable that Zhu Zhuqing could evade such a degree of pursuit, yet what if fortune truly smiled upon her? His remarks were intended solely to fortify Zhu Zhuqing's conviction, providing her with ample rationale to extricate her family from their mire. Chapter 9. The transformation of Zhu Zhuqing after the commencement of the Academy's second year. Everyone noticed a change in Zhu Zhuqing. She no longer cowered in submission. The once meek girl, who had endured bullying in silence, began to reveal her claws and fangs to all. She initiated her campaign against the peripheral figures of Su Cheng's group, gradually fragmenting their cohesion. Most of these individuals were weaklings who sought refuge within Su Cheng's entourage or wished to bask in a semblance of prestige, elevating themselves superficially. lacking exceptional talent and fortitude. They were not regarded by the noble offspring of prominent families. Within this group, they were merely inferior beings. Zhu Zhuqing's strategy was straightforward. She resorted to force. She certainly would not strike in public view. When provoked verbally, she would respond with the imposing aura befitting a soul master. Among her contemporaries, few had attained the rank of soul master. The disparity in strength between those with and without soul rings was immense, let alone the inherent quality of her yumming spirit cat, martial soul. Often, a mere display of her martial soul sufficed to overwhelm her opponents without the need for physical confrontation, allowing her to dominate the scene. Yet this was just the beginning. She would subsequently exact revenge. With her current prowess, even without harnessing her martial soul, she could easily teach these weaker students a lesson in secret. As long as she refrained from revealing her martial soul and employed the unique attacks of the yumming spirit cat without excessive force, who could pursue her accountability without evidence. Conflicts among soul masters were common, and as long as she maintained discretion, they were hardly serious matters. Last year, Zhu Zhuqing had been intimidated on her first day at the academy by the principal's sharp words and threats of expulsion, which had deterred her from wielding force. In truth, the circumstances then were exceptional. Generally, minor conflicts did not lead to severe consequences. At that time, Su Cheng had employed underhanded tactics, feigning excessively grave injuries, and his unique identity, combined with the influence he had already established among the teachers, had earned him an excellent reputation. A confluence of factors had incited the principal's furious rebuke. As for others, what justified their receiving special treatment from the academy? Needless to say, Zhu Zhuqing's identity is indeed extraordinary. Even if the likelihood of success is exceedingly low, she remains one of the candidates for the future queen. As a teacher at the Royal Academy, she does not particularly concern herself with the backgrounds of her students. The words of the dean, Zhong Yun, were not without merit. Even royal offspring who enter the academy must adhere to its regulations. However, the standards and thresholds for punishment among different students are inevitably not uniform. At present, the only issue Zhu Zhuqing needs to contemplate is the potential retribution from opposing factions. These individuals, being marginal figures, do not command much attention. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, the team leader, has been reclusive of late, seldom appearing in public, thus granting her ample opportunity to thrive. Violence is merely one method. She is equally adept at leveraging her advantageous status. The Zhu family's prominence and influence within the Xinghua Empire are widely acknowledged. In the past, Zhu Zhuqing faced numerous adversities, with Su Cheng covertly exacerbating her plight being merely one facet of her challenges. Her noble lineage is also a significant factor. The offspring of modest families find themselves gazing up at the young ladies emerging from ducal households. This psychological gratification is likewise alluring to many. Unlike Su Cheng, who gradually expands his influence through personal prowess, eloquence, demeanor, and prestige within the academy, Zhu Zhuqing is now actively utilizing her family's clout to garner followers. Coupled with her remarkable abilities, this has attracted a considerable number of adherents over time. After all, in contrast to Su Cheng, her advantages are rather apparent. Her noble heritage speaks for itself, and it appears that she currently possesses greater strength. Indeed, aside from her initial enrollment, Su Cheng has rarely showcased his true abilities, having once been bested by Zhu Zhuqing with a single blow. Even those closest to Su Cheng do not fully comprehend his depths, let alone these peripheral figures. Although Zhu Zhuqing's methods for resolving conflicts and winning hearts may still seem somewhat naive, they suffice within this rudimentary academy. Part of her acumen stems from Su Cheng's guidance, yet more significantly, it arises from her own daily reflections. Zhu Zhuqing is not lacking in intelligence. She simply had not yet awakened to her potential. Additionally, several noble youths, including Zhang San, who disapproved of Su Cheng's previous conduct, have also been drawn to her. What Zhu Zhuqing is unaware of, however, is that these individuals were intentionally left for her by Su Cheng. While such skirmishes within the academy appear to Su Cheng as mere trifles, lacking any substantial consequence, they serve as a crucible for Zhu Zhuqing's development. Moreover, the resources behind these individuals should not be underestimated, particularly in the case of Zhang San, who is virtually a foregone future family heir. Their significance will undoubtedly manifest in due course. Most of the shifts in this unspoken situation have gone unnoticed by all but Su Cheng. Although Su Cheng noticed it, he clearly welcomed the situation. He even actively concealed his own existence, spending most of his time immersed in the academy's library, delving into various materials concerning martial souls, hardly attending classes. Thus, 3 months gradually slipped away. A notable shift began to occur within the academy. As the end of the month approached, Zhu Zhuqing quietly departed from the academy alone. At this moment, Su Cheng, disguised as Zhu Hongtao, had long awaited her arrival in the woods outside the academy. "Father, I have come," Zhu Zhuqing greeted softly. This marked their third clandestine meeting this year. The current Zhu Zhuqing was no longer the gloomy figure she once was. Although her countenance remained cool, it was more a matter of habit. Compared to the past, the contours of her cheeks had softened, her gaze was bright and captivating, and her long hair danced gently in the night breeze. This cool demeanor only served to enhance her unique aura of mystery and personal charm. Zhuqing. It appears that you have made considerable progress within the academy? Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently in response. The shadows in her heart gradually dissipated, and having tasted a hint of power, she had grown more confident. Unlike others, to draw Su Cheng to her side, one must not only appeal to his interests but also possess sufficient strength. Su Cheng observed the increasingly beautiful transformation of Zhu Zhuqing and solemnly inquired, "Do you believe that with your current power, you can defeat him?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I do not know. In recent times, Su Cheng had kept a low profile within the academy, and their opportunities to meet had been scarce. Even though her strength had surged, she dared not underestimate her opponent. The shadows cast by that individual over the past year were too deeply etched in her memory." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng nodded. Recognizing that Zhu Zhuqing maintained a remarkably steady demeanor without any signs of overinflation, she was indeed a talent ripe for cultivation. He retrieved a manuscript from his bosom and presented it to her. This document contained a cultivation method he had developed over the past year, merging the essence of martial soul bloodlines with the principles of human medicine, tailored specifically for soul masters. Although he was uncertain how it compared to Tang San's Xiantian Gong, its efficiency evidently surpassed the prevalent foundational meditation techniques of the continent. Crucially, this method was rooted in the same essence as soul power circulation, allowing practitioners to engage in cultivation without the prerequisite of dispersing their energy first. In addition to significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency, it also provided a brief daily stimulation of bloodline potential, thereby raising the upper limits of cultivation without compromising foundational integrity. In truth, this latter advantage was paramount. For soul masters, the constraints on their cultivation ceiling were not dictated by the speed of their training, but rather by the daily capacity of their bodies to accommodate soul power. If the quality of a martial soul was subpar, the amount of soul power that could be increased each day would be minimal. Thus, no amount of time or effort spent on cultivation would yield substantial progress. However, by employing this cultivation method, while it could not fundamentally enhance the martial soul, it could significantly broaden the prospects for future development. Because of this distinctive characteristic, Su Cheng named this practice the Nirvana Sutra. Admittedly, given its current efficacy, the name might seem somewhat grandiose. Yet, he was merely at the beginning of his journey, with deeper exploration in the days to come. It might indeed realize the effects of bloodline rebirth. "What is this?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously as she accepted the manuscript. "This is a unique inherited cultivation method of our Yumingzhu family," Su Cheng replied casually, fabricating the story. "I did not provide it to you earlier because you had just awakened your martial soul, and it was unwise to be overly aggressive in your training. Now, however, the time is right. With this assistance, defeating Su Cheng in the future will not be a difficult task." Inherited techniques? A sense of doubt lingered in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. If such a thing exists, why does our family's strength still lag behind that of the royal family? Su Cheng discerned her confusion and gently elucidated. "This technique can only enhance your cultivation speed. It cannot elevate the potential limit of your martial soul. Ultimately, the quality of your martial soul will determine your final strength." At this revelation, Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank slightly, overwhelmed by the weight